everybody's got a version of their pop culture. My pop culture tells me to have sex before marriage. My pop culture tells me to try drugs, sleep with a whole bunch of women. Don't get married. Marriage is for losers, right? Or better yet, you don't need to own anything because owning things is not cool. It's not good for the environment. You don't need to own a house. These are the things that I see in pop culture. Now that's the window that I'm looking through, or have looked through. There are other avenues of pop culture that are still good. Going out to a party at a friend's, sure. Bringing food and beverages, it's all fine. I'm talking about the actual stuff that affects children, that affected my childhood growing up because of what my parents were taught by pop culture.
So without you dox yourself or anything, like, what did you feel like? Because Australian culture is like the joke I've heard about Australian culture is like, what's the difference between an Australian and a tub of yogurt? A tub of yogurt has no idea.
That's the native, right? The native there is the Tabagoyo, whatever you call it. Is that the Aborigine?
Aborigine? What? Did they come up with that? It's entirely possible.
Anyway, go on. What was the question?
So describe to me what your culture's like without doxing yourself. Describe to me what your culture is. We're
a white culture. My culture has convinced our men, and our white culture in Canada has convinced our women, or convinced our men to not marry our women because the women have come after our money, right? That's one of the things that's kind of on the underlying community of men looking to get married and have a wife and so forth. Don't get married, they're going to come after your money. Usually we end up isolated, and usually we put our family members in old folks' homes. So we end up divided in our families and divided in death. Our marriages don't last very long due to the fact that you can replace them, right? And this Neoplatonic Christianity, the fake Christianity that's sort of weaved its way into everybody's daily lives, into some form of paganistic ritual of Jesus Christ, you know what I mean? So it's there's no solid foundation anymore. It's literally it's taking freedom, that free speech, free will, and flipped it on its head to the point where if you give a person free will and freedom, the way to destroy free will and freedom is to pervert all the ideals of it, invert it, make people sick of it, and then ask to be regulated. So that's what we're doing. We've inverted all of this goodness, free will, freedom, into a form of perversion, deceit, deception. We've inverted it. So what's going to happen when the right finally comes in?
It's referred to as demoralization.
Thank you. They demoralized Western society. They demoralized the man. They demoralized the woman. They put the woman against the man. They put the man against the woman because it's a plot to destroy Western civilization, and they have achieved it. We are in Klaus Schwab's book, COVID-19: The Great Reset. There's one chapter in there. He talks about how they successfully will have destroyed Western democracy, but he contradicts himself, because he says at the same time we're going to destroy Western democracy, we must preserve how we created democracy. So complete hypocrite in the COVID-19 book.
They? Who's they?
What's that?
Say the words, Fed.
Who's they?
Well, the cabal, the World Economic Forum, the Davos elite, if you will. You want to put a face to the Davos group, the World Economic Forum, Klaus
You're just
Schwab.
a conspiracy theorist on the internet.
Essentially, all it comes down to, dude, is you're correct. I am an armchair critic on a computer. You got it. And you are an armchair listener on a computer. So I just know that nobody here really truly wants communism. And I know truly everybody here already understands that the capitalist fascism that we're under is falling, crumbling, and it's corrupt and needs fixing. And there's no way to fix it. The only way to fix it is truly a great reset, which nobody's going to like here. Nobody's going to like it at all. Not me, not you, not our parents, not our kids. Nobody's going to like it.
I mean, to me, I'm absolutely opposed to communism as an idea, but because I see it as a reset, I think that, which nobody agrees with, even the normies, I think life's pretty good. And
Life is the best it's ever been, dude. We are at the pinnacle. Anything a touch of a button you want to know, we can do it, but we're too lazy to do it. That's how bad it's gone, right?
That's how they're getting away with it.
You and me can go and become a doctor ourselves online right now. We could study online to be a doctor ourselves without any fucking tuition fees right now. And in 5 years' time, we could, I'm saying you still have to go through the institute, but I'm saying we can go and learn this shit. So we are at the best time ever. The cars aren't going to get any better. What are they going to do with our cell phones? A little faster? What? Nothing is going to get better from this point on. The only thing that can get better is the quality of food, which they won't because it'll be mass produced, right? Anything that's mass produced will eventually lose quality, and that's what will end up killing us off anyways, the quality production when it comes to food. But look, the technology is not going to get any better. What kind of car are you going to have? A floating car next? Still going to be a car. Still going to have a dashboard. It's going to still have.
Self-driven's a pretty big improvement.
Yeah, you want to see. The thing is, I enjoy driving. To me, they're going to take away my. To me, they're going to take away my driving ability. Yeah, but once you give it away, though.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, but like, I go 4-wheel driving over weekends sometimes, and if you got me on what I want, like, to not be able to go 4-wheel driving, absolutely not. But to not have to do the 3 hours between me and the trails, yeah, I will suck that up. That sounds awesome.
I understand.
That's what she said.
And it's novel, though. It's new. So when it's new.
Oh, percentage, dude. You are so choice on the timing of those. Oh, my. That was funny.
When it's new, it's exciting. But just like any government organization or any movement, once they implement something, they don't ever take it back. Unless the people scream and cry and stomp their foot, then yeah, maybe. But if you give up that driving,
2 more weeks,
you're not getting it back.
But I mean, think about
Anyway, we're
99% of
2050
people.
anyway.
Think about 99% of people's driving, and most of it is somebody going to a 9-to-5 job, sitting. I believe it is an average of an hour. I believe across the world, of the people who have to commute by car, the average is an hour. Like, what about that wasted brain power where you could get out of bed in the morning, tumble into your car half dressed, and then like watch YouTube videos or have a wank, or in your case, choose not to have a wank and read the Bible instead or something. Or catch up on emails, or just keep napping.
How about you just be normal? Why does it always have to? It's like the same thing as the word demon. Demon is not specific to the Christian religion or the Bible. Yet for some reason, people are thinking demon is related to Christians. Just like wanking and not wanking is, you go read the Bible if you're not wanking. It's just, so stereotypical. It's just crazy.
So I mean, my only thought on it is like it's just a better way to spend your day. Like, people would have said the same thing when there was started being auto cars.
I
right?
appreciate that.
So
but how many jobs?
Horse and the clip clopping, and then when you're like, what? It doesn't take me 4 days to get walking distance away. Oh, that does seem better. I don't have to be rich.
Yeah.
To have
So
a horse
look at all the
democratic.
Look at all the jobs. Look at all the jobs go out the window from that one person not commuting to work. That one person not commuting to work has now the guy at the gas station doesn't need to work there anymore because the guys aren't coming to fill up the cars anymore. The guy at the office building cleaning out the trash, mopping the floors, he's lost his job now because nobody's showing up at the office, right?
Yeah,
so no, it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing at all.
But how many?
It's only going to benefit.
But how many?
It's only going to benefit the rich. It's only going to benefit the rich. They're taking away. Listen, Klaus Schwab is on camera saying, "Prepare for an angrier world." Okay. When you were doing a great reset,
inequality grows, and problems, well, life just only generally benefits the rich. But
they're
I mean,
creating
this
more
guy
inequality.
that empties the trash at work. He's out of a job. He's like, yeah, the guy that used to scoop up the shit after all of the horses, or the farrier who shod them, or the guy who made the buggies that went behind them. They're all out of a job, but they don't just not exist. They get a different job. Right?
Yeah, I understand that.
Now,
A different job.
I know this to within 90% probability. You currently do a job that didn't exist 20 years ago.
Yeah, my job that I'm doing is probably going to be obsolete due to artificial intelligence. So my training that I had, professional training, will be replaced by I'll still have the technical side of it, but the application side of it is much will be I'll be superseded by AI because of the one job quality that's not needed. They can use AI for. So that to me is not good. Why? Because making other jobs obsolete because you want to save money because you have a robot. Anyway, that doesn't make sense to me. It's going to use that technology to actually harm more people's lives, not make people's lives better. It'll do the opposite. And it'll make the rich rich.
I mean, I think I agree with you on that. Like, they're not, I don't think generally it's a problem, right? Like, we were having a long discussion, or I was listening to a long discussion today about crypto. Like, we all want to help people, but then when we go to invest our money, we don't go, what's going to help the most people? We go, what's going to make me the most money, right? Do you, like, I mean, maybe, sorry, I don't mean to speak for Gio, you're the sort of crypto
Depends
expert.
if you invest ethically, right? Like, I can invest in a company called Cinemax. It's sitting at a couple of bucks. They're the ones who take the liver cell and make food flavoring from it. It's called Cinemax, sitting on the stock exchange. I can invest in that company because guess what's coming? They're going to be making more of these synthetic flavors in foods more regularly coming up as we get away from meat. So this company, Cinemax, has been sitting there 10 years on the market, sitting for $2, gathering all the studies together for this liver cell kidney or liver cell from the baby. It's a baby fetal cell number. I can't remember, but you type in Cinemax, they'll tell you right there, right on their website, what they do. Right. But they put it in Lay's potato chips. They put it in Pepsi Cola. They put it in all kinds of junk food for flavoring. Basically, it's salt. So any salt flavor you get is coming from Cinemax synthetically. I don't invest in that. I could, and I know that in the future, they're going to be using this Cinemax. This Cinemax company is set up in the United States because of the freedom of speech, because of the First and Second Amendment, or the Second Amendment, First Amendment, and they can go and use these baby parts, make this chemical, because it's all legal in the States. So, but am I going to invest in them? Nope. But you probably make a lot of money considering it's sitting at $2, and it'll be in a majority of the food products in the world.
Gio, what would you like to talk about next?
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm probably gonna step away for a little bit, but I'll be listening still. But I don't have any topics right on mind. Are you thinking a topic change?
No. I just thought I should throw to you rather than just because after I've had a drink, my girlfriend brought in a cocktail, and then I noticed I'd just get stuck in arguments and clog up the VC, and I didn't want to keep doing that. But it was not. It's been nice to chat with you and have a meeting of minds, Data.
Well, you must be drinking a little booze because you're a little more friendlier today.
Well, that could be the case. I have had 2 cocktails now. I don't know what the last one was, but it was very sweet and full of berries.
What kind of berry?
Dangleberries.
What?
You don't know dangleberries?
Your wife
You
should
must
know.
have been
I-
drinking.
I don't, but your
You
wife
must have
does.
been. You must have been drinking for a little bit there, because you went from pretty much coherent to sort of getting a little the tongue tied going on.
I mean, pretty much this much drunk. I mean, I've finished my last drink a while back. But I am moving
Okay,
my
well,
head around, which will also change it around because I'm playing my VR space game again.
That game's terrible.
What? My VR space? You mean Kerbal or the? Oh, I think you just watched.
No,
me
the
do
other
it.
one.
I'm gonna
Kerbal
check
sucks
on
too.
I've had my screen sharing privileges revoked, evidently. Otherwise, I'm now playing it in combat with my new combat ship, and it is a lot more fun.
I didn't revoke anything.
Oh, screen sharing's gone away.
It did?
Maybe Discord decided I'm no good. But it's
Well, I
full of
did turn off
skills.
the only thing I did is I turned off the video sharing because does shutting off video mean you can, oh, it says allows members to share their video screen share. Oh, okay. So it doesn't let you. All right. Yeah, I'll turn it back on. I didn't know it did that.
I don't need to. I don't think people really give a shit that much about me playing my space game in VR. It is. I've played a lot of VR. This is the one that like really has a feel like you're doing the thing you're meant to be doing, such that I get like lurches in my stomach and stuff. Whereas I do a lot of ones that are shooting. I haven't got myself a gun stock, and they're great fun, but you constantly are aware of the difference between the virtual reality and the actual reality. That you're like walking across uneven ground, there's no uneven ground there, or you're trying to lean on a fence that isn't there, or
I had turned off the video because there was a discussion that maybe people might try to. Well, yeah, one person in particular, but anyways, yeah, anyway, it doesn't matter. I think I didn't know that it was that one setting that's video and screen sharing, but yeah, it is cool if people can screen share. Obviously, that's pretty needed. Although I could do it individually for people, but I think we'll just have to, in the future, just people that are live stream verified, we'll just have to do our best to make sure they're not people that will porn bomb or do anything like that with a camera.
oh, is that what the worry is?
Well, I guess that would be, yeah, because like anyone can just turn their camera on and it's directly on the stream, but
Right. Can you and it's probably more difficult. You can't set up a separate set of permissions from like VC verified and then video verified, because that's what they had on the chatterbox when I was there.
well, you can, yeah.
Above 18 to be video verified.
Right. Yeah, right now voice verified can't do video, but live stream can. That's what I'm saying. Like I think we'll have to kind of do it through who gets live stream verified. The thing is that with the server, like the way that it's kind of just because it was the initial launch and getting everybody in, I kind of gave live stream verified to a fair amount of people. But it's fine. Yeah, it's all good. We'll have to figure it out. But
It's good. You made a great server. Super successful, hasn't it? Hasn't it been? How do you feel about it? Like it just was like full from day one, and like a couple of days I've seen nobody in here, but it's been pretty much full the entire time.
yeah,
It's usually like minimum 15 people. That's pretty exciting, isn't it?
yeah, for sure. It's been awesome. Yeah, I think. Yeah, there's been a couple moments where there hasn't really been like a whole day where there's no one been in here, but there have been like a couple hour stretches where maybe there was only one or two people in. But yeah, I think it's awesome. I mean, I didn't know quite what the response would be, but I think it's good that we're able to keep at least one stream, flowing with people talking. That's always good because if you have a channel and it's just, empty sound, if there's no sound on either of them for long periods of time, then so it's good to keep it flowing.
Keep it flowing, keep it going.
Yeah, how far back do you record? Like, can I go back to a week ago and find a 2-hour talk and then download that or capture that somehow?
Yeah, I'm actually going to add a timestamp thing to the actual stream, so it'll show like a running clock. So like if you wanted to find one to be a little easier, but you can still just look at the timestamps of when people are posting, like on the chat. You can look at that time right now, and then you can also there's like the date on the YouTube video too. But yeah, I mean, some parts maybe didn't get recorded because this or that happened, but I'd say at least 90-something% of it is all on there. Yeah.
Well, there was one talk the other day by a guy that was talking about, I think, astrotheology. And they had a really good talk, a really good sort of in-depth, no interruptions, no arguments, just pure, unadulterated chatter, which was perfect for, like, have you heard that new age kind of music where you could have that type of a level of spiritual talk or meaningful life changing sort of deep thinking, and then have like it sort of accompanied by some really gorgeous music? And that chat, I think, would be perfect for composing part of an album.
It's like it sounds like what you're talking about is like ASMR, which I'll sometimes listen to, or like I listen to history talks as I go to sleep because they're so easy to just.
If you've ever heard of Marcelo Dosa, they have like a spiritual sort of a guru, like talking about the world and stuff, and it's got like a techno beat to it and that type of music. But that's what I'm saying. Some of these talks, uninterrupted, really good quality sessions, can be sort of put aside, and you could actually mix it all together with music, and you could actually create a really good album. Then would there be a copyright issue with that, Gio?
Somebody comes on, so with copyright is owned by the person who makes the recording. So if somebody comes on, even if what they're sharing is their ideas, if you are the person recording them making their ideas, you own the copyright, not them. The only copyright issue would be with the sound you choose to use, but with YouTube, you can just find some electro funk, psychedelic trance or something, and from there, they've got this like YouTube music library, and then you're fine.
Yeah, but like on this server, who does that dialogue belong to? Does it belong to the server?
Dialogue?
Yeah, the recording, the chat.
Belongs to Geo. Everything we say now belongs to Geo because Geo recorded it. That's what I'm saying. It belongs to recorder.
Oh, okay. So maybe Geo might want to make his own label. Create your own label, man. Because it's not easy to find up-to-date, new age, in-depth discussions. You could do a lot of, editing, of course, but you piece it all together over at the course of a year, you're going to have a few really good discussions.
Well, yeah, Riding, you mentioned earlier, just that the server's been populated since it launched. Yeah, I mean that was something that before launching, I didn't know how that was gonna go. So, yeah, I think I've been pretty surprised as to just the activity overall, and it's been cool to see. Sometimes there's like 40, 50 people in the voice chats and like multiple live streams going. It's pretty cool to see it when it's happening.
I think you've done a great job. Definitely be proud of yourself for it.
Yeah, for sure. It was such a long time in the making, and then kind of all came together finally. So yeah, it's cool. And the other thing about it, I feel like it's just sort of at the beginning, really. Like I don't even think we've really kind of hit a tipping point of getting more more people. I mean, there seem to be about 10 to new 15 people a day is what it is. So it's a pretty good organic growth rate in terms of that. But we haven't really, there's not that many people, I would say, like from kind of the public, quote unquote, like new, a lot of the people that are here have like been in other servers or that I've known in other servers. And there's probably some new people, of course, some percentage. But I think it'd be interesting to see, how the server is when that, if and when that starts to happen, where, there's a lot of us that have been here, regulars and so on, but then to see like new people start to pop in and start to have different live stream shows and stuff, it'd be cool to see if it gets to that point.
Yeah.
Well, it would be good to have a few guests, like just randomly choose one, Santos Bonacci or something like that, having a 1 hour slot, just spilling all the beans, and then everyone comes unmuted. Everyone comes unmuted after that, and have an after show with Santos Bonacci, something like that kind of thing. Every now and then, have the chance to actually hear someone's idea out without any interruption, and then go free for all afterwards, maybe.
Well, if you want to, I would happily run either a skeptics one, like a sort of, presenting the skeptical view of it, or I used to do these on the Chatterbox. Have anybody heard of the Chatterbox? It was a pretty big server. It was run by a guy who was not the easiest person. I was a mod there for a bit. He was not the easiest person, and upset some mods. So it recently got deleted, but it got to like 80,000 members. I was doing rooms on that, on like a fun, like it was like if you can imagine disagreeing in a way that's a game. So it was called Disagree by Agreeing, and you were forced to basically agree with somebody while having a disagreement with them, which was very fun. Like gamifying having a disagreement, which I think could work very well for this debate. So you have people, and it's timed as well, so you don't have a 2-hour conversation about Coriolis or something. Yeah, it's like a 10-minute discussion with two interlocutors, and their job is they've got to try and agree with one another where they can.
Well, I was thinking more of like for the channel to actually to boost like acknowledgement, just to have these guests on that would bring in a lot of attention and more audience. Just that purely alone, like that. The last interview I saw yesterday, Santos Bonacci with I think it was called One Radio, and it's just a guy. He does it every morning at 10 o'clock in the morning, and he has guests regularly, and he's just interviewing people all day long, every day. And yeah, I think having that slot would definitely, you'd have 1,000 people listening at one time, easy. I mean, if that David Wilcox can get 4,000, people attending to his whatever he's talking about.
On YouTube, you reckon?
Oh, on YouTube, David, what's his name? David Wilcox. He had, last one I saw, or I saw one a while back. He had like 4,000 people viewing.
1,000 live viewers. You're making some pretty good money. That's a pretty high bar to set. I mean,
Yeah, well, some people think that it's some people think what he's got to say is worth it, I guess. And it's up to
Oh,
the
yeah.
individual to decide that. You know, you could be having a beer instead.
It's not about what's being said. It's just a thousand live viewers is extraordinary. Like me and my girlfriend's channel, we got to 50 live viewers and started getting like all the emails and stuff from YouTube being like, "You're nailing it." 1,000 live viewers is like you need to be pretty well known to get there.
Well, he has 4,000. The one I saw.
Right? But it sounds like what you're describing is a pretty well known person.
David Wilcock. Yeah. Or if it's even if it's just a recent interview, being able to mirror it or restream, or even stream on your platform at the same time. So, you know, you can approach someone that you know they're going to be having an interview and say, "Hey, why don't you let me stream it on my channel as well?" You know, for those slots, and that would, you know, that would let people know where else it's being streamed, and if it's of interest, then they'll pop over and subscribe.
Right, I better go and barbecue my dinner.
Are you in which country are you in? Australia?
Australia. I almost said
Okay.
Sydney.
You'd know what you'd know what a dog's nose is, would you? It's a drink,
Dog's nose?
alcoholic beverage.
Ah.
It's a beer with a shot of square gin. What they used to drink in the war, in World War II.
Just straight gin, did you say? Wait, gin with what?
A beer with square gin.
Oh, like a bomb or something. What did we used to have? We used to have car crashes. That was it, with a vodka shot dropped into a beer schooner.
Mm.
Hello, dear friends.
We have gathered here tonight. That sounds like the start of the Prince song, Purple Rain.
Close.
Dearly beloved,
Yeah, that's the word.
we have gathered here today to celebrate this thing called life.
My dear friends, that sounded like that teenage fucking global warming activist, Greta.
Oh, she only tells the truth.
How dare you?
One of my favorite sources there.
I'm wearing my barbecue outfit.
What time is it in Australia?
7:37
PM?
p.m.
Yeah. 3:30 in the morning here.
Nice. You're on night shift?
I don't even know why I'm up. 2 pots of coffee. I think that's what did it today.
Yeah. Yeah, it's intense times. I feel.
I mean, is it true? Are you in Australia?
Yeah.
Is it true what I just seen about they're going to start fining people $5,000 if they don't eat the soup?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't even get a haircut today.
So, is this only in a very specific part of Australia?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
rest is open, just like say Texas.
Yeah, it's kind of how can I say it? They've got a target and they want to reach it. And the thing I'm appreciative, there was a guy I used to listen to, and I've heard other people talk about it, like, you know, common law and the law of the land and what our rights are. Really, at the end of the day, it's always everybody's consent. And even if they make something mandatory, what they're more making mandatory are certain rules, and then they're trying to make it difficult, I think, to kind of not guilt trip people into it, but, you know, if you make it difficult, it's like, well, I think they're hoping that people are just going to yield. And I don't think they realise that there's a real issue here. And
That's
it
what's
is a
blowing
human
my
rights
mind,
issue.
is just how many people are just going along with it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of
can't
it
figure
is.
it out.
I think because most people want to go along to get along, and they don't want any big, you know, hassle. And then when things sort of, I guess it's like Stockholm syndrome, isn't it? Like
100% is that what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and you get locked up for a while, and then you just want to be free again. So you do whatever you're told, really. And you can sort of see that manifesting in a way. Like I think there's tension now probably between the people who've had the soup and who haven't. And they're probably like, oh, just fucking have the soup, will you?
And then if they take the first bowl, then they got to take another bowl.
Yeah, it's just, so I think there's enough of a divide, though. Like there's enough people awake that a message is being sent. It's like we're being bullied and intimidated. Like there's no fuck. I've never not been able to get a haircut in all my days. And then what I was told, like the police had threatened this hairdressers as well. I was just like, wow, like
It's
aren't you
really
out?
I never expected Australia to be one of the ones that would turn into what it turned into so fast.
Yeah. Yeah.
Same with Canada. I can't believe Canada went the way that it's going.
Mm-hmm. I think it'll be a phase. It's uncomfortable, but it's still far from a living nightmare called hell. You know what I mean? I'm not inviting it, but it can always get a lot worse. But I hear you. I appreciate it too, because it's very strange to just go through, especially when I was living in another part of Australia that doesn't have this issue.
It's such a psychological thing, because you could make a pretty good argument for the fact that pre-2019, you could go to anyone on the globe, you know, the non-globe, and you pretty much would get a consensus that large pharmaceutical companies are the bane of our existence. And then 2 years later, if we don't take their drugs, we can't work, we can't get a haircut, you can't leave your house. It's an amazing paradigm shift that the entire planet has taken in just 18 months.
Yeah, well, my wife had 2 of her teeth pulled out during the lockdown just recently, but yet I can't go and see my chiropractor. It's very hypocritical. They just pick and choose whoever they think's important and who's not, you know.
Right. It's gaslighting on a level that we've never seen. I can't even begin. I just can't believe it's happened. It's the craziest. You never would have imagined this could happen. And it just keeps getting crazier by the day.
Yeah, I've been asking myself how they even able to change the laws.
Well,
I
it
don't know
don't
if that-
matter anymore. They can do it. They just do whatever they want, and they change.
Yeah.
I mean, they've changed definition of terms. They've changed, dictionary terms are different now than they were 2 years ago for these soup injections. What
That's kind of
considered-
why I think it's good to just hold your line, because there'll be a point where it goes too far, and then the law will be on our side eventually. As soon
I
as it
trust
becomes a
them.
human rights issue, which it already is. So I'm
Well, if
kind
you
of
allow
just
the state to dictate what goes into your body, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
You're in big trouble. You basically gave over the ownership of your body to the state. They now
and then
own
just denying access, like, to people who don't present any threat in any way, shape, or form, and then causing a class split in society, like between souped and unsouped, is just that's.
and then they turn it
unfair.
around and blame it on the people that won't take their drugs.
Yeah,
It's the most
no, real
insane.
talk, respect.
It's upside down world.
Yeah. Oh, good. See, I'm not going mad.
No, we're out there.
Definitely testing, but I don't know. I feel I'm kind of proud of myself in a weird way. Probably people would want to punch me for saying that, but
Yeah, because they'll be selling like Louis Vuitton and Gucci nooses on eBay. So
yeah, I saw something
I
like that.
lost my job because I refused to wear a mask. I have never worn a mask through this whole thing, other than one. But I felt I had to for that. But no, I wasn't going to do it. I won't do it.
yeah, buy a knife and get a piece of wood and start whistling.
Because they knew once we put the masks on, if we do that, something as brain dead as doing that, they can get away with what was next. Anyone paying attention knows what's going to be coming next after this, too.
You thinking what I'm thinking? No, it's funny. Yeah, I heard about this when even before FE, a little bit during too. They call it the mark, right?
Right? They want to turn everything digital.
Yeah, beast system.
They want a global cryptocurrency. It's just, we've been everything we've produced has come to be accurate.
Yeah.
If we give up cash,
Well,
it's definitely over.
Well, they almost let us know what their plans were, right?
I believe they have to.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense.
That way it's by our own consent.
Mm-hmm. Gee, that's powerful, really.
Isn't there a hole in the Georgia Guidestones which points to like something astronomical? I don't know. Is it the sun or is it the planet or something?
The Georgia Guidestone lines up with Polaris.
Okay, so they're showing a bit of truth there.
I mean, doesn't that alone prove that we're not on a spinning? I mean, if we're going to be honest,
I didn't know that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't know that
It's never
until
moved.
just then.
It's never moved.
Weird.
I mean, you really don't need any more evidence than that.
That'd be an interesting time lapse.
Yep.
What, just a dot that never moves?
Yeah, but just watch it revolve in the one spot.
Yeah. Maybe that's the next iPhone. It's just going to be, instead of the Earth spinning, just be Polaris.
Yeah.
A dot.
Center point of the record on the platter.
Yeah, I was really looking
Suppose-
forward to visiting Australia until now.
What's that?
I was always looking forward to visiting Australia.
It'll go through its twists and turns. Australian people, one thing we might have given our guns away, but if they push too hard, there's something that not everybody knows about New Zealand and Australia. Like they have a huge Maori population. We have something called bikies, and pretty much the truckies and the bikies run Australia. And the police and the army and the government know that. They've all got kids and wives and girlfriends and families. So if it gets too hectic, like shit'll go down. It will.
I hope you're right, but didn't the truckies thing fall through down all the interstates?
Well, this is the thing. They start making promises,
and they never do it.
right? And now they're slowly starting to ease for Christmas. Keep everyone sweet.
That's how they do it.
Yeah.
They loosen the noose a little bit,
Yeah.
and then they tighten it a little bit tighter.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, I thought I was hearing that big thing that the truckies were going to park all their semis and shut down all your interstates. They never did it, huh?
No, I think the government started to yield. But
so they called it off. That's
yeah.
what you meant. Oh, right.
Yeah. Because a lot of people took to the streets as well, like unions, and they protested, and so
I couldn't
I think
imagine it. No, it just blows my mind.
if you want to invest in shares, I'd say invest in flannel.
Yeah, what?
Invest in flannel.
Yeah.
Because all these people working at home for so many months, they're all dressed in their pajamas, and once they're all allowed to go back to work, they'll be so used to wearing pajamas. You'd have factories popping up everywhere making suits that look like pajamas.
It's possible.
So, flannel, man, that's the new suit. I see a lot of people walking around in pajamas every day.
yeah. That's
Carrying
awesome.
their laptop and coffee and getting their pajamas.
That's funny shit. That's very New Zealand.
Yeah, a suit and gumboots.
Do you have moccasins?
Moccasins. Oh, it's
Yeah.
not cold. It's not cold.
Yeah. That was a look here. Like tracksuit pants, moccasins, or what are they called? Uggs? Ugg boots?
Yeah, they're expensive. Yeah. It's quite like Crocs. Crocs are really expensive.
Crocs.
Bloody foam.
Hey, how about that social media law in Australia? Was that accurate or was that misinformation about the government having a backdoor into everyone's social media accounts and they were able to delete or add content at will? Was that real?
Apparently that went down, yeah.
So that's in play down there?
Apparently. I don't know how. I know a few people who've had their Facebook shut down for saying certain things on Facebook. But other than that, I think it's just more of their bullshit. You know, surveillance state, and they can just do whatever they want. But
Yeah, I heard if you now start an account on Facebook or wherever, you have to give them, 3 forms of identification, so your anonymity's gone. And then then they have access. The government can now delete any post you make, or even they said they could make a post under your name for you.
Yeah, I've heard that one. I haven't seen that occur.
But it's not it's not actually in play.
No, I haven't heard too many people. I think there'd be uproar if that was happening.
Well, I would have said that about a lot of things, but
yeah.
I mean, just imagine telling people they can't go more than 5 kilometers.
It's hard to gauge.
Put up with that.
I think it gets to a point, it's like the long game. So the longer it goes on, people become more and more compliant. That's what I've noticed.
Well, they've been telling us the whole time. It's the new normal. They're going to slowly change what your view of normal is.
Yeah.
It's just 2 more weeks, right? It's just 2 more weeks. A couple more days. Just...
Yeah.
We're now on, what, 90?
Isn't it by the end of next month in Melbourne, kids won't be allowed to go to school unless they've had the soup. And then the next stage is the kid's family will also have to have the soup so that the kid can continue going to school.
It's so criminal. I can't believe people can put up with it. I'll just keep repeating myself, but it blows. I can't even comprehend it.
I think it's good to hear your disbelief and shock and all the normal human emotions. That's really good for me right now. Like because I'm in the situation, I'm feeling the intensity of it. So I'm trying to stay buoyant and positive as I can be. But I'm right in the thick of it, my friends. Pretty intense.
I can't imagine, man. I
appreciate what you're saying. It's good. It's keeping me because that's how they're my private thoughts too. And it's not until you step outside of it, because you get really vigilant. You're because it's you feel like your life's at stake.
Well, it is. I mean, they've stolen 2 years from people's lives. They've stolen people's livelihoods. Who would start a business now knowing that, hey, at any moment in time, they just shut you down? Who's going to start a business now?
Yeah, well, all the airline industries, I bet they're all investing in virtual reality right now, because since you won't be able to travel in reality, the only way you'll be able to go somewhere is if someone, for example, me walking with my headset on and stuff, and someone can connect to me. That's the only way you're going to be able to travel.
Right. It's literally that movie with Sandra Bullock and Wesley Snipes. The hell was that?
Oh, Demolition Man.
Demolition Man. It is. You'll have virtual reality sex because you won't be able to touch anybody else. You'll get fined for swearing. They'll watch everything you do. It's all the movies and all the books wrapped into one.
Yeah.
1984, Brave New World. It's all of them.
That makes me feel like they've done this before. It's too.
Oh yeah.
It's too orchestrated, isn't it? It's like dun 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 dun. Like someone's just conducting it.
It's a script.
It is, eh? I wonder how many of these they've got going, like Earth.
They've been
humans just like, what? Where are we?
I'm telling you, this is an IQ test, and everyone failed it.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a big IQ test.
I've been trying to tell people, man, they've been pulling this shit off from the beginning of time. Like anybody who had an interest or had like the resources, or like they want to stay on top, the best way to do it is to manage the people. So all these people who think the governments are separate, that's not true. Every government has the same exact interest in managing their citizens. The best way to do that is to work together so that everybody can stay under control.
Right, and they always have the answers for it. They
Yes.
always have the solution for the problems. that
That's why they
create.
call war theater. It's because they choreograph all these conflicts.
Right. It's simple Hegelian dialectic: problem, reaction, solution.
Right. So the people at the top, they're used to understanding how we're going to react when they do something. So they already know, like 3 steps, 4 steps down the line, how they're going to play out their game to, entertain themselves.
Right. They have the solution for the problem that they created, and we run to
Do you
them
think?
for the answer.
Do you think that would be fun for them?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it is for them because
Oh, yeah.
all they have to do is just take a break and then we repopulate ourselves and then they do it all over again.
It's like suckers.
Well, haven't you seen the movie with Dan Aykroyd and Eddie? When they take the dudes that have the big firm, they bet a dollar.
Trading places. Trading
Exactly.
places.
That's exactly what they're
Awesome.
doing.
I love that film.
Always show you what they're doing.
Yeah, cool.
There was 9/11 symbology in that film as well.
And they hadn't fully developed sunglasses back in the day of the resets, like in the early or the mid 1800s. But maybe that's why everyone were wearing hats, because it's so bright for them to be on the surface when they all repopulated from their dumbs under the ground. And that's why they're all so white and pale and anemic looking.
This is a new theory. I like it. Subterranean people came to the surface and repopulated the Earth.
Have
Yeah,
any of
living-
you?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Were you guys all into Hollow Earth before the flat
Mhm.
thing? I know.
Yeah,
I thought it was
Anunnaki.
interesting.
Hollow Earth was great.
Anunnaki all the way. I was Anunnaki.
New Schwabia.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, I can't see why
Real.
it couldn't be a flat Earth and a hollow Earth. Why not?
Yeah. They go
Yeah.
together.
Yeah,
They're
go
not
together.
mutually exclusive. Yeah.
They can coexist for sure.
Mhm. The secret locations and restricted areas would make more sense too.
It also explains why they have all these damn underground tunnels everywhere. I
Mhm.
mean, it
There's a
can't
lot
just
of
all
them.
be man-made stuff.
No. They got intricate tunnel systems I've heard under America.
I would like to see those.
I've heard you hear about them, right? But
Oh,
access is
Would you, though?
They exist.
Imagine
They
it'd be super terrifying.
I heard one documentary about
Ghostbusters.
those giant tunneling machines, and one of them, I'm pretty sure I heard him say that they can do 6 kilometers a day.
Yeah, Musk owns it.
Yeah, he wanted to build something like that, like some kind
Well,
of
he-
vacuum thing.
He's
You
doing
get
the
shuttled
tunnel,
through.
doing the train from New York.
He already
to-
did a tunnel in LA.
Yeah, it's supposed to go from LA to New York. I haven't heard anything about it for years.
No, not that one. The one well,
The
I don't know if he
maglev
uses
thing,
it
right?
anymore. No. This is his private tunnel. So instead of him having to drive in traffic like 30 minutes to an hour, it's just like a 15-minute tunnel ride. It's literally just
For
a tunnel
him?
that goes all the way. Yeah, just for him. It goes
What
all.
is that?
It's like he's like a super villain going to his lair.
I know. I'm pretty sure the public project that company, part of his company, is working on was a tunnel, a maglev train that went from, I think, LA to New York.
Yeah.
And it would take 30 minutes or something like that. Or it could have been from New York to London.
He was describing it a bit like, how you put the money in the chute and it goes and gets sucked up.
Yeah.
Like the Running Man. Everything's just tunnels.
Yeah, it's like a combination of 1984, They Live.
Mm-hmm. Science fiction.
What's the end result going to be? Mad Max or?
That's the question, isn't it? And I
Kevin
don't want
Costner.
to be that. I really don't want to go through that.
Here, I'm gonna post it. CNN, of course.
And this is his own personal one, just to test it
Yeah,
out. Okay.
it's just for him.
Yeah.
Does it have an M, a big M on it or something? EM.
I mean, I don't know.
Elon Musk. Dun, 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 dun.
And it's just a
Red
road.
carpet. Red carpet, like AI, like just at his feet, and rose petals. He's a god.
Is that car on some type of trolley? The hell is that? Or is it just a road? I think it's on something.
It's just a road, but it uses the AI to.
It looks like the car is on something.
Yeah,
It's
it's
on
on tarmac.
Then there's
No,
track on the bottom
no,
photo.
it's not. Is
There's
there a
track.
track?
Yeah, there is. There's a rails.
Okay. I don't think it's for the car that uses the rails, though.
No, I think the car is on some type of maglev trolley.
Doesn't even look good. It's not
It-
even like good. It looks unfinished, right?
It's a test for supposedly the one that they're going to have go across the whole country.
It looks shit.
Hmm.
And that's old though, isn't it? When is this from? 2018. I haven't heard a word about this since.
Where are you showing this?
In text chat,
In the chat, yeah.
they've got
Yeah,
like this
so,
grey laser too. Green
I'm watching the
laser.
video. It's not on a track. It actually runs the length, but it uses sensors, so it's like automatic drive.
It won't play for me.
I'm watching it.
Banned in Australia.
Sucks.
Yeah, mine's buffering too.
I can't get anything from it.
Yeah, I got it.
You're telling me the car is driving it under its own power down there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what am I looking at then in that picture? 3/4
It goes
down the
pretty
page?
fast. It goes pretty fast.
I mean,
Is the
just
tunnel
because-
just that big?
It's on tracks though.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Looks like tracks.
And it hoons. Sort of like the car can't go anywhere else. Sort of locked in.
huh?
Pretty good now. Now I'm into it. He wants
Well,
to develop it.
Gold mines in
Autonomous
Australia.
electric cars could bypass. So they want to do it in underground tunnels or the autonomy. Rebuild it underground.
Just imagine the control they could have over everybody if everyone had an electric car.
Maybe gold mines in Australia are just a cover for actually, all that dirt they're bringing out. Maybe they're just tunneling all the way under Australia.
Yeah. Surprise. Autonomy.
Okay, here we go.
Boring company. That's weird.
Trucks on the railroad use.
We can hear the video, Vegan Gains.
Oh, sorry.
Good video.
It's the
Worth a
Tesla
look.
one.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, it looks like the same type of contraption, similar to what they use when they drive trucks on the railroad.
What
Well,
what's the vegan games about? What's that mean?
Just one of the old names I used.
Does it have a meaning?
Well, just for gaming. I was going to put up a channel with
Oh, okay.
gaming content.
Well, I know there's like a vegan gain, so I thought maybe you
It was
were.
kind of a play off of his name as well.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Do you eat a vegan diet?
For 10 years.
You haven't had any animal foods in 10 years?
No, none. And I only eat whole foods too. I don't eat junk vegan food for the most part. Oh, 98% of the time.
Can you I mean, what was your diet before?
The standard American diet, I lived on fast
Okay,
food.
so like everything, yeah.
I lived on fast food for the most part.
So so let me tell you. Okay, so I mean I'm pretty aware of like how I would manage being vegan, or at least attempt, because like it's not something that you can actually be. It's something that you strive to be, because like you can't stop all suffering, right? Or
Well,
interact, you know, right?
the definition of veganism is it has to be practical. That's it. Practical. Of
Yeah.
course,
Okay.
it's not all death, of course.
Agree. I mean, everyone has their own kind of view on it, but I agree with that one. So, how do you achieve that? I mean, and like because I've tried a few, like twice to be vegan. The first time was 3 months, and the second time was 2 months, and I actually really enjoyed. Like it's something I believe in, you know, but it's not something I feel like I can act on. So I always
Well, if
get
you
like
really
sick
believe in it,
or
it'd be a
not.
very simple thing to do if you truly want. See, it's kind of it's a strange, because I didn't start off. I never wanted to call myself, and I still don't really I don't like that term. I started off as strictly for
What
selfish reasons, which was
what
for
term?
health. Vegan in itself. What the term
Oh,
vegan actually means, it's an ethical stance. It has nothing to do with diet. I mean, you can eat
yeah, like ethically,
all day and be vegan. But
right. I agree with the ethical stance, but I'm not sure my biology allows me to act on it.
well,
That's why I'm
this is
having
going to
trouble.
probably trigger something in you, because our biology demands us to eat plants, not animals. There's nothing in our biology that says we need to eat animal flesh. Nothing. It's the
Okay.
one. It causes chronic degenerative disease, provably. And that's why I went plant-based at the beginning. And I called myself that for probably 6 years before I got to the ethical side. And once you understand the ethical side of veganism, really, if you go back, you were never vegan in the first place.
I don't really view the word. I know what you guys are saying, that it has those connotations, but to me, the word vegan on a fundamental, like in terms of the actual food level, simply means eating no animal foods. Like, whereas vegetarian means that you might eat, egg and milk and eggs, whereas vegan is just removing milk and eggs and only eating plants.
Right, but it is an ethical the actual true definition. Someone did make the term and coin the phrase veganism, and it does have a definition. It's an ethical stance on doing the least amount of harm possible, practically speaking. Of course, when you drive your car, you're going to hit bugs and shit. You could hit roadkill. And you step on ants.
Well,
I do hear what you're saying, that there is an ethical thing, but I mean, the definition of the word vegan in the dictionary is a vegetarian who omits all animal products from the diet. So they're
right. I get how there could be different definitions, but I'm just talking about from the source itself. What you're talking about is just simply plant-based.
Well, plant-based doesn't even necessarily mean vegan, because plant-based just means that somebody might eat, 80, 90% plants or whatever, but they still have some meat, a couple times a week or something.
True. I get that point of view too. I mean, I always used whole food plant-based vegan. So I guess you can take it multiple different ways. Sure.
And do you not think that you're missing any nutrients?
Well, I'm in the best shape of my life. I feel I could work out and not be sore the next day, which I could never do before. Just many things that, I mean, it's 4 a.m. I have a hard time even. It is by far and away the best thing you can do for yourself.
I think you're supposed to be sore after you work out.
Right, but some people can't go back for 2 or 3 days. Because your uric acid won't build up in your muscles like it will in a meat eater. Eating, especially dairy is probably more conducive to disease than anything else in the world. It is not meant for humans. uric acid builds up in your muscles, and when you're in this matter that you're putting in there constricts it in there. It doesn't allow it. It just, everything about it gums up the body and causes chronic inflammation.
Okay, so can I ask a couple questions?
Go ahead.
So like I said, I went through a couple efforts trying to make it just something that I just did. And I started to come down with like a lot of symptoms of like the diet not having like a complete, there was a point where I just wasn't satiated, or I was depressed, or like my mood was bad, or just I felt low energy, was cold, like, and I understand that all these things can be brought on by malnutrition, but every effort I made to fill in the nutrition still resulted in the same effects. I couldn't overcome them. Is that something that you pass with time, like that you overcome it with time, or is it?
It's some of it's true. You got to understand, when you're eating an animal-based diet, your microbiome in your gut, what's in your gut is what you're eating. So you had a microbiome that's designed to break down and assimilate animal products. And it just turns out the little microbes that are in there when you're eating that type of food are very derogatory to the specimen itself. So they cause disease. When you eat a diet of plant-based foods, your body becomes more, it's healthier because you're now using different microbes that are not conducive to disease. So yeah, you could experience detox symptoms in the first couple months because your microbiome is totally changing. So you could, and another problem a lot of people make is they're chronically undercaloried because you have to eat a lot more when you eat plants. It's just not as calorically dense as,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, how
meat.
long do you think it would take? Because like I was just, man, it was not fun.
For some people, it won't be fun. For me myself, I mean, it's funny, the first 6 months I went vegan, 98% raw food vegan, believe it or not. So
Right.
I detoxed
So
hard.
when you're starting
I'm hearing
out,
clipping.
when you're starting out, what's the best detox that you can do to transition?
Well, just the fact that you're going to eat only plants coming from a standard American diet of dairy, meat, and eggs, you will detox. You will have Herxheimer reactions.
Herxheimer reaction.
Yeah, it's just because toxins are fat soluble, right? So when you stop eating super calorically dense foods such as meat, eggs, dairy, these toxins in your fat cells start getting released into your bloodstream and you get sick.
What is there any argument whatsoever to have like more of a balance between both?
No.
Like having a diet that includes both?
No, biologically speaking, absolutely no reason at all a person has zero. Especially dairy. I mean, it's the most.
Yeah, I stopped dairy pretty much for good, but I do have cheese occasionally.
Right, that's condensed. That's the worst.
With other stuff.
Yeah, cheese is probably one of the worst things a person can eat.
Wow.
It actually has something in there called it's got a form. So the cow keeps coming back to the tit. It has morphine in it, so it's actually an addictive substance.
What about tomatoes? Aren't they inflammatory? And and bread?
No.
Tomatoes and bread?
No.
Yeah, tomatoes are inflammatory. Yeah, the capsaicin compounds. Yeah, they cause various issues in a lot of people.
It's possible people can have some allergies to certain foods, but the thing with the plant kingdom is there's thousands of different types of plants you can eat. When it comes down to eating animals, people really only eat 3 to 4 kinds of meat for their whole life, and they believe that they have a vast amount of food to eat, and you're restricted on a diet, which isn't the case.
The tomatoes contain solanine, which is
possible there could be some mildly inflaming components to certain plants, but as a whole, plants are much more alkalizing.
It's because they're nightshades, yeah. but that's
Yeah,
another topic.
certain people can't handle nice shades. Sure, there's some issues with that, but it's somewhat rare, and there's not a single person that, for biological reasons, couldn't eat a fully plant-based diet.
Okay, question. I've always had a couple arguments against veganism, regardless of my feelings on it, right? So one of them was plants eat animals.
Like the Venus flytrap, or what?
Sure, but even more than that, like some plants like can trap whole like four-legged animals and eat it and digest it.
Yeah, like there's certain sheep. Yeah, sheep. Yeah, there's plants that eat sheep.
Right.
What about animals eating other animals?
Well, hold on. I just wondered if you had any comment on that, because like I don't know, like that seems like an extreme case to me, but it exists. So if there's no like benefit of, or if it's not healthy to eat animals, are plants dumb or?
Well, we're not plants. I'm talking about for the human organism.
Okay.
We're designed to eat plants.
So there's no
specific
real argument. Yeah, no specific argument against that. Yeah, I don't really have one either.
We can survive on animals, but there's a reason why we die in nursing homes with chronic disease. It's not.
Well, how come?
It's not an accident that's just happened.
Well, that sounds different than having a balanced diet, though, and a good exercise, health, and all that stuff. Like,
well, that's like saying, I could eat arsenic too, but as long as it's just balanced, I don't eat much of it. I won't die from it.
Well, veganism is. It sounds like there could be two motives, either a health motive or a moral motive, an ethical motive.
Yep.
Ethics. So is it just by chance that the healthiest diet is ethical and the best for our health?
No. That's exactly what our diet is meant to be. Not a chance.
I don't know, man. I think you're factually wrong about a number of things.
Like what?
What do you think? What do you think about juicing? Because like for detox, if you're transitioning to become a vegan, would you have to start off to be a vegetarian first and maybe do a whole bunch of like green juicing and detoxing and sort of slowly get there?
If you're going to go straight from eating, go ahead. What?
Can someone remind me what my second question is?
I don't know, but we're jumping around a lot.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't get to ask it. That's right. I totally forgot, but go ahead.
I'll gladly answer the questions. What are we on?
What about all the nutrients that are only found in animal foods that are not in plants that the body needs?
There isn't. Can you name one?
I could name at least 50 right now off the top of my head.
Amino acids.
That are only in animals and not in plants?
Yes, definitely. Entire spectrums, including collagen, there's multiple vitamins, nutrients, there's amino acids.
Collagen is not an essential nutrient. Your body makes its own collagen, same with cholesterol.
Yeah, like if you look at a horse can eat all plant, right? And it still creates all of these compounds that, we can consume them.
I can't remember now. It's for
ruminant animals. Ruminant animals create this mass, this sludge of mass in their system from all the grasses and the bacteria. So they basically make, like ruminant animals, out of plants, in the bacteria in plants, they make basically like a meaty bacteria sludge, and then that's what they actually eat to become strong. So they're not using the grass to become strong. They're using the bacteria that ferments to create a bacteria meaty type thing that they actually are consuming.
Well, like the B vitamins that you think you're getting from animals are generally come from the bacteria on the plants that they eat. So like what was it, B6 or B12 that actually comes from the bacteria on grass?
Hey, what about when the baby is born? Should we skip the colostrum and the mother's milk and give him like a leafy green blend of plants?
No, they should consume the mother's milk.
So it's okay to eat animal foods at that point, but not later.
Well, that's a child, an infant's meant for food. The makeup of our milk is much different than the makeup of, say, cow's milk, which contains much higher levels of protein and other nutrients that I can't name off the top of my head, but it's vastly different in nutrient profile. That cow's milk only has one sole purpose, and that's to turn a baby calf into a 2,000-pound cow. That's why men that drink
So
milk.
there is a nutritional value.
That's why every man you see in this country, in Western countries, has B-cup tits. They're soaked in their bodies with estrogen from pregnant cows.
They do?
That's the milk you're drinking is from pregnant cows, which is loaded with mammalian estrogen.
I just don't think that's true, man.
It's
You'd have to drink
100% true.
gallons of it before that would happen.
No, you had a whole lifetime of it, and people drink it and eat it in cheese. It's slathered on everyone's meals day in and day out, 3 times a day. You don't even realize how much of this stuff you're sucking down.
Well, I don't have B cup titties.
And young children
You'll
need
get 'em.
cholesterol for brain growth. That's a fact.
That's not a fact. You make as much
Oh, yeah,
cholesterol as you'll
it
ever
is.
need.
I
Oh,
have
well,
a
you can
question,
say that. That's fine.
Vegan Games, I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you want to help stop the worldwide animal sacrifice, or is this just a you thing?
Well, this is an individual choice by each person that they have to make.
Right. So, but you're not going to help me make it.
What do you mean?
You're gonna answer the questions, but then you're just gonna carry on being a vegan and let the rest of the world kill animals 24/7.
Well, unlike the minestrone soup, I can't force you to become a vegan. That'd be your decision.
But are you gonna start, a movement to tell people the truth about veganism and all of that?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Are you gonna protest outside the slaughterhouses, stuff like that?
No, but you see, it's supply and demand, sir. So the less people that buy their products, they'll start to create vegan products, just like we've seen in the last 5 years. Look at all
How
the
are you
vegan
gonna
products in
convince
stores.
everyone when we enjoy
What-
cheese and meat?
You can cut me off.
What
I
are
guess.
what are vegan products?
Have you not noticed the plethora of vegan milks, mock meats that
Why
are now
would you eat
just as prevalent in the
processed
stores?
foods?
What?
Mock meats are often very processed food.
What's your point? It's still vegan. It's not a dead animal. So
My
for the
point
ethical
is that
side, it's perfectly fine to eat
super
that food. I
processed-
choose
Super
not to do that.
processed foods aren't very good for you either.
I 100% agree with you. I never said that they were. But there's a reason why these products exist is because of supply and demand. Nothing more, nothing less.
Much sense to
Right.
substitute.
The free market makes no sense to me either.
Never mind. You don't want to listen.
I got the feeling that he didn't come on here to have a debate. There's someone brought up his username or whatever. It's just, I think.
Well,
I'm actually happy to talk about it, but people normally get very.
You know how
emotional
you can
about
tell
this.
somebody's a vegan? They'll let you know.
Funny though, I didn't.
It's in
I
your
guess
name.
it's in my name,
It's in
right?
your
Okay.
name.
It's in my name, but yeah, I never brought it up. I've never brought the topic.
Yeah. Okay, let's bring it back to something a little more practical. So, do you find yourself drinking a lot of water?
Yeah, I actually did 3 years ago. I did a 21-day water.
No, but I mean, because you're plant-based, do you find that you get a lot of your hydration just from your plant-based diet? That's what I mean.
Yeah, and you know what? Hydration is one of the keys to health.
Yeah, I've got a friend who treated himself for lymphoma cancer, and he basically has now gone on completely raw. He does urine therapy, and he's basically posting all this stuff on Facebook. A lot of research. So you wouldn't read the guy and think he was a nutcase. You would read the guy and think, man, this guy has absolutely done his research. Regardless of touts, is that he believes that he's going to be at least 150 before he starts to die.
Right. I mean, the key it's the quality. See, the healthier you eat, you understand the quality of the you'll have, not so much the longevity, although that's part of it. I'm telling you, we're dying of easily curable paper tiger illnesses don't have to die of.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
You're not supposed to die decrepit in a nursing home at 70 years old.
Yeah.
That's not how we're meant to die.
Have you heard of the rainbow diet in veganism?
Never heard of it.
Yeah, so it's veganism, but you also have to look at the different times of the day, and you actually go by the color of the food that you eat as well.
Well, I believe you should eat the rainbow. Yeah, I believe in that. The more colors you eat, those colors have specific pigments, and I forget the name of it, but yeah, it's very important. Very important. What's that?
Well, I was going to ask one thing, like, what do you make of the vegan community over the years? Because it became very popular, like, you know, in the early 2000s, it kind of started exploding, and people like, you know, David Wolf and a lot of other people started kind of discussing it and tried to push it, and it was popular for a while, and then it seems like maybe like in 2008, 9, you know, into that next kind of decade, there's just a huge pullback from veganism. Like a lot of vegan YouTubers have gone back to eating animal foods. There was a lot of health problems that people ran into in terms of like poor skin, hair loss, teeth loss, joint problems, digestive problems, and a lot very, very severe problems that people ran into. So what are your thoughts on that?
I got an answer for you. The problem with the vegan community is the majority of them are virtue signaling pussies that are completely full of shit. And 90%
I feel like you're only addressing half of the question. Like, this is the problem I had. It's like,
Wait,
I had health issues.
He just started answering the question and you cut him off.
Yeah, but he's answering the answer we already know. We already know that.
I haven't finished.
Like, we want to know about the health problems and why, like myself, I had health problems I couldn't overcome by addressing the nutrition.
I can show you hospitals full of meat eaters. You know?
You're roboting, Rocky.
Yeah, go ahead. So, Gio, what was
Rakia, you were roboting.
What was the second part of the question? The health?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk a lot about the specific health problems, but I'm also just referring to the general ebb and flow in the last.
Right.
In terms of, but just the severe health problems that a lot of people, even a lot of people that were very gung ho about it, and even some of the sort of quote unquote leaders, you know, in it ended up having
I can answer you. Most of those people that were on there lived very extreme diets, as well as many of them were busted that they weren't even vegan. They were just they knew that it was a big thing, so they were trying to get their clicks. You know what I mean? It was a virtue signaling, is my point. They were making up the fact that they were being a certain way, and they really weren't.
All right, but what about the actual health problems? Let's leave the content creator people aside. How about the actual problems that people run into? Like, so many people just in droves having all kinds of problems, like just tooth loss and like just enormous amounts of issues.
What about all the meat eaters that are filling the hospitals and that have tooth loss? You know what I mean? That logic doesn't quite work, because I've eaten a certain way for almost a dozen years. What's up?
Tooth loss is from the plants, the grains and the sugars. But that's a whole nother topic. And malnutrition.
It's not, otherwise my teeth should have fallen out. I'm healthier than I've ever been.
I would think that a lot of what Riggs mentioned, you know, is and what even Vegan mentioned with your biome, right? The one thing that my friend Michael has helped me understand is the biome. You know, he's like, because I asked him, I was like, so when I've been eating, you know, cantaloupe and honeydew and salads for the past 5 days, but man, I really want a pizza. He's like, no, you don't. The creatures that you've brought into your body,
all those cravings disappear. You're right.
He's like those animals that you've cultured inside of you for the past 50 years, they want the pizza, not you.
Well, listen to me, okay? Listen real quick. That's why I mentioned I tried this 2 and 3 months separate times. My health declined. I was the happiest at the beginning, and it just kept declining. That's why I had these questions.
Riggs, walk me through.
Bro, I was eating everything that was not meat. I was so happy to eat everything, so I had the most diversity.
No, I'm just asking, what were you eating exactly?
I mean, salads, soups, just honestly everything that could be vegan. I even tried some of the. I don't even really like the the stuff that's made in a plant, like processed foods. I was having whole foods, I was having a lot of variety.
Okay. Well,
I don't even
I
know how to
argue that
answer
this-
that because the list is too long. Like I was eating a little bit of everything, Just going to
Right.
vegan shops that would prepare stuff so to give me ideas because I felt like something was missing all the time, and it just got worse and worse and worse.
How old are you?
I'm mid-30s.
Okay, mid-30s. So you tried doing this when you were what, 30?
No, I did this first 10 years ago, and then I did this again last year.
Okay. Yeah, it really comes down to a willpower thing.
I couldn't hear you.
Could be willpower. It could be you just really not wanting to go
No, I
back.
mean I agree with doing less harm. I mean that's what got me into it, and the health was great at first. All these detoxifying qualities you're talking about happened instantly.
Yeah, it's very real.
Except
Like,
it's a
my-
diminishing return, is what I'm saying. Over time, it became as if I was washing a stone that had already been cleaned 100 times, and it's just
I
like
get it.
making it porous at that point.
My best guess would be that this is a mistake that people make and they don't even realize that you're more than likely under-caloried.
Yeah, that is a claim that in terms of the trying to make veganism work, idea is that some people will claim, like people that they claim it's working for them will claim that other people are not eating enough, actually caloric intake in terms of, eating basically like massive amounts of like carbs and protein and things to actually get the calorie input high enough that like some people go vegan and they're like maybe just eat a little salad here and there, but the ones who do it, more full are like really getting like thousands of calories, which
Because
is
here's the
tons
thing,
of plants.
a vegan diet in itself is a low-fat diet if you're whole food. Fat has 9. What is it? A gram of fat has 9 calories, and a gram of carbohydrate has only 4. So,
Well, we have where I live, it's like you can get 4 or 5 avocados for $1. So I had plenty of fat. Like I believe I was getting my calories. I do think it's hard to get all the calories. Sometimes it can be hard,
well,
but I
it's such
definitely.
a change of your daily. It's such a change. You know what I mean?
What is?
Going from eating.
I had to eat more. That was kind of a task, is that I knew I had to eat more, which was like I got tired of shitting. That's the kind of like
shitting
one of the things. Yeah, but like it just seemed like instead of doing meals, let's have shits. It's kind of.
You have to be honest with yourself and ask yourself how many times a day do you shit, and most people won't be able to say they do it every day.
Oh, well, that's a them problem. I mean, I go at least a few times a day, but
I think you need to, if you're going to do it, just, if I say something probably sound dogmatic, but I'm just keep going with it, and you will replenish your gut flora with the right biotica, and you will.
Felt like the biome just kept
you will feel
getting
better.
Well, I guess not. I don't know biome. I'm just answering that way because you're saying that's the issue. But I felt a constant if you could just literally see like it was like a graph where the line just literally just goes down every day a little bit, and that's kind of how it felt.
That's how I felt that as well. It's like just a downward malnutrition path for myself.
And at first it was very cleansing, and then after the first month or 2 months, I started to notice like it was like it had reached max cleansing ability, and then suddenly it was just like stealing from me.
So then what do you think in the animal products that's what brought you back to health?
Because you start eating your own body. When you don't have fat soluble vitamins from plant food, from animal foods, the actual fat soluble complex of the retinol, vitamin A, the real animal based vitamin D, which is different than what we get from the sun, and then the vitamin K,
Vitamin D is a hormone.
The complex of fat soluble vitamins. And with meat, you're not able to rebuild the body, so you basically eat your own meat, which is why vegans often become very emaciated.
Well,
like they're eating the meat on their body.
Gio, I got to disagree. That's kind of that's bro science, man. That's not true. One of the world's strongest men, that Blolian guy, what the hell ever his name is, he's been vegan for 10 years. He was just one of the world's strongest men, 2 years ago? He was in that Game Changers film that Cameron put on from 2 years ago.
No, I do think that there's some genetic uniqueness within people. Like, yeah, some people will fall apart quickly. Some people can last longer. I kind of see it. And this is all just my perspective, and I'm
Right,
no
I
way
get it.
protecting your viewpoint. I mean, I've tried veganism. I've meditated on it deeply, meaning thought about it, tried it for years. I've followed a lot of the different communities and seen all of the different components. So yeah, I mean, and I'm not trying to tell you you're wrong or anything like that. I'm just sharing my perspective.
I'm really just talking biologically. That's all.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm most interested in, actually. I mean, the ethical part, I actually agree with. I would prefer not to kill animals.
Yeah, I totally agree with it. I understand it's an overreach. I think that this idea of like I'm hurting bees and I can't have honey is kind of stupid. There's a lot of things I think are kind of stupid about veganism, or like what's popular, but to some people. But like,
Well,
I agree.
You know how they get the honey though?
Yeah, they spit or something, but I'm not opposed to that.
No, they rip the wings off the queens.
They rip the wings off the queen. That's how they get the honey.
That's how they keep the queens there, so the bees stay where they want them. Yeah, they rip their wings off. It basically comes down to you have no exploit another living sentient being, even if it's for your benefit.
But why do other animals do that? Because virtually every other animal kills other animals in nature.
Other animals don't have moral. They're not a moral agent. We don't base our lives off of what other animals do. They're not moral agents.
That just sounds like I'd have to micromanage every single thing about my food. I'd get a complex.
It's very simple. It's very easy to do.
So I had to go through, how many years of my life? I'm coming up on 40 in a few years, right? But I just found you, Vegan Games, for the first time. Somebody told me they ripped the wings off the queen.
Now that you know, now you have to make a decision.
Well, I can't have honey then, right?
Well, I mean, it's very simple. It's a very simple position. If you believe in not exploiting creatures for your own benefit, you'd have to make that decision for yourself. Where you draw the line.
Who are you saying rips the wings off the queens to make them stay? I have hives.
That's how commercial bee farming works.
You're talking about commercial bees. Yeah. What about?
Oh, I don't have that anyway.
Yeah,
I don't buy that. That shit's not even honey.
Yeah, you can buy local honey, and all the farmers.
I'm pretty sure they do it. I'm pretty sure they do it as well.
Okay.
Right. I buy local honey because I have allergies.
Yeah, that's fine, but it's true. Yeah,
I'm not sure who you're including in that, because I personally raise bees, and I personally don't do it. We're a part of a huge community here that raise their own honey everywhere, and I don't know anyone that does that. If it's commercialized,
in your personal situation, that's ethical, but I'm talking about the majority here, 99% type stuff.
So you know that 99% of bee harvesters rip wings off of queens. That's strange to me. All right.
I don't know that for a fact. It's a rounded number. It could be 90. It could be, but it's a very
or it could be 15.
That's how bee farming is done.
Well, there's a lot of horrible things that happen in the raising of a lot of foods, plants and animals. But yeah, the animal food, in terms of a lot of the stuff that's going on in factory farming and stuff, is really bad. Yeah.
Well, when you eat animal food, there's an intent of death behind every meal that you're eating. Yes, I know animals are killed in the process of farming wheat.
But ironically, when I eat a vegan diet, for myself, I feel profoundly lifeless and dead. My skin is dead. My energy is low. Everything about my body feels dead. And when I eat quote unquote dead animals, meaning flesh, I like to eat raw animal foods when I can as well, which have like living bacteria and so on. But that is what gives me life is the animals.
I think you might be projecting perceived, beliefs onto that, because biologically speaking, what you're doing is destroying your body.
By doing what? Yeah. Eating meat?
Meat is a detriment to the human organism, 100%.
Don't forget.
I'm telling you,
I don't agree with that whatsoever.
Telling someone that their diet is wrong is more difficult than convincing someone that the Earth is flat if they believe it's a globe. I'm telling you.
I remember the second question, but go ahead. I can.
Well, go ahead. Repeat it. I'd like to hear it.
For me, it's not about being convinced. I've already looked into this for a long time and come to my own conclusion based on my own journey and my own research and so on. So it's not that I need to be convinced of it. I already have come to the conclusion through experimenting with foods myself and through the research as well. And we haven't even gotten into all the nutrients that are missing in plant foods because we only kind of started on that. But
Right, but there isn't any.
how about omega? Well, we could start. We start at the list. Start at vitamin A, retinol. And plant foods don't contain retinol. The only foods that contain real vitamin A preformed retinol are eggs, milk, and liver, and some other foods, but liver has the highest amount.
No,
the only vitamin A that we get, the only vitamin A that you
real.
get from plant foods is the beta carotene, and there's a lot of research on that, but there's none that shows that humans can properly convert beta carotene into the amount of retinol vitamin A that's needed. The conversion rate is just not there unless you've seen anything different. But
I'd love to see the research showing that. I don't believe if that's not an essential nutrient.
It is. It is. It's completely essential. The retinoic vitamin A is essential for the immune system, for bone growth. It's one of the reasons that vegans often, the emaciation and the bone loss happens is because they don't have the fat soluble complex of vitamin A, D, and the K activator K vitamins, which we haven't even gotten into, but those are not in plants either, especially vitamin K2, MK4. It's a very particular nutrient that essentially tells all the nutrients in the body where to go, like in terms of populating the bones and things. And it's impossible to get through plant foods.
That sounds a lot like keto dogma. None of that is actually based in any type of substantiated research. All plants contain all the essential amino acids. Amino acid makes up everything in the human body. There's only, I think, 6 or 9 essential ones we must get, and none of those are found in meat.
They're all in meat. What are you talking about?
They're not. They're really not.
Essential amino acids, they're all found in meat.
No, they aren't. And if they are in there, they're injected synthetically.
No, dude, meat contains all of the essential. Like when people eat a vegetarian or vegan diet, they often tell people to eat beans and rice together because because beans and rice together, you'll get the 8 essential amino acids.
You're going to call it
plant foods definitely do not contain those. All animal foods contain all the essential amino acids.
No, you see, you're just reading different research, so it's not actually accurate. I've studied this stuff for long enough. I mean, I'm 4 in the morning, 4 or 5 o'clock.
Before I forget, so the second question.
And I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I mean,
why would you say amino acids aren't in red meat, though, bud?
Yeah, are you? Hang on. Let's just start here. Wait, are you saying that? Are you telling me that meat, eggs, and milk do not contain all of the essential amino acids? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you that meat, eggs, and milk have absolutely no benefit whatsoever to the human body. And it does the exact opposite of what you're saying that it does. It actually destroys our body.
All right, well, let's keep the convo going as long as it doesn't get too heated. I know this conversation can get that way.
Okay,
but
1 second,
I think it's more heated. This debate is more heated than the flat Earth debate.
I'm sorry, Fed.
Hold on real quick, Fed. Let's get Riggs in.
So the second question had to do with like Eskimos and northern natives that there is no foliage. So you're saying that it's their choice to unethically live in a place where they can't get anything other than meat and fat?
No, like I said, it's where practically possible. So if that's their own, if I was on a deserted island and I was going to starve to death, I would kill and eat animals.
Again, this guy's full of it because in North America, where it's fucking cold as hell, you need meat to survive. And without it, our brain wouldn't function.
Well, the calorie expenditure is like 10,000 calories a day in like some of these places.
Guys, veganism is just a rich problem, right? You wouldn't say that on a
most of the
community.
Third world is vegan. What are you talking about?
I'm from Mexico, buddy. You wouldn't say that to people that lives out of low resource.
The largest population of vegans is in India. I mean, it's the most populated continent on the plain. Millions of vegans in India. I've lived vegan for almost 12 years. Never been healthy.
Buddy, live in North America where it reaches -30 and -40. Your little vegan lifestyle won't last very long.
Hold on, FED. You've brought this personal attacking energy to the conversation,
exactly.
but we're not
totally
doing that.
not true as well.
But we're not. Yeah, we don't need to take it into that. We're trying to have a good conversation on it.
Yeah,
It's going good.
clearly you're wrong because I've lived in the most northern state in the United States, and I'm perfectly healthy. As are dozens of people that I know.
Yeah, we're
thriving.
not talking about
We're thriving.
modern conveniences given to you at your beck and call. We're talking about living in an environment where you're not given the amenities that you've been given by the modern world.
Walmart, right?
Can I just get in here for a second?
Right,
Just
it's
a quick
about that
just a quick
massive
one.
cattle field down the road. You guys would
Hello,
all
is my mic
McDonald's
coming through?
burgers in your
You're
place.
coming through. You're coming through.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm just getting talked over. No worries. Just a quick question on that India statistic. Did you mean vegans or vegetarians? Because
Well, they may
I'd like
eat
to see
some
some
local.
statistics.
They
Hang
might.
on, I'd like to. I'm not finished. I'd like
Yeah,
to
go
see
ahead.
some statistics on veganism in India. Because to me,
look
from
it
what
up.
I know, or from what I've heard, I'm not Indian. It's vegetarians that we're talking about there, not vegans.
I said, but it's still the largest population of vegans as well. They have both. Clearly, they eat a lot of ghee over there, which is butter.
It's predominantly known as a dairy-loving country. So again, I'd love to see some, data at least.
They eat eggs and that stuff, right?
Yeah, they're known
Or
for
what?
their
The ghee.
cow worship, but basically because they get everything from the cow besides the meat. But they're
Right, and they
dairy
send them all
loving.
off to get slaughtered forever.
They're not vegans. They do they don't mind animal products.
Right,
From
but
what I know, but like I said,
large
if you have
country,
these
my point was,
statistics, sorry,
just by default, with that many people, there's still, I think it's the largest actual vegan population in the world.
By the way,
Again-
thank you for
again, that's
entertaining
just
these
that seems
questions.
just like
I
a belief
appreciate it.
to me.
Yeah, I know it gets
Again,
very
like-
heated. It's very personal. This is worse. You can't tell someone their diet's wrong. I understand that.
Well, I just think you need to stop stating things as 100% fact that a percentage of the population is doing this when you clearly are shown that it's not. Your opinion on the matter is welcome, like, you know what I'm saying, but you seem to be going exaggerating a little bit.
In which aspect?
Well, just what you said about India right then, and then about the bees. I mean,
The bees.
just seems like you're exaggerating a little bit to further your point. You have a great point. Obviously, the person in my life is my wife that's vegan, basically. She eats no meat, no dairy, or hardly any dairy. So I guess she's not totally vegan, but she's the most healthy person I know, right? So I'm kind of backing you up, but I think it's more individual.
Well,
I
if no
cannot.
number about the percentage of bee farmers that rip the wings off the queens is off by, even if it's off by 15%, I guess I would agree with you. It could be, but I never stated as fact I knew exactly what every bee farmer. It's very possible some of them don't rip the wings off and the bees live a perfectly normal life. But in the end, you're still exploiting that creature for what it produces, when what they're making is for them, not for you.
Yeah, but
That's a
you went
personal
commercial, and
question.
then you talked about commercial 99%, and then I told you that I personally raise bees and don't rip bees. I know people that don't. So then you backed down and said, well, it's just commercial. It might be lower, but that's what I'm saying. Just be careful with all that. It makes your
I'm not
argument.
backing down. No, I'm not, because listen, you're still taking what the bee is making. The bee isn't making it for you. They're making it for them. And you're exploiting that, and you're taking
What is the
that from
problem
them.
what is the problem with taking it?
Yeah.
It's
Did
exploitation.
they told you?
It's very simple.
Exploitation.
It's an ethical stance that I can't
your
force
opinion,
you to have the same
right?
stance.
In your
Yeah,
opinion.
but you're forcing your ethics and morals onto other people. I mean, I don't see anything
How do you
wrong
figure?
with.
I'm just
Well,
telling
you
you the
just
fact.
did.
No,
You just
I'm
said
telling
it
you the
was
fact.
your ethical.
Yes.
Well, I don't think
Yeah.
it's
You're a little
exploitation, so
stronger,
it's a
man.
matter of opinion,
No,
though. That's
I just
what it
told
is.
you. I just told you the facts.
Well,
The bees are not creating honey for humans to consume it. They're making it for
How
them.
do you
how do
know,
you know
though?
that?
Did
How
they
do you know
told you?
that?
Did they
How do I
told you?
know?
Did they
How do I-
told you they're not making it for humans, or what is the deal here?
Terrible logical thought there.
No, and yours is also.
No, the
You
bees
can't
make
know.
honey.
No,
They don't make it for you.
you're saying the bees are not doing something. How do you know this?
The bees are trying to survive by creating their honey for them.
Yeah.
It's not for you to take unless you want to
Did they
take it. You can
die?
do it.
Did they die when we take it?
Sir, I told you I can't convince. I'm not
The question is
convinced you to
simple,
do
though.
one
Did they
thing or
die?
another. You're getting
do
very
they-
angry, and I understand why. So you can continue.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
Do they die when we take it, though?
My
Many
bees don't die.
times they do. Many times they do.
Oh
Yes.
my
Yes, they do.
goodness.
Oh, not all the time. So
But like I said,
there's
the
that.
bottom line with all this comes down to it's exploitation, and you get to
So,
determine for
In
yourself.
your opinion.
what
you
In
talk
your
over me. You can continue to talk over me.
Have you ever tried cheese with honey
End of
on
the
it?
day,
Though? It's
it's
bloody lovely.
exploitation. You can determine what exploitation is and what it isn't. Okay.
In your
What
opinion,
do
the
bees do with all
exploitation.
their honey? Like
Is this
that
the
they,
only argument you got against veganism? It's pretty weak.
Oh, that was great.
what do bees
No,
do
it's,
with
it's
all
not
their
against
honey?
vegan. It's
People
not
get
against
very triggered
veganism.
over
It's
that.
against your ethical opinion that you're forcing on us. Where all, you're saying that
Are
it's
you?
Well,
bad, it's
he's not
immoral.
forcing
Forcing
Everybody
on
needs
you.
on
to be.
anybody.
He's not
I'm
forcing.
not
Yes, he is.
forcing
He's
anything on
saying
you.
it's
I'm just telling you
unethical.
facts. The fact is that's
Yeah.
exploitation of bees. If you want to do it, buddy, you go for it, man. That's up to
Exploitation.
you. There you
Yeah,
go.
by the use, by
That's
your
a
word of buddy,
human
your use of the word buddy,
moral
I know you're
it's a
aggravated. I
moral
don't know
thing.
why.
I'm aggravated.
Yeah, buddy.
Okay. All right.
Well, you don't have to
Four in
be.
the
You have a
morning.
great point. I actually backed you up, and you still cut me off and act aggravated and complain about being cut off. It's weird, man. It's a strange thing when people get behind on their argument. They have to start doing those things. I
Where
don't.
am I behind?
I think this is now. You've given your opinion. I think that the earth produces honey and meat and vegetables for its inhabitants. Now that has changed over the years. That's my belief, due to other, circumstances. But I think it's all here for us. Now that might be selfish. We're supposed to eat in moderation. Nothing is supposed to be in excess, and we're not supposed to kill all the bees or take their wings off. But we can harvest the honey we need to, enjoy and survive.
Right. Enjoy is the key word there. It is enjoyable to eat
Sure.
honey. Honey was the last thing I gave up.
Sure.
I love
Yeah,
honey.
you sound miserable to me. You need some honey, man.
That's usually the response.
If you look up the
High projection, that's psychological projection. I understand.
Well, I'm just saying,
I understand your
question.
viewpoint. I'm not triggered.
It's a
I'm
source
not,
of life.
I said
The
before
guy
this whole thing
talking,
started, I know people get pissed off.
the guy talking about honey and all that stuff, not Rakia, but the other guy there. Do you believe in God, bud?
You're breaking up, bro.
Does he believe in God? This guy talking, the vegan guy talking about, does he believe in God?
Are you asking me?
I don't know.
Vegan, yeah. Do you believe in God?
Yes, vegan.
Of course.
Okay, so you believe in God. Do you think the world is overpopulated?
No,
Okay.
not even close.
Now, we can probably agree that capitalism has gone amok. In other words, there is a capitalist fascism going on. Would you agree?
Yep.
Okay. Can you fix capitalist fascism with communism?
No.
Exactly. Okay. So, do you find that do you find that there's a narrative in the mainstream that they're telling you to eat less meat? We're going to go to bugs, maybe cockroaches, maybe cockroach bread or something, but you're going to eat less meat.
Do I say
Right?
that again? Say that again.
Oh,
Do you find that overall narrative in mainstream is sort of they're going to attack meat. They're telling you you're going to eat less meat. Meat's bad for the environment. It's bad for your body. Right?
And they're going to try to bring
yeah,
it
I
into
see that.
synthetic meat,
Okay.
right?
So you see
That
that,
seems
right?
to
So
be
I'm just
that
asking if you
seems to be
see
the
that as a
narrative.
narrative, because that's what I see as a narrative. Now, what brought society to what we're at right now? What do you think the fundamental factors were? It would be industry, right? The development of industry, the development of medicine, and primarily the development of food production. Okay, so industry would be like products, right? Like clothes and t-shirts and hats. Then you got food production. Would you say that we've excelled at all of those things? I would say we have. If you look at the latest cars, the industry production's top notch. Tesla,
I agree with you.
whatever it
We've made a
is,
lot of amazing strides. We've made a lot of amazing strides, but in some places
we have, right?
still
We have,
back in the
but we
stone
haven't
age.
improved.
We're
We
like
haven't
heathens.
improved, but we haven't improved morally. In fact, what's happened is technologically we had advanced exceptionally, like crazy, so good that we've actually reversed in our morals. The more technologically advanced we got,
We have a total
the more
corruption of
immoral
the
we got.
individual right now.
We got more immoral we got, right? You see that, right? We have less and less
Corruption of the
morals as we go on.
individual. Yeah, we are corrupted.
Yeah. Okay, so hear me out. With the industry we have now, the technology we have now, if it all stayed the same, but the individual changed, do you think those industries that we have now would improve? In other words, less environmental waste, less consumption, less corruption and greed. But the industries are good because the intention in those industries were to expand the human race.
Well,
Expand
industries
it
only
What's
exist.
intellectually.
your point
to
here,
find
Fed? What's the point here?
Exactly. What is the point? I mean, I'm in agreement with a lot of what you're saying, but what is
Okay. So the point is if you're pitching this vegan thing, it's
I ain't
coming from
pitching anything.
something, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, it's coming from something. You're really adamant about it, right? And I'm the reason why I was asking these line of interrogations, if you will, or questioning, is because I'm trying to find your line of thinking because I find there's a commonality with that line of the vegan thinking. And you know, you've kind of said an anomaly here because you're the first that I've asked that actually said no to the population control and no to the other questions that I said to you. So, and you also believe in God. So, in the Bible, right? It clearly tells you that eating meat is fine and not to judge somebody who does it. But
The Garden of
primarily in
Eden.
Timothy,
The Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden was vegan.
primarily in Timothy, I believe it's chapter 4, verse 1. The Bible reveals the Antichrist religion, and there's two known practices of the Antichrist religion. One of them is they tell you what to eat. The other one is they tell you not to marry. Those are the two fundamental things of the Antichrist religion that's written in the Bible. Now, Bill Gates comes along, buys up 228,000 acres. He almost owns $1 billion worth of U.S. land. He's anti-meat. He thinks that the world is consuming too much meat.
They want
think the
you
world's
to eat their synthetic meat.
Exactly, right?
Yeah,
They
it's
want to stop the
dangerous.
meat production.
Very dangerous. Yes.
Well, yeah. So,
But
so
also,
you're
if you
on
think
that.
about it, because
So what is
they
what's with
also
the
know.
vegan thing then?
Can I get in for just a second? They also know though that's where they're pushing it because they know the meat as currently being produced is unsustainable. It can't go on. We're doing it. It's unbelievable how
So
unsustainable.
okay, when you say it can't go on, when you say hold on, when you say it can't go on and it's unsustainable, where do you get that from? Like, where do you get that from? I don't see that happening at all in the industry in Alberta.
You realize that
it's a
in America,
flourishing industry.
if we did not subsidize the meat market, the meat producers in America, a pound of hamburger could cost upwards of $40 a pound. A McDonald's
Okay,
hamburger
we subsidize
$20.
things all the time, right?
But why are
We
we
subsidize-
subsidizing the cattlemen's industry, the tune billions, probably hundreds of billions a year? Why are we doing
Okay,
that?
so you're looking at what? What's the issue? The issue is funding it. The issue is the moral problem behind it, the waste, the pollution. That's the number one issue.
That's
That's
not
why the
true.
meat hasn't. Yeah, it will. Okay,
That's not true. That's a fallacy.
History
100%
says
No, it
if there's
doesn't.
not enough meat, you create a famine. Famine creates death. That's just go look at history.
Not
You kill
meat.
the meat production. Listen, dude, listen. This is true, whether you like it or not. You kill the meat production, population are going to start to die. That's it.
That's not
Okay?
true.
It's 100% true because history shows you it's true. Okay?
Not true. You've turned this into a different discussion than I thought it was going to go, which is fine. I expected it, but that's not true. That's your opinion. You can have that opinion, but it's not. That doesn't make it
So
true.
when they change, like, okay, I'll give you an example. Mayo Tao, when
Is this
the
example gonna last another 10 minutes? Is there an
It's
end
really
point to
a long
this?
one.
Well, it could be. It could if you keep interrupting.
Ed,
I'm making.
Ed, listen, if you want to make a comment, Ed, just take your turn, okay? Just let him finish.
Travis, are you paying attention? He's going from point to point to it.
Why
What's
are
the
you-
end point?
Do you need to be right, Ed? Do you have to be right?
No, that's not
Okay,
what
then
I'm
just wait
asking,
your
Travis. I'm asking if there's an end point.
So now is the conversation about Ed and his ADD and not listening to the points I'm making. The points, Ed, is I'm trying to say to you or the people that are about food, it's not the industry's the problem. All the things that we've achieved are awesome. They want to destroy all those things we've achieved because of the morality or the moral nature of the man that we've become. We've now taken that position. We've taken, not me, but I'm just saying if you look at the general population and the overconsumption, because it's overconsumption for sure, 100%. Greed. You don't need. There's homeless on the street. The guy made a point. You don't need 18 different bars of deodorant when there's homeless on the street. So we can all agree that way. You don't need 10 pairs of fucking Nike shoes made by 9-year-olds. We agree with all this stuff, right? But it's a moral problem. They don't give a fuck about the moral problem. They want to destroy the industry so that you fix your moral problem. Do you understand? That's what's happening. So when I hear people talk about the vegan thing and all that other stuff, I just want to get to the actual
Just
point.
like every movement, Fed, the vegan movement has been called as well. It's nothing what you hear about it in mainstream,
Yeah,
and the
that's fair enough.
dogma about it has nothing to do with what it really is about.
I do agree that is fair. I'd like to say, although all the meat eaters here, me included, are triggered, we want to say, no, you're being a bit crazy. Of course, we need to keep eating meat. Meat's lovely. And it doesn't matter if we kill some animals. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's not going to harm us if you stop eating meat. We're all going to be fine. So it's just a moral, triggered thing. Oh, I like meat, so I need
Right,
to
until you get to be
tell you
about
that you're wrong.
70, possibly 50, and you have your first heart attack, or, you stroke out. That's where people don't look down the road. And it feels good to eat meat. It feels good, man. Especially
Your argument that the meat that's
you're just going to talk right over.
That the meat now? Are you saying the meat now is loaded with toxins? Is that what you're saying? So that's causing heart attack? What is the cause versus the correlation here? Because
Exogenous cholesterol. Exogenous cholesterol.
I get wild meat, right? Is wild meat the same effects?
So I'm getting.
Does wild meat have the same effects?
Better data. You've been talking for 15 minutes.
Data.
Finish.
Data, brother. You gotta let him. Hold on. You gotta let him get it out, okay? Data.
Yeah. Farm
you were
raised,
doing fine at the beginning.
grass fed, all that has the exact same detrimental effects to the human organism as the slaughterhouse meat at the factory farm plant down the road. Exactly the same detrimental effects.
To do with people being unhealthy and having bad diet information and overeating meat. It's not to do with meat.
It is though.
What you just stated there is the most truth I've ever come across. It's all about overconsumption. Anytime the body's had diseases or problems with it, is due to overconsumption. Whether it's sugar, whether it's meat,
biological need whatsoever for products. Zero.
See, I disagree because I read history books. I read how they preserved meat for months on end in fat to keep alive during -30 and -40. So it's bullshit, right?
Sure,
and it survived and kept them fed, kept them warm.
That's an extreme.
They kept them fed and kept them warm. So if you look at actually how important meat played a role in the development of the modern world, you're only saying what you're saying out of the white privilege you've been given through that process.
You're talking about an outlier. That is a 1 in a trillion.
Dude, I'm telling you, without meat, society will collapse.
That's a big argument, but I actually
That's
agree.
completely false.
Could everybody have afforded meat when they were all farmers?
Right. That's you make a good point there. None of these people could even afford to eat meat if we weren't pumping in billions.
So meat, according to a cow, or meat when it comes to rabbits, because there was a lot of rabbit eating. When I grew up in Nova Scotia, we ate a lot of fucking rabbits we shot ourselves. Rabbit stew almost every fucking night. So please spare me your guys' bullshit.
Okay. What about
society
this?
will collapse once you remove meat from it.
I agree
Meat
with
is
that,
ingrained in our society, so intertwined
What about this?
that we wouldn't be successful without it in our diet.
What is the natural human diet? What is it?
It's plants.
Everything in moderation.
No. Animals are not our
Everything.
biological diet.
Even cakes.
They are. Sorry, dude.
No.
They are.
No, they aren't.
How can you say they're not?
You don't have
Come
the
on,
science
vegan.
to back that up, dude. Everyone
Yeah,
eats meat.
actually,
That
I
shows
do.
it's natural.
I do.
Just
go read
real quick.
Esselstyn's book, Preventing and Reversing Heart Disease. Right now, that's backed by the most solid research and science that you can pull out of anywhere.
No, it isn't.
Hold on.
it is.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just give you hearsay echo.
Go ahead,
for,
Ravi.
Yeah, I'm just going to give a quick hearsay echo for vegan. My friend, again, like I mentioned before, has put a lot of research. Everything that vegan is saying, I've heard before from my friend who has been researching this. And so to answer Silent, you asked about cakes, or maybe it was Merle. I can't remember if somebody said something about cakes. Yeah, nothing processed. Absolutely nothing processed. Our body processes what we need, and it needs to eat just simply. Now, I don't do it perfectly. I try, but my point is, I do believe that it is true that our bodies were intended to simply process the fruit of the land, which is
Good
just
clean food.
There's a reason why a lion's intestinal tract is only about a third of the length of its body, right? And ours runs around. I think you could wrap around a football field. There's a reason.
You're trying an argument, though. You're trying an argument while negating history. Okay, you're trying an argument intestines. Listen, history itself shows you how
Data. Hold on. Was this guy
in our
done?
development.
You're going to argue against biology.
Hold on. Were you done with your sentence?
I want to ask a question.
I've been talked over every time I've started speaking.
Yeah, I know. That's why I muted Data, not for anyone else to start talking, but for you to finish your sentence. So go ahead.
My point was, I'm talking about biology. There's a reason why lions' intestinal tracts, I think they're very short. It's because meat putrefies in your intestinal tract.
What are you saying? Lions are designed badly, by God.
No, I'm saying they're carnivores. That's what a carnivore's digestive system looks like. It has a very short digestive tract.
Ours
So they
is a
shit
bit
it
like
out
that.
recently
Ours has
after they eat it.
similarities to meat eaters.
You're gonna
That's
mute
why
me
we
too.
enjoy it.
We're not dogs. We're not lions. We're plant eaters. That's why our digestive tract
No,
is so
not
long.
plant eaters. Otherwise, we wouldn't have.
Those nutrients to the plant through a long digestive tract. I mean, this is
Vegans, may I ask a
biology.
question?
Yeah.
Why do most of the vegans need to take supplements?
That's a lie as well. I mean, you're just repeating dogma, which is.
So you don't.
But
I've taken
you're using the same arguments. You're using the same flawed arguments. Comparing a lion to a human, like a lion is this way and a human's this way, therefore you can't eat meat. Like that's a ridiculous position to stand.
The lion is a carnivore.
Let me ask you a question. What is tried and true? Your idea or history and what people did to get through cold months to survive?
I'm telling you about biology.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Vegan on this one, FED. Like, I hear you quoting or at least referring to history, but like Vegan said, the example that you gave is an outlier, right? So, like, do you have any links that you can point us to that actually addresses how diet is proven throughout history? I'm just curious.
How you need to live. It's a complete joke.
So that's not the argument. The argument's not meat to live. If that's your position, you can take. That's fine. I'm saying to you, my position is that meat is pivotal, has been and will be pivotal in a nation, in a country, in a human being's success. Why? It's because if you look at where we started and where we've come through production, meat has been there since day one. Vegans were not there since day one. Meat hunters, gatherers. You had a combination of meat people who hunted for meat, fish and nuts and berries. So there's the combination of all of them. And in the colder areas, there's more meat eaters. Okay, because you don't have access to the nuts and berries and things that you need that you have in the warmer areas. So there is a different in dietary needs, and they're supplied differently based on geographics. So if you look at how Western society developed, meat was the founding. That's what they ate. That's what they grew. That's how their families grew. That's how their businesses grew, all through producing meat. Without it, what are you going to produce? What would replace it in mass quantity to feed a nation, to grow a population, to feed an army? You're not going to grow soybeans.
People in the Depression lived on bread and water.
The
Irish, a lot of them died too.
Let's let this guy let this guy respond, guys.
Why don't you go YouTube?
Did he want to respond or no?
For an entire year.
He talked over me as I was trying to clear the floor for him. What's your name?
Vegans Games or something like that. I think.
Did you want to respond, Vegan Games?
To who?
To what Data just said, his monologue.
Yeah, I mean, it went on for so long. Meat is not pivotal to our existence. It never has been. It never will. I mean, in certain situations, of course. I'm not saying that in certain situations, eating meat would be absolutely vital to survival. But especially today, in today's world, All the Western countries have absolutely no reason whatsoever to eat any animal
That's
products.
incorrect.
That's a
Period.
different
It is not incorrect.
That's incorrect. No.
Yeah, that's
Anything
incorrect.
that's-
We don't
it's
need
not
it.
incorrect.
His position is that the flexibility of our
You don't need to tell me my position.
technology. We don't need to eat meat because of that. But then
Does
it's
he
we
just
don't need
talk over
to
everybody? I don't
anticipate.
understand how you can just continue
Well, what
on.
is your position? Is altogether meat is bad. That's basically what it is. Doesn't matter
No,
what element of meat is
biologically,
bad,
meat
right?
is bad. This ain't just my opinion. Biologically. I know you
Yeah,
don't.
I disagree with you. I disagree with you because it's the quality of meat that you eat. It's the quality of meat and it's the consumption level. If you eat bad quality product of anything and you overconsume it, yeah, it's going to cause disease or
Well,
Like
also-
everything in life.
Also, if you overcook
Like everything
it.
in life, yes. Yeah.
But humans are considered omnivores, so we can eat both. But it seemed like saying that we didn't naturally eat meat. That's like
Sir,
there is
yes,
a
we
positive
can
thing
survive
with
on both.
eating.
We can
There is a
survive on both.
we can survive on both. Yeah, sure, but there is a positive thing with the meat comparable
you
to
need the
vegetable.
certain fats. You
There's
need
a
the certain
reason-
fats.
Data.
also-
Data. Somebody
meat-
was in the middle of a sentence, though. All right,
But
go. Keep going, Tommy.
But meat is also one of the more energy dense thing you
does
can
not.
eat,
It's
and
not.
it is
It's calorically dense.
it is one of the most dense.
It fills you longer. That's why they use it up north.
rots
when
in
you
your
when you
intestinal
when you make it, which is basically drying out your meat and then mixing it with fat and storing it, that there will fill a small little piece will fill you for half of the day. So experiment your stuff and give you lots of energy. So that's why it's used.
That will give a 10-year-old atherosclerotic plaque in their arteries within years.
Yeah, and that doesn't happen, does it?
Yeah. Why do you think everyone you know is dying of?
Sure. Sure. That's like this. That was sort of my second point. Like just because a meat could be good to for us, if there is like starvation, finding meat is better than like finding like fucking nuts and carrots in the ground. You know, it's
If
more
you
it's more energy.
survival situation. I've said it multiple times. In a survival situation, practical meat. I don't disagree with you one bit.
Yeah.
You do know
That's how we became. That's how we became who we are.
No,
we weren't dumb.
Yeah.
We weren't dumb and ate nuts. We killed animals, put their coats on us to keep us warm.
Yep.
We fed, we fucked on the animal furs. We made more babies. We fed them meat. They fucked, killed more animals, that's what we did. That's what we do. And we don't need to rely on Western society because all it's doing is making us all weak. Little pathetic
You
men.
just won the whole argument. Thanks.
Yeah, but
Well
there's
said.
a good point from vegan is that
Well,
you're
it's dogma.
eating too much meat. Like now we have more we have longer prospects of living than we did back then. Like back then, like several hundred years ago, people lived until they were 40,
Can I
right?
respond to that? We're really not, because people are dying when they're about 60 now. They live in pretty
Here's
much
to me, I think that's
nursing
another
homes.
lie. I think that's
It's
another
not
myth
based
that people
Come on,
didn't live.
Data.
This
He
guy
was
has
in the middle of a
classic
sentence. I
ability of
mean,
talking over everything that I say.
hold on,
Well, because
Vegan. I
you're
got
telling
it.
that you're saying that people live
Data.
longer. I
He
think that's
wasn't
another
done.
fucking lie.
No, I wasn't.
Go ahead, Vegan.
All right,
I
let
don't
me
even know what I was saying.
say something, guys. Vegan, let me say
No,
something.
go ahead, Vegan.
I don't even know what I was
Data
going to say.
so Vegan
This is
could finish.
unbelievable. I get it when I get ganged up on by 20 different people. It's fine, but everybody gets so upset, and I get it. Believe me, I get it. I was there.
Okay, finish your sentence.
Jeremy, that's a little bit upsetting, right, to me, that he's now saying that we're upset. We're not upset at all. At least not me.
You guys are very
I'm listening
upset,
to
and
the
you're talking
conversation.
all over him. You're very
wait a
upset.
second, silence.
That's not being upset.
No,
wanted to
you guys
clarify.
tell it to us Glowers all the time.
Just like
so
you, like
it's really
just
funny.
like you guys are talking through me, right? I was just gonna say, that's not good that he says that we're upset when we're not, right?
I would say that it's triggered. You're triggered. Fine, it's okay. I
I
get it.
You
don't
think I'm
blame him.
triggered?
There's
Travis,
a difference between being annoyed. by the same old here's what surprised me about this guy. He said that he believes in God, but then again he's vegan, so not vegetarian but vegan. So there's a specific choice to actually be a meat hater. When you are vegan, you literally hate.
Come on now.
No.
And it's strong.
That's literally what it is. You guys literally hate meat.
That's complete bullshit.
But he supported his claim
Guy's pissed.
not
I mean, he's
through
pissed
his
off.
ideology, though.
I'm talking biology. There's nothing in animal products that the human body needs to. Period.
And by historical fact, I would say the biology of the human body did just fine consuming meat all those years.
They didn't. They died before. They died at 40, so they didn't survive just fine. They survived long enough.
When you say they died at 40,
I know what the
listen.
problem is. I know what the problem is, guys. I'm hosting. I'm hosting this shit. You ready? Everyone shut the fuck up. Let the vegan guy go. And who's taking the opposite stance on the other side?
If you're gonna host your own thing, go to a different chat and start your own host. This has been going on before you got here, Jeremy.
This is what Gio told us to do when it starts getting crazy with all the over talking. I'm hosting it right here. I'm hosting this vegan thing. Who's taking the opposite stance? It's a shit show. You guys are talking all over each other, and you can't control yourselves.
Pretty much everybody is against it, Jeremy.
So pick one guy to go against this vegan guy.
It's not
Who's going to do it?
I don't know. I mean, you want to switch channel?
This isn't a debate, man.
You're making it
Yeah, no, it's not a debate.
I started this conversation, Jeremy. Double the people have come in since we were talking.
I just said a debate. Why are you guys talking all over each other if it's not a debate?
I wouldn't mind saying something.
It's a conversation.
Well, hold on. This is technically the live hosted channel, and actually, Jeremy, you don't have the live stream host role, but I could give it to you, get you set up with it. But
I don't want it. I just want people to relax.
Well, I mean, the thing about the live stream, well, if there is a bunch of people talking at the same time, and it's there is something about either moderating in a way that's like a host or hosting where you where you can actually kind of orchestrate it, because otherwise, it's just chaotic and people talk over each other. So
let one guy who's against the vegan guy go against him. When he's done, you move on to another guy. You got 20 people trying to stumble all over each other.
Okay, me first.
I don't really have that much of a dog in the fight.
That's where some coordination sometimes can be helpful, which can be done, modding, but hosting gives a little more of a kind of center stage to do that. But go for it.
Okay, me. Yeah. Okay, so like in an ideal world where everything was the same climate and the same temperature, where it's not, it would be really good that everyone could be like tree hugging, fucking earth loving.
No idea what you're saying.
Everyone could be tree hugging, earth loving, fucking flower growing hippies and like eating vegan food all day long. That would be great if the world was all one climate. But you have temperatures minus 30 degrees in China. My wife had a donkey meat restaurant, and the only reason why they eat the donkey meat is because they need that heat in their body in the winter. Then they need to get that nutrition. There's no way that's going to work if the whole world is a fucking different climate everywhere. It's perfect for veganism to say that for someone who's a vegan, but it's not the same climate everywhere.
That's what I said. It's a rich problem.
No, that's bro science for the first part of it. And the second part of it is, in certain situations, yes, you may have to eat animals. I'm not saying that that's not, for some people, a necessity. But where you're able to, you should do as little humanly possible if you become an ethical vegan. Like I said, when I started, I was simply in it for health. And it transformed my health. Probably saved my life.
Did you see that TikTok where the guy goes to the restaurant and they make him kill his own pig?
Right.
Nobody will do it.
No one will do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is.
I'm not with you at all.
What was that, Jeremy? Jeremy, what was that?
I'm not with you at all, by the way. I love meat, and I think everyone should eat it. It's delicious. But that was a cool TikTok.
Well, I tell you what, you take a toddler and you put him in a crib with an apple and a rabbit. And tell me when he kills the rabbit and plays with the apple.
Well, get him starving. Hold on. Let me answer that. Get the kid to almost starve, and you will see what happens.
Yeah, you won't be able to catch the rabbit, sir.
Oh, I thought you say put it in the crib with the kid, right?
Why is that a good example? It's the adults who hunt.
Yeah, it's retarded. Get him a baby. Get to the baby. Hold on, to the baby. Give him a baby that cannot move, just like the toddler, right? And you will see they will put it in their mouth right away. Probably eat it. Fucking
rabbit?
toddlers take everything to their mouth. Yeah. I mean,
The rabbit. They wouldn't play with the rabbit and eat the.
They would probably eat
do
the
you have any
candy.
kids?
Most kids love animals, by the way.
But isn't the thing now that we aren't starving, so we don't need to kill the animal? Isn't that like kind of the point?
That's actually a good question. So, like, is there any effect that veganism has on the body and reproduction?
Yeah, women
If you
usually
eat
stop
a
getting their
proper
periods.
vegan diet, your body will run as efficiently as it's biologically capable of.
No,
I
that's
said,
a lie.
It's not a lie. It is absolutely
Yeah,
not.
then
a lie.
why do all vegans need vitamin clinics and supplements?
Oh my God. I'm telling you, this is like talking like a global earther talking to the most polarizing topic.
No, vegan.
You're repeating
You
it
have
me
to
all the
realize
time.
that's the second guy. Vegan. That's the second guy that said that to you.
What?
Yeah.
That they need supplements, right? So why are people under the impression that they require supplements?
Wait a second. Are you telling me all the supplement stores are all just for vegans? That massive.
Okay, so is that what your argument is now? Is you're going to talk about supplements in stores carrying products just solely for vegans? That's not what I said.
All those supplement stores are just
I
for vegans.
said, why is that now the second person that approached you and said, hey,
Because I
why
just told you
vegans
it's
need supplements?
dogma.
And you replied the same way without providing any conclusion, any better than you stated already. You said, geez, everybody thinks the same thing. Why don't you tell us why we think that?
Hold on. 2 people tell me why do vegans need vitamins, but yet
I've
there's
never
other
seen a
people
healthy
dedicated
vegan.
to
That's why.
Oh, you haven't? You haven't seen me. You haven't seen the people I know.
I actually have
But
seen
all
many
study-
healthy vegans, but I mean, to be honest, they're actually kind of angry all the time and kind of crazy.
But the fact of the matter is now, at least in my country,
Oh, that's a good
the
argument.
number one cause of death is cardiovascular disease,
Wonder why.
and there is a correlation between eating meat and cardiovascular
What about
disease.
smoking?
Not a correlation.
What about
Jared.
smoking?
It's a direct.
Yeah, it's proven to be causative.
Read Esselstyn. Read Caldwell Esselstyn's book. Okay, that's all you need.
Yeah.
Heart
So
disease is
like
a
if you
tiger.
eat less meat, it's you're gonna have less cardiovascular disease. That's like it's many
Do you know the
country studies
Bible?
proven
The
it.
Bible literally encourages you to fast regularly. So by that practice of fasting, you're consuming less. The problem again comes down to the overconsumption and the fact that most of Americans, including Canadians, have a sedentary lifestyle, including with overconsumption due to mass media propaganda when it comes to food products, food
I heard that's
commercials.
why I heard that's why Asian people live so long, because the way they eat, they never eat till we're like we do. We'll eat till we explode and can't eat anymore.
Well, there's a
They
reason
won't
why
do.
the longest lived people in the world were the Okinawans, and 90% of their diet was purple sweet potato. And now that the Western culture has
120
invaded
years.
Okinawa, now listen, now since the Western culture has invaded Okinawa, their life expectancy has dropped down to the same as the Westerners. It's a disease. Our way of eating is an illness.
It's overconsumption.
No,
that's the disease.
No.
Okay, just real quick. I just want to say that I think that it was the comment made about the Bible with fasting and what is too much of an oversimplification, as if the Bible is intended to give a dietary guideline for all of humanity. It's not. I'll take the opposing view that it's not that. But just real quick, again, if we have 2 people who are repeating the narrative that vegans need to take supplementary vitamins and whatnot, vegan here stands to say, no, you don't, because he doesn't. And then I would also say that my friend on the same side says the exact same thing. Supplements are unnecessary. And
So
he's
why is it
wrong.
common? Why is it common then that they need vitamin B12 supplementary
I don't
injection?
know that that's
or-
true, right? I don't,
Some people need people need vitamin B12. My mother takes vitamin B12. She eats meat.
Okay,
it's
so
not
vegan
directly
said you could
connected with.
answer it.
Again, it's just
I don't think I get
a high number of people that are vegan end up needing vitamin B12. They're short on vitamin B12 for whatever reason. So
I'm not sure if there's like a very strong evidence for that. I
It's
mean,
one of the
people
most
need
common
B12.
deficiencies.
Yeah, like
Everyone
people need the
is deficient in
B12
B12.
anyways, right? A lot of
Everyone
people
is
need
Not
it.
not if you
Okay.
eat the correct animal foods. If you eat like raw organ meats, you'll get massive amounts of B12. Eating flesh meat is not really sufficient. Organ meats are really where the bulk of the nutrients are. So yeah, if you're just eating cooked factory farm flesh meat, you won't get enough B12. But if you're eating grass fed, wild, like organs and raw milk and raw eggs and things, you'll get tons of B12.
That's up for debate as well. The B12 comes from microbes in soil, and since we're such a sanitary culture now, we clean our food 6 times, so we don't get the dirt. It's in the dirt. So if you actually do research on this and look at the actual polls, it's meat eaters are actually more deficient in B12 than
correct
vegans.
me if
I know
I'm not
that's a
mistaken.
thing that I would call misinformation that's been thrown around, that B12 comes from dirt. The B12 is a
Microbe.
human. It's an animal. It's created inside the animal's gut. It's not. You can't just eat it off of dirt. It's created in the animal. The actual, not the analog B12. There's a couple plant forms of analog B12 that are not the full B12. The full B12 is created inside of the animal itself, which is why we get it.
Right, that's in certain seaweeds.
Yeah, but that's an analog plant form.
Right, that's what I'm talking about. That's in, what do they call that? Chlorella and spirulina have analog. But everybody really technically needs to take a B12 supplement. Most everyone is deficient in that. Now, I've taken one on and off over tests done on my B12 levels. I don't know what they are.
Now,
Yeah,
quick
but
question for you guys. Sorry to
I actually challenge
I just-
anyone to put their blood work up against my blood work. Honestly,
just out of curiosity, that's what I was going to ask. Has anybody learned quick tests? You know, for instance, like a yeast test, you get spit in some water, and if it your spit does a certain thing to the top, like yellow, and it floats to the top, that you're heavy on yeast. Do you guys know of any tests for urine or blood that you can do at home with elements to produce a result?
Man, that I don't know, hun. I know of because you just had a yeast infection recently. If that's what you're dealing with, I know how to get rid of a yeast infection.
No. What I'm saying is general tests that you can do at your home and get results. So in a lab, they will take a blood test and they will separate your blood in the vial that spins or whatever that thing's called. I can't remember the name of it.
Centrifuge.
The centrifuge, yep.
Yeah, so it separates your blood, and then through that you can look at your sections of your blood through a microscope because it's all separated, and so you can look at each formation or whatever. I'm just looking and gathering that type of information. If anybody's done any practical urine or blood tests at home with natural elements to get results under a microscope, because that's where the real knowledge is at, I think, when it comes to biology, understanding your own stuff and understanding the process of what they do.
I think you can do a test at your doctor. I did that recently. They sent it in.
Well, I'll give you an example. So speaking to a gentleman who does, like for instance, if you want to do hair follicle samples to find out if you have a certain drug in your hair, right? They'll use hydrochloric acid to break it down and then dissolve the acid, and then you're left with the raw elements, and then look at the raw elements in a microscope. We can all do this at home with hydrochloric acid. We can go take dirt samples, throw the hydrochloric acid on it, render it, and then look at it at a microscope to see what elements are left in it. And through cross-matching, obviously they have computers to do that now, so it's really quick, but cross-matching, we can actually find out and determine what's in our soil ourselves, whether it's barium, aluminum, strontium, whatever, right?
Vegan Games, do you feel like everybody in your viewpoint would thrive on a vegan diet, or do you think that it doesn't work for some people?
Yes, I believe everyone would benefit from a whole food plant-based diet.
Even children? Developing children?
Yes, 100%.
You know what? I'll have to disagree with you, dude. I have 2 kids and I experimented on one of them. One kid I gave meat to later, and one I gave to 4 months being born. The one I gave meat to earlier, especially bone marrow, has a higher IQ. Now you tell me that for my firstborn, I gave blueberries and distilled water and added what do you call it? Shit from the Atlanta there.
Well, a lot of this stuff you're talking about can happen in vitro. So, like after the fact, I'm not sure you're really going apples to apples with this comparison.
That is so anecdotal. I don't know where to start, but yeah,
Well,
I
was looking at because the food guide here in Canada tells you not to give your kid all these different groups of food, right? One of them is meat. Don't give a 4-month-old meat. It's bad for them. Well, I gave my child meat. My kid developed faster, is taller, and had a more articulate language. Now that could be genetic disposition. It could be genetic disposition, but I don't think it is, because I think it was dietary. What I did dietary. I mean, yeah, I did different things with her than my other child as far as school goes. I had a school setting when she was younger, but development wise, I believe that meat did something to my second kid versus my first one, because my first one I waited 8 months to give her meat. So I think there's something
Well, I know
to
for
it, man.
someone like myself who has deficiency problems, even Riggs will tell you about them. Like iron, my iron is so low, it's non-existent basically. And what they're wanting to do with iron transfusion on me and stuff like that. There's no way if I went to a plant-based diet, I would probably die. I'm sorry, but I have to consider there's people listening that actually have deficiencies like myself, and just turning to plant-based food products will not help me.
But it's can't you eat plant-based and take supplements? What's the problem?
The supplements are basically non-existent as well now. The supplements that you get in pill form are all synthetic and made in a lab, and they're not providing me anything that I need. In fact, I don't even consume it.
What do you think those animals that they're eating all day have been fed?
Grace can take.
Stacy has very special health considerations, so I'm not sure.
I thought you said iron. You said iron? Didn't you say that?
Well, that among other things, like I'm not sure.
Iron is.
Yeah, she probably can't live on anything but like actual condensed, like without the calories, she'd die. So yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. You got to be careful who you're telling that they can just live on a plant-based diet. Not everybody can do that. There's a lot of people that have different deficiencies that are not going to get them from a plant-based item.
It's also not true.
Well, your argument, vegan, your argument comes from you need to show some humble position right now, because like
It
you
comes
said,
from the research. That's all. It just comes from the research. I'm just telling you the research.
well, hold on.
I can't cite it off the top of my head.
I didn't even finish my point. Is that you said consideration is part of the veganism belief system. So some people, like Stacy, for example, I know for a fact she this is not an option for her, so it's not reasonable at all. She'd die. So like even this is something you even believe in according to your own standard, is what I'm saying.
If you what in the meat is it that you need to live?
First of all, I don't consume B12 and I don't consume iron. So you're talking about B12 and iron that I need to live and survive.
You don't absorb it. This is your personal.
Sorry, I used the wrong word. I just woke up. Absorb, not consume. Absorb.
Right.
The long chain saturated fats, the proteins, the concentrated amino acids, the fat soluble vitamins, collagen, the meat itself. Carnitine, for example, is another amino acid that is not found in plants. It's also essential for heart functioning.
God himself wanted you to sacrifice the best of your herd, right? The best that you got, he'd want you to sacrifice to him.
But nobody had any comments towards what I said earlier, because like I don't know exactly how it's in the United States. I think it's pretty similar. Like the main cause of death in my country is cardiovascular disease.
Yeah, direct cause of cheese, meat, and eggs.
Yeah, and meat eating is like a huge factor. It's proven with studies that if people eat less meat, you have less.
Can we agree, Funk? Can we agree that may be because people are eating in excess? You know, everything. If you eat everything with excess,
I'm not like vegan where you have to eat no meat, but no meat at all. Sure, you can eat a little bit of meat, but I think that the vegan games, like what I've read on it, is that it's very healthy, but you need most vegans need some kind of it's a higher chance of that you need supplements when you eat a vegan diet, is what I read on it. So, but if you do that, I think you're being more healthy than probably.
Well, it depends. If you are excess on also on something from the like you eat only, let's say, a lot of spinach, well, you're gonna get acid uric, which is not good also. So like I said, it has to be balanced. Everything is a balance.
Yeah.
All
Yeah, I
I'm
guess
hearing is
so,
a lot of
like,
people that don't want to give up eating meat. That's all that I'm hearing, and that's all that I've ever heard for 10 years. That's all.
It's
there
not
is.
about.
That's
It's not
because
about
you have
giving
a
up.
problem. No, it's not a
It's not
problem.
about
It's
giving
okay.
up meat. You've
It
given it up.
No,
You've
it's
given it up.
It's a very personal thing. Diet
So
is so personal to people, more than
I
even your
understand,
belief
but
in what it is.
you've given it up.
You talked over.
You
That's
see, you've given it up.
no,
I
you
I
like to
have
put
no
this.
need. I have no need to give it up because it's been useful in my life and it doesn't cause me any dietary issues. See, I don't have dietary. It doesn't matter. I don't have any dietary
It
issues.
actually does matter for my argument.
So, no, because first of all, you don't know how much meat I consume.
Doesn't matter.
You don't know what meat I consume. It does matter. Absolutely does.
That
Because if I
doesn't.
consume, yes, it does. Consuming meat and where it comes from absolutely matters. Whether it's
Not
kosher,
biologically.
whether it's produced in a free range farm or in cages. There are
Your body don't know the difference, my friend.
there are different quality meats. Yes, there is. There's also
Nutritionally,
an
sure, but
experience.
as far as the
There's
detrimental
also an
effect,
experience
meat is
that
meat.
comes along with killing your own like bird or killing your own deer and eating the meat, right? Because it's something that every person should actually do, because if you want this world that you're talking about, which is less meat, which means people won't have access to it, which means people will hunt for it. So just as you think that you're solving a problem by
When you get away
reducing meat,
from that type of lifestyle, you realize that hunting like that it seems almost demonic to me.
so again, it's natural to hunt. Number one, we've been doing it for
That is
thousands of
also
years.
dogma, sir. That is
Now,
dogma.
what communists like to do, communists like to have virtue on their side, and they like to play the virtue card all the time.
What you're
Okay?
using.
While it's no, it's not. I'm not
It
using
is.
it because no, it's
You're using
traditional.
dogma and you're quoting history that you have no
Traditional.
Come on, you just
As a
ramble
human
on.
being,
Ramble on
as
for
we
the
roamed this earth, as
Cut
we
me
made
off.
our tribes, and as we navigated,
Total
we killed and ate our food. That is normal, my friend. Eating processed machine food is not normal.
That's a straw man.
No, it's not. It is
I never
not
said that.
normal
I never
to
said
eat.
that.
It is not normal to eat manufactured, processed, fake food.
Have I ever
It
said
is
that?
normal.
Well, he's not prescribing that. You're kind of
I don't
straw
think I
manning.
ever said that. You're going on and on and on. I mean, I can't even respond to it because it doesn't end. And then I
Yeah.
start.
I think your diet needs to be based on the situation at hand of the person in the moment. I mean, there's sometimes that you can maybe benefit vegan from a diet that includes meat later on in your life if you have certain deficiencies that you need or whatever, and you need it.
I have to
So
know
I don't think you should be
best
focused just
diet.
on one type of diet
The
all the
best diet is
time.
moderation and everything, whether it's vegetable or meat. There's no
Moderation is
limits
such a
to it
vague
unless you're actually
phrase. What does
physically allergic
moderation
and
even
have
mean?
limitations to some
What does
foods.
moderation even mean, sir? Nobody
So,
knows.
for
what
instance,
it's so
when you look
vague.
at a plate of food in Western society, we were taught to eat every piece of food on that plate. Okay. Now, if you were taught that if you are if you were taught differently,
diatribe. Come on. Let's
if
get to
you're
the
taught
point here.
differently, again, it's a moral problem.
Can I say something? I'm going to say
It's a
something.
moral problem
No,
because
it
if
is.
we taught our children that they didn't need to have a big plate of food, they didn't need to finish every scrap of food on the plate, then maybe they wouldn't have feel the need to overconsume. Better yet, maybe if we didn't have these big corporations sponsor Wendy's and Arby's and A&W, pay for commercials 24/7, then you wouldn't have a food addiction, right? So I understand there's a problem, but it's not an industry one. It's a moral one with the individual. We are over consuming everything. That's what's making us sick. We overconsume the internet. It makes us paranoid. We overconsume conspiracy theorists, and it makes us hate our friends. We overconsume pornography.
Yeah,
then we're not attracted to our partners.
Is this a conversation, or you wanting just to? Seems like you just want to talk to people and not.
It's really talking down to people.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking to you, bro. Whether you pick up what
You're
I'm
not,
saying.
You're talking through me, and you're talking over me, and you're talking down to me.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry you feel that way, dude.
But the majority of what you said is total.
So if I'm making sense and I'm saying truths and you feel like talked down to, that's not my problem. That's yours.
What you're doing is talking down.
Yeah, I'm seeing truths. Facts and truths. That's what I'm about. Straight up facts and truths. They may hurt your feelings. I'm not about virtue. I'm obviously not about virtue.
Hurt, but I told you at the beginning of this, I know what you respond like. I already know, and I said that's fine. And I'm okay with it. I enjoy it, honestly. But I know that I'm right about this stuff. Look, I get your addiction to the animals. I get it. I never wanted to give. It tastes amazing. That's why it's so hard to give up. That's why.
Well, I don't care either way. That's why I started this conversation. I had a consistent decline.
Right?
Hey, I'm speaking, right? Yeah, I just had a consistent decline. It started out good. You know, the first month was okay, and then just the second month, third month, and it became like I had to make a change.
You know,
and then it was instantly solved.
If you can do it with somebody, your odds of success go up exponentially. But that's a very.
Why is that? Before you guys go too far, hold on. I wanted to say something, Stacey.
What is AA work?
It's unfair to say that that we're addicted to meat, right? It's like if I would say, well, it's a shame that you're addicted to water, or it's a shame that you're addicted to something. No, it's just food for us.
There's morphine in cheese. That's an addictive substance. It gets to get the calf to come back to the tit. You're eating that.
I'm sorry you see the world that way. Well, it's okay. I guess to each their own.
But if there's something that is, sorry,
look it up. I'm not lying. Why would I lie? I know everyone's not going to believe what I'm saying, so I don't know why. At what point I've got to make it up.
There's nothing better than going to my mum's little luxury hideaway farm and just roasting that lamb on the spit and just putting salt on it so the fat doesn't drip off and just taking a big slice.
It's a huge part of people's culture, root word cult, and it tastes amazing. Who would want to give it up? Who would ever want to say that it's killing them? Nobody would want to say that.
You don't need to give it up.
What?
There's no reason to give it up.
Yes, there is.
Vegan, it's not killing everybody. You need to stop speaking like that. My doctor would blow you out of the water right now.
Your doctor.
What is that? What is the reason for giving it up, Vegan?
Oh God.
For health reasons?
I've already gone over this. I don't know how many times.
I mean, I provided you many. Like, you can look up studies on it. Like,
no. We established
those studies.
Funk. We established that was because everything that you do in excess is gonna cause you problems. So let's not say.
It's not necessarily true. I mean, there's people that eat like only raw meat. They eat like 3 to 4 pounds of raw meat a day. There's not a problem with eating raw meat.
I'm gonna say we don't know the consequences of that on the long time.
There's a problem with eating toxic meat, like overcooked meat, factory farm meat. There's certainly a range of qualities of meat, so it's definitely not good to overeat a toxic form of meat.
You see, Gio, I would say all meat is toxic. That's the perfect definition for animal products in the human body. It's toxic.
I think it's a mental problem. There's a lot of those vegan shops out there that you can go to these vegan shops and they have like fake meat. You know, they still want to be able to eat meat but not eat meat.
Like I just said,
I do think that's a little weird.
It's fantastic. I did not give up meat because it didn't taste good. I loved meat. Who wouldn't? Tastes great.
Do you still crave it? Do you crave it?
The only time I craved eating meat again was. It's the strangest thing. I wanted Burger King. It was odd, but it passed, and It's amazing how those fasts work. After 3 or 4 days, your hunger completely disappears.
So do you think the body's kind of dumb, like it doesn't really know what it wants?
Well, you have a psychological aspect tied to your food. You're mentally you have a pattern every day of what you do, and your mind wants that.
If we're not supposed to eat meat, what are all the animals for?
Meat releases endorphins and different chemicals in your brain that make you want it. You crave it because it is so good.
Is that a bad thing?
Why is that?
It is a bad thing because it is detrimental to your biological body. It is destroying your body.
If you guys want to smoke, does it
I don't
mean
know.
that
That
it's healthy to
sounds
smoke?
like it's
No, it's provable.
If it's
I don't know. That sounds a little double speak.
What's the
if
double
you guys
speak?
if you guys want to smoke, doesn't mean that it's healthy to smoke.
Yes, so you're saying that a meth addict that's healthy for their body because their body craves the meth.
Yeah.
No, that's different, guys. That's talking about withdrawals and what your brain does. I mean, because that's like a pregnant woman. A pregnant woman will actually start craving things like Mexican food or whatever because there's a certain spice that she needs in that food. Your body's very
doesn't-
smart. Don't make me out to be
No.
my body to be, not smart enough to figure out what the hell it needs to eat. Like
Yeah,
it's
if we're
not
not
even
supposed to eat
intelligent.
it-
My
We
body's
know
very
what the body
intelligent.
is supposed to eat. We know what our official diet is. Every animal knows what it's supposed to eat, but for some reason humans can't figure.
No, animals know because they're usually taught, just like a rabbit. Vegan, wait a minute.
Excuse me.
Can anybody else talk?
Hold on, guys.
I mean, if you were to let the dog eat what it wanted, wouldn't it eat just cookies all day long? Like my dog, they just want to gobble on cookies and
Dogs
shit.
learn what to
I
do,
don't
not-
think
It will die
you
from that.
giving food to your dog is a natural thing. I don't think
No,
your
it's
dog
not.
No,
would
but
eat that.
if the dog gets to choose, if I give him cookies
No.
and then I give him proper dog food next
dude,
to it,
if you're
he's gonna
gonna
eat the
cook-
cookies.
Oh, how about give him a piece of meat or a cookie, and you will see which one he chooses.
He chooses
It's,
cookie.
you guys can't even do that at all because a dog in the wild, would be different than a dog that you're sitting at home and doesn't understand. Just like a rabbit, a baby rabbit will not eat anything until its mother eats it first, so it knows if it can or can't poisonous wise. You guys are talking mumbo jumbo bullshit, to be honest.
Not
What a human body knows. And someone just said, when I say I want to address vegan, we know what we should eat. Like we've been all taught the food chain. Excuse me, we
No,
were
but we
told
crave
what to
after
eat.
sweets,
We've
but
not,
it
we don't
will help
know.
with us, right?
We've
You're
been
very upset.
told.
You're very upset. I understand.
I don't think
what
that.
I'm upset is everybody won't stop talking over each other to have a conversation.
Yeah, seriously, I'm about to just start muting people. If you can't, if you guys can't handle yourselves, I mean, there's nothing left for me to do.
Yeah, like in Chinese medicine, there's a theory that everybody's body's constitution is different, and maybe from the karma of your past life, sort of will lead you to that vegan diet. But it's not for. It might not be for everyone. The doctor will prescribe a vegan diet for you in China, and it's for a good reason. But it's not. It doesn't mean it's for everybody.
Like I said, I'm only speaking about biological.
You're only speaking about what you know. There's actually a
Yeah.
diet also that goes by your blood. It tests your blood, right?
that's
And it
all
tells you what you
science,
should and
Stacey.
shouldn't. You're talking over me again. It tests you what you should and shouldn't eat. For instance, some people shouldn't be eating certain types of beans and stuff like that. It should be eating a different type of food. And it is based on that.
You don't absorb iron, you think you need the heme?
Oh, no, actually, no, from my results from my doctor. So be careful what you speak about because you don't know. Are you
Do you
a
know
doctor?
how many iatrogenic deaths are caused every year in the United States?
I know all about hemoglobin and all that and how I'm low and everything else, sweetheart. Do you
Do
know
you
about
know
my
what
health?
iatrogenic deaths are, Stacy?
We're not talking right now about this. You're complaining about something you
I'm
know
not
nothing
complaining.
about.
I'm trying to ask you, do you know what iatrogenic deaths are, Stacy?
You're
You're
not
getting
talking
so
just to me,
angry.
you're talking to the whole room. So explain it to everybody if you want to
I'm
talk about it.
talking to you directly. Do you understand what deaths are?
What the what is? You keep cutting out on me.
Iatrogenic deaths. Do you know what that is?
What, from having what? Too much iron, hun?
No, it's death by doctor. It's the second or even first cause of.
Okay, I've had many people kill my family. Don't talk like this. Doctors even. Yes, I understand this. This has nothing to do
Doctors
with
make
that.
more mistakes and kill more
I understand
people
that.
with the hokum.
I understand that all the time, honey. You're talking to somebody who just lost a shitload of people in their family because of that. I know that. I've been doing that for 12 years.
And you're making this very emotional. I don't blame you for it, but that's
No,
what's
you're bringing up something that has nothing to do with what I'm discussing right now. Okay, I don't believe in doctors in that way. So you can try that avenue. It doesn't work with me. But when we're talking about actual health and actual things that you can prove, this is not something you can.
Yeah, heme iron is very oxidative. It's a very toxic molecule in the human body. That's why plant iron is much. We get the body knows to extract just the right amount out of it. When you get it in animals, you get it in too abundant, and it oxidizes in your body and it causes all sorts of inflammation. Okay, it's very toxic to the human body. Now, you might have a certain circumstance where it may be possible where you need an exorbitant amount of iron. And they might tell you by their research and what they're told that heme is your only choice. But I guarantee you, if you go to, versed in this study, they will tell you what you can eat plant-wise to get that
You know, I mainly eat plants. I barely eat meat at all, by the way, just so we can sit here and discuss this all day. I actually need to eat meat, but even when I do eat meat, it doesn't actually absorb. I don't absorb food in general. And so even your plant-based stuff is funny to me because that's the worst. I don't consume, listen, I don't absorb calories even. So when you're sitting here talking about what I need to absorb, your plant food is not enough calories.
Stacy, your microbiome is shot. Have you ever
You have
taken
no idea what's wrong with my body. You have absolutely no idea what's wrong with my body, sweetheart.
You just eat rice. Rice is just full of carbs.
Have you ever taken antibiotics, especially recently?
No, I'm not taking antibiotics in a very, very long time. But I have taken them just like everybody probably has in this room. It has nothing to do with that. I've had surgeries.
Well,
you have no idea about my past. You have no idea, and you're guessing.
You're getting very
So
angry.
you would, let me ask you, Bigans, will you put, your solution, it would be to put her into medication instead of just eating meat?
When did I say that?
No, I'm asking you because you ask her if she's taking any antibiotics.
Right, because antibiotics will destroy a person's microbiota. They destroys your gut flora, especially the good flora. So then when you start consuming shitty food, only terrible.
Yeah, Riggs was saying some of this earlier. We talked about this gut flora. Trust me, I know, and I've spoken to people in real life, even on here. They've seen me, met me, all those things. I've been to this since I was 18 years old, through every doctor. They're down to an iron transfusion at this point because what you're talking about will not work.
Doctors
okay, so there's some circumstances that you don't think the doctor is the only one who's tried to help me? Are you serious?
You've been going
this is not just about doctors.
You're not cured yet, are
okay?
you? Are you cured? Are you cured?
Of course not. There is no cure for me at this point.
You'd be amazed when people turn to plants how magically.
No,
I'm
please.
on a plant-based diet, basically.
Yeah, let's not go there. Let's leave her health out of this, please.
I've actually heard some guy cured his diabetes. All he did was he started taking tons of vitamins. Like every day he was taking 40, 50. It might have been over hundreds of vitamins every day, and he cured his.
Jeremy, you can cure type 2 diabetes on a cocaine diet. All you got to do is stop. That's all you got to do. Your type 2 diabetes will disappear overnight. It's true.
Sure, let's have a cocaine diet.
Yeah, I have a colleague who got rid of his diabetes with eating healthy.
Well, you can do it on keto.
You
can do it on keto as well, but then the problem is if you ever take a glycogen or glucose tolerance test, you'll die basically because your ketones. What time is it now? 5 a.m. But anyway, a low-fat plant-based diet will cure the vast majority of people with type 2 diabetes. Mainstream allopathy is uncurable. You go to your doctor, he'll tell you there is no cure for type 2 diabetes. But guess what? The vegan doctors are curing it daily.
I don't believe in that whole
I know you
cure for
don't believe
diabetes.
it. I don't expect you to believe it.
It's a change of diet for diabetes, a lot of it, and a change of your lifestyle and exercise. I've seen people, many different types of diabetes, come back around, not have any diabetes at all. So I'm glad you saw something.
when you mean cure, does that mean that if they stop doing what they were doing, they're not gonna get sick?
Type
Let
2
me give you an
diabetes.
example.
Type 2 diabetes will completely reverse itself.
My
by eating
brother
a-
is type 2 diabetes right now.
Right, he can cure
what
that. He can cure that by going on a low-fat, whole food, plant-based diet.
Yeah, that's why he has it totally controlled, but it doesn't mean. That's what I was asking. Type cure to me, it will mean that he can stop doing what he's doing and go back to eating sugars and everything, and she won't get a high level sugar, just like I do, right? I can eat whatever sugar I want, and it doesn't go up.
It isn't sugar that causes it. It's fat.
Oh, bullshit. Fuck
No, it ain't bullshit.
Get out.
It ain't
Because that breaks down into sugar in your body too, so it's carbohydrates. You need to
This
stop.
is fact. Okay, this is how you reverse type 2 diabetes. It's true.
I want to hear this. How you reverse it?
I just told you, you go on a low-fat, whole food, plant-based diet. It will reverse the vast majority. The vast majority of type 2 diabetes.
Let me just say. Let me answer. You know, your body uses. There's two things that your body can use as energy. It's
Right,
either
glucose
sugar or it's fat, right?
Yeah, ketones or glucose. Yeah, I've been down this.
All
road.
right. So you're saying to cure, you want him to take more sugar instead of fat as energy?
How many times can I say what I said and then you change what I told you what to do? That
You say take less fat. From where he's gonna get the energy?
What are you talking about? You eat a low-fat, whole-food, plant-based, vegan diet if you want to.
But he just explained that he's talking about energy. So for people to have energy, they need to get it from fat
You're gonna be
or the
eating
sugar. So
specifically-
let me finish, please. If he's
Yeah,
not
go
going to
ahead.
get it from the fat, then he needs to get it from sugar of some sort, which can be carbohydrates and stuff like that to turn into sugar. But he's got to get it from something to have energy.
Turns into glucose.
Yes,
and
your
fructose.
body-
It comes from carbohydrates. Complex carbohydrates, the greatest fuel the body uses. That's why it uses carbohydrates before it uses ketones. When you're burning
Oh my
ketones,
God.
you're on a
Stop lying. Someone mute him. He's giving really bad health advice here, and people don't need to hear it.
What? Eating
okay.
vegetables?
Yeah, that's really bad advice, sir.
The fuck?
Yeah, good call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait. Do you think
Burger
people
King,
can? Yeah. Do you think people get energy from vegetables?
No, I don't. I think they get energy from cow flesh and cow pus. I think that's where.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think will happen at this present moment? Because this is what they want. They will be shutting down the. Let me start over here. In the beginning of this bat soup phenomenon here, they were shutting down these meat plants because of the bats were flying into the meat plants. Do you remember the beginning of the story?
The whole fraud, yeah.
So they're just gearing up, right? Because it looked like the bats really liked hanging out at these plants, right? It seemed like the meat was attracted. The bat and meat kind of hung out, and all of a sudden the meat had the layer of the bat on it, right? So what do you think is going to happen, considering majority of the population eats this product? What do you think is going to happen when they start reducing it, and then people can't have access to it? Considering it's a large part of their diet, do you think they're going to run out and go into plants?
Already explained.
They're going to eat the bugs.
They're going to push you guys into synthetic lab-grown meats and fake meats that's all controlled by them. I mean, it's pretty easy to see what they're going to tell you to eat. Whole foods. They're just not. They're going to tell you to eat their.
So what's going to happen is people are going to get.
They're going to push you into soylent.
Exactly. So what's going to happen is people are going to get sicker, right?
Right, but that's not what I'm espousing you should do.
So right now, people are actually doing okay eating meat. They're going to take it away from them and give them something else that's going to make them sicker.
We're really not doing okay. We're the sickest population.
Yes, because overconsumption. Like I said, when there's homeless, we don't need 18. We don't need 18.
The bugs.
Yeah,
you can eat the same amount of food.
I've heard for
Did you guys see the cockroach bread that they have in Israel?
Wait, but eating bugs is okay. So killing the insects is
they have in
okay.
Israel right now that you can buy meat.
The bugs.
If
Brandon's
the
on
only
board
bad
with
thing
it.
about it is the overconsumption part, then
So is that not a living
I
thing?
don't see the problem.
Critical
What's
thinkers
the
will
big
see the
problem if it's only the
vitriol that
overconsumption?
flinged my way just for answering questions honestly. The
What'd you say?
vitriol that comes against someone that thinks differently than them.
No, it's not. It's not. There's no vitriol towards you. What it is, it's not.
No.
It's. I think it's stupidity, dude. I'm
Well,
not
of course
angry
it's
at you or
stupidity.
hate you. I think it's annoying the level of stupidity, and I'll tell you why. It's because you have taken a path, right, that you think is
Hold on.
good
Wait
for.
a second. So you're calling my line of thought stupidity? Is that
It's
what
not
you're saying?
vitriol. I'm not. I don't have. I'm not
Are you
hate.
saying you're-
I don't hate you.
Yeah,
I
Data,
just think
there's
it's
no reason
stupid.
to personally attack him. We can just talk about the ideas. That doesn't need to be the person.
Well, how do you say?
Well,
Hold
he's
on,
the
hold
one
on.
who's
Gio,
talking
hold
about
on.
being
Data,
treated.
Data.
He's the one
I want
talking
to
about
ask
being
you a
treated a
question.
certain way.
Data.
And I want to
Data, I want
clarify.
to.
There's no hatred here. It's just the understanding that the idea.
Hold on.
I want to
that
ask
me-
you a question, Gio. I want to
I'm
ask you a
naked.
question, bro. Gio, I want to ask you a question. How do you say that an
Anyway, it's not a
idea?
big deal. I'm glad you feel better health wise.
FED.
I just think it's really
Silent Zero's
naive.
trying to talk to you, G.
Yeah, I muted him. He's interrupting me. I'm gonna try a Gio question because he says something about calling somebody stupid, which I don't think Data was doing. How do you call an idea stupid? Yeah, interrupt me. So Gio, how do you call that an idea is stupid without saying that the person's stupid?
You can say that is stupid, not you are stupid.
That's what Flat Earth Data was doing, calling the idea, the thought process, stupid. Not that the person is stupid, but I mean, that's why I'm asking how you differentiate in the conversation that he's not actually calling the person stupid, but the idea that he's following is stupid.
Right, I agree.
I don't think that's a personal attack, to be honest.
It's probably
That's
not.
what I'm saying.
I don't take it as one. I know how emotional this gets, and I'm ready for it.
You know, but that's wonderful, Vegan. I actually appreciate you coming from an outside perspective. Just, you know, I'm really not attacking you, not trying to. You're right. This is very something that people get passionate about, including myself. It's health, right? Anything to do with health, people get all worked up over because what's right, what's wrong. But there isn't always just one, you know, right way. Is my conclusion to this. Everybody's got different health issues. We've been lied to for a very long time about our food and our health and what we should and shouldn't do. Doctors don't have our best interests at heart. We know all these things, but at the same time, we have to worry about what has been done along the way. And each person's got different things happening in their body because we've been doing things wrong. So just to jump on a certain diet is not the way to go. And when you look at these plant-based diets that they're pushing, it's not like you're going home and growing crops in your backyard that you know where they're coming from and frying up some vegetables in your skillet or making a juice. It's not the situation. We're talking about plant-based products that they're pushing that are absolutely disgusting and cause, even like we talked about Monsanto, right? And the cancer that they were causing. You know, we need to be careful. And then we're talking about fast food joints that are going to be pushing these products and everything else. If we think those are safe, the list goes on and on. But you are right about the sugar. I'm sorry, not sugar. What the yeah, you said about fat though earlier. Fat is not what causes heart failure, by the way.
The
It is
glucose
sugar.
comes from your veins into the cell. Your key gets clogged. The keyhole of your cell to take in the glucose gets clogged up from having fatty blood. And so therefore the sugar stays in your bloodstream and your blood sugar spikes, and then people die.
What about avocado?
Sugar is the number one cause for heart failure. It's not fats. It's not that. So low fat diet's not the answer. It's sugar. People need to watch how much sugar they contain. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying in biologically,
What about
I
salmon?
never told you to eat, the plant-based diets that they're pushing on the TV.
Right.
What about salmon and avocado and rice and a bit of seaweed?
Those
That
are
gets
good
me,
fats.
bro.
Animal
Those are the fats
protein
that you
is the
need.
most damaging substance. That's probably the worst constituent.
I feel great after I eat that.
I know you feel great because I'm telling you, it's a dopamine
To
rush.
be mind over matter to understand that
Wait,
and move forward
wait.
get out of it and stuff.
I
But
get
Hold on.
protein.
You think,
I get
Salmon
protein.
is delicious.
Animal protein.
guys, hold on.
Yeah, I get-
Do you think
I get
that
protein.
fat? Do you think that fat in the salmon is bad though?
Absolutely, it's the protein more than anything. It's the protein.
Holy cow, bro! Fat. Why do you think? Hold on.
How
Why
can
do you
that
think that is?
not be
Hold
good for
on.
me?
Why do you think they sell concentrate capsules of that fat?
Omega-3 fatty acids, right?
Yeah, it's the healthiest fat that you can take actually, though.
Right, and you know where you can get that from?
From where?
Flax seeds, hemp seeds,
Yeah,
walnut.
you know how many? Do you know how many you had to
That's
take
oxidized,
so that
mate.
you hold on? Yeah,
No,
hold on.
bro.
Do you know how many seeds
You
you
don't
need to
think
take
that
just
salmon
to
is oxidized?
yeah? I
Sorry,
haven't had my point.
Go ahead.
You know how many seeds you will need to take just to supplement what a little piece of meat can give you?
1
Right.
tablespoon of brown flaxseed a day gives you more than your double. I think it's double your allowance of.
But you're not getting any DHA. You're not getting any
Hey,
long chain
Your
DHA.
body converts it.
Gio, who's talking? Because I can't hear the other guy. Is Percentage talking, or who's talking? Because the vegan guy's talking, you're
me.
talking, and then I can't hear the other guy.
Silence zero.
Silence there.
A silent zero. I can't hear him talk.
If you have him turned down, or try
No.
leaving the call and popping back. But yeah, the thing about omega-3s with seeds, yeah, like they do contain some EPA, but they don't. Well, actually, they contain ALA, alpha linoleic acid, which converts somewhat to EPA, but it doesn't. There's no studies that have ever shown that it actually converts to DHA at all. And so the only way to get the DHA is animal foods.
I'll have to cite it for. I've got it, Gio, and I understand you're in of research down this road, and I get it. I've heard it all. I can't quote the exact
So arrogant.
processes, but it is very, very citable how your body will take what's in these seeds and convert it to everything that you need for essential fatty acid. It's
oxidized.
The research is there.
It's oxidized.
Oh, this
What
is
do
an
you think
ectotol.
salmon is, dude? What do you think? Do you think that salmon isn't oxidized? Every time you
No,
get
it's
fish oil, it's
fresh.
rancid.
It's fresh. It's only oxidized if it's rancid.
Right, because what happens to a
Do
body?
you
the
eat
minute
rancid
it stops
fish?
feeding? What happens
Do
to a
you eat
body
rancid
when
fish?
blood starts pumping through it or stops pumping through it, sir? What happens to the body? What does it
God.
instantly start to do?
What about the energy
So tell me,
level?
do you freshly
Decompose.
crush your flax seeds? Do you? Do you chew each one?
They're ground in a blender previously, or you can crush them if you don't have a blender. It's a very small amount
Smoothies.
of flax is all it takes. You get all the DHA and EHA, whatever it is. I'm telling you, your body will do the conversion.
Keep
I've done
telling
that.
yourself that, mate.
I've been removed from this research for probably 3 years now. I did all this.
But don't you think that we could be getting things from both? Like, we don't even necessarily have to
Yeah,
eat
I've
from the
gone
animal
both.
too. There's other ways of getting these things, but we should be getting them from both. And maybe not meat so often, but once in a while, have that meat into our body. Because I do understand vegan. I looked into it. Broccoli has a lot more protein in it than even most meats have.
Right.
So when we're talking about what we can get from our vegetables, I get that. Okay, I've been on the whole nutrition thing.
And,
But when we're trying to figure out
what's
what's healthy for us to get these vitamins and stuff that we actually need to be healthier, I think taking away meat and things that we get from meat, a lot of things, would be the worst case scenario. We need to do this differently than just go, hey, jump to a plant-based diet only.
Look, I get your point, but I just respectfully, it's wrong. That's all. There's nothing in meat biologically that our body needs to sustain itself. It does the opposite of making our body thrive. Yeah, you can survive on it. It's a survival food, is what it is. You don't thrive long term on meat.
Do you consume supplements, vegan?
No.
I think this guy's
Not at
just
all.
being funny. I think he's just actually he's trying to be funny. I don't think he's even
No.
being actually serious.
No, I do believe
This
it.
is fast.
Not at all. You don't consume any supplements at all.
No, like I said, I've every now and then I'll take a B12 supplement.
So you do consume vitamins.
Well, everybody should take a B12 supplement.
From where, by the way?
Can't you get it?
Where are you getting
Plant-based.
that B12 supplement from? Because it's like sugar, by the way. That's basically all you're consuming with that B12 vitamin. If it's just a pill form, you
It's
better
not a
go
pill,
to an
it's a spray.
injection.
The one I take is just a spray. It's just one spray once every few days. I take.
One
And
spray?
I haven't
What are
taken
you
it now.
spraying?
It's a.
Where do you get your carnitine from?
I can send you probably the link to the bottle on Amazon.
So it's like a spray now instead of the stuff you hold in your mouth. You're supposed to at least hold it because you absorb it the most in your cheeks. So you should
It's
be
a
holding it
sublingual.
for like 10 to 30 seconds, as long as you
It's a
can, for it
sublingual
to
space.
dissolve, then swallow.
It's considered a sublingual because it goes under your tongue, you know?
Okay, but it's just one spray and then it's it. You're holding it all that right, not swallowing, correct? Right?
Well, yeah, you don't swallow it. It's just a small spray. I'll send the link.
Okay,
But
I'll
other than
look
this,
into it.
I
But a lot of
don't
these,
take supplements. I haven't been sick in 10 fucking years. I don't take any drugs. I take no medications. I don't get ill. I feel better.
I will warn you though that pill stuff for
20, 30
B12
miles
is
a
not
week.
working very well, hun.
What's
Even your spray isn't going to probably be very helpful to you. Maybe get your B12 levels checked to see if they are rising or not, because all those ones that I've found over the counter, unless it's injected, is not helping anybody.
Oh, I wish you were right, but
Well, the reason why I ask you, vegan, is because you say that there's nothing that we biologically need from animal, and
Correct.
that's why I ask you if you take any vitamins, any supplements at all. Because if you're doing it, why are you doing that?
Well,
if,
everybody
if
can
you
take
can find it on the plants. No,
Well,
well,
I-
that's not an
I-
answer to my
Yeah,
question.
I gave the
Why are
answer.
you doing it?
Wait, I gave the answer because we live such a sterile lifestyle now. We don't eat in our plants anymore, in our veggies. We don't get the dirt from the soil. The B12 microorganism is in the soil. It's in the dirt. It's in the water that we sanitize, and I distill mine. So I don't get B12 on any of the food that I eat like we're supposed to. So every now and then I'll take a spray of this. And like I said, it's been probably over a month since I've used
But
it.
you're eating plant food. Like, you're the one that shouldn't have to have any supplements, like
I
you just explained,
explained to
because
you
you're
why,
eating from the
Casey.
ground.
No, because it's so sanitized. It's washed 3 times before it gets to me. You know
Well,
what I mean?
let me ask you this, like in terms of that B12 thing you just said, and I'm just asking how you know that. What studies or have you done or seen within yourself that has proven to you? And I'm not trying to say for you to prove it to me. I'm just asking how have you become convinced that vitamin B12 is on soil, that you can get from soil?
Well, it's a microorganism. Now, whether what you said is right about being produced in specific animals, I think that's been debunked. It's been years since I've looked into certain research for this stuff but believe me, I've poured hundreds of hours into vegan research and all the counter arguments, everything. And at the end of the day, I realized that counter arguments to the veganism stance. There's just no logical. I mean, I get the emotional replies to it, but when you really get down to the biological stance and even the ethics, which I didn't get into for years, there really are no valid counter arguments to veganism.
So would you say that you just kind of heard that somebody said B12 is in soil and then you just went with that, or was there something? Is there some reason you?
Believe me, I can get back to you with plenty of citations for studies that prove that where B12 comes from and how meat eaters are more deficient in B12 than vegans. That research is all out there, readily available.
Well, maybe if they're eating meat more regularly, then their body stores different amounts of what they need. Because, like you said, the biome changes, the requirements change, the frequency of including these nutrients change. So, like, it's hard for me to digest. Haha, no pun. Like what you're saying, if the needs are changing.
Right. Where do you think the animals got their nutrients from that's in the meat?
Well, see, this is also like I agree with a lot of both sides of the argument, but sometimes I feel like it's overreaching.
That question though.
Yeah, I think they get it from
digestive systems.
I said it
That's
before.
why they can digest it.
Ruminant animals don't consume plants and build strength from plants. They don't build their nutrients from plants. They use the plants to ferment in their rumen, and it creates a sludge of bacterial, meaty sludge stuff, and that's what they actually consume to build their body. They don't.
That's
use
almost like the air pressure argument, right? You need a container before you get air pressure, right?
So they eat
they eat plants to make this meaty like substance.
They eat insects and plants because there's insects on the grasses and plants that they're eating. So they're constantly eating insects and plants. They ferment all of that into a meaty sludge of bacteria, which they end up consuming to build their bodies.
Well, the insects account for what? A 0.00, like less than COVID?
Well, what's the percentage of the bee queens that you're pulling their wings from compared to how much honey you're getting?
Well, if you want, anybody can pull any factoid. I'm not going to know the exact.
Well, no, this is what I mean by like, sometimes I feel like And the thing is, I would love to be vegan. I feel like sometimes the argument tends to go a little bit back and forth. It's a little bit of double speak sometimes, because in some ways it comes down to, oh well, you want to be as pure as you can. In other ways, it's like, well, the percentage doesn't matter.
It's not really that. It's really the golden rule, right?
Right.
If you can extend your circle
I
of
agree with that.
compassion beyond just humans, then you.
Golden rule doesn't apply to animals, though.
You mean
Well,
the golden
that's
rule? Kill or be killed. Go
That's
vegan.
the Dexter rule.
More than likely.
I follow the Dexter rule.
Well, what about how do you feel? Well, the thing about a vegan diet too, like in today's world, yeah, you can go to the grocery store and buy pounds of beans and pounds of walnuts or whatever to get your protein. But in nature, there's not necessarily pounds of beans and walnuts. Like you have to farm that stuff. And once you farm it, you end up killing all kinds of rodents and insects. And so there's actually a lot of death in vegan agriculture. And if you were just out in nature, you wouldn't be able to be vegan. Yeah, you might find a couple berries here and there, but you're not going to find, farmland full of beans.
Gio, you do know that's one of the most easily arguments, right?
Easily what? You cut out.
Debunkable. It's the most easily debunkable because animals eat 16 times the amount of plants that humans eat. So
Yeah, they eat grass. Wait, do you eat
they're
grass?
eating the soybeans and the corn that you're seeing for acre after acre in the Midwest.
This guy.
That's what we're feeding these.
Oh my god.
That's all GMO.
Oh,
He's trolling. He's definitely trolling.
I'm sure a dog could cover 10 times the distance I could on foot.
All those fields of corn you're seeing in the Midwest, that's not going to people. It's going to fuel and feeding your animals, and it's all.
I disagree. I disagree with all that. I'm sure everyone here disagrees with all the industrial intervention that you're also against.
All of this farmland is being used to raise animals that eat 6 times the amount of food that we eat. If we stopped farming animals, we could feed the earth right now 7 to 10 times over with the amount of plants that we.
Silent Zero, you're not against GMOs?
Oh, GMOs, yes.
That's what I was talking about.
The people
I
that are
thought you were talking about like the slaughtering
corn daily
of animals and everything. I don't care about that. I mean, I eat meat. I don't care.
Well,
I know most people don't.
Yeah, but a lot of the GMOs are made to feed those animals that are perpetually sick.
What I'm telling you,
I don't apply human morals to
animals in these livestocks. If people had to eat meat how it was natural, the animals would all be gone, or you wouldn't be eating the meat. What is happening now is unnatural. There's not that many animals on the planet. We have to grow them into existence. We have to farm them.
Whoa, there's not that many animals? Okay.
No, it's synthetic. In the wild, these animals.
Let me begin. Let's say we get rid of all the industries that farm animals. You don't think that people, and then you allow people to do whatever they want in their house or homes. You don't think that a lot of people are gonna buy 2 chickens and they have them have their own meat?
I'm saying that if I'm sure most people here would agree that factory they don't need it. So
right, that's what I was saying.
If we ended factory farming tomorrow, guess what? You guys wouldn't be eating all the meat that you're talking about because it wouldn't.
And I think everyone would be happy or okay with eating less meat.
It would be a rare delicacy that you might have on your birthday.
That would be, and that might be okay. But I think everyone might be okay with eating just a little bit less meat. At the very least.
My wife and daughter
consume their lives.
They eat meat only once a
We have a moral problem.
Twice.
If we didn't have every Wendy's commercial, every Arby's commercial, every commercial promoting high fatty foods with cheap discounts, and we promoted a lifestyle of healthy eating versus fast food eating, in other words, make healthy food cheaper and fast food more expensive, maybe we could change behaviors. Because it's not the meat that's the problem. It's the moral behaviors that we have. And what's happening is I see it now. Of course, it's a bittersweet thing, but the ultra rich are going to force a moral change upon everybody here. The guy that's already the vegan, he may be ahead of the game when it comes to adapting to their game plan. The person who likes meat, probably go get his gun license or go get a crossbow or some bow to hunt. That's how he's going to deal with it. The rest of the population, you're going to see famine. You're going to see a lot more sickness once
Eat
they
the
start cutting out
bugs.
the meat.
Eat the bugs. That's the
They won't do
answer.
that. They won't. Well, they'll
You
be
know,
forced to eat the bugs. Yeah.
what you're saying by their
Again,
data right now is actually happening in reality. Like Americans don't understand what it's like in other countries. Like when I went to England, how they raise their meat. Everything's totally different than what's coming over here in America. What we're feeding to our cows and everything, and why they have pus in the milk and all this stuff. Genetically modified corn that is making everything sick. So even our meat is actually poisoned. We're literally being poisoned to no end. So if you want to go over there to England, now look, you walk to their produce section and everything, 20 pence for a massive thing of vegetables. They've allowed their vegetables to be really, really cheap, and they're growing it everywhere. This is the problem. We're being controlled in America what we're actually eating, and even our vegetables are making us sick. And we just allow it to happen because what?
Well,
The FDA says this is okay.
after World War II, there was a chemical plant that was making chemicals for World War II. They went to United States, and they're largely responsible for the farming and the food production. And I believe they were Nazi owned as well. I can get the family name. I have to dig up the family name. But yeah, you are a heavily controlled, chemical altered country. Everything that is consumed there is chemically treated. All your food that's prepackaged is washed. I believe it's washed in formaldehyde, or a type of food sanitary bleach. I can't remember the name of it. They wash the food with to kill the bacteria, but when they package it. But yeah, I guess we've achieved this beautiful industry, where we can feed everybody, but we've decided to keep on the same moral paths, and it's what's happened is the moral path that we decided to stay on has elected the people in power. Those people in power, because of our comfort, contentment, whatever it is, we elect them in power again, and then these who are in power now are going to sign the contracts and make the deals with the other people that are on board. So it's this nepotistic, environment that we've created because we do like the convenience. We don't want to work hard. We don't want to go and toil the field. We want the Walmarts. We want to become vegan, right?
I'd like to be able to
Because
talk to them. Why can't we talk to our rulers? Does anyone have their email or their phone?
I'll tell you why.
You're your ruler.
I have experience. I have experience meeting billionaires. Okay, they don't think like you and me. They don't think like that, so they're not going to be. You can't even relate. Like I remember having a conversation with this one guy. Yes, it was sort of mundane conversation, but it was mundane because what are we supposed to talk to in an hour window? What are we going to talk about? Some life-changing moment here. So for me, I talk about interest, deep shit. Let's say just for the thing. They can't go there. Or the people are
all this plant-based stuff is coming from Monsanto, then Monsanto to Bayer, because all the signs out here now, especially in my state, are not Monsanto. All these farms, right, growing your soybeans and everything for your plant-based food, right? It's actually Bayer now. It's all been taken over. It's just a name change.
Animals, Stace. All that
No, that's not just for feeding animals. That's a lie. That's a lie because I can tell you right now, there's soybeans and everything being grown out here, and they're not for the animals. They're going in all your products.
Oh my God.
Vegans, are you in favor of GMOs though?
I don't consume GMOs, absolutely not.
Do you think you
So
don't,
you don't
by the way?
What?
Yeah, let me ask
unless
you.
you're growing it yourself, cutting it yourself, doing it yourself, you really don't know where it's coming from. They just did a study when it comes to packaging labels that there's a major fraud going on with. What's that?
It's all about doing the best you can.
Yeah, I mean, listen, to have a healthier diet, obviously eating less is better when it comes to at least the world we live in. And the irony is that we've achieved all this greatness, but since it's mass produced, we lose all the quality in it. So yeah, it's healthier to obviously be, consuming more plant food in this day and age. my point in the case is to promote the lifestyle entirely is dangerous for the simple fact that I would rather have access to meat in stores. Now, this is going to sound harsh, regardless of maybe the quality, for the simple fact is that the security itself of having access to food in that nature would at least be somewhat normal and traditional. Now, if we're going to go to an untraditional way of life, the world has never done it before, my friend. So I can't imagine it turning out good.
Hey, Data, can you hear me?
I'll tell you right now, buddy.
Okay, Data,
cannot hear me.
yeah, your mic for Silent Zero's mic, I mean, you're not hearing him speak at all, or at least it seems like that, because he just asked you if you could hear him. Can you hear him at all?
I can't hear him at all, no.
You got him muted. Check if you got him muted or something. Now, I'll tell you guys about a year ago, I was drinking.
No, I checked. It's not.
Drinking a lot of. Go ahead, Data.
Jeremy.
No, I was just telling you he's not muted, man. Go.
I want to hear that story now. You're drinking a lot of liquor.
The reason why I asked him if he can hear me is because I was asking Vegan some questions, and I mean, he's in the middle of my questioning. He just interrupted me. That's why.
Yeah, I don't think he heard you. Yeah, for sure, hon. I was like, what the heck is going on? It's okay.
Vegan,
I hear Silent Zero at all.
question that I
come in and out. He's not muted, so.
I don't know.
Maybe you got to rejoin.
Disconnect and rejoin. Yeah, disconnect and rejoin. I'll tell you guys right now about it. Yeah. Go ahead, Silent.
Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Jeremy. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Forget it. I'm just gonna go. I'm kidding.
Listen, about a year ago, I was drinking a lot of liquor, smoking a lot of weed, eating a lot of red meat. And here I am today, still doing all that shit. Gang, bitch.
I should have known that was coming.
So, Vegan, next question is, do you think that we can...
I signed out, re-signed back in. Silent Zero, are you still there?
Yeah.
He was talking as you came in.
Data, what the fuck, bro?
I can't hear Silent Zero, man. I can't hear Silent Zero.
There's some kind of beef here, right? Like, you guys are having a silent argument right now.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Data. Now,
you guys need to squash this beef.
You got to see if you have him. You must have him locally muted.
I fixed it. You was locally muted. Sorry, I looked at the thing. I was like, what the fuck? How did you get muted?
So
I don't know. You hate me, I guess.
Yep. Silent Zero.
No,
when I
didn't mute
pissed you off.
dude, so.
I think we should all become vegan. We should all become vegan, and we could kill all the animals and start making paper from meat instead of trees.
You guys are silly.
You know what?
Right,
That sounds like a Joe Biden idea. They might do that.
My next question to Vegan was that do you think we can sustain feeding without animals, only vegetables, without having the vegetables being GM genetically modified?
Yeah. I already explained it.
You do think.
We feed the animals 18 times the amount of plants that humans eat. So
hold on. So it's not
multiple times over.
It's not sustainable to do the meat, right? It's not sustainable because of the environment, or it's not sustainable because
there's not enough land fed.
Yeah, growing the meat is actually
There's not enough land. This is some global propaganda. Okay, just so you know.
Yeah, not enough land is ridiculous.
Unless you factory
climate change
like they're doing. Do you understand that? You know how?
So, buddy, Bill Gates just spent $1 billion on land.
Oh my God!
Bill Gates just spent $1 billion on land, and there's still a ton of fucking land left.
You don't understand? Not arable, farmable land.
Oh, everything is farmable, though.
Says who?
See, we can grow things. We can.
These arguments have
build
been,
a
it's like the globe arguments. They've been debunked for 10 years.
Man, You can grow fucking potatoes on Mars. We can grow fucking potatoes on
You
rocks
can,
here on Earth.
yeah.
We
You
can
can grow
grow a sky.
potatoes in your garage, in your basement. You can grow them in bags. What are you guys talking about? Not you guys, but these people that keep saying that we don't have enough land to grow crops. Are you
Exactly.
kidding me?
No,
Yeah,
Stacey,
that's
it's land for the animals.
Potatoes. Do you know what the the Indians did? When they were testing bombs, they would bury their bombs with potatoes. They had all this poverty, but the president in India thought it was a good idea to cover the bomb test sites with potatoes. Go look it up.
Right, Stacey. So you just heard.
Starving
I told you we can feed the world probably 7 times over with the amount of plants that we grow currently today. Right.
Oh, there's not a.
But there's not enough land.
Hold on.
according to
That's a. Oh, go ahead, Jeremy.
well, there's that much just in waste, you know. So I agree with you.
We can feed
there's
the.
we throw
the
waste that comes out of the casinos. The waste that comes out of casinos.
Go ahead, Data.
I was going to say the waste that comes out of the casinos. The good news is that they did some changes where all the waste from the casinos now, especially in the resorts too in Mexico, they all go to the pig farms now. So they've been doing that for a while because they were dumping it in the ocean before, and then they're like, no, we'll give it to the pigs. So the pigs now eat all that shit. So that's good.
Yeah, you know,
And that's just a casino. Go ahead, Jeremy. Honey, I'm sorry, you were already talking. Go ahead.
a big problem is this meat thing is a big problem. If Asia decided to start eating meat like Americans do, we wouldn't even be able to do it. There's no way. Maybe, but it'd be tough. But the meat is becoming a big problem. Like there's lakes and lakes of just pig urine that farmers have that they can't get rid of it fast enough because there's just so many pigs that
This the problem though is why we have so much that we are actually growing, right? All these animals that we're breeding and everything, but most of that meat gets wasted. Like I said, I know someone who's worked at a grocery store for 17 plus years, and you sit there and you see the meat every day that they process, and it's all around them, and one grocery store and one city alone. Now imagine all the grocery stores in just one city on top of every state in America.
Oh,
we're talking about how much food we throw away every single day. Now that's meat, and that's not just meat, guys. We're talking about produce. And we want to talk about we can't feed people. Bullshit, people.
We're absolutely
I'm going to take a
reckless.
slightly different angle, and it's going to sound maybe a little fruity. I don't know, maybe a little queerish because people think it's really masculine to talk about the ethical side of veganism. But the documentary that I just posted, just take a little challenge with yourself and take the hour, what it is, or whatever it is, watch it, and just tell me afterwards if you still want to participate in that type of.
I'm absolutely going to always want to eat meat. I'm absolutely always going to want to eat meat.
Take that challenge, watch that documentary, and then ask yourself.
Bro, there's nothing you could show me. I would kill it. Like, remember that TikTok I was talking about earlier when they sent the guy in a room with a knife and a pig? I would have killed the pig because I love fucking pig meat. It's fucking delicious.
Jeremy, I was
but like 90% of people don't agree with those practices, like the factory farming stuff. So we don't agree with that.
I just told you, don't see. You're just going to brush it off, which I know most people are going to do. But I'm just telling you, just take the challenge I'm putting out there, watch the damn thing, and then ask yourself that question. Because most of the meat that you guys consume, whether you're going to admit it or not,
what is the challenge, though? What is the challenge?
He posted it. What you take the challenge too? You take that with your seeds.
What do you mean by brushing what off? Like I'm literally commenting on.
By saying nobody agrees with that, but yet everybody's doing those products to some degree. That's my point.
Okay. Nobody agrees with how it's being processed. But nobody agrees with that.
You're just going to get emotional again. I'm telling you, just take it.
I'm not getting emotional.
Ask yourself if you want to be involved in that industry. That's all I'm asking.
Oh, trust me, this isn't emotional. There's a very emotional side of Stacey. You don't know that side.
Well, the industry side of it, and
the
industry side of it, and the way that they grow the meat for us is I don't think anyone would agree with that. You know, they're cruel to the animals, and they got them all caged up and shit.
But Jeremy, you're paying for that. That's my point. So when you watch that, you have to have a conversation with yourself. You have to have that conversation with yourself, and then ask.
Well, you need to have the conversation with yourself and all vegans and all people who eat plants, where their seeds are coming from. Do you even know what the seed that you're putting into your ground that you think is organic and safe for you? Do you know it is? Because let me tell you, they mess with all of our seeds.
There's
Good
not
luck
an
with
Can
that.
you
inherent
just
Do you
tell me
know?
one of the
Do
points?
you know?
Can you
Stacy,
just
there's
tell
not
me
an
one of the
inherent
points?
death for each seed that I plant in the ground. That's insane.
Can you just make one of the points in the video so we can address it, or do we have to watch the video? Because I'm not really a video person.
See,
Address the point.
maybe
No,
It's
it's
I
just
just
a
shows
climate
the
change troll.
atrocity that goes into getting a hamburger on your plate. And you have to ask
I
yourself
didn't
if
hear.
you want to participate in that. Because you are the
Oh,
only
killing
reason,
the animal?
Oh my
I'm
god.
dude, listen, the only reason that it exists
Listen to
is
this
because
guy.
people are paying for it. It's the only reason it exists. So that's
Oh, I
my
have
only challenge. My
Sorry,
kumbaya is all right.
I
what's
have
the challenge? I
participated.
didn't hear
So
you. They talked all over you, multiple people when you were
What's
saying
new?
that. What's the challenge?
The truth never gets out easily, does it?
They're asking you what the
Uh-huh.
challenge is a couple times. What is the challenge, please?
First they fight you, then you win. It goes something like that.
What's the challenge?
I just told you, watch Dominion. I just posted on the chat.
Okay,
Don't
that's
do it
what I
now.
said
You're
earlier.
not
Ace
gonna
is going to
do
say
it right now.
watch
I'm
it.
just saying, in your own spare time, whenever you get a chance, if you ever do, just watch it with an open mind and think about what you're watching. You're
Okay.
participating in that. That's my
Vegan,
only.
can I ask you a
That's
question
my
then?
belief. That's my whatever you want to call it moment.
All the food that you consume, does it come from a grocery store? Or does it come from your backyard? Or come from where? Is it coming from your house inside? Is it where's the soil come from?
This is
Where
a
are you
fallacy
getting it?
without light. Most of it comes from a grocery store.
Okay, so most of it comes to your grocery store, so you have no idea where it's actually coming from, how it's being produced. You're being told with the label what it is, correct?
Well, Stacey, this is all about doing the best that you possibly can do.
I
with your
absolutely
situation.
agree with you. I absolutely, this is what I speak about all the time, hun, actually. Okay, so I agree with you. If you actually listen, because I'm from, if you know anything about me, I'm from a state of Indiana, right? Where they changed their corn in 2004, 2003, and stuff like that. And I spoke about this stuff back then. I get it, okay? But most of our food has here, especially in America, been messed with, especially our vegetables, especially our soils. I mean, come on, Monsanto's already been through an absolute lawsuit, but it doesn't matter. They've already caused these problems in people. So to say that you're going to a grocery store and you're getting your items is no different than us going to a grocery store and getting meat, because both of them are being what? Controlled. And even in a grocery store, let me tell you something. There's actually a spray that comes out on those vegetables. And believe it or not, we found out that one time they were spraying a blue solution on our vegetables. That's the same solution that they wash their hands with in the back of the meat department with. You guys need to be careful what you're consuming. They're spraying this stuff and people don't even realize this when they pick up their vegetables.
Right. They're not supposed to be able to do that with organic produce, but like you said, who knows? I don't know. Like I said, I'm going to go do the best that I possibly can with my current circumstances.
Do you think, vegan? Let me hold on. Let me ask him a question. Do you think the common person in the U.S. can afford organic food?
Yes.
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 Are you serious?
Yeah. It becomes priorities. I mean, if you want to go to the bar,
God, I could never.
Well, how much?
Maybe you can't, but if you make it your priority, you absolutely can.
I could never afford to eat like that, no matter how much of a priority it was. There's no way I could afford to eat like that. I already spent
You couldn't, but guess what? Organic beans and organic rice is within anyone's range. I can get 20 pounds of organic rice at Costco for $15. Anyone can afford that.
Okay, and then we need organic vegetables and fruits, right? Do you know how much that stuff costs?
It's not that much more.
Or just should I just live off
That's
organic
why I asked
rice?
him.
It's not
That's why
that
I
much
was
more.
asking Jeremy because I been doing it for what, like the past 2 months and a half or 3 months. Hold on, I was in the middle of something.
Oh,
for the past 3 months. For the past 3 months, I've been doing it, and it's so freaking ridiculous expensive, though. It is expensive.
Oh, it's wildly expensive. I could never afford that. I have a family of 5 here that we have to feed, and if I wanted to eat organic fruits and vegetables and all this goofy healthy shit, there's no way I'd be.
Explain that to you.
Well, listen,
I
let
already
me just
spent-
jump in real quick. Let me just jump in real quick and ask you guys, Silent and Jeremy, and even myself, right? Okay, so what could you do without in order to make that budget work, right? Because that's what it is.
I already spent
if you're gonna stop
$250 a week. I already spent $250. Go ahead, Silent.
Okay, listen to the question again. The question is, what can you eliminate from your budget that will free up the amount of money that you would want to make that change?
There's nothing I could free up out of my budget to be able to afford to eat like that.
Let me ask you a question. Do you guys buy soda?
No, I don't.
Rarely, once in a while.
Okay, all right. Well, so I'm just gonna make shit up. Do you buy potato chips, candy, cookies, cake, whatever? You know what I mean?
Very
Alcohol.
rarely.
None of that.
Cigarettes.
Okay. Well, that's
Very
good.
rarely.
I mean, yeah. Okay. Well,
there's nothing. My grocery bill would go up at least $100 a week, if not more, if I decided to eat like this, because I already spent $250 at Walmart. There's no.
I can explain it to you, man. You can do it. It will be a learning process. You have to learn pretty much how to buy groceries all over again, right? But I'm telling you, you can make it happen. Even with your budget may go up you could do it within 5%.
I believe in you, Jeremy.
You can do it.
I believe in you.
I guarantee
you can do it. You can do it. You got this, brother.
The problem is people don't want to do it, so it's easy to say I can't.
I agree he could do it, but they're in some areas it can be a hardship trying to find even the most natural products. It's much easier to find the most unhealthy products, especially where I'm at. Like the produce is actual dog shit, so it's really difficult to get everything you need unless you're really smart about it.
I could probably
even
do
the
it.
organic. Sorry, no. Jeremy keeps trying to speak, and I hate that I keep talking over him, and everybody does too. Go ahead, Jeremy. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. But I have seen a massive difference in the vegetables, you guys. Even the organic that's here is not organic. It's not even that big. It's not even that nice or anything.
Stacey,
I could probably do it for myself.
In the hospital with heart attacks, it ain't broccoli.
I think this is definitely just an American problem, because in New Zealand we have the freshest organic, freshest meat that you can buy. There's no way. It's only an American problem.
You guys got good produce in New Zealand?
It's just like you can't beat it. It's the freshest grass-fed meat and organic everything.
Your produce. You say you got good produce in New Zealand?
We don't have any GMOs. We don't allow GMOs.
No, you have good produce over there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Organic praise.
It's tough to find. It is. It's tough to find.
Yeah, I think it's an American problem, and I don't blame you for wanting to be a vegan because everything's poisoned.
Yeah, I understand.
I absolutely agree. And it's the one thing I can't stand the most, and we should be speaking about what we actually agree to have over here as food from the FDA that we approve as food is ridiculous here in America. You want to say that we're experiment? Yeah. We don't give a shit over here because we believe that the FDA has got to help us, right? That's ridiculous. I can't believe the difference in food. It baffles me as over here in America agree that that's food.
I don't think that's a problem. I'm going to tell you what I think is a problem here in the United States is that people are gathered like in these little places, right? To sustain that kind of living, they need to produce in this way, and that's the problem. Because I'm a truck driver, you should see how much empty space is between cities, right? It's
we've seen it.
So the problem is how people tend to gather in one area, so that to sustain that area with food, you gotta accelerate somehow the produce of food. Otherwise, it will not be sustainable.
I don't agree with that. I'm sorry, but England is a big place. All these places in other countries are massive too. Okay, yes, I understand they're not as big as the United States, but we're talking about we've been pushed into small cities, and these small cities should have no problem getting in the produce through America, where we travel around with no issue, and it shouldn't have to be produced right the way that they're doing it. We're talking about some crappy ass fucking vegetables that we're putting into our body, that they have abundance growing everywhere there, and they care about their produce. It's about actually the laws and what they allow in their countries. We allow this shit to happen to us because why? Because we want fast, convenient. But in reality, it's not what's happening. They're throwing away most of our produce.
Do you know that corn, Stacey, corn is produced only once per year?
Is it true in America that there's only like 5 abattoirs?
No.
5 what?
No.
Five. There. No. I mean, 5 major abattoirs that supply all of the major cities.
Oh, that could
almost all of the food. Almost all of the food in America is grown in California, and we end up throwing a third of it away.
Produce,
we end
maybe
up throwing a third of the.
not
Yeah, we end
animals.
up throwing all right, produce. Yeah, we end up throwing a third of the food away that is produced in America.
Right.
Highly
Stacey,
wasteful.
if you think that the produce is being grown, just imagine what they're feeding to the animals, where they have a budget and a bottom line to care about.
All of it's wrong. Even the
What do
meat
you
over
think
there,
they're
like you were
feeding
just
those
saying,
animals
is
that you
fed
then go and
differently.
eat? Just talking
Yeah.
about them. Yeah,
You're
they're
absolutely
eating-
right, though. They're eating that crappy ass produce that you're talking about. We should be eating too. So it's all food here. All of it is being. Yes, it is.
Look, if the food I was eating was toxic, I'd be getting sick. Okay, that's why
But
people
just
get
because
sick.
you don't have a symptom thinking you're sick doesn't mean you don't have toxins in your body that are building up. And one day you might wake up and have cancer. That doesn't mean just because you don't have a symptom right now showing you that there's something wrong doesn't mean there's something not wrong in your body.
All I know.
Well,
I used
Stacy,
to eat
he's buying
Standard
organic,
American
right?
diet, and
Vegans,
I just
you buy organic, right?
It
Vegan?
doesn't matter if I start talking, someone else starts talking every time.
No, I was gonna say that you eat organic, right? That's why I don't think you're gonna get sick.
I do eat organic food. Yep, 99% of the time. Yep. But
That's
like
the
I said,
difference, Stacey.
the first thing that I learned about this whole health kick, this whole health freakness that I got into was the water. The most important thing of all of this is the water that we're drinking every day. If we drink clean, pure water, your health will improve probably even faster than when you change your actual diet.
How much is the clean water going to cost me? Can I just drink tap water? That's got to be clean water, right?
That's the last thing you'd ever want to drink or cook.
So how
with.
much is this water going to cost me, bro?
Vegans forgetting what water is being used on your vegetables.
Stacy, somebody's asking vegans a question.
I agree. Stacey, you like to butt in quite a bit, but that's fine.
So
I think he was actually being rhetorical. Go ahead.
I already can't afford the vegetables. Is this water going to cost a lot or what?
Well, you're going to have to purify it because what comes from the water treatment plant is not something you want to put into your body or your children's body. I can show you what's in my distiller after about a week of tap water running through it. You'd never drink it again if you've seen it.
Yeah, I believe you. How much does the purifier cost? Do I need a life straw? Like, what's up? Charcoal?
No,
How do I do it?
it's just a water distiller. I've distilled my water for probably 7 years now. One of the best purchases I ever made.
It's a steep cost of entry. Like the one that you would need is probably around 2.5 to 3. Then they might even make like a 5-gallon one. Like you would need a lot more, Jeremy.
How many people you got in your family, Jeremy?
5. I'm just saying this shit's getting expensive. Why aren't they just sending clean, fresh water through the sink?
Oh, I don't know. That has something to do with the allopathic health industry that wants you sick and stupid for the rest of your life, so you just die when you're 60. I suppose it might have something to do with that.
Riggs, how much did yours cost?
Mine cost when I bought it, it was $200, but it's about $240 now. And then I buy filters.
You one that looks like a coffee machine, didn't you?
Is that the distillery machine?
I got the Mega Home. It's got all glass fittings.
Yep. See, the best countertop water distiller you can buy, it's called the CT Classic Mini. It's $600.
$200.
It's spendy, but it's worth it. It'll last forever.
How often you got to change the filters? How much are the filters?
There are no filters except for the carbon filter at the end, which you don't even need to use if you don't.
Why is that one better? What's the deal?
Well, it's better because yours, I believe, sits in. It's just number one. It's a better made distiller, and it touches no. What doesn't yours have to go through some? It touches plastic at some point in yours.
No, it doesn't. It's all
that top filter that it runs through at the edge, doesn't it? I almost bought
it has a glass insert, and then I use 2 carbon filters instead of 1, and it's all glass after that. Like it literally just goes through like a steel tube.
May I ask a couple questions about this, guys? Because I've been interested in buying one of these vegans. So if you can give me a little more information of this, I will appreciate it.
I'm trying to explain it.
No, I don't need explanations. I need if you can answer a couple of my questions that I have. What water do you use?
I'll ever get a chance to speak. I sure will.
if you haven't heard the question, what are you gonna say? Something that I'm not asking?
Well, I'm trying to answer like the last two. Go ahead. Just go ahead. Spit it
You
out.
can use water right out of your faucet, Han, Silent Zero, right out of your sink. It could be the worst water, basically. We were having water in Texas that was coming out where you couldn't see it. It's cloudy.
Oh yeah,
Horrible.
yeah. This water
Yeah.
is really bad here, but I have a distiller, and even then, like I got to take short showers because it'll just like leach my body.
I mean,
So any water.
Shower. You won't even want to shower in tap water after you see what's in your distiller boiling chamber.
A lot of the
That's-
water that you consume gets absorbed through your skin. I heard.
Right. That's why I said you won't even want to shower in this stuff. It's like a sludge.
Okay,
I mean, that's been against
Riggs, how long
fluoride.
you been distilling for?
Who?
Riggs. How long you been distilling?
I distilled today. If my mic's on.
Yeah.
Easily one of the best things you can do for your health.
Let me just to finish, and then how you store it? You store it in a glass container or plastic, or it doesn't matter.
Glass container.
Glass jugs. We used
Yeah.
we got old apple cider from we bought them on wherever they're on sale or clearance at some store. We bought 6 or 7 gallon jugs.
You don't want to use plastic or anything. After that, it starts leaching the plastic. It literally starts tasting even like plastic. It's not good for you after that. This is why you definitely need to use glass jars or containers after you distill. But I'm going to warn you, if you've never distilled before, it is a very, very long, slow process because I was doing it out in Texas too.
It's about 5 hours per gallon.
See, that's why Riggs. That's why the mini CT does it in 3.5 for a gallon. Well, it's not quite a
That's
gallon.
not bad. I mean, that would be worth it just in that timing because this cycle, we were trying to figure out how many, when you first get up in the morning, start it. Then as soon as it's done, do it again. Like you're on a process of it all day to make sure you can keep your water in cycles. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You got to build it up.
So it's impossible to make for me as a truck driver, right? Because I don't drink any. I only drink water. That's all I drink. I've been drinking water for
No, you can't.
like forever.
You'll have to catch up.
Just
you know what I mean? You'll
stock up
have
and
to
bring
get
with
it
you.
ready, stock up, and keep it going. And then maybe someone at home could do it for you if you got someone at home, like if you're on the road. Because if you're on the road, how are you going to keep that in cycle, right? When you get back, you still have plenty. So you're going to have to somebody to do it for you or something so that you could keep having that in stock.
All right. I will try. And one more thing I want to say about the
really
water.
good.
You guys know I work here in the United States, and then my family is in Mexico, right? So when I go to Mexico, and I shower and everything, my skin is really not dry at all.
Hydrated over there?
As soon as I get here to the United States and I start taking showers here in the United States, my skin starts getting dry.
Dry.
It's the
It's
chlorine.
so weird.
The chlorine.
It's the chlorine.
Yep. So you can smell it in your water too, and you turn it on. It's like a pool. You're like, wow, it smells like an actual pool.
Flora is completely shot because chlorine destroys your gut flora. Destroys it.
But doesn't it also depend on where you're at? Because, like, for instance, Riggs, when you turn on your water, I can't remember if we smelled chlorine there. I don't know if we did or not. It was it was something different.
I mean, I smell chlorine all the time. Like it's
still
very easy for me to smell because I don't consume tap water.
Right.
The good thing is regular filters can get rid of those VOCs.
Yeah, I
So
use
do
two. I use 2 carbon filters instead of 1.
Do your filters
carbon
get rid of? Do your
filters
filters get rid of the fluoride?
Yeah,
Distilling gets rid of fluoride. Yeah.
like when you distill, you're basically evaporating the water, and then there's some things that evaporate before water boils, and that's
I thought you were
VOCs.
Hold on, I thought you were just filtering it. Now you're just distilling it.
That's what a distiller is.
I thought you were just filtering it. I didn't know it was a whole distiller. So you're getting rid of all the minerals and shit. There's no minerals or anything in there.
Well, you get your minerals from food. So people who tell you that distilled water steals your minerals, they're not aware of the full picture.
Oh, Riggs, you're up to date on this stuff.
So, like distilled water, yeah, that's why I asked you all these questions, man. So distilled water, it
you guys are having 2 different arguments.
What? No, we're not arguing. I'm explaining. So, like,
conversations going on.
Fuck's sake. Who is that? Don't do that.
No, go ahead.
It can't even talk now.
I know.
It's the most pure form of water, and it immediately gets attracted to anything that it touches. So, like, it's very good at like demineralizing inside of your body if you have like any kind of like calcification, and it's very good for you because your body actually spends most of its time trying to clean up the water that you keep putting inside of it. So like you may drink a glass of tap water and still feel thirsty, you know. And when I had
you know
drink
why it's good at cleaning it out, right? You know why?
What?
It's the charge of the water. It's got a high negative charge. Toxins are positively charged.
Right. So
That's
the
why
distilled
it
water is
affects
very
the
negative. It attracts towards these
Right.
I guess toxins or whatever, and it pulls it out of the system. It's also really good apparently for like getting rid of like solid metals in the system. But
Right,
when you were talking about negatively charged water in New Zealand, most of the dairy farms have this device that's sold by a company called New Image, and they import it from Switzerland. It's energized water, and they have different sized machines for different functions. Like there's a swimming pool complex where they have it, and all of their water goes through this energized system. It's like a box with a tube.
spirals or something.
It's
No, it's got
alkaline water, is
energized. It's actually contained. It's containing energized water that's from Switzerland. That's negatively charged, and then what you can buy it in the smallest form is like it looks like a pen, like a writing pen, and you can actually stir it into a glass of really cheap wine,
That's
and your
weird.
wine will come out like super top quality wine, or you could put it in your tap water and stir it around for about 30 seconds, and you'd have the silkiest, best water you could ever imagine tasting. All the cows are drinking the water that's going through this in New Zealand, and all of the milk that they produce before it goes into the vats is all passing through this as well. So we're not only swimming in it, drinking it. It's the best invention ever. Have you ever looked into that? It's
Okay,
sold
so when you, I've never heard of this negatively charged water, but I've heard of, so basically like, let's say you distill water and then you remineralize it just a little bit, like a little bit of like pink salt, for example, and then you spin it. And some people have reported that after putting it through a few sessions or like a length of spinning this water where it's got spiraled energy inside of it or some shit, I have no idea. It actually changes the taste of the water, makes it sweet. That's the only thing I know about.
I think that's structured water you're talking about.
Right. I think that's structured water.
Yeah.
It's from Switzerland, and this pen was like $250 New Zealand dollars. So about $200
I have
US.
no idea. That sounds strange.
And you can carry this pen wherever you go, and you can stir it into the cheapest glass of wine that you could buy, and it will come out silky smooth.
Vegan, can I ask you a flat earther?
Go down.
That was a good sound. I like that sound.
Hey, somebody I think asked Vegan if he was a flat earther. Maybe I misheard.
Yeah. And then there was this sound and everything went silent.
Me. It was me. I was gonna ask, can somebody, one of the two guys, give me a message with a link to buy one of these things to distill water?
Yeah, I'll send you one.
Yeah, and you know that's probably the one thing that helped me out the most while I was in Texas, was being able to use the distiller, being taught that, how to run one and all that, because I'm not using that now. And I'm telling you, that was the number one thing that changed in my life when I went back to a state that I wasn't using a distiller, and the water here is horrific, right? I was actually seeing myself being rejuvenated again because I wasn't drinking water. It's hard to drink water, even in the bottled water. It tastes like plastic. It's not good for you. But as soon as I started distilling my own water, I started feeling healthier. And it takes a while. I don't expect, results overnight. But even my health now compared to what it was months ago, because I've been traveling, is different. I need to get back to distilling again and getting that natural good water inside of us. We need it.
It's psychological.
When I first went to Shanghai in 1999, I had a shower there, and it felt like I was being like covered in acid. It was just being burnt, and I come up, my skin was red, like I was sunburned.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's what was
Acid
happening to
rain.
us in Texas too, man. The water there in that area, it depends on where you're at though. It literally was making my skin open up, dry out so bad that I was having open wounds because it was just so bad on your skin. As soon as I got away from Texas, went back to Indiana and stuff, my skin's back to normal. I could bathe in my water here. It's not good for you either, but it's not as bad. It just depends where you live and what kind of water you're
Well,
getting coming out.
I think it comes down to economics at some point, because like in Auckland here in New Zealand, we have the entire city is using fluoridated water in their faucets, but there's one suburb that was just kind of like a medium class suburb, and they decided to get water from like the top of a hill, and they've stored it up there, and they don't fluoridate their water just for that suburb, and now that suburb is full of $2, $3, $4 million houses, the whole lot. It's just the most expensive area.
Smart.
Vegan, I'm not sure you heard me before. I was wondering if you're a flat earther.
I am.
You are, okay.
No vegans on flat Earth.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
it ain't a
damn
globe.
it,
I'll
yeah.
put it that way. I know it ain't a spinning ball. That's my look at it. I don't know what it is.
What about Hollow Earth? Can Hollow Earth exist with the flat Earth?
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
About 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I think those two can coexist.
Is there a
What's the
central
case for
sun?
Hollow Earth?
I mean, I'm sure that's where Hitler is right now, is down in New.
Is there a what, Harry?
What's the case for Hollow Earth?
Before you move off, can I just ask Vegan something there? I believe you've been on for a good while, and I agree with most of what you say, man, if not all of it. But have you spoken about urine therapy? I'm just curious.
Hey.
Or have you any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I've got thoughts on
I don't want
it.
to have this conversation right now.
Can I just finish up on that point, please? I don't care who's squeamish about this.
Happy for it. I didn't want to.
Why do you have to bring that up now, Pete?
Well, because you're moving on to something else, and I just wanted to clear that, just to ask.
That's why
the
we're
point of
moving
view
on
of
to
somebody
something.
who takes care of his body and knows exactly what's good and what isn't good for him, as far as I can.
Yeah, well,
gather.
he's probably right, and we should all really listen to him. But we just, flat Earth is way more important.
1 second, Vegan, can you just clear that up, please? I drink my own urine, but I'm just wondering what your own thoughts are.
Well, I have a question. Oh, hold on. I have a how do you feel on? I've never done that. Looked in extensively. I've considered it, but I've never taken the step to do it. So, are you getting benefits from it?
Especially
I'm
after
never,
a night
well,
of
hang on, I'm never
eating
sick. I
fine.
mean, I've great health, and it's fundamentally, not to get too deep into it, but what goes into our body is reflected in what comes out. And everybody's are something different than what we've been told. Of course, it has to do with heliocentrism. Everything is a lie. It's inverted. So I take it that this is the real liquid gold. So if you're eating things that are conducive to your greater system, I'm talking in the greater metaphysical sense, and you process what comes out, then it is liquid gold.
It's referred to as
It's a cure for cancer, all these sort of things. And I will just say that we can all relate to if you get a cut outside, you're away from any sort of treatment or anything like that. Your advice to urinate on your limb or on your leg or wherever the cut is, right? Because it has some disinfectant, it has an immediate effect. Now, if we know that it's effective externally, internally, what's to say that it won't be just, if not more effective? And I will just finish by saying, it absolutely depends on what you put into if you have a diet of animal parts, which were never meant for us anyway, and fast foods and whatever, then what comes out of you, even though it will still be, beneficial to some degree, will nowhere near as beneficial as, I'm done now, nowhere near as beneficial as if you had a perfect, amazing diet with amazing.
Yeah, but Pete, if someone said to you, here,
All right.
this is a glass, hang on, Will, this is a glass of your own urine, or
If they gave you a choice, here's a glass of your own urine, or here's a glass of your own saliva, which is the purest thing that comes out of your body besides your tears, would you drink the glass of urine or the glass of saliva?
Now, first of all, I'd ask the question, what the fuck is someone else offering me a glass of my own urine and a glass of my own saliva for?
Yeah, but
Well,
honestly,
I think
come on,
would you
would you
not
drink
far
the
enough. I
saliva
think we should
or would
talk
you
about
drink the
eating our
fucking
own
urine?
poop.
Yeah,
Yeah, Pete
there's
loves it.
eggshells.
Pete
Eating
loves
your
it.
own poop. Are
Poop
you a
ain't a
meat
nerd.
eater, eggshells? Do you eat animals? Do you eat animals' parts? When's the last time you had a pig's arse sandwich?
Yeah, come
You
on, but
don't
you
put
eat
it into your body,
saliva.
do you?
You eat saliva
No
all
one's
day,
talking about
every
that
day.
anyway, but just answer the question.
Pete,
Just answer the
yeah, but Pete,
question.
you eat
Yeah.
saliva all day, every day. Why would the fuck you drink your urine, man? That's where all the toxins are.
It's the liquid gold, Carlos.
It's where all the
Fucking
toxins are
hell,
about.
man.
But hang on, please. It
That's
depends on what
mental.
you. Hang on, please. It depends
You're
on two
mental,
things.
man.
Depends
Sorry,
on two
but
things primarily. Primarily your mindset, what you think about it. But secondly, it depends on what you put into your body. Now, my saliva is already within me, right? It's not been processed by my body in the same sense, and I will continue to consume my saliva. But I'm making a conscious decision to eat better, think better, and yeah, that's liquid gold,
That's
man.
good.
And
That's
we're all
good.
disgusted by these things, but we don't mind sharing bodily fluids with people of the opposite sex. We don't mind doing that. And we don't mind eating animal parts whose lives are cut short for the sake of our belly. And we
Yeah.
don't mind that we're not meant to be eating these things. But yeah, we'll scoff and
Have
ridicule.
you
yeah,
ever
imagine
been
going
to
to
Andrew
imagine
Norton
going to
Weber's?
Makes me
Walmart.
squeamish.
Yeah, you go to Walmart and they have like 2-gallon jugs of fucking Russian urine, purely distilled. Oh
Yeah,
man,
but
for
hang on.
$2.
You don't put. Hang on, please.
How's your name
Hang on,
pronounced?
please. If you put something else into your body,
Jesuits?
someone said that. What about other people's urine or animal urine?
Yeah.
Your immune system, any other thing they put into your body, your immune system will break it down if it contains genetics from someone else. Talking about your own body, your self-consumption here.
Have you listened to Andrew
Early
Norton?
enlightened flat earthers here. Sorry,
Wait.
vegan. I have to go about it.
Have you
No,
listened
but I thought
to Andrew
fucking
Norton
the
Weber's? Are you going to talk over me?
making it was a way high demand
You just talk over it.
conversation than flat Earth, and now
Is that all
you're
right?
talking about
Talk
urine.
over
It's
it,
like
okay?
Shut up,
And-
Powerland. Go on, vegan.
I'm
Shut
gonna
your
ask
mouth,
you a question.
Powerland.
Have you heard Andrew Norton Weber's discussions on various media websites?
No, I don't know who that is.
You need to look into his lectures that he's given over. He's his stuff. It's probably still on YouTube. His name is Andrew Norton Weber.
Yeah, what's his game? What's his basic?
He's big into. He calls them. I forget. He calls them the pure. He's all about distilled water and urine therapy.
Right, there you go. That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
We're flat earthers. We've come beyond, right? So anyone who's mocking and scoffing, this is a bowler trait. You think about your own habits yourself.
No,
As
it's
an
not.
individual, you think about
Some
your own
people
habits
off
and what you put
because
into your body.
they're
Hang on, Merle.
squeamish.
Hang on, Merle. You think about your own
Fucking-
habits, what you put into your body before you start laughing and scoffing at other people with different ideas. So yeah.
Not a
thanks.
different idea.
Mil. Let's give him a chance to explain. Actually, I'm genuinely asking you the question now. Like, scientifically, tell us how it works, man. Come on, because if you can convince me, I'm going to start drinking it tomorrow.
You are Powerland. I don't think we've spoken before. Are you a flat earther or globe earther or what?
Who's the
If you ask
question
me the
to?
question, I'm not sure if you asked me or not.
Yeah, flat earther, man. But just, if you can convince us scientifically, like, tell
No,
us
that's
how.
okay. That's okay. So
Break
you
it
trust
down.
science.
Break it down.
I was just the reason I asked the question is because if you're a globe earther, you definitely trust science. A flat earther, you're more skeptical about things, and if you've been in it for a while, you have to learn to fucking think for yourself at this stage. If I can convince you, okay, is there value in healthy fruit, vegetables?
Well, like in general, that movie that documentary that you just suggested or whatever, just can you break it down into can you summarize it so that we know what the benefit is and how it actually works?
Oh, that's vegan you're talking to. Okay, sorry about that.
Say that again.
Well, I was talking to you about the urine therapy. I want to know how that benefits you.
Oh, I like I said, I've never done it. I've looked into it in the past. There was a guy on BitChute or YouTube called Andrew Norton Weber. He gave really good speeches and talks. Of course, it's not scientific. You're never going to see science on stuff. If it's true, it would decimate their entire allopathic empire. It'd be over. So you're never going to get scientific research done.
Look
But
into
it's more
different
the
cultures
ancient,
that partake
the
in
ancient,
urine therapy.
it's the ancient.
Look into one
that
second, if you
type
can look
of
into.
line of thinking.
Okay.
So
Um,
I've never
I was
done it
gonna
though.
Okay, because you haven't. Okay, I'm saying look into cancer's cured from urine therapy. Do your own research. If you want to work out how your
No,
body
that's the
works,
thing. You need to
I
go
don't want to
listen
go
to
to science
Norton Weber.
to tell us
Check
how
him
our
out.
body works.
Yeah, I looked into it. Just check out Norton Weber. I think you'd find him really. I'm not sure if you understood that or not. But
What I can tell you is the medical advice doesn't advise it. So I imagine that will convince you it's probably worth
Yeah,
giving
and
it a
everyone's
shot.
dying of cancer. Everyone's
that
dying
means
of
it's
cancer
probably
and
true.
corona. That's how great the medical system has served us, right?
They film it and report back though.
Yeah. Can you
It's
be?
kind
Do
of
you know what?
something
Like
I'm
you were
thinking.
a flat earther the other day, eggshells. You did an excellent job, man. Can you be a skeptic today of all things scientific?
For me,
If you
the
get
urine drinking is kind of something like man versus wild would do. You'd go and skin an animal for or you
Okay.
drink your own urine to survive. But
Yeah.
what's the
so
health
me, I'm
benefit of
gonna
it?
drink my own piss.
Well,
The most interesting thing I heard about urine therapy was, say you're outside or whatever, and you get bit by a poisonous animal. The trick is you instantly piss in your hand, and you put that 2 to 3 drops under your tongue, and that supposedly instantly recognizes and puts antibodies in your piss.
right.
And it's
Very good.
supposed to. Now this I can't have any proof of this. Don't
Oh,
say it's savior,
it's
but this is
okay.
what
It's
I've read into
anecdotal,
this, and
but
it seems that it has some validity to it. And
there's a
I'd like
lot
to
of
know if
validity
that's
to it. And
true.
remember this in terms of our
Yeah,
development.
spider
Urine is
bites,
the first
snake
thing we're
bites.
told to be disgusted by as children. It's the first thing we're told to be disgusted by. I
Right.
made a connection. I made a connection long ago. In Ireland here, and plenty of other places as well, we have dandelions, but dandelions are called pissy beds right here. And there's that association. I'm not sure about your own upbringing. That association was always connected with us. It's only when I
Well,
Look,
then if
urine therapy
It's
is
hard
an
to find
ancient
matter.
old
Extrapolate
technique.
to flat
It's
earthers.
worth discussing at the very least.
I mean,
Is
it's
it
something different, is it not?
right now? Is it the only thing we can discuss?
No, it's not the only thing we can discuss. You're more than welcome to change the topic, but like this like
Really?
this reaction to the idea of
It's
urine
not the first
therapy
time
is
I've heard it. It's not.
it's
No,
just your own.
I've spoken to Pete many times, and it's not the first time I've heard it at all.
It did sound like the moment it
Yeah,
came
let
out.
me
I
ask
didn't
you
say it was the
Well,
first
like,
time.
It's like, for fuck's
So-
sake, I don't want to hear this. I really don't. Sorry, Pete. I love you, but I'm just not feeling it right now.
So I don't drink my own urine, but my friend who did treat himself for cancer is doing a raw diet and is consuming his own urine, and he's done a lot of research. I'll just take his word for it. But one of the things that he came across were some papers from the 60s, and the way that he put it to me was he asked me if I had ever heard of the women's lotion oil of Olay, the anti-aging cream. I said, yeah, sure, I've heard of that. He said, do you know what the chemical, you know what it was made to replace? I said, no. I said, urine.
Yeah, all of the medical products, all the facial creams and shit, they all use like horse piss. It's just look at the ingredients on the back. It's what's the
Does it say horse piss?
Urea.
Yeah, it's urea. It's horse piss.
But that's not piss. That's chemical. That's not from horses.
Yeah, but
They
don't
extract
miss
that.
the point.
It's
Don't
a
miss the
synthetic
point.
version of it.
Just a lot of his research showed that back in the 60s, they understood and knew that the stem cells that were produced in the body's urine were actually very helpful for keeping the body young and replenishing itself.
It was
It's
referred to as
only
the fountain of
your
youth.
own urine is excellent for acne
We
as
don't need
well.
our
And
own.
whoever that woman was who came in, I never heard her speaking before. If that's Emma, maybe. I'm not sure, but she had. I never heard her speaking here, and then she comes in to say, "I've been listening to this on YouTube, and it's disgusting." What a fucking pussy! Excuse my language. Honest to God, this is getting to the heart of our matters. Well, I don't know her, but she's coming in here saying that sort of stuff. When if we only bloody knew, and you think that ends with urine, you have to go to think about what our blood actually is, and especially our spinal fluid as well.
It's all right. It's all right, Pete. We don't have to talk about people.
Yeah,
you
all
know?
right, but let it go there then. I just wanted to ask Vegan that. I didn't want to bring up anything distasteful, but all of this stuff connects. Anyway.
You know, we have successfully gone over a lot of different topics that have been very kind of charged. So let's just keep up the our success rate here.
Yeah, what happened to the atmosphere in lockstep with the Earth, and we're moving 460 meters per?
Well, that was the last 3 days in a row.
The atmosphere drank some piss.
Hey, isn't the fact that these arguments about the flat Earth are still going on prove that what you've been told about it is bullshit?
Well, it's not for us. It's
8
for the
years
people
now,
who
8
don't
years
recognize that we already found out it's not a ball.
You would think if it was a ball, it'd be so easily proved. How many decades of research behind them? It should just be, these arguments should be smashed out within a day. This is
Same
8
bug
years.
at you.
10 years.
I mean, if flat Earth is what actually exists, there would be no debate. I mean, we would just use the flat Earth as a base for navigation and everything.
Yeah. Is it your shift? Is your shift beginning now, mailman? It's your shift now to deny everything, is it? Revert back to.
We do use the flat Earth to navigate.
You've been you had a morning shift, Dodo. So it's the evening shift starts
I
now.
had no shit yet. What do you mean I had a morning shit?
Your handlers.
Handlers?
Oh my gosh,
A
Pete.
critically thinking person can look at
Didn't
the
say anything.
stars, motion of the stars, and believe in all the motion.
We use the flat Earth every day to navigate,
How can
just
anyone
like
believe that? How can anyone be honest with themselves and believe they've never moved?
460 meters a second.
It's so laughable. I can't believe anyone could honestly say that they believe it. It's laughable.
It's fine.
Mailman believes it, don't you, mailman?
Sure. Flat Earth for me is laughable. I mean, yeah, we have our.
That's why I said you're beginning your shift now. Same shift as yesterday. Day before.
Oh, I wasn't here yesterday, but yeah, sure, whatever.
Sure.
I mean, we
Well,
know
you
these people lie about
you
everything.
take
Why would they
away
be
from
telling the truth about
important
where you're living?
discussions, is it?
Oh,
It's much better money than making gifts.
Out of
Saying
the
that, but if
conversation.
you're going to say you're here honestly trying to find out the truth,
Right.
then you'll behave honestly. And if you're wrong or if you can't answer something, you'll acquiesce. But you'll never do that, will you?
I do. Many times I've said that I don't know is the answer.
Really? So when
That's
was
I've
the
never
Earth
seen
when was the
videos
Earth's surface
where
proven to
acquiesce.
move one iota for the first time? When was to your best of your
That's
ability?
true.
Who proved that first?
What? Who proved what?
Who proved that the Earth's surface that we're on moves one iota? It moves at all. Who was the first to prove that? The way all previous thinking could be overturned, all future theorizing could continue with confidence upon this very, very solid foundation. Who proved it first, to the best of your knowledge?
I don't know who proved it first. I have no idea.
Well, it's never been
You know
proven.
anyone who proved it? Because
Well,
would you agree that if it's not proven, if it doesn't move, well, then everything changes. Would you agree with that?
Sure, but I mean it's been measured, so I mean I just go with the measurement.
But you don't know who proved it first.
Yeah, I don't. Just like I don't know who
So it
proved
could have
that
been
the Earth
proven
is.
last week or
I don't know.
2,000 years ago. Well, let me tell you
So I
something. It's never been proven, bud. It's never been proven
Sure.
because it doesn't
Sure.
move.
It's measured. Okay.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, isn't it odd there's no video of the ISS being created from start to finish in space? I mean, you'd think we'd want to document something like that.
It'd be kind of long video, wouldn't it?
I don't care.
Yeah,
I wouldn't see it.
there's no video of the first Boeing 747 put together either. I mean,
I
how
bet
do
you I
you
can
think
find
that
one of
was?
one being put together. One of the greatest
There's no,
achievements in the history of mankind, and they didn't document.
Can you document any of it, or do
Yeah.
you make a single video beginning to end of something?
I'd
that took
love to see the time lapse of it being put up.
a time lapse.
I mean,
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
From what? Where would you mount the camera out of interest?
Yeah.
How many billions of dollars did they get to build?
So build two space stations, one to film the other one. Would we
No,
then
that's
need to see
never said to
footage
do
of the
that. It
first
wouldn't be
one?
that hard to, when you get the first piece up, have a camera on there and watch the guy come from the Earth, breach the atmosphere into space, and put in the next piece. Never seen it once.
I was fixing to say they can build a space station 250 miles up, but can't figure out where to put a camera to film
Right,
it.
but you can't film it.
How
Their
stupid
answers
was
of
that?
this topic
That
are
was
so
your answer.
mind-blowing.
Jeez.
It's really something. The
I didn't
mental
have an answer.
gymnastics they have to go through to explain it away. It really.
Those are the type of answers that make me question all why they're here and like what's their motive. That
That's
answer
right.
right there.
That
My
answer you
God,
just gave is my question.
figure out.
How can anyone honestly say that?
I mean,
That video should
who
exist.
Who thinks that Burj Khalifa
I
actually exists?
I
Because
don't
there's
know
no
why there's
video.
not a video.
Time lapse.
Oh, we can go there and see that, sir.
Can we?
I just wouldn't assume that based on the absence of a particular bit of evidence, that was evidence of the absence of that thing existing. That to me seemed like a bunk load.
Well,
Yeah, but your
it's
answer
fantastical claim that
was
their
where would
theories
they
are
mount the camera, not if they filmed it or not.
But it's kind of irrelevant question.
There is
No,
video footage
really
from
relevant.
different construction.
So now you're talking about the question itself.
Because
Yeah.
there are videos of some things put on the ISS, but people will just say, nah, fake, fuck it. So
Well,
it's
you
pointless.
honestly
Even
think
if
that
there
they're
was a
real?
video, people would still deny it. So it's pretty pointless.
You ever wondered why there's never a video of a spaceship leaving Earth, breaching the atmosphere in space? How come they always cut out?
There is videos that don't cut out, and
No,
yeah.
never seen one.
There we go.
Well, I already posted one the other day.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Flat Earth
Here we
101
go.
arguments again.
It is. I mean, but they're the end of it. These things should exist. You don't
Day
need to
one
get
arguments. And
you
they
don't even
still
need
think
to-
it's not a problem.
These
Videos
arguments
you
are
can see
watertight.
those.
These videos should exist. They don't.
That really makes sense.
They
Yeah,
should
I
exist.
just
Believe anything
posted.
that these people say.
I just posted the first Boeing 747 build video to the live stream chat text too, and also the video.
Oh,
Why
it's,
did you post it in
I'm
the
not-
text too?
Yeah. Posted in
I
text
have
one.
no idea, but Geo's got it, and you can see the first Boeing 747 being built in video. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I
Won't
want to
he
see. Yeah.
banned me
No
from
cuts.
his
No
Discord?
cuts. 4K and a time lapse.
Where did they film it from?
Oh, it's not the first 747.
Well,
That's a
the
lie.
747 is not in a medium we're questioning exists or not.
Right.
Oh,
So a bit
yeah, you
easier.
aren't. I can say that those don't exist because I've never seen one.
I mean, where's the video of the astronaut leaving the air to the spaceship? Not a single one.
But it just seems
That's really
strange to
odd.
argue. Because, okay,
I mean,
so,
that should.
so why don't we play the same game the other way around? Where's the
Okay.
video of the Earth being flat?
No,
Oh
that's
my
no. We're
God,
not going to play
really?
that game.
Dog-
The globe
Oh, yeah.
makes a claim. The
Dog
globe
cam.
makes a claim, right?
I see.
What-
And then
what
all the
claim- what-
evidence is very questionable. Therefore, we're going to question
Dog
it.
cam, Harry.
But
You're
you're not
claiming
talking about the globe now.
17,500 mile an hour spaceship.
You are not talking about the globe now.
Questioning whether you're
No one
logic-
talks about dog cam anymore, but that was a great, like, little.
No one's talking about the globe
glimpse.
anymore. We're talking about space, not about the globe.
Yeah, but that's dog cam had. It was just like a hot air balloon with a camera on it, just above
Oh, this
the
is when
plane.
people said it was like a hot spot over the clouds.
Wasn't
Yeah,
that
it was a hot
120,000 or something? That was 120,000.
Yeah, it was
feet.
120,000 feet, and
Yeah,
there
that
was
was a
no
great shot.
curvature.
That
No
was a
curvature.
Dog cam?
Yeah.
Well, I think we should get back to the conversation about how it's therapeutic to eat poop.
I mean, no, they mean
Who
the
said
the
that?
dog
Back to
cam.
square one.
Wait,
Back
you
to
mean like
square
the
one.
people on the ISS?
Sure, yeah. Coffee, poop coffee.
Hey, they
Yeah.
drink
No
their piss at
curvature,
the ISS, don't they? Don't they have to recycle their piss up there?
Yep.
Why no curvature at 120,000
This
feet?
is the one where there's no curvature.
We've
right?
gone full circle. Everyone's eating their own piss now.
They do on the ISS.
No curve on the dog cam.
And their coffee's their poo. Just ask Don
Yeah,
Pettit.
poop coffee.
I was
See,
about
told
to
you
say
it's
you
up
cannot
there.
eat your piss, but technically you could if you froze it.
Yep.
Roasted.
Being suppressed.
Nice.
There's
Frozen
no curve
Piss,
on the dog
what,
cam.
popsicle,
Wow.
pissicle.
That's a pretty cropped and zoomed in shot there.
So with the dog cam, do you think the legs of the camera that's there are those legs straight, or is it a fisheye lens?
Here we go.
It's not a fisheye lens, because if it was a fisheye lens, you'd see that warp distortion that the fisheye lens creates.
Okay. So those legs are just warped.
Well, it sort of, as it's ascending, it goes from convex, concave to just an even line. It's just the atmospheric line between the black and where it meets the Earth. But for the most part, you don't see the whole thing, but you're way above the clouds, and there was a hot spot of the sun, and the sun looked quite close. I mean, how else would it make the hot spot? There's reasons, but there was a fucking hot spot above the clouds from the sun.
It still curves, so I mean, sure.
Not
Otherwise,
curving. There's no curvature up there. The water's
picture,
just
yeah, but-
compressed, just
But
like
here's
the
the thing,
cloud.
Laurel, you could be sure if someone send a high altitude balloon up, let's say 500 miles away, and the sun is still shining, there'll be another hot spot over there. This is the thing we got to work out. How many hot spots are there?
Yep. How
Why?
many suns?
Of course, we know the Earth is flat and stationary, and this image you're looking at here, as you go higher and higher, as the camera turns around, you see in a circle, a flat circle. That's all you do. That's what they mistake for curvature of the Earth, then, where it's not. Simple as that.
Well,
isn't it?
the thing I like about dog cam is all you can see though at the bottom is the Earth. You don't see space outside it. It's just the Earth.
Black stuff. What's the black stuff above?
Waters. Beyond,
Waters?
right? Yeah, waters beyond.
Sure, obviously, yeah.
Well, what happens to the blue sky? Where's the blue sky when it disappears? Even on the brightest day, it disappears after about 70,000 feet. What's going on there? Why is that happening?
Yeah, there's a lot less gas up there, so.
But why can't I see all the stars then? As I'm looking away from the sun in that image you showed, which is black, why can't I see all the stars?
Because there's still a lot of light there.
Not in the black sky. The black sky is black, pitch black.
Sure, are you looking directly to the sky, or do you see the ground that is lit?
You're looking. Well, I asked you first of all why the sky turns from blue to black at that early stage, 70,000 feet.
Yeah, and I told you that there is not enough gas there to be. I mean, the Rayleigh scattering, was it, that causes the atmosphere to look blue? There's not enough gas anymore there.
So then after that, then we're looking at a blackness of empty space. So where are all the stars? If you're saying the sun is going to interfere, well, the sun is behind us. We're looking at the universe at the other side.
Sure. Do you have a picture of this?
You have it there on screen. Black sky. Sky isn't black.
Sure. Because you have the ground there that is lit. That's why you don't see the stars in the daytime either.
Let me ask you, what in your mind, because you have a good scientific mind on your shoulders, what is the opposite? Just a question. What do you think is the natural opposite of complete empty space? What would your best guess be if you had to present something?
What was the question?
What is the opposite of empty space? So with the spinning ball Earth, greater heliocentric model, we're told everything is within universal empty space. What's the opposite of empty space? What's the best thing you can imagine as a natural thing?
Well, it isn't empty space.
Yeah, but what's the opposite? Well, let me tell you the opposite then. It's cold waters.
What?
Cold waters are denser than hot water. Whatever. So yeah, that's the natural opposite in my view. So as a flat earther, when I look at the Earth with new eyes and I see 70% is covered with saline waters, I also see a broken, destroyed Earth, well, then that's what I'm going to replace the emptiness of vacuum space with.
Why did you say that the Earth is covered in 70% water?
Earth's surface covers 70% water, so we're told.
You would have to know the surface, and that's based on the globe, the 70%. So
yeah, but so we're told. But we do know in reality there are oceans. The Earth's surface. Yeah, I don't agree with that figure, but that's what we're told.
Okay, so you don't accept the 70% water then?
No, not necessarily. Okay. But there's a good percentage of your surface which is water. Do you deny that? And it's not fresh water. It's saline waters in the form of the oceans.
There's a lot of there's a lot of salt water and fresh water on Earth. Yeah.
There's more. No. There's a lot of saltwater oceans in comparison with freshwater lakes. It's a pales. Forgive the pun. In comparison.
Sure. There's a lot more salt water. Yeah.
So once we come to flat Earth, so in your flat Earth thinking, you put a lot of thought into this, mailman. What did you maintain the vacuum of space, or did you replace it with something? Did you have a barrier? Did you answer any of these questions for yourself?
You could have universal acceleration, but that breaks the laws of physics because you'd be traveling faster than the speed of light quite fast.
Yeah, so empty space is ruled out with flat Earth. So what have you replaced anything with anything?
No, because if you need a container for vacuum or pressure, then you need a container for the Earth, and then after that you need a container, and it would be infinite container.
Could you have an energized container?
Energized?
Yeah.
Do you mean like with gravity or magnetism? Or
I mean nothing like not gravity in the sense that let's leave this out of it, but an energized container like you fart in a bathtub. A bubble goes up and reaches the surface. So some sort of energy producing a divide between what's beyond and what's intimate to whatever's doing the creating.
Yeah. Okay. So if we have to wait 8 minutes before we can see the light coming from a star to Earth, and the Earth is going at 650 million miles an hour around the universe. How can that light from a star ever catch up to us when we're going so much faster than light?
Are you saying we're going faster than the speed of light? We're not.
650 million miles an hour, speeding at 4 different vectors.
Oh, you can only speed in one vector. But what is the what's the speed of light?
I'm going to take a guess and say faster than that.
Yeah, me too.
Speed of light is 186,000 miles per second.
There we go. Yep.
So it's multiple orders of magnitude off what you said, Carlos.
I suppose that's been proven too.
As Einstein proved, if you sit on a light wave and you have a torch and you shine the torch cannot exceed the speed of light.
Right? He was saying,
but it has to bend because we're going at 4 vectors, man. It's not just one linear path.
You cannot go at 4 vectors. You'd be ripping to pieces at that point.
That's what the heliocentric model says we're doing.
No, it doesn't.
Going at all those vectors, you clown.
No, it doesn't.
Of course
Yeah,
we
it does.
do.
We're
So
rotating.
do you think that if the heliocentric model says that the Earth is rotating from east to west, and you're walking east, do you think that means that you're ripped in half?
It's actually west to east.
Hmm?
It's west to east, not east to west.
I said west to east.
You said
Because
east
the
to west.
stars rise. Oh, sorry. Okay, because the stars rise from the east, so it's rotating that way.
What it
Yeah,
says
So
in the flat earthers that, yeah.
do you think there's two vectors there?
We're spinning, flying, turning, and rotating.
And the stars are in the same spot every day.
There is
And you have
four
a
different vectors, man. Come on, catch
function,
up, man.
linear function between the distance to the GP and the angle.
Right. So you turn 90 degrees and nothing.
Moving without moving.
It's
He
really
has on
fascinating
a
how much
ball
of
to
reality
imagine.
you just have to suspend all your known beliefs to buy this stuff. I mean, classic dogma. I don't know how anyone can honestly repeat it.
Anyone
and think
can come
it's
in and
real.
just deny and deny and deny. See the way it's difficult to answer my questions when I get to the basics of flat Earth.
I
Right?
asked
And I
you
gave
questions.
reasons why
I
I
answered
said,
your
but you were the one who
questions. You can
criticized
say that
me
I
about
didn't,
the
but I
saline
didn't.
waters beyond, Bud. And I was just telling you that this is my thought process coming to flat Earth, and I wanted to know yours, but you had no answer. Then you asked me about the
I
barrier.
answered
Then
it
I asked you
already.
to imagine an energized barrier, because if you can actually imagine an energy field withholding the waters beyond, and if we are in a broken system, then you could say that gravity is potentially this reactionary force to the actionary energy force that's holding back these waters, and this is what's pushing us down. But actually think along those lines somewhat, because we know there's an electromagnetic field in play. We know there's electrostatic readings rise dramatically as we go higher and higher. We know there's a vacated zone above as well, which would indicate to me an intense reaction there to whatever force is holding back these waters in potential. You know? But you
It
can't
could
go anywhere
just be
near
a
there because you
magnetic
haven't considered
field.
the
Couldn't
basic.
it be holding them back? Like a
Sure, I can
magnetic
say
field holding them back.
Could be a
Sure,
force,
and
yeah,
then
force
then
like
it can be a
magnetism.
force. Yeah, and it can also, that same thing can hold the water on a sphere. I mean, why not? If it can hold thousands of billions of liters of water above you, why
Well,
couldn't it
but
hold
that's
something?
the question, Mailman. Like, is it a positive attraction or is it a negative field? Because if it's a negative field,
doesn't matter.
well, it does, because that would affect the water.
How?
Yeah, go on, Merrill.
Well, it seems that Pete said it just then, and Dell's been thinking about it too, that you can't escape that there is some kind of downward. You can either see it as a downward force or an upward acceleration. So that it's like, what is really happening?
They say it's a push. You say the gravity is a pulling force. Well, in the old style, anyway, the pulling force from the center of the Earth, everything is attracted to it. Where the opposing view is it could be a pushing force from above. I've just given you a possible mechanism by which it could work, but you won't accept saline waters as a possibility to begin with, only because you're not open to considering what if your model is wrong. You always bring us back straight away to the sphere. Well, why wouldn't this work on a sphere? You've got to prove the sphere is a reality, first of all. And before you do that, you have to prove that the ground is, Earth's surface moves, because the spinning ball, the ball spin comes from there. It stems from there. It's the other way
Total
around.
suspension of reality.
Pardon?
The whole idea is you have to suspend all we know about and just take dogma as fact.
You have to reverse everything, Bud.
Can't have gas
That's what you
pressure
have to
without a
do.
container.
Wait a second. So how about this one? So they say that space isn't a perfect vacuum. So that means there's got to be some type of air molecules, oxygen molecules in space. So at the speeds we're moving, that's enough friction. It should rip the atmosphere from any ball flying through it if it's not a perfect vacuum.
How much? How,
Am I
so
wrong on
I
that?
just swallow now your
Why?
dogma. How much friction have you calculated that?
You don't need to.
You don't need to calculate it.
No,
So
I don't
should
need to
take
calculate it because it
dogma,
should rip everything
avoid
off
any calculations
within a second.
Do you think the gas in the space, the very little gas that there is, do you think it's just stationary, or is it moving in some direction
I'm
too?
not going to make a claim. I don't know. All I know is
Oh, okay.
later.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. You just repeat what you've been told, and you just pretend that it's fact. But yet we have to suspend everything else we know about reality and just say that it's fact.
Well, I showed a video of that airplane.
I don't think you're being honest with yourself.
I shared a
You're
video
inactive,
of that
bud.
airplane being built. So why can't you show me a video of ISS being built, man?
Sure, you didn't post the video of the first 747 being built.
Why wouldn't they put a camera on the moon and show us the eclipse? I'd like to see the eclipse from the moon. Why wouldn't that exist?
Over there?
Why not show our eclipse from Mars from a camera? I'd like to see that.
Haven't you seen the
Yeah, that's
the video from the GIF from the satellite where it shows the moon go in front of the Earth?
That looked awfully real.
it's the start of 2001.
I almost started going back to believing it again.
It's weird that you want a picture of an eclipse from Mars, but then when someone says show me USA pictures or videos from UK, you say it's too far away.
Are you really going to say that?
Sure, is it too far away?
From Mars.
That's laughable, sir.
Okay, so yeah, it's laughable to ask a picture of eclipse from Mars because it's so fucking far away.
Why can't we see the eclipse from our own moon? How about that? Forget Mars.
Is there a camera on moon?
Well, you'd think we could do it, right? Why not? Send a drone. We can send a drone to Mars.
Sure.
That would look amazing.
Sure would. I'd love to see it.
How is it gonna advance anything in science?
How is anything these people have done for the last 60 years advanced?
Yeah.
Well,
how's spinning around in the
other than
ISS?
siphon billions and billions and billions of dollars.
So you think it's as good to take a camera to the moon and show you an eclipse as it is to go to Mars and get some
McDonald's
science?
I don't think it is.
McDonald's would pay for that, I'll tell you. That'd be the best
Marketing
advertising.
opportunity.
People talking at once.
You have
You know
no
what's
expectations, mailman.
Mailman, what's incredible to me is that you're asking this question as if people aren't interested in scientific observations. Like, who wouldn't want to see this phenomenon, right? Of course people would want to see
eclipse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From the moon.
Then
Yeah.
you should send an email to NASA. Send an email to NASA and ask why haven't they done it yet?
No, listen, you're missing the point, dude. They already know this shit. They know exactly what people want and would want to see, and they know why they're not providing it. And so do
The
we.
point is that it doesn't exist.
But you're saying everything. They can fake it. So, I mean, can they not fake you an eclipse from the moon?
Not good enough.
Just
not
drop
good
a
enough?
camera.
Okay.
No one
That's
would
a
believe
good point. Good point. Could they not have faked everything that they presented to us to an infinitely better degree? Absolutely, they could. We got to figure out why they didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't see all the anomalies in the ISS videos and say something's not going on there.
Anomalies? Do you mean those glitches and things?
All of the bullshit they pulled off with AR,
Sure, many
using
different
augmented reality and dropping things that aren't there, and
you don't know about those, if those really
the
are those.
wires,
You
the
assume those are those things, but sure.
the bolts dropping on the ISS.
Yeah, we talked about
Because
that
that's
for
all just,
hours in Brandon's server, and it wasn't a bolt. So
well, it never goes anywhere because no one will ever concede the fact that none of it makes sense. So that's why this is still going on 8 years later.
why did the bolt drop? Or the nut, or whatever it was. Why did it fall?
Why do you think it fell?
I don't think it fell.
Oh, you don't think there was a bolt? That's right. That's what I remember that now.
Yeah, because we talked about it for 3 hours in Brandon's.
I think I remember that. I think I listened in on that one. But yeah, you guys said that there was not a bolt.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if there was a bolt, then they did something fucking amazing because the guy was weightless for 2 hours in that stream.
You saying Bolt wasn't there?
Right. The bolt wasn't there. Just like they can't see the horizon past the oil rigs. No, that isn't the horizon. It does. It makes me question all the modes.
All the oil rigs
can prop up the status quo. Why would anyone want to prop up the status quo anyway? It doesn't even make any sense.
You're talking about the Black Swan?
Yeah. I'd hear these people, the gold proponents, saying, yeah, that we don't see the horizon beyond the second oil rig. It's clearly there.
Can that picture be faked? Can it be fake?
Oh, here we go. The problem is they would say that they didn't see the horizon that was there. That's the problem. Whether it's faked or not.
But I'm asking, is it real or fake?
Yeah, it could be faked. Anything could be fake. But I'm just saying the question they would lie about their answer right on camera.
I'm sure on the last. There's the last platform. You don't see the bottom of it. But I mean,
I watched these folks say at the same picture that I was, and I thought to myself, okay, they're lying. That's the only conclusion you can come to. They're just not being honest. And that's why I don't get it. I wouldn't want to try to figure out lies are being told to you. Why try to prop up the status quo? Shouldn't we always be trying to disprove these things? Always? Isn't that science?
Who produced the video?
But nobody, I mean, I don't know why you'd ever not want to question everything. They've been claims and you still trust known liars. I don't understand that viewpoint.
I mean, Who produced
the video to go out live? Who produced the video?
What video?
Of the bolt dropping of everything ISS. Who produced the videos?
It might have been on Brandon's stream.
No, he didn't produce
but it's
it.
NASA. It's NASA.
It's from NASA, yeah.
Oh, so NASA produced it. Okay. So did they verify this was correct?
What are you getting at? Their claim is that it was on the ISS, so it should have been weightless.
Their claim is yes. How
Yeah,
did
the
they?
guy was.
Did they
the guy was.
Their claim
weightless.
was.
The guy was weightless. I don't know what NASA says about the bolt, but the guy was weightless. Yeah.
The guy was weightless.
Yeah, I think it was a
That's
video
a fact.
over an hour long and uncut video. So yeah.
So that's the fact. The guy was weightless.
What are you getting at? Are you getting at what is your point?
I don't know.
Who verified that this claim was correct?
The what?
The guy was weightless. Who claimed it? How did they verify it?
I mean,
Just
verify
looking
like
at the video, the dude was floating around, but the bolt that he took out of the wall fell to the ground.
I think what they mean when they say weightless is that we don't have any instrument capable of measuring what's your weight when you are in a free fall environment.
So it's still possible for the bolt to hit.
It's not weightless now; it's free fall.
It doesn't mean you don't. Yeah, but it doesn't mean you don't have any weight. Your mass is still there. I don't think they actually believe that you have no weight. I would say.
So silent, but they're saying that it's possible then for that bolt to hit the ground like a bowling ball on Earth.
Say again.
So they're trying to say that it's still possible for that bolt to drop at the speed that a bowling ball would drop from my hand on Earth. I don't really get his point.
You didn't get my point.
I don't understand what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that the bolt can drop to the ground like that?
No, I didn't say it. What I said was NASA are saying that these people are supposed to be in the ISS in outer space.
Yep.
How do they verify that?
Oh, so which point are you trying to? Are you
okay? We understand that, so that we
He's
understand
on your
that
side,
the
not on my
basic
side.
claim isn't verified. But all they're doing here, man, is looking at the images and pointing out the anomalies there. So yeah, I mean, obviously, the initial claim isn't verified, and it's not true. No one is in space traveling at 17,500 miles an hour around the spinning ball Earth.
Yeah, but we have to take. You watch the video and at face value, NASA says that guy's in space and so is the bolt, and they should both be floating. That's not what happens. So clearly, they're not in space.
There's a contradiction as to how they say it does work, but we know as flat earthers it's nonsense. But maybe it's not nonsense without a reason, though. I say that all of these errors
No,
were put
Pete,
in
no,
because we were
you're
always
going
meant
off
to
on
be
the weeds
woken
again,
up when
Pete.
the time is right.
You're deflecting again, Pete, like you normally do.
No, you've spent about 5 minutes not getting to a clear point. I had to help you out, bud. Like you normally do.
You're not
as
helping
well.
me out.
But you're welcome.
I've asked for verification. I've not got any verification of what I've just said. Have I?
I still don't know what exactly you're trying to make a point about.
Exactly. You were confusing it. I clarified it. And then you come back
What
and give
was
out
he
to me.
trying to
No
say
worries,
then?
bud.
What is he trying to say?
He's saying
That
that the
it's never
people
been
aren't there.
verified that
Yeah.
people are weightless on the ISS.
Or that there is an ISS.
So he's taking the flat Earth stance here?
No, I'm not taking any stance. I'm saying somebody has presented something. I want verification of how that is being presented.
Right. You'll never get it because you'll never get a video of an shuttle flying to space, getting out with the camera without it cutting out, and going into the ISS, and then walking out of the ISS.
Why won't we
exist.
video of it then?
Why? Let me be a Glover here. Why would they do that for you?
What do you? Well, the question is, why doesn't it exist? It should exist.
Correct. It should exist. Yes.
It should exist.
I mean, I'm a flat earther, though. I agree with you, but I'm trying to,
I don't have to get into their mind of why they should. It just should exist. I would do that if I was going up. Of course, I would. I mean,
I agree. We videotape every single thing today, right? Like we have videos of nonsense.
I'm
of
pretty
people
sure
doing
there's a
stupid
law
shit.
now that high definition cameras out there. Anything that can. What is that law? That has to. It applies to space as well. You know, we have the cameras. This video should exist. But amazingly, it doesn't. In all their other videos, so hokey and faked. I don't know how anybody could say any of this stuff is real.
Yeah, but this mailman is a clear fake, as all of the rest of the.
It is. It's a religion.
Yeah, but it's not a religion. These people know the Earth is flat and stationary. They know they're defending lives.
You're right. It might be worse. Yeah,
The question is, hang
No,
on, please.
no, Pete.
Well, hang on,
Pete, no.
please. What do you mean no?
No,
Okay,
they
I
don't know
get
that, Pete.
How do I know that? When it's a
They don't know
real
that.
man. And I'm
Yeah,
okay. Forget about it. I don't know that. Then fair enough. I don't know that, right? But the bigger question is, as individuals, why are NASA making it so blatant, so obvious, encouraging so many people with a questioning mind into conspiracy like this? That's the question you need to be worried about. Worry about the other thing. The other guy will be here all day, and when he goes, someone else will come in and will engage you further with vegan, bringing you back to the same questions again. Worry about that.
So Pete, don't you think that maybe the people who are doing these videos or they are editing these videos, they are in the same mindset as the Glovers here, which, like, if you ask something like why they don't have this video of them, you know, going through the from the rocket to the ISS and what is the process and all this stuff, what happens, and if in their own head they answer by saying, well, we don't need this. What is the use for this? Then
they say that and they start screaming at you and cursing you out. That's usually, but there's never an actual answer. There's never a good answer for this, ever.
Yeah, what's your question, Silent Zero? What's your question you're asking me?
My question is, wouldn't that, like, if they're in that mindset,
right?
Then, like, that's why they don't ask any more questions.
Right? They just say, "What's the point?" I mean, why would anybody do that?
Why would
do
you
need to say that?
sell the intelligence of your fellow man so short? Like, this is a conspiracy. We know how big the conspiracy extends. To think that the people who are producing these offerings are in that mindset is crazy to me. They're co-conspirators in all of this, whatever you want to call it. I have my own thoughts
Pete,
on it. I don't want to talk about
you don't
the greater
think-
theater that's going on. But I mean,
You don't think the people that is in these arguments for 6 years, they don't actually believe what they are saying, the Globe side?
You're winding me up, man. Rumpus and
I'm asking
Brenda
you.
Rumpus and Brenda knew the Earth was flat before you did. They were probably born.
Really?
Yes, they were probably born knowing it, or born into it anyway. Absolutely.
How do you know this?
How do I know this? Because flat Earth is an open secret. That's what everything has told me since I came in to flat Earth considerations. That we are not mavericks here, and all the information we're getting is given to us drips and drabs purposefully. All the mistakes are intentional, because they could have done a so much better job. Money is not an issue. So there's a different game in play. And this is where this is what I say to you, especially Silent Zero, this is just taking a flat Earth in isolation, not looking into faked events, for instance, or fake history, or the real nature of Earth. Well, that's where you drop the ball, I think, because these people are in potential trying to let you know, and all of us know, of the real truth, because our awakening was always planned for way back. That's what I think.
Can I ask a question for Flat Earthers here?
What up?
If there was perfect 4K fucking live video of every space mission, would you then believe that you live on a globe that is traveling 66?
Here we go. Show us.
Yes.
Show us
Sure.
Okay. So the only problem, there's no problem with
No. At this point, right now, you ask a question, I answer straight. Now show it.
Exactly.
No, I'm just asking that is your only issue.
Oh, so it was a baseless question.
It wasn't a baseless question.
As usual, man.
I'm asking.
So what is the point of the question?
If you are asking for clear footage from space, but even if you get the footage, you still have your issues with physics, right?
No.
No. So
That will mean. Hold on. That will mean that I'm wrong.
Sure. So you
now
can be
show
wrong.
it.
Okay, good.
Sure, of course.
Okay, good.
Can you be wrong?
Yes, I can. The Earth can be flat.
All
if
right.
you can prove. Yep.
All right.
Sure. Yep. So you
Okay,
have no
now
problem.
what? We haven't moved at all because this video that you are questioning, it doesn't exist, right? So we're in the same spot.
Sure, but we now know that the physics isn't your problem. You don't have any issues with the globe physics. The only thing you have issues with is that you haven't been shown it.
Oh, no. I have problems. Hold on. I have problems with the physics, right? Because it's not possible. Therefore, you're never going to be able to show this video because it's not possible. You see how it works?
Yeah, sure. So why are you here? Why are you in the debate?
Why am I here? Oh, I like listening. I like listening to ideas. That's why I'm here.
Okay, sure.
I guess you're the same, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be here.
No,
or are you here for nefarious intentions?
I don't know how I even could be nefarious over here, but
Hey,
I mean, someone
hey,
could show
Mailman.
me good evidence for the
Mailman.
Yep.
What don't you believe about what you've been told about space and NASA? Is there anything?
I can't pinpoint anything specific.
The moon and the moon's in Earth's atmosphere.
That's new, isn't it? They just figured that out.
Yeah, it's just the there is no atmosphere like
It's
a
a clue
clear
for
barrier.
us.
So sure, yeah.
Weapons
So
of
you
mass
believe for us,
destruction.
you haven't been paying attention to that clue.
You just you honestly believe everything that they've said.
Well,
So why
without
you
being
here?
personal, I'm gonna say right that this is the problem that I see on the globe side. They have no critical thinking. If the day of tomorrow, on the NASA paper or whatever, they say some outrageous shit, right? Like they always do. The globe side, they will parrot it without even thinking about it. They don't critical think about what they read on these places. And that's a problem that I have with that
Why are we
side.
talking to them, Silent Zero, when all we need to do is look at the newspapers or go to Google? And can I just say as well, vegan, so here's the clue for us, right? So the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere. Now, from high altitude balloon footages and other places, as we rise up, the moon shrinks into a tiny dot. So the only way we actually get to see it is from our ground position here through the atmosphere because it's a reflection. But yeah.
The moon's in Earth's atmosphere. That's only a new thing they've just come out with.
Exactly.
Before that,
just made that up a couple years ago.
Oh, that's a good thing, guys. Does Mars has an atmosphere?
It does.
No.
Atmosphere.
It
Like
does or it
it's-
doesn't? Hold on. I need this answer. Does it have it or not?
It has some sort of well, atmosphere, yeah, not the same.
How do you know that?
That's what.
Oh
they,
no. I'm not asking you personally though. What does the mainstream science says about it?
It does.
Yeah,
It does. It has a rarefied
gas
atmosphere.
yeah.
It does. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And those parachutes from the rover were good enough to.
The helicopter.
There just nice, like.
It's taking the piss out of us, but it's giving us clues. We're to see through the
Oh.
literal because it's clearly fantasy. But then we have to take the clues and piece together reality.
That's why I asked Pete, because the other day I saw a picture of the NASA little car that shows like stars, like stars and everything. That's why I asked if it has an atmosphere, because if it doesn't, or if the atmosphere is really thin, then we shouldn't be able to see stars, right? They say this here on Earth.
Yeah, right. Well, listen.
And how we can
another
get
clue for
helicopters
us.
to
You know,
fly
the only
in
one to
Mars
find. Hang on.
atmosphere?
The only one to find the emblem of the Game of Thrones House of Stark, which is a wolf on Mars. Did you see that anywhere? See that reported anywhere? You can type that in if you want. Another clue for us. House of Stark. Don't get me talking about R.I. Stark House. Anyway, and clues for us. You see beyond the anything obvious is fucking obvious. So see beyond the literal, and imagine that they were trying to actually wake you up to reality. But then you got to see Mailman and his crew for what they are. Give them a sort of a little bit of attention, but not too much. And then re-examine what's being presented for greater sort of metaphorical or symbolic significance.
Yeah, like that movie Amber City, right? Amber City is another movie that tells you you're in this place that you've been lied your entire life.
Yeah.
There's so many,
Right.
yeah.
Until the cows come home, Mailman is charged with holding the same attitude as they all do from the very outset. So the only variable here is you as the individual. And what pieces, first of all, what you make of it all, and then what pieces you can possibly piece together from the information given with a possible ulterior motive in mind on their behalf, whoever they are.
Yeah, it's like a couple months ago, Pete. Right? They tell us the first picture of the black hole. Like you see how they spread that shit like everywhere, and you hear on their voice like, now we have a picture, right?
It's like you and the black swan. Now we have a picture. Oh, the Earth is flat.
Well, that's a picture actually from a video, right, dumbass?
Yeah, sure. But
All right.
Refutable and
You have. Do you think that image that they give you is actually a picture?
It is a picture, of course. That's what cameras take. They take. If it's a video
you
camera.
think it was taken? Hold on. Do you think it was taken by a camera?
What else do you use to video with?
Oh, I recommend you go read about it. So because it wasn't taken. It wasn't taking
So
a
it wasn't a
picture
camera.
by a camera. It was data from like numbers. It was data, and they represent that data, and they draw that image. Go read about it, bro, before you start arguing about it.
The black one, yeah. I didn't argue about that. Yeah, it's not a photograph of a black hole.
Oh, okay. Now it's not a photo.
Yeah.
You just did argue about that. You said every photo takes a.
Did you see the press conference after Armstrong and Buzz got back from the moon?
No, I wasn't alive back then.
You never watched a recording of the press?
No, I haven't.
You never watched?
This guy never heard of the movie JFK.
You should probably watch it. You know what I mean? Just give it a watch. I mean,
I'm not too interested in space, to be fair.
then don't watch. I'm just saying, if you think those guys just got back from the moon, they look like they just killed their dogs.
Earth.
Oh,
Okay.
vegan. What if that was an act in itself? An act
Of course it
within
was
an
an
act.
act. Of course it was an act. It's they're telling you something, but
Yeah,
those guys
so
didn't
it's
just
not like
accomplish the greatest
it's not.
achievement of all human history.
It's
Yeah,
all
but
an
like
act.
the general flat Earth sort of thinking is that they were let in that they couldn't go to the moon after being prepared for it, and then they had to face a press conference, and they couldn't hide their disappointment or whatever other feelings went with such a massive hoax. I'm saying no, that's not the case at all. This is just a part. They were playing the act of being miserable to give this impression. That's what I'm saying happened. So.
And they really went.
No, when they really weren't miserable, they didn't go. Of course, they can't go. But
Honestly, if that's true, that would be the greatest that I've ever seen in my life.
Right, and it is true, because why would NASA put them forward for interviews like they could just say they came down with a sickness or something, because none of them were up to doing the interview, which would reveal that there was a possible hoax in play. No, there's
Neil
something else
became a
going on.
total recluse, and Buzz, didn't he go to booze?
They still stayed on the stage.
I mean, whether that's true or not, I don't know, but you hardly ever seen Neil give another interview. It was rare.
We remember this. We remember it was never a program to begin with, a real program. They could never go to the moon.
But
So
they
I say
still knew
all
that they were
theater, wrapped in
deceiving.
theater.
They still knew, though, that they were deceiving everyone when they were giving that press conference.
Listen, even Bart Sabrell was an actor. He's an actor put in place. He was given access to these guys.
It's possible. Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah,
The whole
it's
thing
all
is contrived.
theater, all of it.
I know. But I'm still saying, I believe those three that day were very guilty, and they knew what they were doing, and I don't think they could hide it.
That's fair enough. I don't think so at all, man. I think it was an act they were putting on. But I
You
would say
can
the same thing
actually
about-
see it
one
in
more
their
thing.
face, though. You can see it in their face.
I don't think that was acting. I really believe that they were freaking out.
Do you accept the evidence of the shape of the Earth that you can verify, like the places on Earth you can go
Listen to the conversations they had, the interviews they had years later, whether they went to the moon or not.
But it was theater. Imagine it was all a movie
No,
from
no,
the
no.
very
Listen,
start.
listen to what they said. Did they go or did they not go to the moon?
Right,
Years
multiple
later,
times
did they
Buzz
say
said they didn't
whether they
go.
went to the moon or not?
No, they didn't go to the moon, of course.
Yeah. And they've admitted it.
Yeah, but I'm saying to you, they knew from the start that they were never going to the moon. Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, Michael Collins, they were put out before the audience and told to act miserable, act confused. That's
Right,
my,
but if you
my
were
premise.
anyone of a decent person, that would still be a massive weight on your shoulders, knowing that you're people.
Depends on what the truth is, Bud, though. It depends on what the truth is. And do you know
Well,
that
if
Gus?
they really went, then I'm the asshole. I'm wrong. And I would admit that.
I'm saying that, well, it depends on what the truth of our reality is what I'm saying. Is what I'm saying. If the greater theater is for an ultimate higher purpose, which is
Sure,
ultimate
okay, you're
revelation.
going there. Okay, fine. I can
Just
be there.
yeah, 1 second. Just along the same lines, I will give you the example of Gus Grissom. Remember, he was supposed to have hung the 11 on the what do you call it? And then suddenly there's this massive death conspiracy regarding him, or the three of them died in a fire. I believe that's more of a hoaxery as well. That's more to get the conspiracy guys down the line, get their fires sparked and start pointing fingers, in certain places.
It's
Absolutely.
possible. There was, I believe, there's something like
it's written from the start, man.
I think it's 25 or 26 astronauts close to the space program that mysteriously died. That's the story.
Yeah.
I think the plane crash was pretty high up there.
Yeah. All of these actors take his exit stage left. Look at all the musicians who die. They're actors. They're characters put in place. It's the same with the astronauts. It's the same with politicians to many degrees anyway.
Yeah.
So we have to understand where we are.
Yeah, you could be right. That could be true. It could be. I can't say that it ain't true.
I'll tell you something for nothing. Paul is dead. Paul/Fall is dead comes heavily into all of this. It really does. It really does, because everything ties into a greater story that I think is ripe for revealing. Well, right now, the last 5 or 10 years, especially.
Did you see Ringo when he admitted that was true?
Right. Well, they all did. And here's my thing: Paul is dead. Paul isn't dead. Just the original Paul just is part of all the scheming. He was just switched out. All the Beatles were switched out, but within the greater clues left us, it is pointers towards the greater story here. And Paul McCartney was supposed to been replaced by a guy who has a longer nose. This is pointed out in many different clues, but he was supposed to be replaced on 9/11, 1966, right? He was supposed to have died in a car crash.
Was that Billy
when we jump forward 35 years, do you remember the nose out controversy with the 9/11 footage with the planes?
Yeah.
I say it's all connected, man. I say it's all connected.
So where do you think they're sending him? What do you think? What do you think's going on? Any clue?
Yeah, everything, all roads lead back to the Dodo and Aristarchus. You did ask. You did ask.
What?
Did ask. Sorry, guys.
Oh, Pete, you're sweet, you are.
listen. Let me summate it briefly then. Paul/Fall represents, is actually the dodo. That's my find. He represents the dodo bird, or the dodo bird is associated with Paul/Fall. Now, the dodo bird never existed. It ultimately represents the changing face of the land, of flat Earth, right, post-destruction. When we come to flat Earth, the Gleason's map is given to us, and Australia's at the top. So when we rotate it around, a certain bird can jump out at you, which is the dodo bird. If the Earth is in a destroyed state, I say that the tree is cut. So we're looking down at the stump. The tree itself is Aristarchus, and I can connect Paul McCartney, the dodo, Aristarchus in so many different ways with so many different other things as well. But yeah, that's
Pete.
the greater context. I'm done.
All last.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna ask. One time you show a picture of the moon, and you said that it was the map that we know here on Earth. It was a reflection, like. And then somebody zoom in, pointing out where that reflection is on the moon, and you can actually see it. I remember that day when I saw that, I was like, "Holy shit! Is it impossible?" Because you can actually see the map right there reflected on the moon.
Right.
But I don't know, you know.
That's Dodo on the moon, right? But that's a guy. Funnily enough, he's from Crater Earther. He says that the Earth, I don't know too much about it, right? But he says basically that the Earth is reflected in the moon, but because all the continents just take up a certain percentage, there is more land. So he's a proponent for that idea. That's not what's happening for me. We're looking at a kaleidoscopic reflection when we look at the moon, and all craters are one crater. So what transpires to look almost exactly like the layout of the Earth, that's not the appropriate, in my view, that's not the appropriate takeaway, which is that there's more land outside, because the rest of the areas where Earth isn't shown in the moon reflection aren't land, solid land outside. They could be, I guess, but not in my view anyway. Remember, for me, Silent Zero, the moon is a direct reflection of the sun. The sun is a focal reflection of Polaris, and Polaris then is the primary reflection of Aristarchus at the north center. So when you cut a tree, the core wood rots away. So I say the tree is intact the other side, so the root sticks through, and it's that thing that's moving to give us all the skylights, producing the energy to give us the barrier, withholding the waters, and then giving us the ether beneath, which without ether, we're nothing. We can't vibrate. Everything vibrates because of ether. But yeah, that's a very good theory as well. I think there's plenty of people getting along similar lines. You can't release
energy
Silent Zero.
vibration.
I'll just say to Silent Zero, you see, we have a different context now where everything is up close and personal. So what the ball earthers might put down to a cosmic coincidence, no, there's something more to it when it comes to flat Earth reckoning. And I guess that's the quest for all of us, to piece things together in our own brain as best we can.
So, Pete, do you think we're all energy, frequency, and vibration?
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Sweet.
Absolutely. Well, beyond that, I guess we're spirit primarily. We're spirit primarily, but we've entered into the material realm, and the body is a machine. So it operates under this sort of frequency. There's an established frequency out there, which is, well, I'm going to say Aristarchus frequencies, right? But yeah, we have to vibrate in tune with that. And we also have to realize that it's an oppressing force, actually, ether is, from above, unless we can handle it properly. So, yeah,
So
absolutely.
432
Energy, frequency, vibration.
432 hertz. Is that what we're vibrating at, do you reckon?
I do think we're subject to vibrations. Actually, that's what, like, some vibrations bring like more harmony to your body. and others stress your body. You know, I do think that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what to do. What you can do: go out, look at the sun. It's not so dangerous, right? Look at the sun. If you're comfortable, evening, morning time, or whatever, just wet your eyes, put some water in your eyes, and sort of hum, but hum in a low pitch, a low frequency. Sort of raise the frequency up, and the higher you have the frequency, the more you will see the sun going from yellow to red to eventually purple. So yeah, absolutely, everything is a frequency, and we have got to harmonize. But I would say one thing here, that remember, we are not of this world. We are having a physical experience here, but ultimately the spirit is intertwined with the mechanical body.
Hey Pete, do you think that someone who is mentally handicapped or whatnot has a spirit that is not handicapped? Like, if you're saying that the body is just a machine and the spirit is separate from that, wouldn't that then mean that the ghost in the machine is actually 100% pristine, while the body is simply the deficit? Or would you say that the spirit is also damaged in some way?
No,
At 4.
I would say to that.
Ridiculous thing to say.
Well, the mind is part of the body in a greater sense. I would say to that, Travis, no, the spirit is separate. And who's to say someone who's mentally handicapped, they go around with a smile on their face all the time, so they're not absolutely happy. And
no, you misunderstood the question. I would say that the soul or the spirit is intact, Travis, in my point of view.
Yeah, but somebody going around saying mentally handicapped, that is totally wrong thing to say.
How will you say it then?
Okay, come on, man.
Plastic, I guess.
This is not a
Hold on. Yeah, how will you say it then? Ask him. How will you say it?
Handicapped. I would never say somebody's mentally handicapped.
Why not?
Have you never?
Why do you think it's acceptable to say that?
Why would you?
Okay,
what's the replacement
hold on.
term?
Okay, hold on. Yeah, right.
There's
okay, look.
context in the conversation, right? Go ahead, Travis.
Yeah, so look, I have nephews that are mentally challenged, damaged, right? They cannot function on their own. So yeah, he smiles all the time. He'll talk to you. He'll shake your hand like crazy, but he cannot survive on his own, right? He doesn't know how to prepare food. So I'm not being, cruel. He has a retardation, right? That's not a bad word. Fire retardation for clothing just means that it resists fire.
Yeah.
So he's got some kind of mental deficiency, right? So now that you've triggered that trigger, how would you describe it? Like, how can we make you happy
I would
in this
never
discussion?
say mentally retarded.
I didn't
or
ask you what you say. Obviously, I know.
I've
Obviously, I know.
We're asking you how you describe it, though. How do you describe what we're talking about? How do you even talk about it?
What is normal?
Well, you mentioned some kind of an epidemic of people being too easily offended.
It's a good
Man.
question, but okay.
How
are they described officially? How are the people
Calling somebody mentally retarded is not fucking the right word.
Listen, take it
No
easy,
way.
bud.
What is the right word? We're asking you. What is the right word?
Hold
I
on.
don't think he used that context. I don't think that's what he was implying.
I said originally, pretty sure I said mentally handicapped.
He did.
That's what I said. Okay, so Trigger Boy, whatever your problem is, we're asking you right now, help us help you. How would you describe someone who you can't have a conversation with, right? They can't carry a conversation or be emotionally connected to you. How would you describe that person's capacity?
Be a ball earther, specifically male man.
Gloper.
Ball earther.
I thought that's what Pete said.
I would actually describe him as a glober.
A Glober believer.
But honestly, I would like to hear how you would describe it, though, because sometimes I hear people get triggered by words, and I'm like,
why would you describe
hold on. There's context in the conversation. What is the problem with describing things? And then when you have an objection of that, I would like to hear your description so that I can maybe possible next time, I don't trigger you and use that different word. But here we are, 5 minutes later, and you haven't described it, so we're still waiting. Go ahead.
Oh, can I speak now?
Numbskulls. Does that work better?
Keep your feelings out of it, okay?
No,
Idiots.
Numbskulls doesn't work even better. Why do you have to label somebody with a negative?
Morons.
Here we go.
Okay, listen,
Hold
fella.
on.
Listen,
I don't think he was.
listen, fella. No, really. Okay, we hear that you don't like these descriptors. We're still asking you, if you were to have a conversation with someone like in your family, like I just told you, I've got 2 nephews that are, I don't even know what to say anymore. I'm so afraid.
You have to ask him what he would use.
Okay, so like if you were going to have a conversation with someone and say, look, I've got a nephew who, well, how should I say it? He, like, what would you say? How would you describe this person?
Vaccine damage.
It's minestrone soup.
Special needs.
I mean, can you like not even answer this question? I mean, seriously, you're the one that's snowflaking out about this, and you can't actually give us a happy alternative. You just keep going on about, well, I would never describe a person like that in this way.
How am I snowflaking?
You're snowflaking because you're crying about the fact that I used the word retardation or handicapped.
You can come up with an alternative, Wardenclyffe. Like, just trust yourself and come up with an alternative.
Is your position that there's no people with there's no people mentally challenged?
Challenged? Oh, come on now. That's not a fair word.
Oh, handicap.
Nutters, yeah.
Deficiency, mental deficiency.
Yeah. Is that his position? That there's no such thing as that?
We don't know. The guy's still the guy totally snowflaked out, and now he's not even stepping up to the plate.
Because every time I try to speak, somebody's speaking over me.
Okay, you have the floor, Cliff.
All right, you got the floor.
Right, okay. So why do we have to label somebody?
Oh my God, you're such a snowflake. You are such a snowflake.
Why do we have
Pretty
to label
good.
people?
Warden,
Yeah,
Why
I'm
can't
with
we
you,
all
man.
just get along?
I know.
Warden, you gave that
you
response last
judgmental
night
haters.
too, when you said you didn't want to admit to being a flat earther or whatever.
People are people, so why can't it be?
You're not as good as Buster, so carry on.
You and I should get along.
Why is so hard? Let me ask him. Why is so hard for you to answer this question?
He doesn't like labels.
Stop hating, guys.
Labels are helpful, though. Labels are helpful.
Why are labels helpful?
Because they help you to distinguish. Because you can connect right away to something.
So yeah, so Warden. So do you remember my original question?
Why are labels helpful?
What was my? What was my original question?
Let me just finish with this,
Put
Travis.
all the poison in a food cupboard and get rid of all the labels. See how you get on.
And you may say there's labels which they're negative. Well, that depends on the person, right? There's some labels that I heard from Mexican people that, people will say that they're offensive or negative, and I think they're like actually really nice, because I see it on my community or whatever, and I appreciate that. I like that.
You
So
call a
yeah.
mentally handicapped person in Mexico a Mexican silent zero. Genuinely.
Retrasado mental a la verga. Así.
What does that translate as?
Pendejo, stupid, or retard.
Bruto.
Okay.
You guys
Anyway.
are using too many gamer words.
Retrasado.
It's the spirit.
Gamer words.
The spirit. My answer to Travis would be that
Gringo,
the spirit
gringo.
is perfectly intact, Travis, but just the ability to communicate, the ability to function with the flesh, right, with the body is off kilter. But that doesn't say that the spirit. And they wouldn't be capable of absolutely communicating the beauty of the spirit that they live in to you, should they have the ability. So I don't see how one necessarily impinges with the other.
Right, you have Stephen Hawking, right?
Let's stick with the
was a
let's stick with the labels, right? Because I want to actually understand why people get offended by this.
Yeah.
Because
Stephen
there's a
Hawking, his body was retarded, but he spoke with his mind. Remember?
Yeah, he figured out black holes.
Cilantro.
So checkmate, flat tards.
Cilantro, it isn't only white people, man.
I came with
It's
both
words.
sides.
Look at how we have to tiptoe around words. You can't say Corona now. If I had a beer there and I said I'm going for a Corona, I'd be saying, hey, watch it there. Know what I mean?
I see the beer, right?
Yeah, but do I have to stress that? You know what I mean? Or when it comes to words like nigger, I can use that word all I like. As long as I don't call someone that, that's a
Mars.
thing to say to anybody.
Shout out
Right.
to Mars.
The word itself.
Just about to say, some labels are insulting to some people, but we have to use labels to distinguish.
Listen to how everybody went mental. Listen to how everybody went mental over a word. Holy cow!
That's why Cliff went mental when he heard someone called a handicap. Right?
Exactly what I was
Because we
just
become
saying.
scared of words. No, man. It's all about the
Part of
intention.
labeling people retards is to insult them. That's why we do it.
Well, is there a difference between saying the N word and saying the hard R?
Yeah, one's racist, one is just insulting.
Let me hold on, guys. Yeah, hold on. I'm a mod here. Give me a second. Hold on. We're live on YouTube. There's right now. That's why we cannot use those words, Pete. Okay, just consider that. If there was a private conversation, me personally, I will not have a problem with saying those words, right? But since this is Geo server, we have to respect that, and we know how YouTube is about these subjects. So let's just, be mindful of that.
Can I say something here?
Go ahead.
I used to think that word, the R word, I used to throw it around and not think much of it. Until I met a certain person that had a child that was autistic, and they told me that word was very offensive to them.
Yeah, but that's feelings, though.
Hold on. I since then stopped using that word.
Yeah, but that's feelings, though. We cannot change the language because of feelings of people. Words have meanings, though, right? We come up with these words because they have a Hold on, they have a meaning, and just because you feel offended by the meaning of the word, it doesn't mean we have to change it. It's up to you if you want to do it, but I will not recommend that because when you say, well, the R word, what are you saying? You're actually saying the word. You don't think the person knows what the R word means?
Took me a minute
Does it make it less offensive by saying the R word?
Is that what I said earlier?
Yes, it does. Yes, you can say that person is autistic, or that person is bipolar, for example. You can say that.
Yeah, but that's a description, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's
so
what I
now
said
that you
earlier.
know that word retard is offensive to some people, I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't use it as much. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but nobody did that.
Nobody
did that here today. Nobody did that. This whole thing started with my question, and I used the term mentally handicapped. That's what I
Which
used.
is a beautiful way to phrase it, right? A beautiful way to phrase it.
I would say that's acceptable. Yeah, I would personally. Now, I don't know others.
That would be offensive here then, you see. As we were growing up, if someone behaved stupidly, you'd call them a handicap. Fuck off, you handicap. Now you can't say that because, fair enough, you can't. But I think it's all about context and it's all about intent.
I was just going to say that, Pete. Yes, it's about the context as well.
Yeah. When Travis was talking, asking a very reasonable question about his own, well, he had his own kin in mind, but he was asking a general question.
You can't see the damage that this
you have to use
PC
words to
culture
express
has
certain
done
thoughts, and
to
there's
our
people taking
society.
exception at every word.
Like veganism.
Pete, that's why I always say the context is the key part right there, because let's say we're talking about history, right? And we're talking about when slavery was a thing, and we're trying to define, well, how were they calling, the slaves and stuff? You gotta say the words.
What were the
right?
terms being used back then? And here's the thing.
Yeah,
as well.
exactly. So
When
there's
I'm
a
told
context in conversations.
Yeah, when I'm told I can't say the word, that's bullshit. I'm not going to accept that. But if I turn on the radio or if I go onto YouTube and listen to a few songs, you hear the N word, nigger, everywhere. So this is all
I heard it.
confusion purposes.
I heard it.
Yeah, but
All
I'm not
right,
saying-
Pete, you're going on mute for a couple seconds, bro. Yeah, we told you.
Well,
Ban
there's
him, ban him. Seize him.
There's a perfect
Come on,
example.
man.
There's a perfect example of a word. There's a perfect
Oh, my
example of a word
gosh.
that we don't use anymore.
Yeah, but it was in
because
the
it offends
context.
people.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
my
No,
God.
I hold on. It was in context. Listen, but it's in YouTube, guys. This is
Oh
if we
my
were on
gosh.
private, well, ask Gio, bro. If it was my server, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care because it was in context. He's expressing how in the music is being used all the time and everything. It's in context. It's allowed. But
yeah, but so we can't call girls bitches because it's in songs all the time. You know what I'm saying? Come on.
Okay, too far.
Come on, don't mute me, please.
Well, there's a fine line between
Put yourself on
censorship,
mute, Travis.
right? There's censorship out there, definitely, but there's also being polite, you know, and considerate.
which I tried to be at all times to everyone, but there's also passion. If you're in a bar room and it's known for its brawls, and you don't go in there with the intention of brawling, you have to have the ability to defend yourself. Some of these places can be vicious, as we all know.
Look, Pete, this isn't my first time on the internet, man. I've used the gamer words myself, but you got to grow out of it. You got to realize, you know, I can't be that way anymore.
That was
That's
good. That
evolution.
was
There
like,
you go.
that was
Evolution
like
proven.
the young man talking to the wise man, the master student relationship.
And they're probably the same person, Merle, just at different ages.
Well, let's get back to what Travis was asking to begin with. I believe that the spirit of your nephew's perfectly intact and probably in potential more in tune with the creator, with what is actually natural and true. We're in an artificial setting here, Travis, that's the best I can believe, isn't it? I mean, there's no way to prove anything, but that's what I'd like to think. It's just that the body, the flesh itself, the structure itself has broken down or went awry somewhere, and they have this massive inability to communicate in our terms, right? But that doesn't take away, as far as I see it, from any intensity of spirit. Or maybe maybe our spirit has been drained somewhat because we're forced to deal with a harsh reality in all its material weight, you know.
On somewhat of a different tangent, but a little bit related. I always thought that it would have been an interesting episode or two for The Walking Dead to have had it from the perspective of the zombie. And I thought it would have been brilliant if their minds were completely intact, but their bodies were out of control. So like they were screaming in their heads, like, "What the hell am I doing? Why am I doing this? Like, don't do this. Like, I don't want to." I just thought that would have been a really brilliant twist of an episode or two. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that sounds good. I just thought later on, I wondered why all of these zombie movies were propagating throughout the last decade, and then of course along came the big C word, the big C word.
Travis.
One second silence, Hero. I think it's just it
You were
something
done.
clicked in me with zombies that they're always eating brains, and it sort of connected to my own thoughts of our brain
An interesting
at the
connection,
top being only
yeah.
half of our brain, another half is inverted in the gut. So anyway, yeah.
But
Travis,
that wouldn't
there's
be
a movie
selfish, that
called
would be liberals.
Travis. There's a movie called My Girlfriend Is a Zombie,
I
and
think I saw that. Yeah.
yeah,
I think
that movie has what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's
I
a
think
nice
that
movie.
was pretty good. I remember that. Was it like the wasn't the cover or the poster for it in like red? It was like a red and black. Anyway, I think I remember seeing that. But that's even like the Santa Clarita Diet with Drew Barrymore, right? She was a zombie, but she was fully cognizant and tried to be an ethical zombie, right? Only eating bad people.
Cool show. Yes, it's a cool show. The ethical idea of eating meat It's a slippery slope.
So I thought it
She
was a
was in a,
brilliant show. The writing was great and the acting was fantastic. I thought.
she was like a starving, deficient vegan, craving for meat.
Protein deficiency.
No,
If
just
can
cannibal.
I ask the vegan guy something? Like, if you were hungry and you were gonna die, and you to live and survive, you had to eat meat or a person, would you eat the meat and the person?
Merle, we're gonna barbecue you up, Merle. It's gonna be delicious.
Say the last part again.
Like, just if there was no other way to survive, would you go against the vegan ways and eat the meat?
So you missed. I've answered this probably 4 times. In a survival situation, it's absolutely ethical to do what you have to do to
Of course you
survive.
would, yeah. Of course you would.
Okay.
Man. Come on.
Of course it is.
Vegan, do you miss a burger? Do you miss a good burger, like a beautiful
I have
steak?
better burgers now than I ever had.
Nice one, nice one. I miss a burger, man.
The burgers I eat now are twice, 3 times, and I love burgers.
Very good, very good.
What's the recipe?
I use in our secret recipe. What is it? It's oats. It's garbanzo beans. It's lentils. It's fantastic. Whatever it is, it's got
No,
beef
that's
in it.
not burger. Come on.
Oh,
No, it's not burger.
What?
You just
It's a
changed
different
the
way to
words.
look at it, buddy.
Hey, what's the cement for all of the ingredients?
It's the oats.
Oats.
Yep. Telling you, if you didn't know what it was and I fed it to you, different.
Veggie burger.
It's not the ones, the pressed ones you get at the store, though. These homemade ones are pretty damn good.
Can you eat any of these ingredients without processing them?
With a what? What?
Sorry, I didn't want to start it up
He
again
said,
too
can you
much.
eat any of these ingredients without processing them? That's what he asked.
The hell does that mean? I mean, like put them together?
No, can you go out there and grab beans like garbanzo beans in the wild and just eat them right away?
Well, if I grew
Same
them,
with the oats.
yeah, they came from a field, you know, so I
And
could.
you can just grab them and eat them
Are
out
you
of the
gonna
plant.
so you're gonna tell me that you eat a more natural? Is that your point? You eat a more
I'm just
natural
asking,
diet.
can you eat this? Can you eat this
You
stuff
eat how
raw?
humans are supposed to eat. You eat how humans eat. And I'm just some first world, white, privileged, wealthy male that can eat vegan.
Dial it back, vegan.
Well, that's what I.
Listen.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
take it this way, though, right? It's like asking if you can eat rice, straight out of the field or whatnot. I mean, you soak them and you get it soft, right? Because you don't eat the garbanzo. I mean, I don't even know what a garbanzo bean looks like raw. Is it more like a peanut? Is it really hard?
It's a hard chickpea.
Right. So you soak it, right? You you make it soft so it's
No, I just you can cook it directly in that state.
Yeah, Jim's
But
you can eat a
wild
dog on the
rice,
side
though,
of the road.
if you found wild rice in the wild, you could just let that dry naturally, and then you could eat it. Soaked, of course.
I'm sure you've seen this video, vegan, but where there's a list of fruits and vegetables which in shape correspond to body parts, and just by pure cosmic coincidence again, that they happen to be fruits and vegetables most appropriate to the health of the organ or the body part. Do you know what I'm talking about there?
100%. The walnut, the brain, the carrot is the iris.
Brilliant. Almost
But
a
all
difficult
this
time
stuff,
for us to come to these
you can eat it
realizations.
seasonally, right? It's not all year long that you eat this stuff, right?
No, you're supposed to eat
By the
seasonally.
season.
That's how you're supposed to eat seasonally. You eat in the seasons. See, in the plant
So
kingdom, there's
during
thousands
the
of
winter,
foods you
you
can eat.
eat meat and fat, and during the summer, you can eat fruit and stuff, right? And vegetables.
You try to eat what's in season. I'm not going to deny that we don't live in synthetic culture. It's synthetic, there's no doubt, but you do the best you can to eat as close to the earth in.
Right.
That's what you got to do if you want health.
You find a sort of practical balance. That's the best that you can hope for. But you do realize the potential within our own bodies. We are miraculous beyond measure. And I think
Your body is
all
a
of these coincidences and associations between fruits and vegetables and body parts, it's almost as if they were laid there for us to come to realize in time. You know,
if we were true carnivores, when you drove by roadkill on the road, you get salivation in your mouth. That does not happen. You're
Here's a
repulsed by it.
criticism I have of vegan culture.
Yeah.
Like if you go to a restaurant that's vegan and you order a cheese burger, the cheese isn't really cheese and the burger isn't really burger. Why do they purposely try to like appeal to why don't they just call it what it is? Why do they have to act like it's cheese when it's not?
Just because something's called cheese, you're telling me that the guys have a...
It'll be like peanut juice or whatever. I don't know.
Well, here's the I've already answered this.
Call it cheese. And it's like, this isn't cheese.
I didn't stop.
Called it what
Okay,
it was.
I can answer. I can answer. It shouldn't bother you. It has more to say about what your beliefs are bothering you. I didn't quit eating meat and cheese because it didn't taste good, right? Of course, I would love to still be able to eat them. They taste great. But once you know what they do to you and what that has to go through for it to get on your plate, once you truly accept that, you would never want to participate in what's going on for that to get there.
Yeah, but I'm asking, why do they call it a cheese if it's not a cheese? Why do they call it a burger if it's not really a
because
burger?
those things are still good, and meat eaters...
But that's just confusing. It's like
It's
you're
a
playing both
description,
sides.
man. It's a description.
Familiar
I wouldn't describe
For
someone
that to bother
by what
you
they're not.
has more to say about you.
You're
than anybody
describing
else.
things by what they're not. It's not a cheese. Why are you calling it a cheese?
How come it has to be pus and blood and flesh for it to be considered cheese or a hamburger to you?
Dude, if you got a peanut juice, call it a peanut juice. Don't call it a cheese.
I call it what I want.
The fact that bothers you should really, you need to
I'm
think
offended,
about that.
okay, bro? I just got to take it out with you, man. You're the
That's
only,
cool.
you're
You're
the
triggered.
resident
Most
vegan
people
here.
get triggered. Trust me. Nobody likes to say their diet is... Nobody wants to ever been eating wrong. Same with the globe.
Meat doesn't just apply to animals, if I'm not mistaken. Can't you have the meat of fruit?
Exactly.
Listen, I'm trying to get back onto a vegan raw diet, and it's hard as fuck. I did it 2 years ago for 2 months, and then I fell off the wagon, and I haven't been able to discipline myself to get back on.
I started 6 months to 8 months fully raw. It was pretty unbelievable.
Travis, I can only imagine your diet. You're on the road eating
No, bro.
truck stop hot dogs and shit.
No, sir. No, I do not. I'm just saying it's hard to do it because, you know, if I'm eating a salad or whatever and I'm driving, I can't eat a salad while I'm driving, you know, but I can eat carrots or I can eat an apple or I can eat 4 or 5 bananas. But man, it's like, okay, I did that for
5
lunch.
bananas at a rip?
Yeah.
That's a lot of fucking bananas, bro.
Well, if you don't want the vindictive vegans to get on your case, Travis, you can't say that you're trying to be vegan because they're going to rip on you because it's an ethical stance. You got to say, I'm trying to be 100% plant-based, you know?
We hear you, SD. What's up?
We just heard you right now, SD.
What's up, SD? Holler at us.
Maybe your connection's a bit retarded, SE. I'm not sure.
Yeah, what I was going to say before when we were talking about this with my friend who is all on raw, he prepares himself in the morning 3 to 4 pound salad that he'll consume. But this guy takes like 2 hours to eat the thing. Like he'll sit there and masticate for 2 hours and just totally take his time. And I've found actually that chewing my food deliberately and longer actually fills me up.
Well, you know that's where digestion begins, is in the saliva.
Yeah, I know, but we're not taught that. You know, if you think about, you know, my son just had a baby, and so his baby's like 6 months old, and so you know when they give him processed food, he just swallows it, right? You can't like a 2-year-old chew your food, Johnny. You know, make sure you chew it 100 times before you swallow or whatever. You know, we're not raised that way.
We're raised
to
to
just
eat in 10 minutes, and we never take our time to eat.
6
Yeah, yeah.
months? He's supposed to be attached to mommy's milk.
No, he is. I was just speaking in general. You know, when he grows up enough to start eating processed food, I was just being general about it. I'm just saying he's 6 months old now. When he gets to the point of eating solid foods, most kids are just going to take 1 or 2 chomps and then swallow the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm guilty of that as well.
Oh, my parents used to yell at me all the time. You got to chew your food 32 times each bite.
It's true. That's why our teeth are the way they are. And carnivore teeth that tear and rip and they swallow, they don't chew. It's because their digestive tract is so short. Otherwise, the meat putrefies in your intestines and rots. That's why we don't eat meat.
For them, right? For those animals, that's a
Carnivores
hold on.
rip
For
and
those
tear.
animals, that's a process, right? For those animals, that's a process, right? Because they have a short intestine. We have long intestines, so we can process that food.
No, it putrefies in our intestines because it's too long. The meat rots too
Yeah,
fast.
shit is putrefied shit. Yes.
No,
That's
you
why
don't
it
understand.
stinks.
You're not getting nutrients from that. It's just putrefying in your body and causing inflammation.
The nutrients gather some from the first part after you is in your stomach. It goes into the what is called. I forgot.
Okay, you're not educated on what you're talking about unless you're trolling. It's fine.
You think I'm just trolling?
I don't know, but what you're saying is completely wrong. There's a reason why a lion's
not.
digestive tract is so short. They're
Okay.
carnivores.
All
Look
right.
at their teeth. You need to look at the animal's teeth to determine what they should eat. Our
Yeah,
teeth
we're talking about
grind
humans,
and turn
bro.
our food into puree. Carnivores rip and tear their food and swallow it whole.
Right. So then,
Basic
what's the
biology.
nutritional? Right. So what's the nutritional process? Like, they eliminate their food faster, so it doesn't have the opportunity to putrefy. I get that. So,
correct.
What is it then? How does their body extract what they need from it? What is it that they are taking from the meat before it gets
The body
eliminated?
extracts the nutrients. Jim, let me answer, bro, because you say that I didn't know what I was talking about. You're after it passes from your stomach, Travis. That first, after it goes through the next step, that's where your system extracts all the nutrients from the food.
I'm
right?
talking
Once
about
it's
the
in
animals.
your
Yeah, right.
talking
I can
about
explain
animals.
I don't know.
It's because carnivores have much stronger stomach acid than humans do. It can dissolve bone.
Okay. Yeah.
And they shit it out within hours. And that's why they're always asleep all the time. The only time they get up and to move is when they want to eat, because they're lethargic.
Right.
Meat makes people lethargic. Why do you think you get a huge meal and you got to sit down after Thanksgiving, you just sit on your ass for 6 hours and pass out? You don't do that when you eat plants because you're always feeling light.
That's true. That's
Of course
actually
it's true. This is not up for. It's really not even up for debate. I mean, people
I
just
get
don't
you,
want
bro.
to change.
I know. Let's
I
listen.
don't think so, Travis. I disagree.
I know you do.
I disagree because it depends on the portion. If you eat a small piece of meat, you don't feel like that. The
Right, then
problem
that's
when
right.
you feel like that is when you eat a lot of fucking food. It doesn't matter if you're eating carrots or meat. If you eat a lot, that's how you're gonna feel.
You're wrong.
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, he
You can
did
put
say
it to
that.
the test.
Well,
I mean, you're right. I
he
could
did-
totally stuff myself on potatoes, and yeah, I'd probably be pretty full and tired. But if you eat light, the lighter you eat, the lighter you'll feel, right? And you can still eat a lot of plant matter.
Yeah, if a meat is
but not pass out in a food coma when you're done eating, and you'd still be satiated.
well, if a meat is well cooked the proper way, I mean, you won't have a problem digesting it.
Doesn't matter how you cook
You
it.
won't feel
Simon, it's
heavy.
still biologically not our food.
Well, it is.
Well,
It is.
It's a mental battle.
It isn't.
It's a mental
It
battle
is.
as much as it's a physical
Look at
battle.
the teeth.
It
look
is.
at the
If, hold on, let
digestive
me
tract.
answer. If it wasn't, we wouldn't be alive by eating this shit, bro.
Again, you're wrong.
Yeah, that's not true. That's not. Just think about if you buy a brand new car, and you put fluids in it that it can still operate, but not to the best of its capacity. Right? You're not using what the factory manufacturing
I don't think that's
guidelines say.
analogous.
Yeah, it is analogous. Because it's going to die a slow.
No, it's not because it's like if you put alcohol to the engine, it's not gonna work. It's the alcohol can be, can light up also, just like
Silence,
gasoline.
bro. Jesus
What?
fed people with fish. It's over. It's over.
Bro, the Garden of Eden was
Jesus gave
vegan.
people fish to eat. It's done.
Bro, the Garden of Eden was
That the
vegan.
people didn't question where Jesus got the fish from amazes me.
The
'Cause
Bible
if I
says
saw a
in
guy up in a
Romans,
hill
only
No,
weak
it
pulling
men
doesn't.
4,000 fish from under his
Doesn't
nose,
say
I'd
that.
be going,
It was
I'm heading off
tofu.
home. I'll wait.
The Bible does not say that, by the way.
It says
Eden was
Romans
vegan.
14:2. For one that may eat all things, another who is weak eateth only herbs.
I just went over this with Righteous Force
Welcome to
in
Flat Earth.
Livestream a couple weeks ago. We went over all the verses. I don't want to do
Okay, if you went through righteous, you're clear.
the Garden of Eden was vegan before sin. Animals played with each other. They did not kill each other. Now sin happened, and now we eat flesh.
But
It's part
Jesus
of the
did eat
fall.
fish, though, right? I just want to clear that up.
And flesh
It could
backwards
be possible
is
back in those times that those people had a necessity to possibly have to eat fish. In certain circumstances, people have to eat animals. We're talking about the
all the
optimal
time.
diet for humans here.
Let me point
I'm not
out
talking about a
flesh
survival
backwards.
diet. Yeah, you can survive on meat for years, decades. But look how most of the people in Western society are dying. They're dying in nursing homes, barely being able to walk, pissing and shitting themselves because
Well,
of
if Jesus
chronic
can eat fish and do
inflammation.
miracles, then
This
I
is
know.
very easy to see.
It's not how you begin, it's how you finish, right? But let me just point out about flesh, H-U man, right? Flesh is H of self backwards. Did you realize that? There's
Say
a
that
clue in
again?
there for us somewhere.
That's a good point.
What'd you say? It's what backwards?
Flesh. So H-U man, we're human. Flesh is H self backwards. Think of that what you will.
H self.
But it's a mindset. That's what I was going to say to Silent Zero. It's a mindset as well. Change your mind, your body will follow along. I mean, when's the last time
Change my
any of
mind
us
or
here
what?
have?
Oh no! Recently, I
When's the
was
last
sick.
time you went on
Pete.
when's the last time you went on a fast, Silent Zero? How long is it? Did you go on a fast for when you did?
Fasting?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I practice fasting every day. I only have 2 meals a day.
Oh, very good. I mean, that's what I'm saying. So no, that's okay. So
I
if
don't
you,
I don't drink no sodas. I only drink water. That's why one of the things that I want to change. I have the distilled water. Recently
Silent,
I got
you
sick.
want
Right?
that
Hold
sensor?
on. Let me just say this, Megan. I got sick and I stopped eating meat because my acid uric was high. So I wasn't able to eat like garbanzos, beans, spinach, red meat,
okay.
like all those things I wasn't able to eat.
Yep.
When I
It's all
stop
'cause you make it
eating
down.
those, like when I stop eating meat, holy shit, bro, I feel so bad. As soon as I start back on the meat, I start feeling better.
Do you know
Okay,
why?
that might be a mental thing as well,
No,
because you're
it
growing
is.
up with
Well,
meat
it is
all your
some
life.
mental, but it's actually their microbiome is designed to break down meat. So that is looking
Yeah.
for that food source and it's not getting it. So you feel terrible.
Right. Withdrawal. Yeah.
It is. It's a withdrawal.
Withdrawal.
It absolutely is.
You
crave a burger.
Zero. Make sure when you eat the meat, don't drink too much water before or after, because don't dilute your acidity of the stomach so you can process the protein and the fats correctly.
Or just don't eat the meat.
Well, that's exactly. Just don't eat the meat. That's a misnomer. Yeah.
Eat the meat.
You're not designed to break
Eat
down
the
meat.
meat. Eat the meat.
We don't need any
100.
help
Eat the
from
meat.
you,
Hey,
Howard. No help from
Zero.
you, Howard.
Eat the meat with the fat. Okay.
Oh no, I can stop eating meat, bro. I mean,
Imagine to break down the fibers of a steak inside in your stomach, and lots of acid is needed. I think this is our body's way of attacking this foreign invader. Whereas if you had something more conducive to our system, there would be a lot less acid. I fasted for 18 days, and what happens ultimately after day 3 or 4, you don't defecate anymore, and all of your stomach acid dries up. As a natural state of man, I think this is what we have to sort of come to terms with. There's something miraculous in play with our lives and our existence. And
you're a vegan too, Pete?
Lordy.
well, here's the thing. I was just going to say that to everyone here. I'm a vegetarian. If I didn't have eggs, butter, milk, I wouldn't know what to eat. So I don't know where to apply my mind. But if I found some way out of this, I would definitely go vegan. I love all animals as well.
You can do it,
Actually,
Pete.
Actually, how cruel is this? My mother put down, how cruel is this? I was going to myself, Jesus, a little slug on the ground, and she threw salt all over it. And I didn't see her throwing the salt, but I went out this morning, and the animal's guts are sort of coming out or whatever. It just died a horrible death. How cruel is that, man? But I wouldn't hurt an animal again, not consciously anyway. But I'm talking about the physiological process as well. Remember, there's a connection
Oh, you're
between the
talking to the wrong
immaterial
person.
and the material. Hang on, let me just say this. We have to decide. It's the head that rules mostly, right? In conjunction with the gut. The heart is the broken thing which has to be mended. So ultimately, the balance has to be found in the center there. But yeah, something to consider anyway.
I might go vegetarian.
I just want to tell you guys that the first Happy Meal is mother's breast, mother's milk.
There you go.
That's you never seen a baby happier than when the baby knows that mommy's here and is gonna give the baby that milk.
I asked my mother, did she have 5 children? Did she breastfeed us? No. Never, no. Straight on
Oh,
formula.
that's why you're fucked up in the brain then.
Jesus.
Yeah.
It was the culture. Think about it. It's the culture of the time. The Beatles were after hitting the
I
world.
hope you understand that was a joke, Pete.
No, I mean, look, I say this to her. I look, when it came to my own child, my son's mom breastfed him under my pushing, I guess, for 6 months. 6 months, because the way I looked at it, I would have heard it went down longer, but the way I looked at it, you can't live your life twice, right? You can only go down one pathway. You can't say to my son, Steve, well, we'll try you out in the formula, see how you turn out, and then try you out in the breast milk for the first 6 months. You can't do it.
Formula.
It's safer to do, well, the formula, you know, the fucking powder that you put into a bottle. But yeah, that's
Yeah,
absolutely.
that formula that damaged the children's digestive systems. Yeah, great.
Exactly, and brain development, etc. But you know, we only live once in that sense, so that's, you do right. Actually, has anyone tasted breast milk? You'd expect it to be like sweet or some sort. At least I did. It's not.
No.
It's not.
There's no meal that compares to mother's first meal, colostrum.
Yeah.
There's no meal that colostrum. Yeah, there's nothing that compares to it.
Yeah, that's the strongest part. Yeah.
And you see, here's the thing, right? Imagine carrying on these ideal practices from the outset. You'd have a very different evolution in that sense. We are born in here, my own case being perfect. We're born into a foreign land, taught a foreign language, and fed a foreign food. From the moment I was born, I was given formula and then meat. Massive part of I'm sure I was eating meat from fucking 6 months or even less age or whatever. No, so that changes the whole future course of your life and potential anyway. But nothing's too late. Nothing's too late.
Oh, maybe that's what you need so that you can become more happy, Pete. A nice piece of steak.
I'm happy enough, man. Don't get me
some
wrong
ribeye
here.
with the fat.
Hey, Pete, was your fast just a pure water fast for 18 days?
Yeah. Well, not pure water, actually. You know, I did have like some tea and that sort of stuff.
Oh.
At the end, but it was no solids anyway. And
How many days did it take for you to go into
Did
ketosis?
you say pee or tea?
I did drink urine regularly, actually. That's one of the things I did do. How many days
know
did it
what?
take
You
me
know
to...
what?
Ketosis, Pete?
Yeah, what was that question again, vegan? How long did it
Remember
take
how many
me to
days it
what?
took you to get into full ketosis?
What does that mean?
You'll notice because your tongue gets a very taste. That's the ketones. It
I
took me
wasn't paying
5
attention to
days.
these things at the time.
That's how you know that you're truly fasting, because all the glucose stores in your body are gone. You're not.
It tastes like what on your tongue? What'd you say?
Very sweet taste. Ketones.
You know that guy Party. You know that guy Party Paul once told me that he went.
Sometimes
I think it was
diabetics
8.
will
I
get
think it was.
that.
Is my mic working?
Yes. Go ahead, Jeremy.
That guy Party Paul told me I think it was 18 days. It might have been longer, but he told me that he survived on nothing but urine for 18 days.
He didn't even lose 1 pound.
Of course he did.
No drinking. He didn't drink anything but urine, and he didn't lose a pound. He didn't even
Said
lose
anything
water
about
weight.
losing a pound.
I don't believe
He
it.
said he survived 18 days. Of course you're going to lose weight.
No. He said I questioned him on it, and I specifically asked him about that.
That's
and he
physiological.
argued that he did not lose an ounce. And I asked him,
Let me tell
you
you,
can't have water in your breath? I mean, you
Moyak.
should be losing at least water weight.
Let me explain you the process, Moyak. So when you fast, you go into ketone, right? Which means
Yes,
that your body,
I do it.
all right,
I'm in.
your body is gonna start burning fat.
I know. I do
right?
it.
Oh, okay. So you know that it's just impossible to not
Of
lose
course, I
weight.
know it's impossible, but that's not what Party Poet said. Party Poet said that he did not lose a single pound.
That's
and
Oh no! I mean,
level-
I thought you were supporting the idea, Moyak. Sorry.
Well, he's probably building
No.
muscle mass.
Yeah, unless he's done it many times before and he was down to a very slim.
No, you have to lose water weight.
ratio
Every
altogether.
breath you take, Pete, you lose water. And every second, you burn chemicals to keep your body alive.
Well, you
Every time
can't
you
call
exhale,
Party
you
Poet a
lose weight.
liar. You can't call him a liar.
And the thing about the brain is the brain cannot run on ketones.
False.
I actually saw another
No.
thing. There was some kind of
The brain
Shaolin
has to
monk
run
or
on
something.
glucose.
Dude, what the fuck, bro? Do you hear? Is this guy got me muted? Maybe.
Yeah, he
You're
got
all
you
right,
muted.
Jeremy,
That's
go
why
on,
he's
man.
been
There's plenty
rumpusing
of
you
people
every
else to
time you
say.
speak.
Vegan.
What?
Oh, all right, you can hear me. I once saw. This isn't to you. I was just making sure you can hear me. I once saw a Shaolin monk that claims some kind of one of those karate guys that claims that they don't eat, and there's another guy that don't sleep.
Yeah.
Are they
You ever heard of that
breatharians?
dude?
Breatharianism,
Dude that
yeah.
don't eat.
They're breatharians.
Is that from Game of Thrones or?
That's
No,
a
that's a
real
reality. I posted a video recently.
Now, you say that your brain can't work on ketones. So what is my brain working on when I'm in ketosis?
Your brain
or...
doesn't work at all, my cock.
Stop.
Mine works
I don't
on
need to hear your
weed.
mouth. You can shut
It'll
the
burn
fuck up.
muscle mass, is what it burns.
Okay,
The brain
so
the
protein.
brain is the only organ that can't run exclusively on ketones, like the rest of your body can.
Okay, so your brain, so it's running on proteins.
It's running on glucose, which is the brain's main source of energy. It has to have. So it'll take it from anywhere that it can get it once your stores your muscles eat your. That's when you lose
The only thing I can say is I spent a year in ketosis.
It's very
testing
dangerous.
daily for being in hard ketosis. I don't know what my brain was working on, but
It's hard on your kidneys too.
It's the very dangerous to do long-term ketosis. Very dangerous.
yeah, well, did it for a year.
Yeah. And then you quit.
Fucked up your brain.
No,
man.
yeah, I'm sort of running more of a normal diet right now.
Most people crave carbs after they go on keto quite a while, and they can't keep it going. They cave.
Well, once you get into ketosis, like there's a couple of days where it's annoying, but
What you
after
need
a while,
to do-
I don't really crave the carbs.
Once you get into full-blown ketosis, you need to go give yourself a glucose tolerance test, and you can see how hypoglycemic you would be. You're basically a type 2 diabetic. But it hides it because there is no glucose stream, so it doesn't show it. It's basically hiding the fact that you're type 2 diabetic.
Well, could have happened in the last year, but prior to that, I'd been tested. I wasn't diabetic.
Yeah. The only way to cure that is low fat.
Oh, I was doing high fat, high in protein.
Right. That's keto. They're very dangerous, especially because you're eating copious amounts of animal protein.
Well, yeah, you came in hot, bro.
Number
You
one.
came in hot, bro. If you don't come in playing up. Was that you again, Vegan? What's up?
Dude, am I talking over you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I did it to you 5 seconds ago, so I'm not really going to complain a lot of this time, but.
Everyone's been doing it to me. You got to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of talking over. We got to try to be careful. I know I stopped, though. I noticed. I'm like, all right, the other person stopped talking, so I said.
It's just sort of worse in a way, Jeremy. It's sort of like you're more insistent, but I get you there.
So, Jeremy, what you got?
I don't even know now. I forgot.
All right.
Brain, 20% of the body's energy consumption, the brain takes up. So it's still the brain. But I think more so it's sort of about reevaluation. and coming to flat Earth and beyond. And what exactly is our body? Who exactly are we? You know, we'll always revert. Someone asked why they call it cheese or burgers. It's sort of what we revert to, something we can associate with, but give it a different slant. And yeah, I think everything that's presented with, well, of course, we're going to be reverted back to officialdom with Moyoc Man. Although I'm surprised. What is ketone? Actually, can you answer me? What do you mean by that? That you went ketone for a year? Can you just answer me that briefly, Moyoc Man? Because I didn't understand what that meant.
I kept my sugar intake so low that my body went into ketosis and it remained in ketosis for a year.
Ketosis,
give or take maybe 1 or 2 cheats.
Ketosis is an abject lack of sugar, is it? Or
yeah, your body actually starts. It changes the process by which it generates or uses energy.
Yeah, it's the
Did you vary
technical
your diet
starvation diet.
anywhat, or-
Moyoc, did you ever experience what I was talking about with?
Oh, you dropped out on where when you got to the good point.
Did you experience the sweet taste on your tongue?
Mine was more of a rotten taste. I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's not always great. You
but
had
yeah,
that.
you know, that's the first clue that I'm in ketosis. It's like, ew.
Did you ever get the keto flus and the shits?
No, I don't get that.
No, you never got that, huh?
But
That's interesting.
sometimes,
That's
yeah, like
imagine.
maybe half the times in transition, I might get like 1 bout of the runs.
Right. That's pretty common.
I hope it doesn't become a thing though, where flat earthers have to be a fucking, vegans.
Or you're not a flat earther unless you drink your own urine.
Right.
No one
That
has to
is
be
when
answered,
you eat
for goodness
corpse.
sake. No one
At
has to
that
be
point, I
answered.
guess I'm out.
No, we can't lose you, Silent.
I'm sorry, Jeremy.
You're one
Hey,
cup
Silent,
away,
did you get that
Silent.
link to the?
Start with a shot glass and work your way up.
Say again?
Have any of you
Did you get that
been
link to the
seriously?
distiller
Have
I
any of you
sent
been
you?
seriously ill in your life? Have any of
I
you
got it, bro.
been through
All right.
serious illness
Thank
or
you.
operations
Yep.
or anything like that? It's like you're squeamish or
again.
something. I just asked, have any of you been seriously ill? Your life's been at risk. You're after serious operations, anything like that?
No.
It's like you're all squeamish or something. I'll tell you something.
Have you
When your
heard?
life comes to
Have you
depend
heard
on
of
something,
type 1 diabetes?
when your life comes to depend on something, you won't give one fuck. You won't give one fuck because all you'll want is just to go back to a prior state and you do anything to be able to do that. Now,
Well,
when
Pete,
it comes to, but hang on, let me say this. You just said that there's Silent Zero. If that's it, I'm out of flat Earth. Man, these things are not that difficult. Maybe you have to change your mind about yourself and
it's
your
not
own
about
existence.
difficult.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
not
just
about
saying
difficult to me. It's that to me, most of the time, this vegan thing is about like animals and feelings about the animals. And my morality has, I don't conflate my morality, my human morality with animals. Like I see animals as a separate thing from humans,
You don't
So
believe an
that
animal is sentient?
as a sentient?
You don't think
What do
an
you mean
animal
by that?
has sentience? You don't think it's having an experience and experiencing life similar to how we would, as in they know
Oh
that there's.
no, not at all.
You don't
What
believe they
about
have
a
any
dog or a
sentience
cat,
at
then?
all. So a dog.
Not at
you
all.
wouldn't-
No,
So you never had a pet dog,
I have 5 pet dogs and a cat.
and you'd have
You
no
ate 'em
problem
all.
if I came to your house, and you'd have no problem if I came to your house and slipped in front of you.
I will not drop a tear if they die. If that's
But you
what you're
wouldn't drop a
asking me.
single tear if I came over and killed your dogs right now and said, "Hey, I'm hungry."
If you kill them,
I think
no,
you're
I don't.
lying. I don't think you're being
I will
honest.
be angry. I will be angry at you because I will question why is your motive. But
Most
at the
people would
animal
kill
dying,
someone that came over
oh,
and killed
listen.
your
Well,
dog.
you're asking me a question.
Yeah.
About the animal dying, no.
Wait a second. So if I come over there and your dog's 6 years old, he's in no imminent death, he's not going to die of old age or he's not sick or nothing. I just go over there and I just, hey, I'm hungry.
Bro, that's a direct
You
threat
eat your
against me. I
dog.
feel like.
No,
I feel
this
like
is no
if you
threat.
come,
This
I feel like
is
if
a
you come kill
hypothetical.
my pets, I feel like if you come kill my pets, that's a direct threat against me, and we're gonna
But I'm
be at
making
it.
a point here. My point is those animals have value. Their life has value.
Not
And
to
just
me.
not to you. I don't believe you're
To make
being
you right though,
intellectually honest.
Silent
You're
Zero.
not being
They're
honest. with
fed. I feed them. I give them because I don't believe in like
So you think
mistreating animals.
those dogs are just flesh bags walking around? They have no idea what's going on. They don't know who you are. They just shit
Yeah.
and eat, and that's it. You don't care for your
That's
dogs.
correct.
You don't care for
Do
your
I
dogs.
care? Yeah, I care. That's why I pay for their food, right? If I'm gonna
Right.
have animals, I'm not gonna mistreat them. Of course, I'm gonna. I don't. I don't treat them bad.
Would you
But
consider it part of your family?
my feelings are reserved to my kids, my family, and my fellow human beings.
And my
Animals
point
can
is,
drop dead, and I will not feel nothing.
Animals get kicked by ass.
I don't know if I can believe you. My point is, maybe if you could extend your circle of compassion outside of your immediate family, I think it would probably ring into your dogs.
Compassion has nothing to do with the animals, though. See,
What?
this is
again?
compassion has nothing to do with animals.
It absolutely does. They have.
Well,
feelings.
I understand from your point of view, you conflate those. Hold on. Give me a second, bro.
I'll give you 5.
I understand that you conflate, right, those feelings with animals. I understand your position. That's correct.
No, you don't. You're misrepresenting my position. How about this?
Well, you're conflating what?
Hold on. How about this question? Okay, if you go up to a dog and you attempt to beat it, will it sit there or will it try to get away?
Why would I beat it if I attempt to beat it?
This is a hypothetical. If you go to an animal and you start beating it, what will it do?
He probably attack me back.
They'll attack you back. Well, what is a dog going to do when he that and scared?
It's a natural instinct, isn't it, to defend himself?
Right, because they're sentient. So they're either going to cower, run away scared, and try to avoid the pain, or they're going to attack. Similar to what our behavior is. Correct?
Yeah, they have instincts, though. Yeah, it's the instinct. That's why they kill their prey. They eat. I don't know what you mean by sentient. If you're trying to say that a sentient like a human being, no, it's not a human being. Not like a human being. No,
it's called fight or flight.
I've never seen
somebody explain me what is a sentient.
Are they conscious?
Conscious awareness, silence.
I don't think so. No.
You don't think they're conscious? Animals aren't conscious. So you're telling me if you had a dog in one hand and a carrot in the other, there'd be.
They're tricksters. They give you the.
They're pretty much the same to me. If I'm hungry, I'll put the. If I'm hungry, well, let me answer. You asked me a question about the carrot and the dog. Yeah, if I'm hungry, I'll pretty much just. Are you gonna let me answer any of your questions, though?
You're very angry, but answer.
Do you think I'm angry? No, at all.
He's getting angry.
You asked me.
He's getting angry because you're over talking him like every sentence.
It could be the meat.
Dude, that happens to me every time I try to say something.
I know it's very
All
tough.
right, you asked me that.
Go ahead, Simon.
I asked him this. Okay, just answer this then. You're telling me there's no difference. I've had a carrot in front of me on the table, and your pet dog. As far as your mind goes, it doesn't make any difference. You could just as easily cut the dog's head off as you could cut the carrot in half.
I'll probably do stuffing if I'm hungry. Yeah.
Okay. If anyone believes that, that's their own.
I mean, I'm obviously going to eat the carrot. I'm obviously going to eat the carrot first, and save the dog for last. But
I'm just saying, is there any moral difference to you between the two? Of course there is, correct?
Moral difference? No, not at all. No.
Oh, so the dog doesn't feel pain.
Yeah, he does feel pain. Yeah, he has a nervous system.
So that's a difference.
What does more? Also, do you think that moral things have to do with pain?
Absolutely, because he's conscious. He's conscient. Has sentience.
That's a you problem. That's a you problem, right?
You believe in evolution, Silent Zero.
What things are excluded from the animal kingdom that humans have? I mean, outside of creating machinery and stuff like that. What would be like? Do you think that animals sense grief or have grief?
Absolutely.
Of course they do.
Animals are much better at doing what they do than humans are anyway.
Oh, sorry.
The question is for me? No, they don't.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
When an elephant's baby dies, they don't eat. They become sad. They appear to become sad. Their attitude to the world.
That's your interpretation. That's a human interpretation, though.
Well, no, I mean they start functioning differently. They stop.
How do you know that?
Because
yeah.
they demonstrated it. They are upset.
It doesn't mean
They do
they're
the same
sad,
things that
right?
humans do.
Oh man. So see, this is the problem with humans. They see like similar behavior and they put an interpretation into that behavior, and that's
So
the
you see
problem.
a similar behavior, what do? You see a similar behavior and you discount it?
With humans? With humans? Yeah, I
Yeah,
can relate to
similar
humans.
behavior with animals. Like an animal seems to grieve at the loss
I don't know
of
what is going
child.
on with that animal. I don't know what's going on with that animal. There's no way
Well,
I
you
can
deny that
communicate with
it's
that
true.
animal. It seems like you can communicate with those animals.
There's
Why
no
do
way
you
you
We can
communicate with
actually talk.
humans?
We can actually communicate with gorillas or apes or monkeys or something, right? They train that one ape to one gorilla to talk with sign language.
Well, training, Jeremy, is a reaction, right? You teach the animal to have a reaction to something. That's
Right.
what is training.
You can teach a door to open, right?
Hey,
no,
Silent.
they see Coco doesn't. She comes up with novel sentences.
Oh
It's
my
not.
God! You
It's
named
not
your
just.
dog.
Silent.
It's not just random words, or it's. She expresses again sadness. You know, like her pet cat died, and she gets upset about that. And she says, you know, that Coco's sad. Coco would like to have another cat. You know, whatever. Or Coco doesn't ever want to have a cat again because it makes me sad when they die. You know, these are deeper thoughts than just feed me.
Hey, Silent. So you can't communicate with an infant. How would you know that that infant is feeling pain? You can't communicate with it.
Well, I can communicate, right, with
Oh,
him.
Expression.
How do
Through
you know?
expression. I understand the
Oh.
expression of a human.
Oh, but you couldn't have animals. You couldn't tell if an animal is happy.
No, I don't know if that
Well-
expression means the same for me than for
Well,
him.
let's hold on for a second and ask yourself: are you actually honest right now?
I'm 100% honest.
You're 100% honest.
100% honest.
All right then. If you can't tell if a dog is scared, happy, or sad, huh?
Let me ask.
Oh, I
Silent a
can
question.
I can tell if they're scared, of course.
So
ask you
why
a
would you want to cause harm to that dog?
So I don't care about his feelings.
You just don't care.
No, because they may be food at one point. No, I don't care.
Pretty cold-hearted, Silent Zero. I
Right,
must
you
say.
don't really
Well,
believe
in
that.
Europe,
You're
in
saying
Europe,
that to-
hold on,
Hang
hold
Yes,
on.
I'm expressing my
See-
opinion. So I would
I
ask
don't
you.
think you
I would
let me
ask you.
come to
That's
your house
great.
and
Hang on.
slaughter your dogs
Hang
and
on,
eat them
please.
for dinner.
Hang on, vegan.
Well, if
Hang on,
there's no
Silent Zero.
reason for it, hold on. If
Can
there's
I
no
get
reason,
out more than one sentence, please? So I said that comes across as being pretty cold, but I was going to ask you, it sort of seems like more adhering to an evolutionary sort of worldview. I would say the question is, coming to flat Earth, has it not caused you to think differently about everything that contains life?
Great.
Anyway.
no.
No.
Animals to me are food, right? Animals to me are food. And just like let me give
Just
you an
like it was
example. Just
before.
like in India, hold on. Just like in India, they don't eat cow, right? Because it's a sacred animal. We eat cow here all the time. But we don't eat dogs. But in China, they do eat dogs. It's just a culture thing, right? That's why they see Chinese people who eat dogs like oh my God, the ultimate, But to me, if any dog, even my dogs, and I would be hungry enough to the point where I have to kill them, I would, and not feel one single bit of remorse. I don't
But for
know
you
what
to
is the
say
problem
that
with
you
that.
wouldn't mind if I just stopped over tonight and slaughtered one of your dogs in front of you, that you would have no care?
Without purpose,
angry.
listen. So hold on. Let me answer, because this is important.
Yeah.
Without purpose, I will be angry at you, but
My
I
purpose
will
is
not
I wanna eat 'em. I'm
feel.
hungry.
Listen.
That's my
All
purpose,
right,
though.
bro. I'm done.
Well, that was my
Fucking hell.
purpose.
Not able to answer the fucking question, bro.
Why would you kill his dog?
You're making it tough. Silent,
political.
you're a cold-hearted bastard, Silent. You
That's
are
the
making
point
it
he's
tough
making,
for him,
but he
though,
could at
vegan.
least say, I'd be upset.
Listen,
I'd shed a
Jeremy.
tear at
Listen,
the loss of
Jeremy.
the family pet.
Listen to this,
I just
Jeremy.
think
For
it's
my
dishonest.
fellow human beings, right? For fellow human beings, I'll go to whatever means to help any human being, right? I'm able to distinguish between. But I had people here saying that if they see a human being drowning and they see their pet dog drowning, that they will jump for the dog first instead of the human
What are you
being.
talking
Tell me
about?
how the
Fucking
fuck
retarded.
is that? right way of
Fucking
thinking.
retarded. No
That's
one
a
is
good
saying
point,
that.
Silent. I hear you on that one. They'll act like
Who's
they'll
saying
save.
that?
They care more
They're
about.
gonna save the
dogs.
carrot. They're gonna save the carrot. But the
They
point
care
is,
about dogs.
your heart's an ice box, Silent.
Silent, I think you won that one. Don't let them talk you out of it.
Oh, bro,
totally
I
did
can
that
see.
one.
I don't. This is the me. I have my feet on the ground. I don't conflate my emotions with dogs because then you end up in these positions where, well, what if I'm gonna ask you the question? What if you're in a position where you have to kill your dog? Will you die instead of just killing him?
That's a good question.
Then why are you why at that point your emotions are no longer relevant?
I'd eat
Fuck
worms.
off with your
I'd get
shit,
worms
bro.
and fry them up.
Dude,
Well,
you're getting
Silent made
really
a good
pissed off.
point.
It's pretty funny, but explain that question again.
Well,
I'll
I'm
answer
pissed
it.
off at your examples, and you don't let me answer. That's what I'm pissed off right now.
I've let you answer everything. You've been giving some pretty terrible answers, but if you're honest, then I guess they're great for you. But answer me the question you just said because I'll answer it perfectly for you.
What was the question?
You remember what you said?
Well, he did say that you were. Did you say that if there was a carrot, an animal?
Oh,
and
no,
a human
no, no,
being
no. The
drowning,
question, Pete.
that you would go for
Hold
the
on,
human
Pete.
being?
The question was if you were in a position where you had to kill your pet to feed yourself, would you do it?
Hold on. Explain that. I have to kill my pet to save myself.
I mean, there's nothing else to feed yourself but
Okay,
your
so
pet.
that's the hypothetical. I have to kill my pet to save
No,
myself.
you don't have to. It's up to you. Either you kill him or you die. It's up to you.
Right. Okay, so this is a really outlier hypothetical.
walking through the
How
desert,
often
dude.
does
Yeah,
this
yeah, yeah.
scenario come?
I can
This is
admit
how
that.
many
Yeah.
hoops you have to jump through to justify your action. So now I have to say, I have to kill my pet for me to live.
Again, you don't have to.
Yeah.
I have
You
to
don't
really,
have to.
You're on the
honestly have to
Titanic,
think
and there's
about
only
it
one
first.
door.
What? I don't get to finish my answer, I suppose.
Bro,
It's
you
a
got talked
survival
over the whole
position.
time. That wasn't the first time. Yeah, you're either gonna starve to death or you can eat your cat or your dog or whatever.
Or your kid.
Or eat
This
yourself.
is a serious hypothetical. I mean, this is something that's
let's
probably
not.
never going to happen. And it's
Just the pets, Moyak. Jesus Christ.
Come on,
That's
man. You're walking through the desert. The kid's not going to walk out on his own. You got to eat him.
It's a difficult
Well, you can
situation.
ask me that
I'm gonna be
question
more than
after if you want, but let's stick with
Go
the
ahead,
one right
Charles.
now.
I can't
No,
finish.
you're going around, bro. Can you give your answer?
I'm explaining this is a very difficult situation. You're likely never going to be in this, and it's a very almost 0% possibility, like less than COVID. So
I wouldn't say
it's a
that.
very difficult
Our
position
infrastructure is very
because I do
fragile.
give my dogs life
If the
value.
food
So
ever
for
stopped coming in,
me to have to kill it for me to live, it'd be very difficult. I can't even
vegan,
honestly answer it. I don't know what I would do.
But
vegan.
then,
When you're
if
talking,
you're not going to answer
hold on, silent.
I'm just saying I don't know what I would be able to do. I'd have to be in that
My bad,
position to
I
know if I
stopped
could.
you so he could fucking go again. Jesus Christ. Vegan, can you hear when other people are talking? If you're talking at the same time?
Well, I was just trying to finish my answer.
Yeah, that's what I understood, that he was trying to answer a complicated question for him, and
he
he was
kept
taking.
All right, my bad.
I was just trying to finish my answer and he cuts me off halfway through. I'm just saying don't even think I'd know how to answer it unless you're in that position. And let's be honest.
Jeremy, let me answer him, all right?
The odds of that happening are zero.
Let me
You're
answer
doing the
him.
same
Hold
thing
on.
again, Simon. It's exactly what you
Listen,
just
bro.
did. You just cut me off. You hear an answer you don't want to hear, and you cut me
Yeah,
off.
you give your answer already. Okay, hold
And you
on.
didn't accept it.
See, it's the same shit. When you ask me, what would you do if I go and kill your pets right now? Well, then I'm just gonna go around the question and say, see, this is what it tells you when you're someone honest, right? I would say, well, there's no way you can figure out my address. How are you gonna know? You're not gonna be able to kill him. Instead of just answering the question, I will get angry at you, but I wouldn't feel anything for the
And he wanted
animal
you to say,
dying.
I would get angry at you, and I love my
My
pet.
God, people here, holy shit. So when I ask you the question, instead of just answering the question, you go on this, oh, it's a hard question. I don't know what to do. You're not honest.
You're being fucking stupid.
That is the worst logic I've ever heard in my life. And the hypothetical I gave completely different. It had nothing to do with what you said.
Exactly.
That's fine. I understand.
Wow.
These topics are very difficult to discuss because it's so emotional, and I get it. So
Not at all. You're the one emotional, though.
Hang on.
Okay.
The least,
All right, you're
hang on.
right, man. I'm really freaked out.
Hang on, vegan. Hang on a second. The least thing any caring person would say, well, is if someone came in and slaughtered my children's pets, be upset at the person, but I'm upset at the loss of my pets as well and the pain they went through and the hurt it will cause afterwards. That's a normal, reasonable reaction. Do you agree? You're cold-hearted to say, oh, I'd only be upset at you breaking in and killing my pet. I wouldn't care about the pets themselves. You don't agree, Silent Zero?
I don't agree, Pete. What do you want me to say?
No, but I've always sensed something off about you. Do you know when I start talking about media fakery events and you're kind of going, no, that's not so, or other things as well. It's cold-hearted though, man. That's why I asked you about reconsidering what life is about in a flat earth setting where we're center of the universe. Come on, man.
I mean, if you don't think that those animals' lives have more than just a sandwich, maybe that's a question you really need to ask yourself.
Well, yeah, I eat them all the time. Why should I ask that question? It's there in my mouth.
Really, you haven't. Is my point.
Well, I have, and
Okay.
because I'm
That's the
consistent with
conclusion you
my thought process. I'm able to eat meat so like calm and nice, and don't caring about what the animal felt when he died.
Oh gosh.
I eat meat. Just when they put a lobster, they taste so good. They boil it alive.
Right,
become Americanized.
Your taste
Silent, you're
pleasure
making
is
eating
worth
meat
the
sound
life
like
of an a sentient animal, huh?
immoral.
Become Americanized, it seems.
You see what's happening here? Let me say something, guys. What's happening here is Silent Zero is telling us our nature, how we really are, and you're not liking it. Because he's telling you, you eat cows, you eat all kinds of things. You don't think about their feelings. But a dog is different. I don't want to sound like unpathetic, like I feel for animals, but you see what's going on here?
No, that's not what the point being made.
That's not the point, and that
No, that's exactly that's
the point.
He's the first that's exactly what I'm saying.
Well,
I'm the only one consistent.
Listen.
Listen. I'm the only one in this conversations. I'm the only one consistent with my thought process, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you're
you
right.
guys conflate things. Yeah.
Okay, you're right.
Now, let me make something clear. I don't agree with you, Silent Zero,
me.
when you say
Yeah,
the dog
I'm
gets
fine with
killed,
that.
they're not going to feel nothing. I don't agree with that.
I understand that, right? I understand
Animals'
that.
lives have no value. I agree.
Ancient cultures and practices
I
give
think
thanks to the animal. You know,
Well,
give
then,
your body
money value. They
appreciation.
have money value.
Maybe it's being brought to multiple extremes from both sides, but I remember growing up and seeing animals, and especially dogs and cats, like being born and taking care of them. Observing them when they were like newborns and growing and all that kind of stuff. And some of them died, and it's not like it was like this emotional thing that came to me that this doggy died, whatever. But there was a process, understanding
It's only when
that
you
it
spend time with them,
died.
right? Bro, it's only
And
when you spend
I
time
did
with
spend
them.
time.
You involve
I
your
did spend
feelings.
time. Yeah, and then you dig a hole, and you so we gotta put it in this hole because it's dead, and then we cover it, and it was just a process.
that
It
it
wasn't
doesn't
like this
stink, yeah.
emotional,
Yeah, but if you spend
flight or
50 years
anything.
of your, if you spend 30 years of your life with that animal, like you do with a human being, then it'll be more emotional. Then you probably do the same thing as you do with the human being, which is dig a hole, put him in the ground, and feel sorry.
But I think it's
feel
being
remorse
pushed
that
to
you've lost your
extremes
company
in
or
the
friendship.
conversation.
Extremes. That I'd like you to expound on that statement. What do you mean it's being pushed to extremes?
Like you're saying, you don't care about animals.
I never said that.
To compare it as a human, do you think? So hold on, let me ask you, Beacons. Do you think a human and a dog have the same value?
No.
No, of course not.
How do you differentiate? How do you differentiate what value you give to each one?
Uh-oh.
We're compelled to. We're compelled to. If push came to shove.
No. That's not. You're not answering the question.
Well,
How
we're
do
compelled
you?
to because we're of the same kind.
Exactly what he's doing.
Compelled to
No,
because we're
a dog
of the
is not
same
equal
kind.
to a human.
Now,
I'm
let me
not
give you
an
an
animal,
example
Pete.
briefly. We're on the
not an
Titanic.
Let me ask you guys one thing. When you eat a Big Mac, do you think of what the cow thought or how the cow felt? Do you feel anything for that cow?
Fuck no.
I don't eat Big Mac.
They don't eat Big Macs. These are vegan people, so they don't.
Vegetarian.
Wait, but let me add up to that. When you eat the vegan burger and it came from a plant that used to be alive and it was chopped down by a bunch of knives at a really high rate, and those plants probably didn't.
Good point.
Maybe they saw that machine coming and they were like, oh, I'm a plant, I can't.
Let me
That
answer that for
machine is
you.
coming.
Let
And that
me
plant
answer that for
plant
you.
had no option. Hey, that plant had no option just to be shot down. So now that plant ended up in your plane as a vegan burger.
Do you know what you do? You give thanks. Hang on, please. You give
Jesse,
thanks
it
for your
only
food.
matters when the living thing has a nervous system. That's when it
Hang on,
only
Simon.
matters.
Yo, there's a
Parrot
lot
has a
of things.
nervous
Hold on, guys.
system.
Hold on.
I
One
went
second.
zero.
Let me tell you what you do,
2021.
please.
Can I have 1 second,
very
guys?
briefly, Jeremy. 1 second,
Guys,
please.
can I get a second?
1 second,
There
Jeremy.
is
Let me
studies.
tell you what you do. Jeremy, 1 second, please. This is what you do very briefly. You give.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy. You're muted right now, Pete.
There are studies coming out that suggest that plants do have feelings. They can feel sensation.
Sensory system.
Oh yeah, that's a
That's
cool
what
story.
the smell of fresh cut grass is. It's their like alarm bells going crazy.
The difference is sentience. These plants do not have sentience.
Oh, okay, that's your opinion.
Spell that
huh?
word.
Oh, that's
Spell
not
that
an
word.
opinion, Jimsy. I mean, really, you want to argue that? Oh,
That's
you're
your
gonna-
belief.
Spell that
That's
word.
your
Ain't a
belief.
belief. That's biology, sir.
Spell
Ain't a
that
belief.
sentence.
You sound like a Glober right now, bro.
Oh yeah.
Spell that sentience word. real
Here we
quick.
go with the add-ons. I'm. Here we come.
Is it
You're gonna really-
SENTIENCE?
You're gonna say plants feel pain.
Yeah.
Okay. You're gonna lose.
You
that.
don't care about plants, bro. You eat them like a burger. You don't care about plants.
Well, here's the difference. If we feed animals, they eat 18 times the amount of plants that we eat. So therefore, you're the plant killer, not me.
All right, here we go. Scientific research shows that plants possess these same attributes. Plants are conscious, sentient beings. This is from
Who wrote that?
That's
Like
propaganda.
this is mainstream science, bro.
Yeah, mainstream science.
Now, Jeremy, now that's a cool story. That's not science, right?
Cool
Because
story,
then what
bro.
we're gonna eat?
You get that off of NASA.
These moral people that want to moralize you.
I mean, this is some of the most.
Hang on, please. What I was going to say, and I don't know why I got muted, because all I wanted to say was one sentence. When the comment was aimed at people like me and vegan, all I would say in that situation about plants, you give thanks for your food. Your death wasn't completely in vain, even if they had a horrible life.
Thank you. Gracias.
Yeah, we do the same, Pete. We do the same with the animals.
good.
Yeah.
Very good. That's all we're saying. You
Yeah,
respect
I do.
the
I do
life.
give thanks for the food and everything.
Appreciate
the
it.
life
Yeah,
of the-
definitely
the life
appreciate the
that's
food.
sacrificed.
Guys,
Thanks
the
for that
difference
point.
is your meal had a victim. That's the only difference.
Yes, an
On
apple
the
would
other
No, there's
hand,
no victim.
There's no victim according to you.
No,
So
there's
An
no
apple
big
would fall
deal.
off the tree.
Oh
and go
yeah, yeah.
back
I
the
mean,
next
I'm the
year.
one eating it. So you're not the arbiter of what is a victim or not, buddy. So
Silent.
will go off the tree.
Life had to be taken for your steak to get to your plate. Do you not agree with that?
a little pig.
A little pig. That's more
Animals
like-
have
Here we
feelings,
go.
Silent.
Any
Animals have feelings.
critically thinking person is going to know who's right here. Okay.
Whatever, Daislo. We had this conversation. You're late for it.
There,
Hey,
there's no victim to
how
a
do you-
steak. Well, that's a new one.
How do you turn these plants into vegan burgers with love?
They're smashed up into patties, and then we bake them at 400 degrees. You should see the. I mean, it's like a damn slaughterhouse in here.
What a.
The thing is that nature provides
Screaming
a lot.
carrots scream when we cut them up, and the potatoes cry for help.
Yeah, and you can do that.
Kill,
That's great.
You can kill a pig without. You can
But
kill a
don't-
pig without making
but
it
don't
scream,
tell-
right?
You should
But
see
don't
an
tell
apple
other
after
people
it
they
was
can't
hot.
do.
It's terrified.
All your kindness to animals and humans amounts to nothing, bud. You're a plant.
There's a lot of resources of the earth. Plants are one of them. Animals. And when I think about plants, and you talk about plants, I think about something like hemp. So many good things can be done with hemp, and even the stock and the soil can be fed with the hemp plant.
Right.
And it's an amazing plant. I got nothing against plants. But these resources have to be used on the correct way, like laws of nature and all that stuff. But we can have each other say, hey, you're wrong because you eat what you like.
It's not what's
No,
been
you're just
said here,
coming from a
bud.
place
You
of
came in late in the
dogma and culture
conversation.
that's
Control
not
yourself.
backed by any research. Honest to God, I'm just telling you the truth. Every argument you've given me so far, they've all been weak and meaningless.
Yeah, but there's people that have first-hand knowledge that you cannot tell otherwise, bro. Your
What's that?
opinions, honestly,
You're gonna
don't matter
disprove
for
my argument?
everybody.
What are you talking about?
Daislo, they're questioning my feelings again about the animals, Daislo.
I have
What do you
feelings every time I cut up an onion. I'm always crying, so I must have feelings for it.
I mean, I got people in here telling me carrots have a central nervous
That's a
system
good
and
one.
they feel pain. That's a good
No,
one.
no, no. You ask if I will make a difference between those two, and I say no. Straightforward.
Carrots feel pain.
That is a
Carrots
good point.
have
Read
no-
that shit off of
I never
mainstream.
say they feel pain or not, buddy. Don't put me in that argument.
No,
I'm
somebody
sorry.
told me. Somebody said carrots have a central nervous system. Somebody said that.
Nobody said that. I read.
Yeah,
Nobody
off
said
of-
that.
Somebody said that they're
Nobody
conscious.
said that.
I also
I was
heard
reading
somebody
off
said
of
that
mainstream.
plants have a
Bro, are you
conscious.
gonna let me respond, or are you just gonna monologue the whole way through me?
Who?
You only got one
Me.
sentence out, Jeremy. That's all.
Jesus Christ, man! I can't
Hardly
deal
spoke.
with you guys.
Got one sentence out, Jeremy, but you must be heard as well because you're a mod, right, Jeremy?
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Nah, my wife went to bed. She works nights. I can't be up here screaming at you guys. Go ahead, guys.
Well, don't scream.
Well, vegan, you seem to have this idea that no one's ever gonna die, and
What?
if you're gonna
Where do these
be
comments
on the
come from?
plate,
When the hell did I say that?
well, like it's
No one's
natural.
gonna die now.
It's
Let's see. The
natural if
plants
that
have
things die.
consciousness. No one's gonna die.
You were gonna say that.
What?
You were thinking about saying that.
I was thinking about saying that no one's gonna die.
Absolutely.
This is getting better
I just
every
said it so
5 minutes.
you didn't have to.
Way better than it was before.
Come on, chill out,
Right.
guys, chill out. Don't get in each other's minds. Come
You're
on.
crazy,
No
bro.
one's gonna die, guys. Just eat carrots and you'll never die. This
Well,
is
should-
Try that.
Should
this is
worms
seriously-
eat?
Definitely find it.
What about the worms that eat us when they bury us?
What
Should they
about-
not
what
eat us? Because
You see, you can't
What's
compare yourself to
happening
a worm. A worm doesn't have.
Yeah,
agency,
listen,
so-
if you
you know what moral agency is? We have it. Animals don't have it.
yeah, but even then, if you think that worms eat people anymore, you got another thing coming. There's no way worms are getting into those caskets, bro.
That's right. We're starving them.
bro, when I die, they're putting me in a hole. That's about it.
I hear you on
The
that. You
worms
got to
will
find.
feast.
Yeah, but
I'd
you got
like
to
to
find.
talk. Oh, sorry.
You got
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's all right. You just got to find out what federal agency is going to allow you to bury yourself in some open ground somewhere.
Well, vegan just said, and I got him to admit it. He said animals have no moral agency.
Yes, that's what I wanted to touch on. Let's
How
touch
does
on
he
that
know
for a
that?
minute.
How could he possibly know that?
Because lions eat their young.
Well, what
Welcome to the earth.
And the
And
next
what about
tribe
the-
doesn't take that lion to court and put them in jail for life because they
What
don't
about the
have moral
animals?
agency.
What about the animals that help eat other
wait.
species
He thinks
of
more.
animals?
Let me just say this, Daislo.
Animals
thinks
don't
that-
know right from wrong. Do you?
Yeah, they do.
I opened up the
yeah,
door
they do.
for you,
I've got
Silent.
I've got
I opened up the
evidence.
door.
I've got evidence of animals that are of opposing species working together
Yes.
and yeah, showing moral. Like another animal will
Correct.
be drowning and the other animal will come and rescue it and save it.
Animals will display anthropomorphic tendencies at times. Absolutely. That's why their lives have value, but we can't hold it
Yeah.
to the same standards that you would hold a human.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's a beautiful sight when I see other animals helping other animals in nature. It's just, I think that's
That
amazing.
alone should turn you vegan.
Yeah,
Nah,
I agree.
I still gotta eat a cow.
Right. I mean, like I
That
said, this is
doesn't
all
mean
comes into
vegan
emotional
because that
arguments.
same
Hey, man,
animal is
animals,
arguments.
animals don't get enough credit for their intelligence and for their morals and for their value.
100%.
But they're not vegan.
You guys are like 1 century off from worshiping these things. And we've grown out of that. We had to evolve out of that, remember?
They definitely eat meat
You don't
too.
realize whose
We
thoughts
don't
you're
call the
regurgitating
sky a
because they're
horse
not yours.
anymore, remember?
This conversation is not for me, guys. You guys keep going about the
mean-
morals of the animals.
Sin Cleanser honestly said with a straight face that I was going to say no one died. They're vegan. He
I mean,
literally.
I think he was gonna say that because you're kind of saying like, you know, people are dying at such and such an age, and you live longer. Like we're gonna die eventually, you know.
I made it very clear how people are dying. They're dying of chronic illness in nursing homes, crippled and decrepit. That's not how the
Yeah,
human body is supposed to go out.
Yeah, let me say.
It's called adverse reactions to the environment and appliances of chemicals
Oh no,
into
it
the
would have
body.
nothing to do with the
Well, none of them are
shit.
vegan, though, right? None of the guys dying are vegan.
Slow down, guys. Guys, too many people at once. Come on.
Right, it has nothing to do with the food you're eating 3 times a day. Sure.
Oh yeah, that too. It's a combination.
You know,
Definitely.
the very thing that your
Bad
body
environment.
brings into itself, your food, the very
That's
substance that makes you up.
That saying "you are what you eat" is
It's a true statement.
So who was Kellogg's and these people of the corn industries that brought all this corn to your plates and to make vegan burgers and the old guy, Quaker guy? What's the story behind these people?
Just think
I
of
don't
those
know, man.
guys. Just think of those guys as the food.
You're breaking up, Travis. Is it me?
I would say that
Oh,
like
it was-
vegan.
it was-
He's out. But I would say for a vegan, it probably is do the least harm possible. So whether there's a vegan out there who thinks a carrot should be protected and not killed, he's still bound if he wants to live to eat it. But there's no necessity for eating meat unless you're walking around in the desert. There's no plant life to live off of.
Right.
Daiso, you're
Survival
vegan, right?
situations, meat- Yeah, survival situations, meat it has to be eaten.
Daiso, you're vegan, right?
No, I'm not vegan.
Why
I'm
you're not a vegan, Daiso?
He eats
Me?
ribeye.
Because I'm not what do you call it? Strong enough, I guess. I don't know what the word is, but like I love animals, but I like to eat them too.
Have you watched Dominion
You
yet?
like him that
Daiso?
much?
I'm sorry, what was that, vegan?
Have you watched Dominion yet?
I haven't. This shit's too hard for me to see, man. It pulls on my heartstrings too much to see any
But you're paying
animal
for it,
suffering.
though, dude. You're paying for it. That's the thing. And the weird thing is, I didn't care about the ethics until 5 years in. That's the strange thing. And then it dawned on me.
Well, just to be a little bit honest with what Silent was saying, and even with what Die Slow just said, right? I mean, listening to what he just said, it sounds actually very barbaric. I mean, I love animals, but I also love eating them too. I was just like, wow, that just doesn't even sound right now.
I agree. I mean, I agree with you 100%. It doesn't sound right.
So Travis, going up and down the road, have you ever passed a chicken truck that's stacked
yeah.
with cages?
Oh yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah.
I can't stand it. I can hardly stand it. I have to look the other way, man.
Why is that?
Why?
Them poor chickens, and their feathers all blown off of them, and they're in their little compartment, and they're freaked out and scared to death. Yeah, yeah, I don't like it.
You know what I say when I see one of those to my brother? I'm like, they're going to die. That's what I always say.
Yeah.
That's what they're bred for.
I don't
Yeah, it
involve
is.
my feelings with
The
animals.
majority of those in the trucks are Cornish crosses, which is exactly what they're bred for. They'd never live in the wild, nor were they even evolved in the wild. That was something we made. Was the Cornish
Yeah, but you're not
cross.
looking at what's inside the life, the understanding, the
They don't
conscious
have
mind.
a life. You understand that they don't live more
they
than
do.
they don't live more than about 16 weeks because the Cornish cross is literally bred to be a giant meaty bird that once it hits its edge of lifespan, it is so large that its own legs can't support its weight.
Right.
That's
And can you
the reason
imagine
we
how
made them.
terrifying and miserable that 16 weeks must be?
How
Not
is
really.
it terrifying and
Not
miserable?
really. I don't believe you're being honest.
How is it terrifying and miserable?
Well, the thing
Terrifying
is,
for him to hear somebody honest.
But you're talking at one side of the industry side of the food chain that they make these chickens like this, but it's not like that everywhere. That people eat
It's
that type of chicken.
98% of all animal products. 98+%. That's all animal products. It's
How do
factory.
you? Yeah.
It's true.
Okay.
It's true.
Okay. Like, there's no one out there eating chicken out of their gardens, right? That doesn't
That's
exist
a straw
anymore.
man.
Huh?
I never said that.
So what is it?
So
Well,
just so that
we're
you
talking
know I'm
about the
honest, right,
treatment.
with you, Vegan. Give me a second, guys. Vegan. I would not have a problem, me personally, killing the animal, but I'm one of those persons who are like, how you say, disgusted by the guts and stuff. So it will be really hard for me not to gag while I'm cleaning it up. I don't know if I have to do that to fish, and it's a little bit because the you know the
Right, it's
side.
disgusting. It's disgusting, and I appreciate you saying that because
I won't have no problem killing
the
it.
true carnivore would lap at the mouth. They would be drooling when they cut those guts open.
Why would
Because
you
that's
say
what
that?
carnivores eat.
We
You are
don't-
disgusted by it because that is not your food.
I've butchered several
Disgusted.
chickens and rabbits, and I have yet to be disgusted by the guts that I pull out. Nor do I actually eat the
Yeah,
gut.
that's cultural. Yeah, a hunting
Yeah,
family
that can
will
be bred into where
perfectly
you're
willing
just
to gut an animal unless
desensitized to it, which is normal. It's easy to get desensitized to it, but you don't start foaming at the mouth and get really an appetite up from seeing animal guts splayed all over the place. That is not appetizing for a human.
You would if you didn't have industrialized agriculture and all that kind of stuff, providing you with this much grain and
No, for
stuff.
it to be
And if you
appetizing
really
to us,
wanted, if you really wanted to get food with your two hands, you could go out there, fish, or even hunt and get food with your own
that's
hands.
not how 98% of our food gets to your plate. My point
Yeah,
is,
because it's been
let
industrialized and controlled
me
and
finish it.
manipulated to be the way
Let me
it is
finish
at the
it.
moment.
The only way that the meat is
It's pretty
appetizing to
obvious.
us, Gen Z,
Why are
the
you
only way that it's
talking through them,
appetizing,
dude?
it's happened all night.
I know, but you
Yeah,
keep doing
that's
it
not
though.
okay, man.
We're trying to calm it down, and you keep doing it. So just relax and let everyone finish their sentence, please.
Yeah, let's calm it down a little bit. And I want to add in something. I get a little queasy when I rip a carrot out by its roots and chop it up with a knife, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't eat carrots.
That's an honest statement. Right.
I mean, you
Okay.
get the point,
So
right?
like I was saying, the only reason that
It still grows. It seems to be a
you're
life
going to talk
form
to me.
out
Okay.
of
So
the earth.
the only reason that meat
Rip it
is
out from its roots.
satisfying or looks good to humans, cooked and then garnished with plants, the
I have
seasonings. The only
I have a
reason
little.
chicken tastes
No,
good.
I
The
don't
only
need to
reason your
see that
steak tastes good. It's the only reason. You have to
I have a
season it
little
with
lobster
plants first.
stethoscope that I listen to lobsters scream with.
Wow.
Vegan, can I ask you? You never answered my question of how you determine the value from
Because
a
I can
dog
never get
to
through
a
that.
human. Huh?
Yeah, I did answer, but no, everybody talked over me when I gave the answer. So
What was your answer?
say it again, slow.
How do you distinguish the worth of a human and the worth of a dog?
A human is worth more than a dog. That's how.
Yeah. How do you distinguish that?
Because I'm a human and it's a dog.
Depends on the human.
The human can add
Yeah,
more value
where you draw?
to a dog.
Yeah, but where you draw that line? Like, what is the system of measurement that you're using to dictate? Okay, the value of a dog stops here, and from here the human has more value because of this. What gives you that measure? Like, how you measure that?
Well, I would put a human above a dog, but would I put my pet dog versus a stranger? I don't know. I'd have to think about it.
Wow.
I'd have to think about it. I don't know. Who knows?
That's a good one.
Until you're in that position,
Every
you don't
time,
really know.
Sinclair, every time I get them with this one, every
You
time.
be a man. You be a man, and you let the dog be a dog. And if it's a good dog, you let it be a dog, and there's no problem with the dog. I don't see the issue.
Your gotcha questions.
Every time I get them with this question,
believe me, you
I
couldn't
love it.
get me,
Well, I
Silent.
see it. I've
You
seen a lot of
didn't get
people.
me.
Hold on, Vegan. I've seen people like, they'll have a dog and they'll be like, everyone will be like, oh, it's so cute, but a little baby, they'll be all annoyed by it, like shut the baby up or something. And I think that Silence question really highlights that. If you had a human and a dog, you might think that your dog is worth more than the human, and that's
my
a pretty
dogs are.
scary thing to think about.
That's a scary thought, bro, because
Yeah.
that says a lot of the
I
society.
can't relate to that.
My
I cannot
dogs are
relate to
worth
that
more.
either. Do you think I care when a person like Vegan tells me that I have no feelings, and then I hear him say that he's doubtful that maybe his pet has more value than an unknown person? I'm like, and you're telling me I'm a cold-hearted? Fuck off with
you're
that
really
shit, bro.
grasping at straws, buddy. You're like to misconstrue what I said and put it in a different context than I put it.
That was your exact words, isn't it, Sinclair? Didn't he say that?
Words where you're the one that has no feelings for animals. You said
Hang
that,
on,
not
Vegan.
me.
Let me give an example to Silence Ear that will maybe satisfy your question.
It won't.
I can imagine a situation where a man loves his dog so much that he'd rather starve, not necessarily a man, a person, they'd rather starve to death and eat their dog, right, and leave their dog live and eat off them. But I can imagine also at the same time, if there was another person involved, the man or the person would kill the dog for the sake of the other person.
Well, that's just a stupid fucking person. That's what I would say.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you can't cry over your dog having to, you know.
I know the dog. If you die, I know of stories. Someone that died up in the mountains, and he had a bunch of dogs, and you know he used to feed them, but he died alone with like 3 dogs, and the dogs ate him.
Yeah, no
They
problem.
were
Of
hungry.
People will do that too. You ever hear about the guys
yeah.
up in the Andes Mountains when they crashed their airplane?
They started eating each other. Yeah,
They had to, or
yeah,
die.
they had to. It was eat each other or die.
Bro, just go fish or something.
Eaten after they died.
Here's a question about that and the airplane, right? It was the people dead, or were they killing the people?
They were
They were
dead.
dead.
They were dead.
They were dead. All
Just
right.
like the
So,
plane.
I mean, it's tough, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't see a problem. But if you were killing people, then at that point, I think I don't agree with that.
Well,
let's say there was me and you on a desert island, Silent Zero, and there was no food left, and ultimately, as the days passed,
Whoever dies first, dear Pete,
Yeah,
I love
so-
you with my heart.
do you think that both of us would develop this sort of this will to kill the other in a
You guys would poison
devious
each
manner?
other.
No,
think that
not
would
me.
be-
Not me. I guess
give up your life
we
for
last
me?
into whoever dies first, then I guess either you eat me or I eat you. But whoever
Would you-
dies first, right?
You'd
Pass the
we'd agree.
drumstick.
Hang on, please. We'd agree on that, right? But then, because the starvation,
Since you're vegan,
kicked in-
probably I'm gonna resist more than
Hang
you.
on, please.
That's for
Then,
sure.
Because when the starvation sort of kicked in, we agree on that. Everything is cordial. We're going through this together. But now you start thinking that I'm plotting to take you out during the night. So you're going to start thinking in
Don't
preemptory
project.
terms.
Don't project your feelings into me.
Can you not
Pete,
imagine
okay?
that? Can you not imagine that?
Not at
scenario?
all.
Come on
Not
now.
at all. I would
It's
actually
probably
feel
a
really.
great short
I
story
would
in that.
actually listen. I would actually feel really. Imagine feeling really sad of the situation and like keep it together as long as we can until one of the two dies.
Hey,
Yeah,
Silent,
no,
don't you see
That's
how
how I
crazy
feel it.
the hypothetical's got to get to justify not being vegan? I mean, you have to bring up these crazy scenarios that are anybody.
To not be vegan. No, I give you my
to argue
motives,
against
right?
veganism. Like, can I finish? To argue against veganism, you have to bring up these crazy, off-the-wall hypotheticals
Exactly.
to make
Just
your
do
point.
what's right.
No, not at all.
No,
Not at
no,
all. What are you
no,
talking
no.
about?
I
Oh,
have to
okay.
do
Hold on.
Hold on,
I'm
guys.
confused.
I don't
Vegan.
think vegan
Vegan.
was finished. Silent. I don't think vegan was finished. Hold on
I
a second,
wasn't.
guys.
You were
Okay,
saying
go
how
ahead.
you gotta have these crazy hypotheticals. I have to either kill myself or my dog. I have to kill myself, or to kill my dog, or I have to die. I mean, what a crazy hypothetical you have to bring up to try to justify eating meat. When easily,
That wasn't to
90%
just
of the
hold
That's
on.
not the
That
reason you
wasn't.
eat meat.
That wasn't. Hold on.
That
That
was your
wasn't to
hypothetical.
justify eating meat. Hold on.
Yes,
See,
it is. That's the whole point
see,
of the
Jeremy,
conversation.
that's a problem. There's a interpretation of why I asked this question. The question was postulated because I said if you would feel, we were talking about the feelings of killing the animal, not why if you would eat it or not. That wasn't at that point. That wasn't why I brought up the question.
Well, the
It was because
hypothetical
of the
was so
feeling.
off the wall. I have to either kill my dog or I die. Which would you do?
But it had to do with the feelings, not with
When
eating.
would this ever come up in daily life? My point
Well,
is,
let's
it's
bring it down
absolutely
to more of a
insane.
simple. Let's bring it down to more of a simple analogy. What if your neighbor's dog was stuck in the fence, silent, and it was crying for help? Would you help the dog, or would you just go back inside?
I wouldn't
Oh
care,
yeah,
bro.
help the dog. I'll
I
help him.
wouldn't.
He says he
But
would.
that's
He says he
him.
wouldn't care. He says he wouldn't
That's
care.
him because he.
care,
That's
depends,
him because
bro.
he has other things to do. He has other things to do, and that's him. But if it was me, I'll help the dog.
So let me just tell you something, man. Animals have feelings, all right? Just because they don't have they're
So you say.
ambidextrous or bipedal, they have feelings and they
So you say.
deserve life. They deserve life just as much as you and I, due to the fact that God
So
gave
you
them
say,
life.
I mean, why you eat them then?
It's
Well,
pointless
that's my
trying
own.
to get through to him.
That's my
It's
own
never
fucked up
gonna.
shit.
All right, then.
It's my own fucked up shit, Silent. But at the
Well,
same
that
time,
is a fucked up shit to believe that and
it
then
is.
eat them. That is a fucked up
It
shit.
is. I understand.
Yeah, well,
but
not
at
to
least,
me, right? I don't hold that position, so don't project that shit into me.
No, I'm not talking about the eating aspect. Just the commonality aspect, man. Like you have no intention to eat the neighbor's dog, but it's asking you for help. It's stuck, and you just walk away. I mean, that's not.
Well, depends on the animal, right? In this example, depends on the animal. If it's a big
Any
dog,
animal.
I don't care about that.
Animal,
No.
man.
If
Any
it's a pit bull, or whatever, I'm not gonna get close to that shit. If it's like a small dog,
yeah,
which
I
I'm gonna see it's not gonna bite me or whatever. Yeah, sure, why not? What is the problem with helping the dog?
Well, why
But
would you
if
do
it's
it?
Check this
Huh?
one out,
Why
Silent.
would you
There's
do it?
videos.
Either way, I wouldn't.
There's videos.
Either way, it wouldn't move my feelings. Dice low.
I
It wouldn't
understand.
move my feelings.
Okay, I understand. Check this scenario out. There's two guys in a boat, and they come across a bear in the middle of this fucking lake, and the bear is clearly fucking struggling. These guys go and grab this fucking bear out of the water and pull it into the boat. I don't know if I would have the balls to fucking do that, but these guys did it. Everything worked out, and they got the bear to shore. How fucking crazy is that, man? You gotta have
That's cool.
owners for that
Well,
shit.
the worst thing hang on. The worst thing that could happen is the
Respect.
bear, hang on, please. The worst thing that could happen is the bear attacks you in the boat out of instinct, right? And all you do then is just jump in the water. The bear's not going to go back in there again.
Yeah, but still, dude, come on,
It's
a
a
giant
wonderful
fucking
story.
bear.
Yeah.
You could
It
tell in
is,
the
dude.
movie that the bear knew that they were trying to help him. He just sat
Shows we
there.
all have heart and connection. We're all connected.
There's other stories like this with moose. There's stories like this with all sorts of animals.
Guys,
There's
so
even
tell me
stories
about
with
Tesla.
what's
Bird.
in?
Tesla and the bird. There was love.
Oh, I didn't hear that one. Tell us that one.
Well, Tesla had a thing with birds, not the women type, the actual bird type. And some sort of love blossomed between the two, and they found a connection. Not electrical one, but there were sparks.
Ow, chicka, wow, wow.
Yeah, so look into that one.
Is that even possible?
What the fuck?
Anything
He
is
was
possible.
he was not very well hung.
What did he love?
He loved birds.
A
He
bird.
carried your nose.
He loved pigeons. He was polyamorous with the pigeons. He had like 40 pigeon wives.
What?
God, it's 10 o'clock.
All right.
God.
Yeah, people love pigeons. He's not the first one nor the last one.
Right, but he did
If you look
say, I
around.
think the words were that he used, that he loved it as his wife. Yeah, that type of. It was
But did
something
he
as
like
cute as
actually
statement.
physically like? Are you saying he
I
did
don't
things
think that
with
he
these
actually
birds?
stuck his wiener in him because that would cause major trauma. Because he was really poorly hung.
Is that you really thinking about that?
Well, if he was
My
poor, then
goodness.
the pigeon might be the perfect. Never mind.
Yeah, let's get back to the animals rescuing each other talk.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that, Silent? Like, if you were to see like a dog rescue a cat, or like a lion rescue a goat, or like these opposing like things that would normally eat each other, but they're in this situation and they're helping each other. Like, would
How
that,
do I
like,
feel?
What if
like, how would that?
You're asking me about my feeling about this? I don't care. I have no feelings into that shit, bro.
But that's you, and that's fine. That's you.
I mean,
That's
it's,
Yeah, I
it's
know.
cute when
It's
that happens.
I guess we have to move on.
Hey, you know,
It's
you know
cool.
why?
There you go. There you go.
Hey.
Jeremy said it right. It's cool, right? See that? It's cool.
Hold on, no,
That's
it's,
it.
let me finish. It's cute when that happens. You know what's even more awesome though? What I like watching more awesome is when the lion hunts down the goat or whatever the fuck it saved and just all its friends eat it.
Did you see the lady who dives
magnificent.
underwater? And she somehow has this weird connection with sharks, and she pulls fishing hooks out of their mouths, and the shark will take off and go bring other sharks to her with hooks in their mouths, and she'll literally sit down there for hours, just come up with a huge bucket of hooks. None of the sharks bite her, and they actually sit next to her. They like a dog. She'll just sit there petting them like a fucking dog. Wild
That's
shark.
fucking awesome, bro. Yeah. Oh, as opposed to a non-wild shark.
No, these are all wild fucking sharks, dude. That she's
They're
she's
probably
able
not
to-
hungry. They probably not hungry, Daiso.
Sharks,
Well, they
bro.
want
They're
the
always
hooks.
hungry.
They want the hooks
Sharks are always
hungry.
hungry.
What it is.
Animals don't. Oh, hold on.
And
Animals don't
appreciating.
eat just for eating, Daiso. Animals will not, if they're fed up, they will not eat something that they don't need to eat.
Yeah, you didn't see Jaws. That shark.
I
ate
don't know if I have
everybody.
enough balls to get down
Yeah.
there with the sharks like she does, Silent, and I don't think you do either. But somehow this lady pulls it off, and
They
Yeah, I
also
can
won't-
care less if
they
the
also
fucking
won't
shark
eat
has a
something-
hook on their mouth.
No, I know you
Animals
don't. That's
generally
the thing.
won't-
I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you an example where normally this lady would be fucking food, but somehow her intention has changed the dynamic of the situation.
What's really impressive
you don't know
is
that,
the
Daiso.
other sharks bring the sharks in, which is kind of
Yeah.
that
Other
implies
sharks-
communication. And
Correct.
the fact that, as far as them eating her, they might not eat her, but she is a foreign animal in their ocean. And when they come up to her and she starts pulling on the hook, which probably causes them discomfort, for them not to respond
No,
in
actually,
kind is
the
also
sharks-
another very telltale sign.
The sharks sit
it's
still and
because
they let her do
Jesus
it,
Christ, like-
and then after she pulls the hook out, they'll hang out with her for like several minutes before they ever swim off, and they show no sign of discomfort. They just want to get the fucking hook out, and they know that she's trying to pull it out, and it's a really neat fucking thing if you've never seen it, man.
Yeah, animals won't.
amazing.
Hold on a second. Jesus Christ, guys, it's tough to get a fucking word in edgewise with you motherfuckers. Animals that frequently won't eat other animals that are helping them. Like if there's a giant fish and it's got little fish that swim around it and like pick barnacles or parasites or some shit, it won't fuck with those fish because it needs those fish. It wants those fish.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
that's
the
not-
other day
yeah,
I
get that.
I saw one of like an eagle was trying to get a chicken, and and a couple of chickens and a goat help the other chicken to not to be taken by the eagle. Yeah.
So here's another story on Netflix you guys might not be aware of, but this guy was scuba diving right off the coast by his house for years, and he made friends with this baby octopus, believe it or not. And this thing, he would go down there every day, and he would
feed
spend
him.
time with this baby octopus, and he would somehow he
Feed
reached
him.
his hand out. He reached his hand out, and this thing came and reached its hand out, and they locked onto each other. And ever since then, dude, they've been fucking really good friends. And he did this whole documentary on this whole thing's lifespan and everything. And every day he would have to go down there and find it, and it would look for him, and he would look for it, and they would hang out
That
together
happens,
for a good
Daiso.
portion.
That happens when you create. That happens when you create a dependency, right? So what probably the guy did is feed him every day. So now the fucking animal is dependent on
didn't.
this fucking guy. So at that point, I would say this guy messed up his natural life of the
Shut
octopus.
up, Silent.
No,
What?
man.
Shut up,
He
man.
didn't-
You don't know.
He didn't
You
feed
don't
it.
know.
No, he didn't feed
He
this thing.
didn't
This
feed
thing
him?
was living.
You don't know
it was
that.
living. No, it was living in its own natural environment, doing its own natural thing. All he did was just observe it and let it know that he wasn't a threat, and he was just there to hang out. And they
Was
hung
it like
out a
a
lot.
bird with Tesla? Did he love octopus? Was his wife?
Well, it was sad because what ended up happening is it got eaten by some
No,
sharks.
no spoiler. No. Spoiler alert. I was
Sorry,
gonna
dude.
watch this.
Well, you should watch it still because honestly, just looking at this amazing connection between this animal and this guy, like this is evidence to me. Animals deserve more than what we give them credit for. I mean, Beautiful story. If you haven't seen it, watch it. I apologize. I ruined it.
The octopus didn't get eaten by the.
Let
The
me
octopus
express this,
didn't get
guys.
eaten by the shark that got the hooks taken out.
Let me
did it?
express this by saying that I think that actually the animals that we have that we hold on our houses, we are depriving them from their natural, from nature, which is probably worse than what an actually animal lives out there, right? It lives more a fulfilled life when they're in nature than in
about
our
that?
houses.
I got cats that are fucking
No, here's
spoiled
the
rotten.
thing. Here, let me give you another story here. There's these polar bears, wild polar bears, and they came across this team of sled dogs that were locked down for the night. And I don't know if you ever seen like sled dogs, but they sleep out in the snow, attached to their chains. And normally, like polar bears would, fuck anything up that they came across. But in this instance, the polar bear came and played with the dogs, and they laid together and rolled around together and hung out for several hours.
There's a problem with you watching these things. Let me tell you why. Because you see just the fucking like the outcome, right? But you don't see what happened before that. You don't know if the owner ever fed those bears, because that's a strong bone when you fed an animal. They will come back and they will create but that's a wrong thing to do, because you are making the animal be dependent on you, which I don't agree. People should be doing that.
I agree, but I don't think this was the case in this situation. Like, there's plenty of just situations that just happen, man. Like, there's no what do you call it? I don't know what the word is I'm looking for.
My cat is a luring.
There's no luring involved.
I understand. Like that bear went by his own means, right? Like curiosity, and then I guess the guy fed him or whatever. So I have a cat, right? My cat, I let him go out as he wish. He goes out during the night. He comes back. He comes back in the morning. I fed him everything. He's huge. One day he came back and he had a huge cut in his chest. I guess he found somebody bite him or whatever. And my wife, she was all worried about it. And I told her, okay, well, take it to the vet. This is the first and last time I'm gonna pay for this motherfucker to get better. Next time he's gonna fucking die, because I'm not gonna. That's what I told my wife, and she knows I will do this. Because it's not fair to taking food from my kids or whatever to feed this fucking cat.
What's your point?
Seriously,
why are you being so heartless, man?
I'm a heartless motherfucker, Travis.
Your heart's an ice
Come on,
box.
Silent. Come on, man.
Well, I think a lot of this stems from
Well,
just
what I
the
spend there,
culture.
I could have give something for my kids. I spend it on the fucking cat.
But I think a lot of this, Silent, I think a lot of this is a result of the culture, like the machismo culture there.
Yep.
Not at all.
You know what I'm saying?
See, I have a lot of family members. Daislo, I have a lot of family members which don't have, not even sometimes have something to eat, right? And I always am helping a lot of people that I can help. So when I'm spending on this animal money that I can spend in a better thing with humans, I get angry. I told my wife this.
You're just cold.
Oh, buddy, I'm not cold at all. I take sometimes from my own food to give to others. You don't know me at all, Daislo.
I'm just fucking with you, Sammy. Don't take. I was just being funny. Just being funny, Sammy.
Right.
Let me give you guys a scenario. See where human nature is really at. Let's say you're taking a trip now to your winter lodge. It's you, your wife, your 2 kids, and your 2 dogs. You got your camping gear and everything. But
my wife.
It's a snowy day and your car runs off the road, right? Now, you don't have enough food there. You got enough food for a couple of days, right? but you know eventually someone's gonna pass by, right? But you don't know how long. It could be 4 days, 5 days. Now you can starve to death in the meantime. Now you have 2 dogs there. What do? You kill one of the dogs to feed your family, or you let everybody die?
Well,
You go fishing. You go fishing. Find frozen fish.
You have a little bit of skills set, man, and you know, there's plants, you've got bugs, you've got all sorts of shit.
You don't got nothing.
I never heard on the example given that you have these options, guys. So let's stick with the example. If we
Right. Again, these crazy hypothetical.
No, it's not. No. It's to test.
This ain't crazy. No,
it's
this
to
is
test
totally
because
I bet
is a
people here have had this
hypothetical.
happen to them.
No, okay.
My point is, it's easy to make decisions comfortable in our living room right now, in our house. But when you know what hits the fan, it's all different.
Well, Montreal, I've stated multiple times.
Always
in a
hitting the
survival
fan. Every day
situation-
hits the fan.
Hey, I'm talking, Jimsy. In a survival situation, of course, if you have to eat an animal to survive, you're within your moral right to eat it.
Yep, do what you got to do, man.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's not just an animal;
you
it's
can
your
go forage.
beloved pet. Hold on, it's not just an animal; it's your beloved pet that you grew up with. You had it for 5 years.
Yeah, what's your point?
My
You're
point
gonna look
is,
for other-
given certain circumstances, you will do the unthinkable.
Yeah.
Well, you said you're on your way with your family to where?
I'd eat other stuff. I'd eat grass or leaves or some other shit.
Yeah, I would look for other alternative.
Listen, he put you in a snowstorm with no hope for foliage, nothing.
Okay,
He
well, that's
totally
different.
made it inaccessible. You had nothing. You have nothing to choose from except for Fido and Fifi. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Wait,
eat
you went out there without any food? You just out there with
Don't you go to grandma's house?
But you
without
had
a
food, but it ran out.
You
You
go to
had food
grandma's
for a
house.
few days.
Guys, calm down, guys.
No resources?
You don't
No
go. You don't.
resources.
Every time
No,
you get in your
it's
car, do you
winter.
actually? Every time you get in your car, you actually load it up with food. If you're just taking a 3-hour trip to grandma's.
No, I didn't say. You didn't listen to the scenario.
Grandma has
You're
no
going
food.
to your winter lodge to spend the weekend.
Oh.
You brought some food to last you a couple of days, right?
Yeah.
But your car veered off and it went into a snowbank.
Right.
There's no vegetation. There's nothing around. You have no
Yeah,
hope
we
of
get it.
survival.
We get it.
Well,
We
if
get
it came down
You're
to
not
it,
gonna
you'd have to
die.
do it, wouldn't you?
That
But
dog's getting eaten. We get it.
if it came down to it,
But-
you'd have to
but this
probably
is-
do it. But let's
But
be
this is
honest.
vegan.
When was
This
the last
is
time that
vegan's
happened
whole
to
point.
anybody in here? It just
This is
makes
vegan's
the
whole
point
point right now
stronger
is the
because
fact that
these
Guys, we need to.
these
Okay, here's
situations
what's
never
going to
happen.
happen. Hold on a second, vegan. I don't know
No, that
why
was my
people are
fault,
having a
Jeremy.
problem.
That was my
Yeah,
fault.
just every.
I didn't
but
know it was vegan
it's not
talking.
just you though. It's not just you though. We're all doing it constantly. I even did it a whole bunch of times, so I'm guilty. But relax. We're all going to be able to talk, guys. Relax.
Well, that's not
Let
true.
vegan
My point-
answer and
my
then the
point
other
was-
guy.
I just finished my point, and you go. These situations are so uncommon that you have to bring these up to justify eating these animals in your daily life 3 times a day. You have to understand these situations you're bringing up are so obscure.
That's not why you eat the animal.
What? No, I'm saying this circumstance is never going to happen.
Yeah, I agree.
That's how far you have to skew and stretch reality for your situation to take shape, to not eat animals every day, for you to justify continuing to eat them in your daily life.
I was going to say
That's where
this
you're
earlier.
feeling.
I was going to say this earlier, but I didn't get a chance to. But it's not that far fetched of a scenario for us to have to start. If the food stops coming in to the cities, our logistics are very fragile. We're highly advanced, but very fragile. So, I mean, this isn't a crazy scenario.
Jeremy,
if that
can I
happens,
point out a
Jeremy, if
situation
that happens,
took place?
the meat's going to dry up first, and that's not going to keep coming from the factory.
Let me point out a quick situation that just recently took place, I believe, last year in Venezuela. They tried to change their currency, and long story, but consequence of it was that the whole country got basically boycotted, and they ran out of money. Everyone was fucking flat broke. There was no import coming into the country. They were solely dependent on what they had. And it was only a matter of, I think, months before they ran out of food in the entire country. They started resorting to the pets and birds and anything they could forage for. and this all took place, man.
Yeah,
I don't
it will
know.
happen.
People,
The only reason you guys are eating meat every day is because it's coming from fat farms. Once that stops, the animals won't go around like you guys think that they can. They'll be gone. They'll go extinct because we'll be eating them all, and then they'll be gone.
Vegan, where you live. Vegan, where you live. Can I try, Jeremy? Vegan, where you live. Can you grow everything necessary for a vegan diet in your climate zone?
It has to be seasonal. Then you'd have to keep certain for the winter. But of course, you can do it.
You can grow avocados, and because I mean, you need a lot of obscure vegetables in order to contain your.
The basics can be stored. I mean, you're talking
microgreens.
It can be done. It can be done. You can have stocks. You can have 500 pounds of beans. You could have 600 pounds. You could have 100 pounds of rice.
I heard
growing
microgreens was very profitable.
The what?
If you grow microgreens, you can grow them in your house easily, and
that's a good idea.
Highly profitable. I heard.
Good idea.
You can also grow hemp, and that will provide the whole plant itself can be used, the fibers, the seeds, the oils to produce many things like fuel.
You can grow
Listen. The seeds are very nutritious for cattle and for chicken and you could feed animals with the seeds, and these animals will give you a better nutritional value as well with the hemp seeds. Feeding them with that.
Yourself then.
I disagree that
you can use
get rid of the. I disagree that once we get rid of the industrialization of meat, that animals are gonna disappear. Because if that would happen, probably the first thing that a lot of people is gonna do is get themselves a couple chickens, and some other people is gonna get cows, and they're gonna start doing it themselves.
I believe we farm. I think it's 78 billion animals we farm and kill and raise every year. So those won't exist. So where's all that?
Oh, they will. They will.
I want to point out an important fact that you might not be aware of, Vegan. But all of this, what you're trying to do, is what it's going to do. It's going to push and promote this whole soylent green and these plant replacements for meat. These plant protein replacements. And a lot of this stuff, dude, is coming from Bill Gates and these nefarious entities that they don't have your best interest in mind. And they've been testing a lot of this stuff in labs. And there's a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Issues. There's a lot of issues involved.
All genetically modified. It's Beyond Burgers. It's the Impossible Burgers. Yeah, you don't want to eat that.
Well, this is what they're doing. This is why Bill Gates bought up all the farmlands. What he's trying to do is he's trying to create a crunch, a squeeze in the industry so that he can push his soylent green product.
Yeah, we've already gone over this, right? They know meat isn't sustainable for the long haul.
Yes, it is. With hemp,
hemp,
it is sustainable. Oh yeah.
Well, I don't mind hemp.
Make meat sustainable.
I don't mind hemp. I don't mind
because you
so
can
much.
feed the animals with it.
Oh, yeah, I know that. You said it. We get it.
I see what you're saying.
But vegan, you gotta understand, dude. These whole synthetic, the whole synthetic plant protein is trying to push everybody into this mindset of veganism, but it's not healthy, dude. And unless we're aware of that, and the majority is aware of that, you're gonna see people buying this shit, whether they know it or not, and they're gonna be getting fucking sick from this shit.
I am very aware of that. I've already talked about it.
Hemp cleans the air, cleans the soil, makes the soil ready for other crops.
Yeah, we get it. Hemp's coming, bro.
Yeah.
It's a good thing. I get it, and I agree with you. But we got to focus on the bad things that people aren't aware of, so we can point it out, like soy green and stuff. Go ahead, V.
Yeah, that's what is gonna replace that kind of stuff, and providing something that multi-resource like hemp. It's why we are in a lot of trouble.
Important. Yeah, it's very important. Industrial hemp used to be the largest cash crop of America. Used to be.
Bro, a nation can be basically independent in resources with industrial hemp. You could provide all the ethanol needed for run the vehicles that are in place right now. You could.
Hemp still is the cash crop. If you added up the secret amount of fucking hemp that the amounts that everybody buys, like all the people, shit.
What is hemp? Is it marijuana? Weed?
Yes.
Okay.
Industrial hemp. Industrial.
Well, I'm talking about pot that you smoke from the fucking things that are opened up, the dispensaries and shit. All these people that go there, that's a lot of money.
They used to make.
And-
They used to make. I believe the first Constitution was written on hemp.
Dempsey, where are you from?
8 out of 10 people smoke fucking weed. That's a lot of money.
Borinquen.
Where?
From Borinquen.
Where?
Borinquen. You speak Spanish?
Sí.
All right.
That's
sí,
Mexico.
Señor.
All right.
Gemsy, that's in Mexico.
That's in the Caribbean.
Oh, the Caribbean. Okay.
¿Es boricua?
Yeah. Sí.
Oh,
sí,
that's
señor.
I think Fat Joe did a song on that a long time ago. You remember that song? How did it go? I don't know. I'm sure you know it.
Hey, Daislo, you don't like the machismo thing?
No, I don't have a problem, man. I'm just trying to tell you that that this is just a subsequent part of your culture is to just have this machismo way about you guys. This is just part of it, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to judge you. I'm just saying you have to be honest.
and no offense. See, this is one of the things there. Great point, Daislo. See, this is one of the things that a lot of people will hurt and say, well, he's been like, he's saying it with a derogative connotation. And to me, well, it's actually not, right? I mean, I think we actually need more manly men to behave more manly. Stop being
I do, but we have to be honest as men with our feelings, man. We can't just be these barbarians saying I don't care about feelings because I'm a man. Like, I don't agree with this, man. I don't agree with this type of logic.
The culture of eating flesh and being demeaning animals is supposedly.
Like I'm honest enough with myself to say, yeah, I like steak and carnitas and all this shit, but at the end of the day, man, like I don't think I'm a good person because of that. Like this is a weakness of mine that I have.
Well, I don't think morality has nothing to do with animals, to be honest.
I do. I think if you have the capability of understanding, then you have responsibility.
Yeah, you just haven't seen it yet, Silent. You just haven't
It's
seen
like
it.
what you're doing right now, Daislo, is like if I say I'm so against abortion, but if my wife is about to have a baby or whatever, and I cannot afford it, whatever, I'm just gonna abort it. That's pretty much the same shit.
At least, yeah, but you're being honest. You're being honest with yourself.
No.
And not that you're making a good choice, but you're not lying to yourself and saying, you know what, man, this is okay. I'm gonna justify this and lie to myself. Don't do that. Be honest with yourself.
You pretty much are going against the law of non-contradiction. How do I say this?
Just because I go against myself, right, doesn't mean that I should change how I feel about it because I did it, right? Like justify my actions because I did wrong. No, that's not okay.
No,
man.
it's like I'm a conservative, right? I'm a conservative person, and it's like if I would be going to liberal fucking events and shit like that, it makes no sense.
Well, then you're right. Then maybe the person's just fucked up, but they're trying, and you have to give them some credit for that. At least they're trying to be honest with themselves. And, nobody's perfect.
Don't care about your facts, Daislo.
Yeah, facts are now meaningless.
Sin, you're on fire today.
Hell yeah.
Sin is killing it.
Well, I think we covered about maybe 12 hours of vegan conversation today.
It's a pretty good conversation to have, but Sin Cleanser, to be honest. So.
Pretty
a lot of emotional.
Some things do need to change, right? I agree.
Yeah.
About that industry, but the problem I have with vegans is that they try to turn it into a moral thing, like you're a good or bad person or whatever. That's why, like, when vegans try to argue with me, they have like absolutely no power over me with their arguments, because the first thing they try to do is like move you with feelings, and once you let them know that you establish that, well, no, I actually don't fucking care. I don't see this
Silent, what if we're
these
trying to
things
move
as
you with,
these things as the equals as me. So I don't
Silent.
care about what you feel for you know.
Silent, I'm not trying to move you with feelings. I've been trying to move you with objective facts. And if you don't want to see
So
that
you say,
and say it doesn't
sure.
have any effect on you, that's your you can do that.
What is an objective fact?
What I've told you about what we've been talking about, everything I've told you 10 hours.
Well, no, not when it comes to feelings, right?
The fact that you have to use completely obscene hypotheticals to justify your say animals
again,
consciousness. You said they are not sentient. You don't believe they have feelings. You've said all these things. Those are all objectively true. That isn't feelings.
No, it's objectively true because whatever study are being made are with the bias. Hold on, it's just like when the doctor said that smoking cigarettes was okay for you, and then they changed their mind. They say back there it was objective true.
Silent,
now
there's
it's
no
not.
victim with cigarettes. Okay, when you eat a steak, there's a victim.
It used to be.
It used to be. So your steak didn't have a victim.
Well, how do you know in the future it's not gonna change, right? And so that means that fact that you call fact is not a fact.
Great. So now steaks don't have a victim, and carrots have a central nervous system.
Well, yeah, steaks don't have a victim.
Plants
Victims
feel
only
pain.
when you murder someone or whatever.
Animals
I don't know what you call
aren't
victim.
sentient, and I'm using feelings to try to convert you. I'm not trying to convert you. I'm just giving you the actual facts. You know, they do exist still. They do have meaning still.
To you, yes, I understand that.
If you decide to,
and it's a fact for you, yes, I
you
understand that. It's not a fact for everybody.
Right, facts are only for certain people. I get that. The last 2 years have proven that.
Well, Vegan did have a good point when he says that, like, you guys are using these imagination scenarios, and that's what Glober's.
That wasn't my point, Sin Cleanser. I even restated. Hold on, I even restated why I brought up that argument had nothing to do with you eating the meat. It had to do with the feelings, right? That was the point, and he keeps saying that it was because of eating meat. Not at all. It's about killing the animal. Are you going to be capable of killing the animal?
No,
it's not.
Yeah, you're misconstruing what I'm saying.
You're misunderstanding my example.
I'm not.
Well, okay. Well, I'm telling you are. Right. I'm listening to what you're saying. You're misunderstanding what I said.
Okay. Well, we'll let other people judge that.
I'm starting to misunderstand what's going on. Can we clarify where we're at?
Nah, it's too late to go back again.
Yeah. To cover the whole thing, yeah. But the bottom line is, I really just covered it.
Yeah.
These people believe that animals. Silence believes that animals have no conscious awareness. They're not sentient. Animals or plants feel pain.
Okay.
They have a central nervous system. Somebody said.
Yes, they do. So here, let me tell you something. I got this plant. It's called.
Plants. Wait a second. Plants have a central nervous system.
Yes, they do.
Okay. Well, now everything else you've said, it can't be believed. I mean, that's the most absurd thing I've ever heard in my life.
Out. Well, if you're going to let me explain myself, there's what's called touch. Yeah, there's what's called touch sensory plants. I have these plants called a mimosa. You can look them up, and you touch them just a little bit, and the plant actually moves and reacts to your touching it. It's
right.
It's sensitive.
This is from
reacts
listen,
to stimuli.
Science. This is from science.org. Plants communicate distress using their own kind of nervous system.
There's also the acacia plant.
Nervous system. That's not a central nervous system. Yes, they react to stimuli. There's chemical reactions going on in plants. How do you think they grow towards the sun? That doesn't mean they wake up in the morning and say, "Oh, what a nice day."
Listen, they react differently. All right, and they feel things differently. Just because they don't have a hand and eyeballs to fucking to mimic your ass doesn't mean that they're not reacting in their own way. I don't know if you know about the acacia plant in Africa, but there's this certain plant, right? And the second that it starts getting eaten by these migratorial animals, they release this pheromone, which communicates with all the surrounding acacia plants, and they change their plant chemistry, their
Right, they
internal
react
makeup
to
to go toxic.
stimuli. They react to stimuli. Yes, they are not aware of their surroundings. They don't wake
Yes,
up
they
in the
are.
morning and say,
Yeah,
"It's a
yeah.
nice
Let me say
day."
this, Dicelo.
Yes,
Yeah,
they are, bro.
an
They wake up.
animal
No, they aren't.
reacts
Plants wake up. They
reacts
take
to
a
a
shit.
stimulate
reaction.
exactly the
They
same.
literally take
chemical
a
reaction.
shit when they wake up. Plants wake up. They take a shit. They take a piss.
Right.
Just like you and I. They
Yeah.
stretch their arms out, just like you and I, and
Yeah.
they start going about their business.
You must be right.
I mean, I
And
know a lot about
when I
plants,
go
but
and threaten them with a knife, they cower.
yeah, what they do is
they scream in
yeah,
pain.
what they do is
They cannot move.
they
Right,
evolve
for a
themselves.
reason, Silent. There's a reason
They
why they
evolve
can't move.
themselves to deal with it.
You realize that, right? There's a reason why they can't move.
Yeah, they don't have legs.
There's a reason why they
Because that
produce
way we can
thorns.
catch them and eat them.
There's a reason why they produce thorns and excrete toxic
Oh,
chemicals.
Are you talking about the movie?
The Happening.
Breaking
Rick
up.
Moranis. It's with Rick Moranis.
The Happening.
No, The Happening with Mark Wahlberg.
I thought that was the one with Rick Moranis, where that huge plant ate his hairdresser.
Oh, that was an old school one, wasn't that?
Rick Moranis.
What was that?
I forget the name of it.
Well,
Little Shop of
the
Horrors,
plant
wasn't
shop.
There you go.
Little Shop
That's
of
it.
Horrors. There you go.
Yeah.
Little Shop of Horrors. I love that movie. That was a good movie.
I talk to my plants; they talk back.
Feed me, Seymour.
There it is.
Oh, that's a good movie, Travis. See, that great gives a great point. And I remember people saying, "Oh, that's a good that we shouldn't be going against nature." I'm like, fucking idiots, bro. I mean, I see that shit. I'll chop all the fucking trees as I can. Fuck them. Survival of the fittest.
In that case, the plants were the fittest.
Yeah, at that point, it becomes a war between you and whoever's trying to kill you.
The
I was
plants
gonna
would
read
win
you
that
guys.
war.
Go ahead, Maya. My bad.
I just said the plants would win that war, at least as it was
Probably.
described.
Well, then you will lay yourself to death, or will you fight?
I think you'd have to run and hide because plants are everywhere, and they were all excreting this toxin. You just couldn't kill them all fast enough in order to survive.
Where do you think medicine comes from, guys? Like man mimics nature, and we either use it directly or indirectly through a genetic makeup of a similar, molecular structure.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, are you saying if plants were attacking us, we wouldn't be able to cut them down fast enough?
How could you? I mean, grass.
Jeremy.
Are you saying when you mow your lawn,
You're saying,
you feel
wait,
guilt?
listen, just because Australia lost the war to birds, you think we're going to lose the war to plants? Come on, bro.
Dude, it killed everybody on Earth in a matter of days. How would you have killed all the plants in a matter of days?
Bro, we could do it. Everyone's got weed whackers. I got a lawnmower, a flamethrower.
But when you went
all
out there,
kinds
they
of shit.
killed you.
Chainsaws. How? We got body
No, there's
armor
some
and
fucking magic.
You get in airplanes and spray that shit up all
We
everywhere,
got
bro.
aircraft carriers, planes, tanks, attack helicopters. I don't see plants winning.
I mean, do you guys feel guilt when you mow your lawn?
Now I have an evil, maniacal laugh.
If I don't feel guilt of putting a freaking lobster in boiling water and then eating it, do you think I'm gonna
I just
feel
have to take
guilt
a
by
hot shower after I mow the lawn because
I think about it, to be honest with you, man. I pick up worms on the sidewalk when I'm walking by them and shit.
Worms,
dude.
I do too. Yeah, I do too. Not the grass though.
Well, I think about it like when I'm harvesting my my crops and shit. I think about it.
You feel bad.
Lawns are the biggest weight.
You feel bad for the plants?
I don't feel bad enough to not cut them down and harvest them, but I consider the fact of what I'm doing. If I'm ending something's life, that's beautiful, and
true.
But I obviously I did it for a purpose. So, but I think about it, and yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
But you realize we have to eat, right?
Yeah, I get it, and we got to smoke too. So you know what I'm saying. But
that's probably up there.
We don't have to smoke.
Yeah, we
Nice.
do, bro. I'm with you guys, but we gotta smoke.
I mean, even if I
No,
did
not at all.
concede and say
I
that
disagree
plants
with
felt
that.
pain and that they were conscious, I mean, we still have to eat. So
You
animals
can put
eat
it on
16
cakes,
times the amount of
Jeremy.
plants that we eat. So if we want to save the plants, we need to not feed them to animals and only eat plants if we wanted to save the plants.
Yeah, it's again, like I said, I don't know how to speak for you, but I think you go for least harm.
Oh,
That's what I've been saying. That's what veganism is. That's the definition of it. You go you cause the least amount of practically possible. It's
which
very
is
simple.
buying a hamburger in McDonald's.
Because we've gone over this, but I'll give you the honest answer. That animal's life, 5 minutes of pleasure for eating that animal.
Oh, hell yeah.
Right, I know you'd say that, but I mean, you really have to honestly.
Yeah.
I know right now you're going to say you've dug your heels in this, but I can still tell you that. You can't unhear that.
You hear what? You're breaking up. Speak up.
Right. I think you're trolling, and which is fine. I expect it.
People, you're the first time you hear me. People know me here. I don't troll. I don't do that shit. Probably
Okay.
the most genuine person that you're gonna meet here.
I can only take your word
So
for
when
it.
I say you're breaking up, you can ask the rest of the room if you were not breaking up. They will tell you.
Oh, I
But
really
you know
won't.
I wasn't. You were breaking up.
Oh, that's funny because I was saying you can't unhear.
See, you broke up right here, right now. Or is it just me, guys?
No, he's breaking
Is it
out. He's
just
a little
me?
choppy. He's a little choppy.
I just said you couldn't unhear what I.
You
Even
cut
if you
out,
believe.
bro. You cut out.
Again?
Are you on push to talk or something? Like I don't know what's
No.
going on.
No, I'm not.
That's why I asked you, what did you say? Because I didn't hear it. You
It
say
was
I'm
funny
trolling.
because
No,
I just said that you can't unhear what I told you, whether you believe it or not. You know, that's what all I said, and just happens to be the time that I. It's funny.
no, but what
Are you
did
gonna
you hear?
repeat it?
That eating an animal was worth 5 minutes of pleasure or something? Or what was it?
Was an animal's life worth your sandwich that lasted 5 minutes of your pleasure? Because that's the only reason you have to eat.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Right, and I knew that'd be your answer, but you
Yeah,
need to ask
I
yourself
would
that
say
question
no.
next time that you eat something like that. If
I
you
would say
honestly
no.
answer that question, you'd have to say it's not. If you value life at all, you'd have to say no.
Yeah. Like,
Well,
what's
I
the point of
value
having
human
if
life.
you're honest about that, Silent, then what's the point of having a pet even? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like saying, like, you're feeding
Oh, the
something.
pets are.
You're feeding something for no fucking reason. That's literally what you're saying is you have a pet, you're feeding it for no reason. If you don't
Yeah,
get
the pets are
pleasure
my.
out of that.
The pets are my kids. You know this, Daislo. So, yeah.
Why is it such a
Since
bad
I make
thing
the
to
money, right? I'm not gonna let the pets starve to death. I'm not gonna let them live a bad life. So now, since my daughters have adopted these pets, it's my responsibility to take the best care I can give to those animals because they don't deserve to suffer for no reason, right? Because
Well,
it's
how
not
come
their
something
fault
with
that my
no-
daughters, hold on, it's not my fault that my daughters adopted the animals and they're not gonna feed them. So the human thing to do is to responsibly feed them and, you know, give them shelter and whatever. If the fucking dog dies tomorrow, I will not drop a tear. Just make that clear.
I mean, the dogs and cats have huge benefits to us. I have cats. I've never had a mouse in the house. You know, a dog can be used for home defense. So, I mean, they serve a purpose, just like the cow. The cow serves a
My
purpose.
fucking dogs are useless. They're
They don't bark.
fucking
They don't bark or anything. They must. Even the little ones will like bark if an intruder.
Oh
comes
yeah, they
in.
bark a lot. Yeah, that's
There
true,
you
Jeremy.
go. That's what I mean. It's a early warning system.
If I could talk to my dog, I would tell it, "Don't bark, even if the guy's coming in to kill me. I don't care. Stop barking."
Did you hear did anybody hear what I said about the insurance?
No.
Oh, get the insurance for your pet. It's really cheap. It's like $20 a month. And if anything ever happens, then you're not going to have to deal with your kids crying because you don't want to pay the fucking bill, the expensive ass bill. So just pay the $20 a month, make the kids work it off for the allowance, and it's a win-win for everybody.
Bill for what? For the animal dying?
No, they have pet insurance, and it's like $20
a
a month.
Then you go in to cover on, claim that insurance, and nothing will be.
But what are they gonna pay?
So you pay, you pay $20 a month, and they cover 80% of any bill. And so like if the animal gets sick or something, and you have to take it in, and let's say it's a $600 bill, you pay the money up front, but then they reimburse you back in like a week 80% of that. So then you just make the kids pay the bill ultimately by doing allowance or whatever. That way you're not coming out of the pocket. Ultimately, the animal wins, and you don't have to deal with the kids crying.
And you can teach the kids some responsibility. Listen, we actually have that insurance thing, but we only use it because I only have cats. It's probably different for dogs, but with the cats, I mean, we only use it for the first till they get their shots and stuff, and then we just cancel it.
Oh, I had it my whole dog's life, and it's cool because if you get it early, it's really cheap, and you lock that policy in. So if anything happens, you have to get checkups, you have to get a tooth pulled, any bullshit. This is all covered, man. So that way you can really take care of the pet really well and have a good healthy animal.
Insurance always wins. So how does that compare to you just putting $20 in the bank or in a safe stock for the life of the animal? And
it's worked out for me. I've had it for 4 of my dogs now, and it's saved me a shit ton of money. Where, for example, my dog had an issue where it was going to cost $6,000 cash up front. They wanted for the surgery, and normally, I wouldn't fucking pay that money, but being that I have insurance, I paid it right up, and I got the money back, and my dog, was able to get the procedure.
Not a lot of people have $6,000.
Well, I use the credit card, but the point is they also have pet credit cards. So I had that in conjunction. So both of those put together really helped me. Yeah, they have a credit card that you can get. And so anyhow,
I need one of those.
But I'm just saying, if you put a little bit of thought, into it, and you actually save money in the long run, and everybody's happy.
Again, there's no way you can save money because the house always wins with insurance.
Well, not in this case, but go look into it. It's called you should go check it out. It's called Healthy or Pet Paws or something like that.
Don't the insurance companies work with the doctors to raise the prices up to such high amounts? Isn't the whole idea that the insurance and the doctors work hand in hand?
I don't think so. No.
You're saving up insurance money.
The insurance
$600 fine. Why is it $600 to begin with?
The insurance companies and the doctors are actually at war with each other. They can't stand the insurance companies because they don't pay on billing. Like Moyak said, the insurance companies win; they don't lose. So it's very hard for them to get their money sometimes, and it's just a huge ordeal dealing with insurance companies in general.
Well, I pay a set fee, dude, and it works out for me. My pets get to go and get blood work done and whatever bullshit they need, and as they get older, they get issues, man. They get fucking all sorts of issues, just like people. So
yeah, I would keep the insurance if I had a dog. I only have a cat though, so I mean, I could just get an old shoe box.
The problem is if anything pops up and you want to reinstate that policy, if you have a pre-existing condition, it's going to reflect on that overall monthly price. You know what I mean? And your $20 plan goes to a $100 plan.
If something happens with a cat, bro, that's it. It's a cat. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why would you want to fucking get attached to something that you already know is going to break down? What the fuck do you know lives forever? It's inevitable this thing's going to break down. And instead of prolonging its life expectancy and giving it the proper medication or whatever the fuck, you're just going to say, oh, that's it. I mean, that's kind of cheap.
I'm
Silent
dealing with
brought
a
up
cat. You got a dog. It's a little different, but
Silent brought up a point earlier about people caring more for pets than people. Like, couldn't you just spend that $20 a month, saving someone, like in Africa, or helping someone out?
Well, I don't want to get into my personal shit, but I do donate.
Well, it wasn't like a guilt trip thing. It was like, it's strange that, like, if you have a pet, you're probably going to care more about your pet than some homeless guy on the street, right? But
yeah, we probably do spend more on our pets. I bet you with the amount of money Americans spend on pets, we could end homelessness and world hunger and something
overnight.
else.
Nah,
Yeah,
I could do it for less. I could end
like
world
3
hunger.
things.
I can end world hunger, dude, for fucking pennies, dude. I don't want to say pennies, but pennies on the dollar. With mushrooms, dude. Just growing fucking
That's a good
gourmet
that's a good
mushrooms.
that's a good point, Islo. I mean, Jeremy, why you don't think that is immoral? Probably most of the people who have pets and spend this much money, I don't think they probably ever thought that it is immoral to spend this much money on a pet when there's so much people in so much poverty, right? Like
Yeah, people are out
homelessness.
there starving to death. My cat's eating fancy feasts. I got 4
I
cats.
mean, they got homeless shelters, bro. What are you talking about? There's shelters that feed people.
I'm just saying, well, you're not going to starve in America, but worldwide there are people starving, and I'm feeding my pets fancy feast and tuna
consequence.
fish.
That's consequence of fucking. That's consequence of corruption, not fucking pet owners, bro.
That doesn't seem morally acceptable that I'm spending all this money on my pet, feeding them fancy feasts and this and that, and then there's people out there starving.
Yeah, the point is that as a human race, the point is that as human race, we should be paying more attention to humans than fucking animals.
I am paying attention to humans, man. I already have given the remedy for world hunger. Nobody wants to do anything about it.
Nobody is saying we don't pay attention to humans. The fact of the matter is we can end world hunger tomorrow, and I can end 90% of all chronic illness so expensive by stopping the production and slaughter of trillions of animals a year. It ends within 2 years. Health goes back to normal, and world hunger ends.
And here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. If we went back to
5 times over, man.
If we went back to private farms and being able to hunt naturally, you wouldn't be getting all this fucked off meat, dude. That's got fucking hormones pumped into it and antibiotics pumped into it, and all that's affecting
that
you.
Meat is
that one right there, Islo, is the one I agree. That right there is the one I agree.
If we defunded NASA, we could afford all of this.
One thing that's interesting is
It's
that
a land issue with the crops.
in the Western world, you've got people dying because they're too fat. And in the Eastern world, people dying because they have no food. Now, riddle me that on the globe.
Well, I think that's a big farce, because all the shit I see on the west or on the eastern side, everyone's eating way better than we are, dude. I'm looking at people living in the fucking jungle eating way better than I am, dude. And for that matter, even when you go to the city, you can get a nice meal for $2 in China and most of these countries, where in America you can't get a fucking shitty ass chemical ridden fucking cheeseburger for fucking less than $5.
I was on the thruway the other day. They wanted $10, or I think it was 11 or 12. It was over $10 for one of the value meals at McDonald's.
Yeah, shit's getting crazy, dude. I took my kids to McDonald's a couple weeks ago, just because we were in a tight jam. I spent $30, dude, on 2 Happy Meals and a thing of fucking chicken nuggets or something for myself, dude. I'm like,
guys,
what in the fuck?
Yeah, Taco Bell, the fucking taco is $3.19 right now. The taco.
What?
It's ridiculous. $3.19, bro.
No, I don't believe you.
I'm not. It was in Tennessee. I don't know if the prices vary depending on zone, but
Taco Bell. It was like not that much crazy stuff.
yeah, I bought 2 chicken quesadillas and 4 tacos. It was $28, some shit like that. I was like,
oh shit.
Yeah, it's going wild.
Yeah, dude, it's time we start doing our own thing, man. These companies have, they're just fucking We need to boycott these motherfuckers.
No, it's the raising the minimum wage thing up to like 15 everywhere, so everything's going crazy.
No, that's not what it is. Everything's going up by
know,
30% due to this logistics thing, and all of that is fucking
Dude,
intentional.
they're not gonna move the prices down. Like once they move
No.
them up, they're never coming down.
Correct. This is
So
because
I
we're
don't
printing
know.
the
I don't
dollar.
know if there's like an actual supply chain thing or if that's just them manipulating the market.
It's manipulation, bro.
Yeah.
Pure
No,
manipulation.
they'd never do that. They would never do that. Talking about.
See,
It's a
why
free
would they
market,
lie,
man.
Dyslo?
They
So
calling
here's-
it enhance.
so check it out.
They calling it enhance quantitative easing. So they're gonna expand the liquidity of money with the upgraded economic system. So everything is gonna look more expensive, higher numbers. But supposedly they're gonna expand the liquidity markets.
Oh yeah, that's what crypto's doing. That's what crypto's doing right now. It's attacking the liquidity issue, but a lot of the liquidity is due to the consequence of the Nostra Vostra accounts worldwide. We got too many different types of currency and denominations within those currencies to keep up with, and it puts the bank in a debacle to where now we've got $280 trillion worldwide locked up in these accounts. So this is what crypto's supposed to do, is free those accounts and put liquidity back into the dynamic system.
Bro, I supply the liquidity for some of these coins.
But let's get back to the real shit, because the real shit is really about
That's
our
some real
lands, the
shit.
public lands. No, our real shit's the public lands that are being taken from us, man. Because if we had all these land that taken, all the fences taken down, and we could literally go out into America and be free, we wouldn't have to deal with the shit we're dealing with, man. We could set up our own farms. We could have, there's plenty of land out there, man.
No, we're overpopulated. There's no room out there.
No, we're not. We are not overpopulated. That's a lie.
We could never fit in.
That's a
There's just
lie.
way too many people.
You could fit everyone in the world in a single state in America.
In Texas.
Joking, man. I'm being sarcastic.
Everyone in the world could fit
I
in
know,
Texas.
I know.
There's like
But you
plenty of
gave me
land after
grounds
that.
to point out a fact, so thank you for that.
When you say there's plenty of land, what does that mean? Like, it's all in some fashion owned. So
if you haven't noticed, they're trying to hoard people in small cities and stack them up to the moon.
Correct.
So it's in some fashion owned.
And then they claim
so
that
I've got
you're
17 acres.
overpopulated.
Does somebody
So they
have
can
right
put restrictions on all your goods.
One at a
and
time,
drive
guys.
you
Come on.
poor and don't have vehicles. And that's what they want. They haven't seen that yet. There's millions of acres of free land with nothing on it.
All right. Well, Moyak wants to say something.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so land is all owned in some form or another. So with your plan, do they get to take my 17 acres? How much land am I allowed to own myself?
So the land
Is not owned. Land is occupied because
Whatever. Doesn't
we're
matter.
gonna
That's
die eventually.
irrelevant.
So we cannot own it because we're gonna die eventually. We can occupy
That's
it.
cool. That's not the
Land-
point.
Yeah, the land I speak of, Moyak, is the public land. That's supposed to be for the public people. That BLM is literally hijacked and made it restricted area essentially. And they'll take like a simple like weed, and they'll say that this weed is extinct, therefore you can't go there. Or they'll take a turtle or a tortoise, and they'll say this is a rare tortoise, and we're gonna close off like multitude of hecto-acres. And
You know the
and
term they're
blew
using
up
for that, Dyslo? The Agenda 21 term they use for that?
What?
It's called rewilding.
Okay.
If you've seen the map of what they want to rewild, it's 95+% of the country they want to turn back to its natural habitat. Because we're toxic creatures that don't deserve to use the land. We got to leave it.
So what they're doing, what they're doing is they're creating their own pollution. If you look at all these corporations dumping oil and doing oil spills and all this bullshit, they're doing this to take away more freedoms from you, and they're getting you to vote on the stopping this pollution by blocking off all this land, right? And it's just blocking it off from you. It's not blocking it off from the corporations going out there and mining it. So you guys got to remember, man, they're playing
communism in disguise, you know.
Yeah, they're creating the situation to be the solution, and it all goes against your freedoms.
Yeah, they don't want all these dirty humans contaminating the land.
Right. We don't deserve to have land. It has to go back to the snails and to the deer.
This is what you guys voted for, you voters.
This has been
No,
going on
man,
for 8
the voting
years.
system's rigged. Don't put this on us voting. 'Cause that's what a lot of these foreigners.
Have ruined the earth.
That's what a lot of these other people in other countries say is, oh, these stupid Americans. But at the end of the day, it's the voting system's rigged. We need to put this shit on the blockchain.
The
There's
modern world has ruined the
148.
earth.
There's roughly 148 million acres in the U.S. of arable land. Now, I don't know how they came up with that number, whether that is taking out cities or taking out national parks and saying that those aren't arable. But the number right now is 148 million, which gives you about half an acre to each human in the U.S., right?
How many million acres are there of arable land?
I think it's 148 million, which really seems low to me, but that's the number I've got.
Well, are we counting families or?
Like I said, I don't know where they came up with the number. All I know is that the number, and I found it in several sources, is about
Okay, each
148 million
person.
arable acres.
Hold on. I did 148 million acres divided by. Oh, I only did 400,000 people. That's going to change that number a lot.
We're 300 million people.
Hold on.
333
Divided by.
million.
I'll do 350.
While Jeremy's crunching numbers, yeah, the one thing that I always get frustrated and just almost inspired at the same time by, though, is for potential. I mean, driving through the country roads and people have just this massive acreage. Their house is back off the road, but then they've just got this massive amount, like 2 or 3 acres of yard. And I would think to myself, wouldn't you rather farm that for yourself rather than spend 4 hours, every week mowing? But just the waste of space. How much waste? Like, plant some fucking fruit trees, right? Do something that's going to be able to be used.
Travis,
right?
I'm trying to cut you off, bro. I'm trying to cut you off. Thank you. Now, I don't know where they got that arable land from, but there's 2.4 billion acres of land in America, right?
Yes.
And I did 400 million people. Everyone gets 6 acres of land, bro. That's plenty.
How much of that is desert? How much of that is mountain?
We can grow food anywhere. We can change it. We can we have the technology to grow food anywhere we want, bro.
Not economically. The soil is shit.
Sure, we can. We have aquaponics, aeroponics.
Hemp. With hemp, you can use less land and produce more.
Tell them about the hemp.
And the land that you're saying that is damaged, you could make it. You could fix it with hemp. You could grow hemp on it, and the next crop is gonna be ready. Because the hemp is gonna bring a lot of the carbon from the air and deposit it. It's gonna deposit a lot of good stuff in the land. It's a rotation crop.
Yeah, or we could just move the dirt to the places that need the dirt. There you go.
Hemp, you could grow it 3 times a year.
Part of the biggest limiter of everything you guys are asking for is water, and that's the whole
water is
issue.
everywhere, bro. Water is in the air. It's everywhere. Under the ground, in the air.
Not to mention that if you do that, Jeremy, with the people, then you will form closer communities to each other, which means that you can have people like organizing and saying, well, okay, well, I'm gonna grow this and we can trade this for this and stuff like that, like
what about livestock? Because a lot of what you guys are describing sounds like you're just talking about gardens.
You can feed the livestock with hemp seeds, and they will give you more nutritional value.
Yeah, that's if you're going to eat your animals.
Yeah, you need eggs, you need milk, you need all that kind of stuff.
I could see feeding laying.
You need that. You need that ribeye. You need that good ribeye with a lot of good fat.
How many tons of hemp seeds could you produce from a 1 acre plot?
39
per year?
gallons of fuel. I know that.
You can produce a lot of hemp seed. I don't know how much, but you could probably do the math. But per acreage, the hemp plant will give you more than corn, soy, cotton, and many other crops put together. It will yield more.
No, there's
For
quite a few
everything.
other foods that will generate more food per acre, but it's not bad.
No, hemp, the whole plant, you could grab fibers.
Right.
You could grab the oil, the seeds, all that kind of stuff.
You do
Right,
that
but
with
you're
everything.
gonna crash the fiber market. I mean, when you get done with it, if we were growing, let's say, hemp as a food item, we would have so much fiber left over for doing stuff that we'd have to like pave the roads with fiber. Yeah, you'd have to find
You
some
could do
place
a
to
lot
put
of
it, or just let it rot and go back
with
into
the
soil.
fiber. You could build a
Boats,
material that is
canvas,
stronger and
waterproof
lighter
shit.
than steel.
It'd be waterproof.
I don't think so. But
Then
I'd like
steel?
products too.
And iron.
Maybe cotton, but not
Can't you use the
steel.
fiber? Can you use that as a textile though, or use it to refertilize the
Yeah.
earth?
Yeah, I think you got to most of it.
You can make hemp. You can make hemp fiber. Yeah.
You can
And
chop
also,
up that
and
hemp.
also, hey,
Yeah,
another important
oxygen.
thing, you could hempcrete. You could be
Hold on a
with the
second.
fiber.
Oh,
You
I
can
heard of
make
that.
You can do hemp glass.
and you could
can do
build
hemp plastic,
houses and
hemp everything.
with
Go ahead,
with the
Demok. Hold on,
hemp
guys.
with the
Demok's trying to
hemp
get in. Oh,
with the hemp stock and a mixture of rocks or lime and water. You could make like a rock material that will be petrified, and it will be hard and light and very strong.
Yeah, they find rope from sea mariners from over 100 years ago at the bottom of ocean that are made out of hemp and that hasn't broken down. Like ocean breaks down nearly everything eventually,
And it's
but somehow
also
hemp,
fire resistant.
it's what resistant?
Like it can resist flame and fire. It's
Oh,
more
okay.
resistant
Yeah.
to that.
Hemp is amazing. I agree 100%. I'm all for it. You know what I mean? I'm all for it. But at the end of the day, I mean, we need to focus on the fact that these lands are being taken from us and we're being corralled like fucking like sheep into these cities.
That's been going on
Like
for a while.
Like sheep, Daislo.
Yeah, I haven't heard anyone bring up desertification at all, or the erosion of good land. Because that's happening.
I've mentioned this before. It's like cancer when that shit sets in. There's an area in Maine where this couple owned a big piece of property that they didn't take care of. Erosion set in, and due to the erosion, they had a small sand pit start up that spread, and now you could see it from space, and it's this giant fucking desert that I think they just deemed to be some kind of a state monument thing now.
You can
but
fix that though. I mean, that's fixable.
Well, it is fixable. It is fixable. There's a couple in the Gobi Desert that's been planting trees for the last fucking 30 years together. And what they do is they
Estaba
take
aquí,
licorice.
güey. Estaba aquí, ahorita la miré,
You're
güey.
hot micing.
Estaba aquí así, luego volteé.
Your mic
Micrófono,
is
güey,
muy
micrófono.
caliente.
Pero
Muy
te juro.
caliente.
¿Qué, carnal?
Somebody
Very
just mute
hot
him.
mic.
But
Lo
anyways,
busqué así meticulosamente hasta saqué aquí todo. Porque,
just mute him, guys.
güey.
Hold on a second. Who is it?
Give me a wrench. I'll mute him.
I already got him.
Anyways, they took licorice cane.
Don't mute me. Sorry.
And if you stick licorice cane down into the sand, as it breaks down and decomposes, it reacts with the soil and creates these microbials, which is the key necessity to have fertilization, a fertile soil. And it reconstitutes the beneficial bacteria within that substrate, and allows something to be planted there. And then what you're supposed to do is take a deep rooting tree that'll root down hundreds of feet, like the eucalyptus tree, and it'll tap into the natural tables, the natural aquifer tables underground, and it'll be like a candle, and it wicks the water up to the surface, creating this natural spring. And from there, you can plant other plants. But the process to this and to terraform a desert. And this is something that I want to do personally within my lifetime. I just have this desire to do this, and I have this deep connection that I wanted to mention the other day. I didn't get to mention with the Ceiba pentandra tree, which is with the South Americans and the Polynesian people know about this tree, and this tree is what they say is very magical. If you've never seen this tree, it's called the I'll say it again, the Ceiba pentandra. And I've seen this tree when I was a kid and connected with it. I was on my way to an interview, commercial interview, and going to Warner Brothers Studio or Fox, I don't remember, but I seen it along the road, and it's got these giant, massive tree, grows up to 100 feet, and it's got these medieval looking spikes that grow off the trunk of the tree all the way up. And anyhow, I got some seeds that I bought, and I've got one growing here. It's only 3 inches tall. I germinated it, but yeah, I want to grow a fucking jungle in the middle of the desert. That's my fucking one of my plans on my bucket list.
Well, recently, since we've been emitting so much CO2 into the atmosphere, that haven't some of the deserts started to go green? I mean, plants love CO2. I don't know why they're mad we're putting too much CO2 in the air, but
well, yeah, it's like a cancer. So whether a plant can reclaim desertified area without some assistance, low water and carbon dioxide doesn't make for a great growing plant. You got to have everything in place: carbon dioxide and water.
I posted a picture in live text of the old growth forest reduction of the United States from 1620, and those microbials you were talking about. That's a very important part of a healthy ecosystem, and they're completely dependent on old growth forests. Some of this mycelium that's growing, it's been there for hundreds of years. And when we kill the trees, we kill the microbials, we kill the fungus.
Yeah, the microbials reside within the first 2 to 4 feet of the soil top layer. And if you fuck that off, it's very hard to reconstitute it. And there's a certain way to do it. They discovered this ancient plow that was made out of copper. And this plow had a unique design to it that would till the ground in such a way to where it wouldn't take the bottom soil and bring it to the top and take the top soil and bring it to the bottom. What it actually did was it flipped the soil back on top of itself. So it would take the bottom soil 3 feet down. It would leave it 3 feet down, but it would flip it over, meaning that it never changed the altitude, or how would I put that, the displacement of the level of this microbial dirt. It just inverted. So it was really bizarre, but it's only one of a kind that they came across. But this design, I believe this design is what should be implemented in today's technology, because today's technology doesn't have this, and we basically do like what I said, is take the bottom soil, bring it to the top, and the top soil and bring it down. And that reduces the amount of time that we have to reconstitute the beneficial microbials within that, which slows down the amount of nutrient uptake within the plant. I mean, there's this whole chain of event, but that is very complex. But we're just now starting to tap into the understanding of this. And yeah. It goes back into the gut biome as well. The microbials within the gut biome, scientists, they're just now starting to realize the connection between viruses and gut flora.
All right.
They discovered 70,000 new viruses within the gut biome associated with harmful bacteria naturally resident within our bodies. And they're trying to link these to like different things like autism and diabetes.
So are you a science believer?
No. I like research, and I like contradictions. I like facts. I like a lot of stuff.
Is all science based on interpretation?
I would say science today is not what science should be.
Do you think science has failed us?
I don't think science has failed us. I think we failed science. I think original science is nothing comparative of today's science. Yeah.
I think science has failed.
I agree. I think science is nothing more than mathematicians today. That's all scientists are nowadays, is mathematicians.
I think we should remove science from schools.
I think we should quit trying to quantize reality and start trying to explain.
Science is just a tool, and a tool is only as useful as the person using it.
Mathematics is a tool. Science is a system that we can use to derive understanding.
A complex tool.
All right.
Science is the tool of the atheist and the God denier.
Nah.
No.
Science has been hijacked. Maybe the science you speak of could be equivocated with that, but real science is not that. Maybe modern science might be of that.
Science gave us computers, and computers gave us the current banking system and porn.
Computers are technology.
No.
Not science.
That's not. No, ether gave us electrical system, and the electrical system spawned the computer. But this is only due to the hijacking of the ether, understanding of the ether.
What has
I
science
really
done
think
for
they
you?
were talking about neutrinos in here one night, and I really think that this ether thing could be the neutrino thing they're talking about.
I don't think they know what light is.
They have no idea what light is. They're so far off the reservation of understanding of light due to the fact that everything is a fucking particle. When you're a hammer, everything's a nail, and when you're a quantum relativist, everything's a particle.
Hey, let me ask just real quick. Before the flat Earth discussion came up, were there still discussions about what the true nature of light was? I mean, were these discussions going on before this?
Yeah.
How far
Before
back
when?
are you talking?
Before 2015.
Man.
Yeah.
Oh,
I remember people talking about light. Yeah.
Yeah, we've always been perplexed about light, and all of current science is based on their understanding of light, and we don't have an understanding of light. So that's just why science has fallen into an abstract concept, not connected with logical reality.
I think that with the whole neutrino thing, they've taken a bet on one type of philosophy and gone like full headfirst into it. They've gone so deep down this route that they can't get out of it. They're already invested too deep into it. That's why they got the hadron whatever and all this other stuff. They can't afford to be wrong. But I don't think anyone really has a clue, to be honest.
What was the question?
No, just saying that, the Hadron Collider thing, they've really invested in that whole idea of balls all the way down, right? Smaller balls.
They didn't build that for them, guys. That's what you're not understanding. They built that for you. They built that so they can make you believe that they've got some better understanding that's too complex for you to gain knowledge of. So you just have to go along with the narrative they give you. That's the whole purpose of that.
So what do
They're
you
not
think they're
fucking
really
slamming.
doing?
They're not slamming particles into each other to
I don't think they're
find
doing
the.
that either.
No, they're not doing
No
that. And no.
You know, it's not the only particle collider. I mean, there's ones that are almost as big. It's just the new and biggest one. There's one in America. There's a couple around.
Yeah, they're just in there pushing buttons and flipping switches and going, "Oh, look!"
You're damn
Yeah,
right,
they're not doing
Howard.
anything.
You're damn right.
Yeah.
It's a jobs program. I think I heard Jeranism once say.
Yeah, exactly. That's what this whole quantum thing is about, is creating a fucking job fair, dude. And yeah, taking
And a
taxpayers'
priest
dollars.
class.
All in the name of science, by the way, guys. All in the name of science.
Hail Satan. I mean science.
But
There
talking
you
about
go.
not understanding light. I've got a rangefinder at home that I used to play when I played golf. They had a little reflector on the flag on the golf course, and you could use that rangefinder to see how far away you were. I've got a laser tape measure that I can use to measure the width of a room. You know, that's utility. That's using light to do things with. So yeah, there is utility in understanding and light. It's like,
You do any of those with daylight for me, Howard?
well, we have to capture it and reproduce it or something, right?
Right. Yeah. Can you? Yeah. But my question still stands, right? Because this is where we get with you and your lot, is that you bring up lasers as demonstrations that we know what light is, when a lot of our discussions, and especially mine, is, okay, I'm not talking about lasers, I'm talking about daylight. You and your side can't demonstrate anything with daylight. And if you can, I'd love to see it.
So let's say you had a room, right? Whatever shape room, regular shape, doesn't matter. It's completely sealed off and it's a vacuum. And we put a light bulb in there, and all the walls are, every surface is mirrored. Right? We put some light in there and then real quick close it up. Is that light going to just keep going forever, but blinging off the mirrors?
That's a cool idea, but no.
That's an interesting idea there, Jeremy.
Why
Right?
wouldn't it keep going forever? Yeah, I mean,
Right.
it does it in
like
the galaxy, and
that'd be a perpetual light source, bro.
Well, why
I mean,
would they
left
say
lane,
it
why?
couldn't work?
I don't know. Left lane, why wouldn't that work?
No, it's yeah, I'm thinking about that. Yeah. Yeah, series
Yeah.
of mirrors and put a light burst. And as long
I
as
mean, that's what they
had a
claim they're
mirror
doing at
there.
LIGO. The light never fades; it just keeps going back and forth, back and forth. How many times it bounced back from LIGO? I think it's in the millions. Does anyone have the number? Or?
So what you should be able to capture daylight in the jar, take it into a dark room with you.
I mean, if I could only catch time in a bottle, get some of that
First
space time in a
I'd like to
bottle.
do.
You just don't understand, man.
I
You
know.
don't get it.
I know. I invested in some super risky shit last night. Only $100, but I mean, light's a very weird thing, especially with the double slit. And you also have it. It's basically perpetual motion. I mean, the thing never stops. The light, the distances you guys.
Is the double slit daylight or laser?
Oh yeah, no, it's probably a laser. I don't think they would do it with. I'd have to imagine you could though. Maybe, I don't know. It's a good question.
All this shit's repeatable, dude, without their little devices. You could take a laser and a pinhead and do the double slit experiment and get the same diffracted wave pattern.
Dicelo, are you the guy that used to challenge QE all the time on the double slit, or was it Sin Cleanser?
Both of us, bro.
Probably both of us.
Yeah, I've heard one of you guys, at least one of you guys, won a couple times.
Yeah, he gets all mad and starts freaking out.
He's a photon guy.
Yeah, bro. I talk shit about his photon so much, bro. He doesn't want to go there. He's like, Dicelo, just shut down right now.
Wait, so what's the deal with the double slit experiment? Is it's Fugaz or what?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know if they do it with. Wait, are you guys are saying it's not even real?
No, I'm not saying you can't get the diffracted wave pattern. I'm saying they set their experiment up in such a way to push forward their narrative and then say, see, this is it. When it's
their narrative has them highly confused, though. Why would that be their narrative, to be highly confused about what's going on?
It's not that they're confused. They're trying to confuse you. They don't want you to know what light is.
Well, oh, you think they know something about the double slit that we don't know, because it's got them puzzled?
I think all science is ultimately at the uppermost level ran by the military-industrial complex. The academic institutes, i.e. the universities, are all there to deceive and keep all of us dumbed down to a degree and compartmentalized so that no one can cross-communicate and understand reality completely while they fucking keep going on with their bullshit.
Somebody said that the other day, I don't know who it was, I was listening to you guys, and someone made the point that there's public science that for everyone to know about, and then just as much of that science is probably private and no one really knows. And we'd have to assume that the most important bits of science has probably been privatized, and the public shit is just the least spectacular type stuff.
Yeah, man. Like, yeah, you can just look at some of the shit going on, dude. Like, anytime they're saying this fucking defies physics as we know it, I mean, what do you make of that? Because it can only go two ways. Either science is broken, and physics, our understanding of physics is flawed, or they're lying to you about what the fuck they're saying they're seeing. It's only one of two ways, man.
The thing is, when you can put pencil to paper and demonstrate and show and illustrate, you're going to have a leg to stand on. But until you can do that, it's just going to be taught.
It's not my claim, though, bud. Like, they're the ones coming out publicly saying, look, there's these things here we can show you on video that defy the laws of current physics. So it's only one of two ways. Either there's nothing there and they're lying to you about what they're seeing, or there's something there and your physics is flawed. It's only one of two ways. It's not my claim, though.
Yeah, Left Lane, like, think about this. Like, say he put the pen to the paper and came up with a brilliant idea. He's going to get, he's going to work for a private company, sign a couple NDAs, make a shit ton of money, and no one ever has to know.
I don't know. I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah, exactly.
But these breakthroughs and talking about the double slit experiment. I mean, you can do that with sunlight, just with two pieces of cardboard. Those are things that are easily demonstrated. And it's like you're saying that the things that we see done and illustrated are not real. They're just tricking you with it.
What does that demonstrate? Take 2 pieces of cardboard out in the sunshine and tell me what you're trying to prove.
Well, demonstrating the double slit and the interference pattern in that, you know, and where it's done in a controlled laboratory with a laser versus doing it outside with cardboard and sunlight.
Okay, so but my question is, are you just imagining in your mind
Are you roboting?
this could be done, or have you seen it done?
No, I've seen it done with the cardboard somewhere. I go on YouTube or something. Yeah, it was just, you know, you can, like he was talking about with the head, the pin head, where they saw a real faint pattern. Yeah, I've seen it done. There's no reason why it wouldn't work. You know, I mean, as they say, light's light, kind of like, you know. And you were
Except it's
roboting.
not. Yeah, that's all right.
Well, what does it mean? Like, what's the double slit experiment? What does it mean?
Well, it's just showing the duality, the particle wave duality, and then I've heard it said that, you know, light exhibits properties of a particle and a wave, but it's neither one. You know,
and isn't it because that's all dependent on whether or not it's being observed?
Yeah, there's something about observation that is misunderstood too. I believe it's like the observation is not necessarily like whether it's being looked at or not. And I'm not versed on that, but I know that there's a thing about the observation that gets misconstrued. I think QE calls it the knower or something, like the observer is the knower or something. I don't know.
Oh, you're talking about the wave collapse function of the brother-sister particle. Yeah, in the quantum eraser experiment where they shoot the single photon down an alley and then it hits this crystal, this BBO crystal, and splits in half. Essentially, they're able to, quote unquote, split a proton, a single proton, into halves and send them down these where-which paths. And depending on the observer, will determine the wave collapse function of the particle. Dude, it's such fantasy. I mean, this is fucking unicorns and leprechauns, bro.
Yeah, I couldn't argue with that because I don't understand it well enough to claim any understanding of it.
Well, I'll tell you, it's all based on abstract concept, dude. They're not observing any photon. A single photon has never once ever been the input or output of any experiment ever done. Furthermore, it's never even been observed or perceived. This is all due to faulty acuity of lack of better understanding, and they have to have something to count. This is the problem, man, is if they can't count it, then it doesn't exist. So they have to add this material particle to things in order for them to even speak on it. Otherwise, it's supernatural, and they don't want to touch on supernatural. They don't want to touch on things they can't count, but there's things they can't deny taking place, such as magnetism, electricity, and light. And so they come up with these phantasms of electrons and virtual photons for magnetism, and the photon, and well, actually it's a virtual particle is what they call it for light. A virtual particle is light, a virtual photon is magnetism, and electricity is the interaction of electrons, which is a charge carrying particle. I mean, none of this is fucking logical, and they even admit it themselves that it's hyper illogical. But it's the best they got. The best they got.
I've heard them describe because they'll always say, well, it works. It's how your computer's working. But from my understanding, the quantum computing aspect of all this stuff is usually just saying we render things whenever Like if you're playing a video game and it's a huge map, they don't load the whole map in the beginning. It only renders it when you're near it or when you're seeing it or playing it through it. So it's like a rendering process kind of thing. Like if a tree falls in the forest, does anyone, or like that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's all
They'll
paradoxical.
tell you it's all in your mind, it's all mental, and if no one sees it or if no one's there, then there's no processing in it or something.
Right, that would mean that there's no that would mean that there's nobody like in California doing something else right now.
Well, that's what
I'm not there to see it.
Kiwi's got a really, I mean, of course everyone knows he's got his like quotes that he has, but apparently a lot of these higher up guys in quantum physics will say, you know, the outcome from what we can learn of this stuff is that there's a pretty good argument that suggests that it really is all mental. Like your universe will not process these things until like
This is insane. This is insane ideations of phantasms.
So you guys are all in my head right now. I'm having these conversations in my head.
Well,
Yeah, this is what they would tell you ultimately
You're
on
in my
their
head.
base level. Yeah, we're nothing more than a figment, a simulation of reality. I mean, this is fucking ludicrous, guys.
Well, no, have you guys heard the Nietzsche thing where
I told you before, guys, don't let them take you there. Sorry, Sinclair. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, Nietzsche wrote kind of about quantum in a weird way.
Fuck Nietzsche, bro. Fuck him.
He says, like, you know, the crazy guy goes into the town square, and then he says, when I plunge this knife into my heart, you guys are all going to go away. You know, it's pretty solipsistic, right? But it's still kind of true at the same time. So they say, at least. So the story goes.
Yeah, and you could say that part of who you are, Sin, is my experience of you. Like, part of who you are in a universal sense is my experience of you.
Right. Like you're even.
It's weird to put it that way.
Like like, are you saying like the objective fundamental, like you, is how I perceive you?
That's one part of it.
That's a part of it.
Not entirely. It's kind of like saying subjective experiences objectively exist.
I would say it's not you that you see in the mirror. That is you. Like, you are not your persona non grata. You are not the one's corporeal self. You are what you've gained based on your experiences. That's what defies you, not what you identify with in the mirror or what you think you're most beholden to, or your feelings or your beliefs. Like, this isn't us.
Well,
that's not the one's individual.
That's why I kind of like the idea of this quantum stuff. I don't think quantum's the right term for it, because nothing. But like, when you think about why people want to be famous, they want to be known by as many people to give them like a purpose. Like,
they're trying to become immortal. They're trying to immortalize themselves.
If you can have more people acknowledge your existence, it kind of makes you more real than someone who lives a.
I think it's the opposite. I think somebody's identified you, the essence of you, with being something that you aren't, the superficial self, not what you've gained within your worldly experiences, man. That's not something to be shown on one's face, really. It's not, you know what I'm saying?
Okay,
what you've been through, what you've gained, what's true to you, all that's within you. It's not nothing that's could be written on your face.
Let's take an example. Let's take the most popular person to ever live on Earth, and then let's take the most forgotten or like anonymous person to ever exist on the Earth. Like,
right,
clearly,
Michael Jackson versus a Tibetan monk.
Yeah, like I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Well, Sinclair, if you think about it, with time, nobody is gonna be, remembered
forever.
Yeah. Eventually, we'll be forgotten.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to connect. Is like, you know, the idea of becoming a star or becoming famous or becoming something that is acknowledged by time, I guess, I don't know, versus someone who's completely forgotten. And
we're getting way out there, guys. Let's get back to reality.
Well, this is
Thank
reality.
you, Daiso. No, it's not.
I wanted to say something about the whole machismo and the feeling thing. Like, I think it's
Oh my
bad
God,
to have too
vegans.
much feelings, and I think it's bad to have too little. Like, you have to be in between, like balance. So
Agree.
I just want to make
That's cool. I got a question for Sin though on that last topic. Have you ever seen the movie? I think it might be called like Inside Out, or it's like a children's mind, and all her different emotions are personified into little characters who operate inside of her brain.
That's
You know
a
which
great
Reagan?
movie.
Seen that? Yeah, that is it's a Disney movie.
I haven't
It's really
seen that, but what if all of us are that, but in God's consciousness?
Yeah,
We're the individual emotional packages that he's broken himself into.
This is what gets into monism versus dualism, Fundy. This is what I say is the longest standing battle ever to be fought and still being fought to date is the battle of monism versus dualism. It's what everything is revolving around. This fractionization of God's conscious being this dualistic entity versus a singular entity. That's what it's all about.
I think it's both here. Like I don't think that we're all inside of like a big skull, but it's kind of like an animal where the only body part of the animal is like a tactile, like a moving brain. The entire animal is just the brain. Every part of it is like the thinking organ, but it can like twist its body. It's just a brain, but it's like a mechanical brain. You know what I mean?
Like we are the universe kind of thing.
Yeah, like there are parts, but you know, all is one and one is all sort of deal.
Yeah, that's what I've tried to make that connection. Like people will say, "Oh, we are just God experiencing Himself," and I think there might be a little bit of truth because if you trip out on some psychedelic or drug, you automatically get that perception. Like that's one of the first things you realize is that I'm connected with everything. So
One question I like to ask people is like when they think like this is me, I'm Fundy, and that's something over there, or like I'm Fundy and this is and I'm surrounded by the atmosphere. I like to ask them, where does the atmosphere stop and Fundy begin? Because like I have air in my lungs and air throughout my veins and in every cell in the blood, you know. So I'm in the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is equally inside of me. There's really no clear line of distinction where things begin and end.
yeah, it's like sempiternal. It just over and over. I don't know, because I don't know. I don't want to get too. I feel like we're way off into the. I don't want to alienate anybody with this conversation.
Right.
Yeah, let's not kill the room.
I just bought a US.
Really? After 3 hours of vegan, we're gonna kill the room now? I don't think so.
Well, that was great talk.
Easier to talk about.
Vegan was great talk.
Well, I just went to Best Buy and bought a USB adapter to HDMI on the other end, so I'm gonna be able to plug my phone into my TV, maybe like hook up a Bluetooth controller, play some emulator games on the big screen.
You don't have a computer?
I do, but it's the battery doesn't hold a charge anymore. It's kind of a hassle, you know, to always have it plugged in.
Oh, you got a laptop.
Yeah, but you know, I think it'll be nice to like just hook up my phone and send my phone screen over to the TV. Use a Bluetooth controller. I mean, I got all sorts of emulators on my phone. I love that shit. Retro games, GameCube, Wii games, even.
Travis,
Yeah, what's up?
you working?
Yeah, man.
Nice. Where you at?
I'm a bit east of Pittsburgh. I went into Pittsburgh this morning, and I'm gonna be going down to Georgia for a delivery on Wednesday morning.
How's the
Oh, nice.
weather out in those parts?
Not bad right now. It rained a little bit this weekend, but it was really light. But it's all chemmed up. The whole sky's chemmed up right now.
Well, to me, not. I'm in Michigan right now, and since yesterday it's been raining hard. Yeah.
Platypus in the house. What up, Platypus?
Today I'm picking up in Ohio.
Oh, Hydra.
Hey, Silent, are you regional or do you go cross country?
No, I'm cross country, but only in center of the country, and I don't go to the coast. Either one. I don't like it. So today I'm picking up in Ohio, and Wednesday I have delivery in Laredo, Texas.
You independent contractor?
I used to have my own truck, but to be honest, it's kind of more expensive. Like right now, I'm making more money, right? Well, because I've been with this company for 10 years with the same company, so I'm getting paid very good, you know? So right now it's better for me like this. But I used to have a Peterbilt. I sold it for the same reason, for that reason.
What are you gonna do when this whole transition takes place with automation of the trucking industry? Are you perceiving that or planning for the future in any way?
That's a fucking joke to me. I'll probably not even gonna be alive if that's ever gonna happen. Cause
that is true.
Once you're in this industry, you're gonna start to understand to the places where they send you to pick up, right? I don't see a problem them having like a huge place where they're gonna distribute it through all the country. But to go pick it up from a small place to bring it to the warehouse, that's not gonna be able to do by automatic. Not at all.
Are you saying
No,
it's
not at
too
all. They would have to
complicated?
build it. Yeah, they would
Maneuver?
have to build an entire infrastructure for shipping and receiving. Yeah, it would just be unreal what they would have to do to accommodate automation.
What do you think they've been doing this whole time underground?
Oh no, no, Daisler, you have no idea, bro. You actually have no idea. Like you need to be in this business so that you understand what we're talking about. Cause some shit that you see out there where you go pick up is unreal. You need to actually like think on the moment to see how you're gonna solve.
I mean, I've been to the port harbors, you know, Long Beach, you know, I don't know exactly what it is you're talking about per se, but
yeah, I just drove around a very sketchy mining road to get to the bottom of a copper mine to load this copper I've got on. There's no way an automated truck can do it.
How so? Are you saying that you had to like maneuver the gear, manipulate your gears to and perceive something to get your RPMs up enough? Like
no,
too much. What is it?
Whenever the AI trucks would get any trouble, you could just have like a remote control feature where you flip on the cameras, have a person view, a 360 camera of the surroundings and work it out if ever a problem arises.
They got black boxes in all these newer vehicles recording all the data. So any maneuvers you guys are taking to manipulate the gears or whatever it is to get through this obstacle, it's all being recorded, man.
Nah. I mean,
what do you mean, nah? It is. What do you think that fucking
no.
black box is there to do?
I know. No, I didn't say. I say like I'm thinking because the problem one of the big problems is gonna be that picking up loads and and delivering loads. That's gonna be a huge thing. You're gonna need to have people in the truck at least to when you're gonna delivery. That's a fact. So you
They
maybe
got
not
fucking automated. They got automated forklifts right on the back of the truck that fucking they drop off automatically, grab the load, fucking
All right, I mean,
furnish
I've
the
never
load.
seen
I
that.
mean, what? I don't understand.
I've never seen an automated forklift.
Yeah,
I have.
well, they have them right now. They got
Not on the truck,
manipulated
not going
controller
into the
ones,
truck.
RC ones. But bro, trust me, man, this shit's all doable.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, not
I
in
tend to agree with
our
Dice on
lifetime.
this.
Not in our
It's all doable.
lifetime. That's for sure.
They have
It's
the
all doable
technology
right now.
sitting there.
Yeah, Silent. I think mine, yours, and Travis's jobs are secure for our lifetime anyway.
I agree.
I
Like my
I don't think
lifetime is
so.
not gonna happen.
2024.
That's like
Autonomous
2024 is
forklifts,
around the corner.
Autonomous
Wait,
forklifts
you
are
think
definitely a thing.
2024 they're gonna bring the automatic trucking into like a?
They already said by 2024, man. They're doing away with X amount of logistics, combustible logistics, and they're going
Yeah,
to
we're supposed
electronic
to
and
have.
automated.
Yeah, we're supposed to have flying cars by now, Daislo. So.
No, but robotic
get my hopes
forklifts
up.
are already a thing, Silent Zero. They're already in production and in use.
Say again, foolish.
Robotic
says they're using.
forklifts are already in production and in use.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes,
I
with
don't.
controlled environment inside a warehouse.
In a warehouse,
the
yeah.
infrastructure. Yeah, it's all the infrastructure is in place. It's like a little racetrack. That doesn't happen out here on the road.
Not even in the little racetrack thing. That's kind of like a good decade old now. Now it's all
No,
about
the
sensor
only
awareness and
place.
spatial awareness.
All right.
Yeah.
Foolish.
That's what
I think the only place where they have tried this is on I think it's on 80, which is a straight line. And it was for not a long trip where they tried to with the automatic truck. You know, and they had a person inside. Like they're not gonna have trucks driving by themselves out there in the road. That's not gonna happen because you can actually, you can have sensors to detect every single little thing, right? Like the flat tires and everything, but you're gonna need someone actually taking control of the vehicle if something happens. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I don't think they're going to just sort of let tons and tons of cargo roll down the road without some manual intervention for a bit. Because, I mean, I still think it's very new tech, and the problem is not when it goes right, but when it goes wrong. Which I think I kind of agree with Silent Zero there.
And with trucks, it's not gonna be like a little car, right? You will see. You will see. The shit that you have to deal with people out here, like you gotta have responses real quick, right? A computer can do it. I don't disagree with that. But here's the thing. What is the computer gonna be programmed to do? Either crash with a car that is gonna come too close to you, or is it gonna go off the road? How they're gonna program that stuff?
Eventually, it's not even going to be like they won't need the trucks because everything is like they're going to have this lab-grown beef with lab-grown clothes, and everything's going to be made in this little place that's right next to where you live, right? So this huge distribution network is not going to be needed in the future.
Don't be silly.
Well, yeah, we're gonna have 3D printers. 3D printers. Every household's gonna have one essentially that has the money, and you're gonna have powder elements at your house, and that's how you're gonna like replace your canisters.
Like
and
the
3D
Jetsons.
printers. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they already have the technology to print you a 3D printed steak with plant proteins. So
They want you in a
straight from powder.
cage. They want people in cages, so they're gonna make these little boxes, and everything's gonna happen like these super cities, right? Everything's gonna be contained in these little cities. You don't leave. This is where you live.
Whatever you do, don't read 2000 AD. It'll scare the crap out of you.
I already know it's coming, though. You're the one.
But I mean, the whole thing with 3D printers and the rest of it. Yeah, you can 3D print some stuff, but has anybody actually set up a 3D printer? What the make of it? But Sherman makes it work to it.
No, nobody does anything anymore. They can't. They just buy it at the store.
Almost got a point out. Never mind, you carry on. Obviously, it's more important for you to talk than anyone else.
Well, I made the point not too long ago about 3D printed homes and how they can literally print the electrical, the piping, the windows, the doors, the entire fucking house, all right, on site. And I had people trying to tell me that's not possible, but it's all over the internet already. They can build a house in 24 hours from start to fucking finish with a 3D printer.
No way.
Yep.
I mean, I've got a mask from Squid Games that someone printed for me. It's the controller dude, number 2, and that took a day and a half to print.
Yeah, they are printing structures, but they're not doing it overnight. No, they're not.
They can do it, and they can actually print you a house in 8 hours, but not including all of the electrical grid, plumbing, and windows. But the actual structure itself, yeah, they can print you the complete structure of your house in fucking 8 hours.
I'd like to see a link for that, please, Dicelo.
All right, give me a minute.
Sure. And then we can see if it's production or whether it's experimental, because I'm going to bet that it's the second.
And yeah, like we won't be able to do it. Sure. Bro, this is all coming, bro. It's all coming. Just be ready.
I'm not sure if
it's obsolete. People are obsolete.
I'm not sure if Dicelo is talking about that machine which is laying bricks.
Yeah.
In a manner that it looks like it's printing, but it's actually laying bricks.
There is a machine that will squirt basically like a form of concrete in a kind of way, and that's about, but it takes a hell of a long time to set it up.
All right, so I'm gonna post. Post it here. There's one of them. There's one of them.
Holy shit! Really? Let me see.
Let's see what else I can find for you.
How big is that?
Oh well, you can do whatever size you want, man.
Yeah, that looks like the front room of most American houses.
Here, 3D printers print 10 houses in 24 hours. Here, let's post that one. I'll post this one for you.
Wait, but you didn't show. Wait, this is like they're pitching the idea. Where's the actually thing happening? The Dicelo.
Yeah, I'll show you the video, man. Just bear with me.
Oh, but there's no real video of like a printer printing the house yet.
Yeah, I have that.
Yeah, there is. Okay.
Yeah.
This shit. Okay. Let's see.
Are the houses any good?
Ah, that's the one I was talking about. Yeah, there you go.
Here's one. It's a 3D printed mansion in a week. Hold on.
Okay,
man bought a 3D printer and printed a Lamborghini.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about.
Here.
Yeah. So
here's
that first one you
somebody printed.
The first one you posted, that is not 3D printed on site. That's 3D printed in a factory and moved. So that's why there's a size limitation. I've just been to the
here, let me find you one on site.
spreadsheet. I know the one which is the one you posted there, which is the 3D printer there that they've had. That's still particularly difficult. And I think again, trying to get there, it's still not. I think definitely it's technology that's coming. Don't get me wrong, Dicelo, but I don't think we're there
Here's
yet.
the first legally permitted 3D printed house in the USA with Square 4D, whatever the fuck that means. Here, let me post this one.
Cool. I'm assuming it's not a Happy Halloween Suffragettes Play Satan's Holiday by Lanka. Oh no, it's that one.
No, that's not me.
That's me.
No, that's it. I dig these chicks.
The world's first 3D printed community is officially under construction. I'll post that one. That sounds interesting.
The scary thing is that guy looks exactly like Grim.
Maybe it is.
Daislo, so you're in favor of automatic, making everything automatic?
Well, what I'm in favor of is people having homes. I think the basic demands, the basic needs of humanity should be met. And when we got more homes right now sitting empty than we do the homeless population in the United States, it paints a picture for me that tells me that people need affordable housing. And if we can do that through the automation of 3D printing, I think it's a good thing that people around the world can have an opportunity to own a house.
So
The
you will
house
give
is one of the
homes
most
to whatever people.
The house is the most expensive thing that one could acquire within their lifetime for the common individual. And I think this should be something that everybody should have the opportunity for, not just somebody who's, rich or wealthy.
You don't think people have opportunity of that right now?
No, I don't.
How do people buy houses now?
Well, right now the housing market is higher than it's ever been. And for somebody to qualify in the United States to own a home, it's merely impossible without making either six figures or having two incomes within a single home. So you can't even entertain the notion of a home without completing that.
And what is it that you want? Like for the houses to be cheaper, or do you want them? You want to give them away? What is your?
Yeah,
how do you see it?
I would like to. Yeah, I just would like to see. I would like to see more diversity as far as the types of homes that are allowed.
I didn't ask you if you want diversity. I ask you how would you want them to pay for this? Cheaper, give them away? What basis do we use to see who is allowed a house?
Affordability. Yeah, affordability. I would like to see affordability.
Gotcha. I agree with you on that one. How much is affordable to you? So that I can
Well, I think that's kind of a good question, but it's a difficult one to answer due to the fact that it's always going to be within contrast of the current economic situation. So it's to put a number on this is difficult.
Don't be afraid. 20,000, 30,000, 50. Don't be afraid to say it. How much do you think, in your opinion?
Again, with the complexity and the volatility of our current situation, I wouldn't put a number. I would put more of an approach of how long would it take this individual to pay this home off.
The reason why I'm asking you this, guys, though. Oh, sorry. Well, the reason why I'm asking you how much would you say, right, that it will cost you. Then
I'll tell you like this.
I'll tell you like
this. One, if you make 4 checks in a month, right, you get paid once a week. One of those weeks should be sufficient enough to pay for your home, your mortgage.
So you would say that it would be nice to have like a house value based on the price based on what you are able to make, right?
The wages for a 1 week should be sufficient to cover the mortgage of the home.
Can I help a bit here, Dicelo? I think what he's kind of saying is the fact that there should be more of a spread in the cost of houses. Because in the UK...
That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, which is the fact that
I'm not saying all homes need to be shit quality to afford. This is up to the individual's choice. Like, you want a cheap house because you're a cheap fucking guy, then so be it. You want a mansion, so be it. I'm not trying to disincentivize anything. I'm only trying to incentivize the fact that people should be able to afford a home based upon their income.
Yeah, I think the problem is that we're not building homes right in the first place. Like we're always going to need a house, and we're building them so that they get knocked over by hurricanes, or they burn down, or they flood and have to be totally demolished. We need to start building homes so that they last.
Yeah.
Well, that's a corruption issue within the insurance companies. That's a whole nother subject, but it's a good one to touch on.
Come and live in the UK. We build them out of proper materials, generally.
Yeah, but we're talking about zoning regulation. Like if you live in a high zone for probability of tornadoes, then your home should be built underground or have some sort of a structure that can withstand that due to the fact
like
that
a concrete dome.
Something
all the
because
houses.
Who's paying for that? Think about this. Who ultimately
I just want to
pays for that?
finish with one question. So after you're
You think
done,
it's the
Daislo, I wanna.
insurance? Go ahead. Sorry.
No, after you're done, I wanted to ask the last question. So yeah.
Oh, I just wanted to say, you think it's the insurance company that's bailing you out, but ultimately it's, you're supporting that insurance company. We're all supporting those insurance companies, and all whatever they have to pay out subsequently affects us in the future. And places like Florida and these hurricane zones, like it's an issue, man. It's an issue.
I mean,
All right.
all homes. Oh, go ahead. I don't remember.
No. Go ahead, Jeremy. I'll go after you. That's okay.
I was gonna say all the homes should be made to not burn down. Like that should be like the standard for a house building. Like this house can't burn down. Yeah, your drapes and your curtains and your mattress and your couch can set on fire, and then we just throw that shit outside and move new shit in. But the house itself should always be there. In this housing, like we shouldn't be in the situation we're in.
Well, fire safety sprinklers. I used to install them in certain zones, depending on how much addition or construction you do. By law, or I don't want to say by law, but by code, you have to install fire safety sprinklers. And
why not build a house?
That's what I'm saying.
Build a
house? Fuck the sprinklers. Just build a house so that it doesn't burn down.
I was gonna. The solution is out of concrete. And in Mexico, we don't have that problem of burning houses.
But
at
bro,
all.
people like freedom of choice. Like I don't want fucking somebody telling me I can't build my house out of fucking wood because it's a hazard to my neighbor.
They already do that now.
I understand, and it's a problem. This is a fucking problem. This is what I was addressing earlier today. Yeah, it is, because
it's not
this out.
Hold on. Check this out. I'm gonna flip it on you. Watch. What if you have your nice house and everything, and then here I come. I'll settle by your side, like I'm your neighbor, and then I put a bunch of fucking hazard shit that it may kill one of your kids or something. Are you gonna be happy with that shit?
No.
Well, there you go. You have you need regulations.
I agree.
All right.
Well,
my question was this. Let me ask this question. Do you think that we're not gonna have any more homeless if we reduce the price of the houses to what we were what you said?
No. I don't think all of the homeless issue is dependent upon the pricing of houses. No.
So we still have homeless, right?
Some large population is due to mental issue, not affordability.
We shouldn't have.
That's it.
We literally shouldn't have homeless though. Like you can build a little concrete dome instead of them living in cardboard boxes and shit. Like, hey, let's build them a little concrete.
There's some people, Jeremy, that have deep mental issue. Like I've come across several homeless people that I've tried giving money to, and they literally bark like a fucking dog at me, dude. I mean, that's a mental problem that needs to be addressed, and there's no amount of food or love or houses or wealth that's going to fix somebody like this. They need mental help.
They need a shelter to stay in at night when it gets cold and shit.
They need a mental fucking shelter. Do you understand what fucking Reagan did? Reagan shut down all the mental fucking shit, and they all got dispersed onto the street. That's how the homeless population started in America. Let's go back to the beginning, guys.
Well, there's people who actually like this lifestyle, Daislo and Jeremy.
I understand, but this is subsequence of addiction, of mental issue,
Yes,
man.
I understand they like that lifestyle, and when you go to Skid Row, there's some people there, maybe they like that lifestyle, but instead of having them be living like animals in cardboard boxes and shit, let's build some little tiny structures for them. It doesn't have to be anything huge, something just tiny out of concrete.
Well,
That's not
you cannot.
All right, this is
Remember
where I
how this all
disagree right
started?
here. Well,
Bring it
this is
back
where
to
I
the beginning.
disagree. Let me bring my disagreement, Dyslo, and then you can go with Jeremy. I have a disagreement with Jeremy. This is where the whole problem with society is, Jeremy. You cannot put me, right, to pay more taxes or whatever so that we can build houses for these people who are irresponsible of their own lives. I don't agree with that. I should not be paying the cost of these people not being responsible for their own lives. I shouldn't do that.
Have mental. I know some of these people have mental issues like that.
And then we can talk. All right. Oh, I agree with you. And on that we can go hand in hand and give them what the service that they need. Right. The people
Let me take it back. Let me take it back 100 years or two. Okay. Let's go back a few hundred years. All right. Were people living in houses or were they living in teepees?
They were living in house. Oh, where?
Here, Native Americans, before we came and domesticated
and houses. They were living in houses.
Did they have houses or did they have like teepees and shit?
Well, that's a house for them, right? That's a house.
Well, my point is what do we call homeless today? Today we call somebody homeless that doesn't necessarily have a house and they're on the street. But my point is none of this was an issue 100 years ago, man. None of this was an issue.
Whatever.
80 years ago.
We can make them teepees, whatever.
When did the homeless population start in America? Think about that.
Well, there's probably always been homeless to the people. Day one.
No.
America, day one, homeless people.
No.
I think we call homeless the people who don't have a fixed address, don't we?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. It's just the
somebody
address,
that doesn't
right?
have a residence, essentially. But remember, like before the homeless population was ever an issue, it was Reagan who fucking shut down the mental institutes. That's when the homeless became the homeless, is when the mental institutes got shut down. These people were kicked out because they literally had nowhere to go. This is when it all fucking started, and everybody always wants to down on this fact, man. This is the fact.
I disagree with that, and here's why. Oh, go ahead.
No, Jeremy. Go ahead, Silent. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, my disagreement is that it's not true, Dyslo, because you don't see that happening on every state. So you see it happening more like in California and some liberal states, not in all states happens.
Well, yeah. The homeless people tend to flock towards areas where they're going to be kind of catered to more or less. But nevertheless,
want to be able to get
is
free food handouts, drugs.
Yeah,
you're not going to. Yeah.
Yeah, but my point is, Silent, is we didn't have an issue. You never heard about homeless being an issue until the mental institutes got shut. That's when it all first fucking happened. And the government has responsibility. If they're going to take your child, right, and say, we're going to draft your child to war, and your child comes home fucked up, and they just want to kick him out on the street, that's not right. They have a responsibility to help this person that they fucking put into this situation to begin with. Not just to fucking use their life up, use them up, treat them like shit, kick them out on the street like a fucking animal.
I will say that this whole problem started when we stop as a society holding people accountable for their behaviors and telling them that, okay, do whatever you want, just live your life and whatever.
But think about it.
And
society
what if just
your behavior was
so
perfect?
rotten. Huh?
What if your behavior was perfectly fine and you got drafted, right? Like we know
drafted.
It happens.
Oh,
okay. Drafted.
Oh,
yeah.
You're talking about the war. No, I don't agree with the fucking drafting and war and all that shit. So I don't know.
I don't either. But you got to remember, a lot of these homeless people came from that. That's what started a lot of this homeless shit. Was, I mean, yeah, you always have crazy people, but for the most part, the problem started with war veterans not being taken care of after war, after Vietnam War, And that started the whole homeless community. And then Reagan fucking ditched them, shut down the mental fucking institutes. And all these people got disbanded onto the streets. The government has responsibility. If they're going to take your child, fuck your kid up, right? They have to be responsible for that. They can't just say, okay, job's done.
Listen, the least we should do is have these people in some nice little tiny, I'm not even saying a tiny home, I'm saying smaller than a tiny home. Just build something solid out of concrete, something they can't fuck up. Because I think it's just not a good look when you have like something like Skid Row going on, where it's just filth. There's tons of people. It's tents, cardboard box. It's just disgusting. You know, we should spend a few bucks as society. We spend all these millions and billions and zillions of dollars everywhere else, and we can't fucking clean this shit
There's
up.
people who are there in that situation by choice, Jeremy. Even if you
I
give them
understand
a place to live on, they're not gonna move there. They
no,
don't
you put
like
the
feeling
structure wherever they
enclosed.
are. Wherever they are, you just put the structure there or something. Something other than what it is now.
I took my kids down to Venice Beach over here in California just to experience the culture. And, you know, there's a lot of history in Venice and a lot of art. And it's cool, man. It's a cool place as far as what I remembered, because it's totally different now. Now you've got the homeless.
Tons of people. I heard there's tons of people living in their RVs there.
Yeah, well, everybody's getting topic, but I'm just focusing on Venice Beach and my innocent children trying to have a nice experience with their family. And we got nothing but homeless people riddled everywhere, sprawled out on the ground, fucking strung out on heroin. And one of the homeless people, I'm pretty sure she was dead. She had fucking flies all over her, dude. And she had this gnarly gangrene sore all over her fucking leg, and I'm pretty sure she was dead, bro.
What do you expect, Isla, when you tell people just be happy? Do you do you be happy? There you go. That's what you get. Fucking rotten societies.
I was disgusted. I mean, I remember going to Venice. Yeah, you always had, you know, the fucking losers and shit. You had a mixed, diverse people there. That's what made Venice cool. But now the scum is so prevalent, and the decay is so just in your face that you can't get away from it. There's no fucking trying to hide from it anymore. Okay, life's a fucking beautiful place and we're having fun. No, dude. My kids saw a dead body, bro. I didn't tell them. I just kind of ushered them away really quickly as soon as I seen it. But they literally walked past that and had to be with this. Like, it's fucking gross, man.
That's what I'm saying, man. We got to clean this shit up a little bit. Like, build them some time. Where? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Jeremy, yeah, so build them some tiny homes. But the thing is that they're just going to get their tent and put it out in front of that home again because they're so used to it. They're not going to move inside or whatever, you know?
I don't know, bro.
I think so.
You think so? If you have this little thing, though, why have the tent?
You know,
many of these people are where they are because of the choices that they've made, and some of them even choose to be where they are, and they won't. I mean, you can't help them because they won't help themselves. And talking about helping people, it just makes me think. You know, I've worked. We talk about socialism and from those and their abilities to those in need, and I do give to charity and things like that. But I've worked hard to make my money that I've got. And if you reach over into my pile, you'll draw back a nub, you know, and you know, it's like, I do believe we should help people, but I feel like that I've rewarded my income is a reward for my effort, and that shit's mine, and you better not reach over and try to take it, you know?
Yeah, no one's trying to take your money more. I mean, this is government shit. This just comes out of your taxes, bro. They're going to raise your taxes every year. Listen, the point is, this is a bad look for America when other countries see this. We're supposed to be the pinnacle of civilization right now. and our shit is fucking disgusting over here.
Yeah.
We're
20 minutes
bursting at
straight
the
up.
seams with corruption and with decay and depravity and debauchery, and we're not looking good, guys, at all. When I hear fucking Merle and other Australians coming in here saying how they think about Americans, it's not just them, it's the rest of the world. We're not looking good. We're not looking like the home of the brave and the land of the free anymore. And due to the fact that everybody wants to fucking have their cake and eat it too, and doesn't want to look at the death and decay that's around them and notice it, because God forbid they can't enjoy the fruits of their labor. It's not about you. It's not about your measly fucking life, man.
The thing is, the government doesn't even care about these people because there's no money with these people. They put the money into I live in a place that was kind of decaying. They put a shit ton of money into downtown. The rest of the city looks like shit and it's rotting. You know why they didn't fix up the rest of the city? There ain't no money in it. There's money in downtown. They get the bars, the nightlife, the hotels. They don't give a fuck about the whole rest of the city. They're only going to put their money where the money they're going to get, where it's worth something to them, on the local level at least.
Yeah, what kind of world are we in, guys? This is not the world that I wanted to. I expected to become an adult into. You know what I'm saying?
But can you still not, in this country, can you still not put forth the effort, do the hard work, get the education that would propel you into the career that you want, and it's up to you to be successful? Is that not true?
That's not true. I mean, you have a responsibility, personal responsibility, of course, everyone does. But when somebody who can work and be an honest man and have society or circumstances of the government come down upon them and injustices upon them and the common demands of the average individual not being met, this isn't something we can just look past and say, oh, you just got to work harder. You got to save more money. This is the not the right type of thinking. There comes a time where you fucking got to drop your bags, dude, pick up your gun and say, you know what? Enough's enough, motherfuckers. And if you're not willing to do that, you better kiss your ass goodbye, because that's what's going to happen.
You know what infuriates me at this point in our society? We've got all these bad things, right? I admit all that. But the things that we should be concerned about are like, take this voter fraud, for instance. If that were actually put on the table and proven to be a fact, that would be the biggest insult to the American people that the government could impose upon us, as in taking the voice that we have as in the vote to that's our voice. If that came, yeah, I would be all about going to Capitol Hill, and I mean, but where's the unity, and how would we come together to make that an effective protest? I mean, where's the unity among American people now that we could even make a change?
All right, I think you, Silent Zero, and I should all meet up somewhere and block a major interstate artery. All three of us.
Plug it up.
Yeah. Get it so they can't get any tow trucks in there. No way to get us out. Jackknife shit.
I don't know about your guys' state, but last year in my state, the governor issued a curfew by 8 p.m. I mean, you know why. But, I mean, that says enough about where freedom's at in this place.
Yeah, you're just a child. You're not a man anymore.
Yeah. You go to bed when we tell you to go to bed. You get inside your house when we tell you to.
Exactly.
No more playing with your friends.
That's
We're
too
in
dangerous.
charge here. Yeah.
That's too loud. That's too fast. That
already says enough. The voting fraud thing. I mean, that could be proven, but it doesn't require any proof that they think they did tell us when to go home when we can't be outdoors. And people went along with it.
Yeah, our county mayor tried to invoke a 10 p.m. curfew in my county where I live, and he got a 10,000 man fuck you.
And I know people who were actually fined for being outside during the curfew, and businesses who were fined for not closing by 6. It was a good 2-month stretch of this. Couldn't believe it. That should have been the final straw. I mean, so many things should have been the final straw, but there's not. How much more clear of a signal do you need? A bunch of sheep.
I think now with the coming age of the internet and everything, people are waking up, and things are gonna turn around. People are starting to see, a lot of the bullshit.
It's double-edged, huh?
The information that we have available at our fingertips these days. I mean, we don't even use it really. Most people go on Facebook and look at cat videos or goofy shit. You know what I mean? We have this amazing technology at our fingertips we don't even use correctly.
I liked what you were saying about those little domiciles, Jeremy. And the only issue anyone had was talking about you're not going to take my money to build these things for people. It's mine. It's not theirs. But there's so many people with free time and a good heart in the world that the whole thing could be donation and volunteer based. You know what I mean? We got to think from a position of abundance.
I'd throw in $5. You know what I'm saying? To get these people some little teeny tiny homes or something that can't burn down, some structures they can't fuck up.
Or an hour of your work, or an hour of labor. I'll fucking help out an hour. There's plenty of people working just a single hour. We get tons of these little domes built, little igloos or something. Igloos for the homeless.
Yeah, bro. Clean that shit up. That's a bad look on America.
The minute you start down that road, though, you're going to have to fight with the federals on that. You're going to have to get permission, zoning slips, and zoning, licenses and all that bullshit.
Oh yeah, this would have to be okayed.
I mean, if you really
from the top down, but I mean, if it didn't cost them
Habitat for Humanity, you can go join now for
free. Why
Skid
Row look like shit then?
Because a lot of those people are fucking junkies, bro. They're addicted. They have mental problems. A lot of
I know they're not going to do Habitat for Humanity. I know. That's why we need to give them these little dome structures or something.
No, dude. I'm telling you. The only thing that's going to happen is prostitution, fucking murder, rape, fucking more drug abuse. These people need mental. Dude, they need mental health, bro.
What difference does it matter if they do it in a tent or in this little concrete structure I build?
So why are you so worried about somebody that wants to go rape somebody else having a nice structure to do it in?
Well, I mean, some of those people aren't murderers and rapists. Some of them have families down
there. Point is, dude, is they're there based upon their mental issues.
Well, I agree they need mental help. I agree they need mental help. Let's get them in a better mental state if we have them not waking up in a cardboard box and we have them waking up in at
If
least
you're
a
homeless,
structure.
where are you going to go? Are you going to go to Skid Row? Is that going to be your first pick?
Me personally, I would buy RV and go to Walmart. Or I would
I'm
buy
just
an acre of
saying,
land
like,
outside the city and go
I think
bring my RV on that or something.
I think a lot
Definitely
of these
not Skid
people
Row.
that go there, dude, are there because they're there for one thing, and most of it's dope. 99% of homeless people in Skid Row are on fucking dope.
America started an opioid epidemic after we invaded Afghanistan, and they started growing poppy because they couldn't afford to grow food. So they started growing poppy. Now the world has this massive amount of poppy supply. What are we going to do with it? Big Pharma thought it's nothing to do with it, right? Started a straight up opioid pandemic.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about, man. Like, we need to start looking into this shit because it's
listen.
literally the cocaine and the heroin in this country, dude, is coming in, and you know who's allowing it, dude.
Nobody forces you to do it.
No, they're
They need
promoting.
drug counseling. Some of them need drug counseling. Some of them need mental help.
Yeah, but just because the drugs are
our
here,
own government,
like heroin's,
our own government is ushering this shit in, bro.
Yeah, of course, but they can't force you to do it. Still, it's your choice.
Yeah, what they do is they indoctrinate you. They feed you fucking TV shows. They feed you rap music and different fucking ways to influence you into becoming a teenager, right? And wanting to be rebellious. And
You know what I would say to
dabble
that?
into this.
Parents letting the TV raise the kid.
But is it the parent's choice when the parent has to work 8 hours a day and don't really have much say in the kid's life anymore because they have to pay the bills because the fact that the federal government and reserve is printing the dollar into infinity and beyond?
No, you know
Is
what?
it really the parents' fault?
Raising a child is actually a huge part of the problem because they actually, when they legalized abortion in America, it had a huge correlation with the crime rate. Like a decade or two later, the crime rate like dropped because now you don't have kids being born where the parents don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? If the parents wants to have an abortion, like abortion's not legal, now I got to have this fucking kid, and they don't care about it and they don't raise it correctly. You get a kid out there that's all fucked up doing crime and shit. So they legalized abortion. They had a huge drop in the crime rate. Huge.
I don't think it did anything to the crime rate, bro, because you're going to have the same number.
I'm just saying.
Like, that would have had to have been like a 20-year study.
Yeah, it does follow that
all they did was look
if
back
abortion
at the
was
stats.
illegal. If abortions were illegal, it would follow that immediately after legalizing abortions, the crime rate would drop because illegal abortions wouldn't be taking place as often. So it would follow logistically, right, that he's right. But maybe just for that reason.
No, not just for that reason, Grim. Thanks.
The
That
only crime that went down was illegal abortions.
Yeah, come on, Grim. That was no help at all, bro. Come on.
I know, but I'm saying like it's a little bit of help because technically you're right. If that's the only reason, which I'm sure it's not. I'm sure what you're saying does carry weight. It has merit, right?
I mean, does what I'm saying make sense?
Yeah.
Like,
yes,
parents
exactly.
have these kids that they didn't want to have abortion on, didn't want.
Yeah.
They're not, obviously
Makes
probably
perfect
not
sense.
going to raise them. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not treating, they're not guiding them through life properly, so they're going to be criminals usually. Yeah, so it makes perfect
Bro,
sense.
my parents didn't want me and they didn't raise me properly, and I'm not a criminal, right? So it all comes down to the personal choice. You can't blame your parents, right? You can't be 37 years old stealing, blaming your parents, right? Like, yo, you're fucked up because of your parents. You stay fucked up because of yourself, all right? So if you come to the realization that your parents were part of the problem, you have enough cognitive awareness to fix the fucking problem. So stop blaming parents.
Right, you're talking like people who already see the problem. They can
Hold on a
definitely do that. But there's people who aren't smart enough because they haven't been engaged properly with. So they're not smart enough to understand that, and they're still having those. You know what I mean? So we do have those.
Don't vaccinate those ones. Don't vaccinate the dumb ones so they can die off.
Hold on a second.
Well, they'll be the only ones that survive.
This is from
if you don't
BFI.
vaccinate them.
Guys.
Sorry. I wasn't going to let him get away with that, Jeremy. Sorry, dude. Go ahead.
He still got away with it. He probably didn't even listen. Listen, we estimate that this is from bfi.uchicago.edu. We estimate that crime fell roughly 20% between 1997 and 2014 due to legalized abortion. The cumulative impact of legalized abortion on crime is roughly 45%, accounting for a very substantial portion of the roughly 55% overall decline in peak crime in the early 90s. There's mad sites saying this.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
here,
It makes
that's
total
also a little
sense, too.
racist because of
It
all the
does.
abortions performed, half of them, even though black people account for 7 or 13% of the population, they account for half of the abortions. So are we saying that if we abort black people at a higher rate, we can lower the crime? Is this what you're saying,
Is it
Jeremy?
racist? Is it racist to make an observation that has already happened?
Well, it's
I'm
definitely
just asking
socioeconomic.
questions, bro. I'm just asking some
Right.
questions.
I was just asking.
Well,
before
here's
we
the
throw the
thing,
words
man.
No,
racism
I don't
in
think
there.
I don't think it's black
shows is
people to blame. You got to look at who's exploiting these people, man. These people have been more exploited than any other fucking race for the longest period of time. Their entire fucking nation, their entire continent over there is fucking heavily exploited.
Yeah,
All
because they
right.
sold themselves out, bro.
no.
You
And on
can't,
Hold
top
on.
of that,
you know.
on
Hold
top
on a
of
second.
that,
You're getting off
on
track.
top of
It's
that,
not
if you
about.
look at modern society today, all right, we make a shit ton of money off the prison fucking culture, dude. There's cities built around these prisons to the point where they're monetizing the fucking
I'm next.
revolving door of our prisons with the black community by feeding them this fucking rap bullshit that they're fucking being fed on TV, dude. Think about
They
At
don't
any
have
what
other
to
point
eat
is
it.
time.
it? At
Guys,
what point is
They
it
don't
We
not
have
the
to
talk
eat
parent's
about
it, bro.
called next,
responsibility,
guys.
though?
Hello. I called next.
how much
You're next.
dope you sold and how many
Come on,
guns you
guys.
carry and how many
Guys,
hoes you're
slow.
pimping. They're allowing this shit.
I can't.
Trust me, bro. I'm all about rap, dude. But you know what? At the end of the day, dude, it's only there as an influence to keep the revolving door of the prison culture.
What's that you're trying to say, Jeremy? Jesus.
I don't know. I can't fucking yell at you guys. My wife's sleeping downstairs. You never let anyone get a fucking breath. You never take a breath to let anyone else in. Come on, guys.
I think sagging has something to do with it. You gotta pick your pants up.
But I mean, I think it's also racist to think that, you know, not racist, but just a little insensitive, maybe, to think that it's all Whitey's fault and that the black parents have no responsibility why? Because they're just not capable of doing the right thing. That's the point I'm trying to
Bro,
make.
it all comes down to like when Adam and Eve ate the apple, right? Whatever you want to call it, original sin. Now, God came to them and was like, yo, what happened? And you have two options: take responsibility or blame the devil, society. And every time somebody blames society or the devil, they give more and more power to the society or the devil to get to control their actions. We've got, no matter what happens, right? You have, okay, yeah, they still
Yep.
crack on every corner, but you know what? I don't buy.
Well, the thing I said had nothing to do with race or anything. It had to do with parents that were pregnant that didn't want to have babies, and those children growing up to commit crimes. So,
Just
you
because
guys
you
took it
want
to
your
Adam
kid
and
doesn't mean
Eve. You
he's
took
gonna.
it to fucking race.
Well, because the responsibility, right? If you have a kid, you know, or if you got pregnant, right? You don't just become pregnant. You got to be responsible, you know. So this is where it's somebody was irresponsible, and then they put themselves in a situation, and you know, if you put yourself in a situation where you got pregnant, bro, that's the consequences, man. You can't just walk away from your consequences. That's what makes
I
weak
agree
people.
with you. I agree with you, 90. Only issue that I can say is the fact that they've been manipulated, heavily manipulated. They've been dumbed down. They've been impoverished. They've been influenced with fucking the projects, bro. I mean, this is all the CIA fucking with these people in a large portion of it, dude. This is the government.
Yeah,
This
well,
is
listen to
all
you.
consequence of the government's control and manipulation upon these people.
Bro, there's a ton of black people that know this, right? And they preach to their communities. Nobody listens, right? So, you know, it's not like there's this subverted nobody knows. People understand.
Well,
They
what it
enjoy
is,
the culture and the.
yeah, what it is they got into the home. They divided the family. The second that you don't have a mom and a dad together, and you've got one mom who's left to work just to put food on the table, and she can't be there to give you the morals and the virtues and the values that a child needs to have to be able to be a productive member of society, when that's taken from you, these are the consequences of that. You're left with somebody who's never been raised into a man, and now they're a giant man child walking around with emotional issues and not understanding why everyone else has got shit and they don't got fuck all. It's because they didn't have what's needed. And this is all consequence of manipulation and corruption upon the people from our government. I mean, this is what they do. This is what they're doing right now. If you were to go and do business,
They do it to every race, though. They don't.
you were to
It's
Yeah,
not
they're
like it's
trying to
one
do it across
race.
the board, dude.
if you were to
This
go
is a
right now,
humanity thing,
certain
man.
certain parents don't fight back, right? So
if
certain
you were to go
parents
right now and
allow
try to do business with
allow
a
it.
corrupt entity, what do you think would happen? You would go to fucking jail. You'd probably get a RICO charge. Okay. But guess what they're doing? All while they're placing these laws and policies upon you, they're doing business with Mexico. A third of Mexico's openly ran by the cartels politically.
Yeah, well, bro, I do business with the cartels, so like it's the door goes both ways, right? Like we all have to, and again, it all comes down to personal accountability. Like I understand the government does a ton of shady shit. They're like, they have their hands in everything. There's nothing I can do about that, right? So I do what I can, and I can't
Well,
blame
there
them.
is.
Well, wait,
There's plenty you can do about that.
and
The
that's what I'm
second
doing.
When is our government better than the cartel?
the second you vote, you're conceding to that corruption right
Never
there. You're
voted.
telling
I've
them
never voted,
everything
bro.
you did.
Never voted.
Okay, I'm not saying you personally, but anybody.
Well, this is why I say I do what I can, right? Like I don't
Yeah.
participate as much as I can. If I'm forced to participate, like I hold off as I do what I can to try and slow the system down because I know it runs on my energy.
I'm saying it to the people out there that don't know it. The second you vote, you've conceded to all the corruption that these people have done last year and are planning to do next year. You're conceding to it. Openly saying, yes, I accept everything, all the bullshit you've just done. Let's have some more of that. That's what you're telling them.
What they're telling them.
Yeah, well, anyone voting, that's what you're saying. Through your vote, you're saying, yes, I concede. I would just like a better way of more, corruption, just more efficient, please. Thank you, sir. 10 more lashings and fuck me in the ass.
This is a little off topic, but it goes to law. Let's say you're drunk and you're driving an RC car. Is that drunk driving?
You can get something on a bicycle. So I mean, you could probably get something on like an electric scooter or something.
No, like a remote controlled one.
No.
Well, yeah, anything that can cause bodily injury to somebody, dude, you're liable. You can get a fucking drunk in public for being drunk standing in front of your house, dude. The second you open up your front door and expose yourself to the general public drunk, that's drunk in public by law.
That's if you don't have a front yard.
Nope, you can be inside your house. Just have the door open. If you're in view of the public eye, you're intoxicated in public. Think about that one.
Well, and this is why the law is very very
I've
vague.
seen that been played
They've
out.
got
That
laws.
didn't work out.
They've got
I've
laws
seen it played out.
to where it's illegal
Listen,
to
I've
have
seen
an
it
ice
played
cream
out.
cone in your back pocket.
Never mind. He is relentless, huh, Jeremy?
Bro, there's laws that you have to wear a mask, and there's laws that you can't wear a mask on the books right now, right? Like there are laws because of Antifa that covering your face is illegal or whatever, and then there's not laws, but these mandates that you have to cover your face. So it's always about just, there'll always be yes and no, right? It's always murder is illegal unless they come into your home or it's an unborn baby, right? There is no line in
Then
law.
it's just
It's all interpretation.
Mm-hmm. They got a law on an ice cream cone in your back pocket being illegal. They got a law on Bigfoot, something that supposedly has never been scientifically proven. They've got a law for, but yet they can't make a law on other shit. Common sense.
What county was it where the city councilman was a goat? Or a llama or some shit.
Minnesota elected a dog as a mayor, some town.
I'm like, fuck, man. Like, how can they do that?
Dogs rule, bro. What do you mean?
Can't just vote your best friend into office. Man's best friend. In California, that job actually belongs to an illegal. You get San Bernardino or somewhere here in California, they got a actual illegal alien on the city council, just voting for things that go on in California.
Oh yeah,
It's so
dude.
fucking weird, bro.
In Barstow, California, the entire sheriff's department, dude, is fucking a corrupt agency dealing dope, doing all sorts of shit, dude. They've been busted so many fucking times.
Fort
How the
Lauderdale
fuck they're
too.
still operating? I don't understand,
Well,
dude.
I think it was the 6th floor or the 7th floor in Miami of the police department. They had a crack factory going on. The whole fucking floor.
They busted the chief of police in Los Angeles, dude, with a fucking pot farm, dude, while he was going around busting other competing fucking pot farms. Think about that one.
I mean, that's
And
job security. I mean, that's a good business plan. That's you got to
well,
give them.
it's just fucked up because you got the judge and the politicians all fucking invested in the industry while they're simultaneously convicting people.
You're
You got
damn
the
right. They're
federal.
making money on both ends, aren't they?
Oh yeah, you got the federal government sending memos out to the DEA saying no more prosecutions. We're not going to support this. All while they're still going after these people, and it's the only reason they're going after people is because they're affecting their income because of their investments.
If you guys feel like you're getting fucked by the government, what are you gonna do about it?
Not gonna tell you, you snitch.
Some more lube.
Listen up.
He already said don't vote.
Well, say what you want about the Antifa guys, but like, you know, apart from having some sort of violent transition of change, I don't know what else you guys are expecting.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you still got people like Rams that think you can vote your way back into utopia.
Well, which Jesuit did you vote for this year?
Right? It's crazy, dude.
I'm falling for the banana in the tailpipe every 4 years.
We're literally Israel's little fucking puppet, dude, at this point.
Looks like Israel's quite the puppet these days for Pfizer.
Yeah.
Look at how terribly they're doing. They're so well vaccinated, but they're the worst. The most cases, new cases, and all that. It's you know, it's in a lot of other countries. There's 65 other countries are starting to show the same trend.
Can't really go there too much.
Well, I wonder why.
You have to let.
Well,
them
yeah.
control.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Who's still controlling that? And who concedes or consents to that?
On this server,
every taxpayer
to censorship. Okay.
Yeah, we're not allowed to talk about the ones.
Because it doesn't really change anything talking about it. It really doesn't change anything.
Yeah, just go on about living your measly little life.
You
and
must have
enjoy
never
your...
watched G.I. Joe cartoons when you were a kid, because
knowing's
now
half
you
the
know,
battle.
and knowing is half the battle.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying, bro. We need to bring G.I. Joe back, dude. Like, seriously, fuck all this let's hold hands and fucking work together cartoons. Like, that shit ain't getting nothing but, you know,
We need to be
weird
shooting the bad
confusion.
guys. If G.I. Joe
Yeah,
taught me
bro.
anything, it's that. I'll wait till you're done, Die Slow. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm
You're
coffee out.
like, do you talk a lot when you get high or something? Like, I do that too a little bit.
Coffee's kicking in, bro. Okay.
Coffee.
He's all jacked up on Java, bro.
I've had 3 cups today and I'm high as fuck. I mean, there's no excuse. Anyways.
I'm there too.
If G.I. Joe taught me anything, it's in life, it's that there's nothing wrong with a little bit of shooting as long as the right people get shot.
That's right. And wearing masks are for bad guys who want to cover their fucking identities.
No.
And superheroes.
Pete, what do you think we should do? We need a voice of reason in these dark times.
I can jump out.
Pete's the voice of reason, yeah. Let's hear it, Pete.
I think so we can find some way of passing around the joint. That'd be a temporary solution.
Medicate me, please. I need to be sedated.
Oh my God, Pete, are you gonna just monologue this whole time? I'm just kidding. Go ahead. Just warming up.
Pete, can I get a word in? Jesus.
Supposed to do, man, when there's 50 fucking people in a room and it takes more than a few sentences to get out what you have to say.
Look, I'll wait my turn, but I really got to get my words out.
Yeah.
It really makes it
Top
hard.
of the day to you, Pete.
Shit.
Make it hard, dude.
If I was a new person coming to this and heard us, I would not engage us. I mean, I did because I'm me, but like for more faint-hearted snowflake people, like I would not engage with us maniacs here.
Not yet.
You gotta make this a more comfortable place.
Yeah, it's mad.
Light some candles, play some harp music.
You have to be a real miserable person to be here.
Miserable.
Can't confirm.
And this proves
I don't
that
know why that
science has
stings a
failed.
little though.
This is proving that, yeah.
It's not science has failed us, Sinclair. It's we have failed science as flat earthers.
Yeah. Science failed me.
Contrarians.
Well, science is supposed to be getting to an explanation, and current science is all about descriptions. They replaced descriptions in lieu of explanations, and everybody bought it up and said, that sounds great. I like the way that sounds.
I think people have too many opinions.
I mean, you can't get away from an explanation or lack thereof, man. And when your definition isn't consistent of an explanation, only a description, do you really have a definition? No, you don't.
The question is, Dicelo, do we think people like, I don't know, Lawrence Krauss, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Stephen Hawking, all of these people of the world, do we think that they know from the outset that the Earth is flat and they're playing their part? Because it seems to me it's so obvious. It has to be recognized at some level by a group of people, you know, no matter how thin on the ground. But what do you think? Are they even the people playing their parts these days?
I think if I got a hold of any one of those individuals and had a one-on-one conversation that they couldn't walk away from, I think they'd either be exposed or had to concede and yield.
Absolutely, man. Any flat earther worth his salt.
Technically, Stephen Hawking wouldn't have gotten up and walked away from any conversation.
Well, you sure backed him. I actually think Stephen Hawkins was a kind of a my left foot Daniel Day-Lewis type character, and once the cameras went off, he hopped out of his wheelchair, pissed off back to his rants, and had a good time with his blonde wife. But,
I
that's
think
just
it's
me.
the opposite. I think he was literally not even saying a word to anybody. None of those twitchings of his cheek meant anything other than he's shitting right now. And then
Right.
they used him to pass off all these bullshit ideas. Like, oh yeah, just go ask him. And he's been this AI bullshit the whole time.
Well, I mean, you don't think there was a real guy in there put in there against his will or anything like that, do you?
Well, maybe they injected him. They took a guy who was seemingly very smart in the beginning and did something to him to where he whittled away, and then they kept passing their their ideas to what they wanted us to believe through him.
I prefer my thought.
He cheated on his wife.
Me
You guys know
too.
that?
Yeah, he cheated on his wife. How do you manage that?
Cheeky
He's an
bastard.
extension of Einstein, isn't he? Because Einstein solved the universe by just from his armchair alone, just via his brain power. Stephen Hawking's taking that to the next level, right?
Cheeky bastard. Get it?
Dude, I think Stephen Hawking was literally the ceremonial black sheep. Like the guy, in every sense, was cursed, and who even knows if what his little voice box was saying was even his real words?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Well, there was some revelation at some point. You know, they've erased everything now, but a thread on maybe David Icke or something like that. Some guy actually claimed to be one of the guys behind the scene doing exactly what you suggested, just typing in whatever was to be presented via the voice box, and everyone knew it. And it went on for a while. There was sort of a certain level of believability to it. But whether that's actually what's happening, I don't know. I think it's either a puppet in there or else it's an actor. It'd be too cruel otherwise. And I think there's sort of a humor to all of this ultimately, whether we see it or not. So I prefer to think method actor in place. But otherwise, yeah. But representative of that ability to figure out the universe, go further and deeper into the universe, just from the very center of your brain alone, leaving all matter aside, I suppose. Stephen Hawkins represents. Hawking. The bird reference as well.
Yeah, Stephen Hawk. What's that about? Hawking. What's that?
Has to be millions of people earthwide in on a flat earth deception. There has to be at this stage. And I've always started off like that. There has to be. And I always wondered at what level you have to rise up in sort of secret fraternities or whatever before you're told this. I was thinking to myself, I wouldn't have thought it was a very high level, because if you have a good mate, right? Let's imagine you join the Freemasons and you have a good mate, but you have to be 32nd level degree before they let you into the flat earth secret. And all the years then you spend, family affairs, friends, good times, bad times. And then you find out 10 years later that he knew the earth was flat all along and he never told you. You'd be pissed off at him no end, wouldn't you? Because you would have changed your mindset and everything from the very start. But, yeah. What do you think about that? Do you think there are establishments where once you get beyond a certain level, you're let into the secret? What's beyond? Not earthwise, I'm talking about, because it seems so obvious, right? What the fuck is stopping anyone watching the same YouTube videos as we were watching, or we watched? We were encouraged to watch as well.
We just got too many sissies running around.
Well, that's been their plan from the get to
That's
take our masculinity.
Yeah, that's really one of the biggest fucking issues, dude. Is just we're breeding fucking these feeling. I don't know, man. These like just feeling based individuals. Like everything's based on feeling. So many sensitive people, bro. It's fucking sad. What it really boils down to is people need to understand that they're responsible for their own feelings. No one else. Just you. You and yours alone.
Why are feelings bad?
Feelings aren't bad. Feelings are bad when you start getting misconcepted and thinking that somebody made you feel a way, right? And now you've got to get justice, or you've got to get protection, or whatever it may be. But people want to place blame for their own feelings onto the next individual. And that's really what we're dealing with right now in society, at least.
So blame. Blame is why people are emotional.
I don't say blame is why people are emotional. I think people are emotional and they blame. And this is a consequence of one of the defaults of the just inadequacies of current society at the fundamental level. Yeah. And with that being said, people identify with what they choose to, what they like to feel. It's so truth isn't always what you want it to be, and a way to get around that is by just basing your truth off what feels good. And this is what people have done: is they've based their reality on what they feel rather than what is.
Do you really feel that way, Dicelo?
I think I feel this way. Yes.
Nice.
I believe I feel this way.
Well, all the best moments in life are the things that you feel, right? So why is that necessarily a bad thing?
Well, when it comes to sensual feelings, this is different.
I'm talking about emotional feelings, sensual feelings, empirical feeling, art and music. All of this is feelings, and it's the most important thing that we have. So you're trying to somehow make that a second-rate type of commodity or whatever you.
No, not at all. I think it should be priority, but it should be used with responsibility, right? The second you take the responsibility from yourself and say, this person made me feel a way, and that gives me the right to now seek justice or retribution or whatever it may be, this is when we start running into a bitch-made society.
So there's not too many society. It's not too many feelings in the world. There's too many idiots in the world, is what you're saying. Yeah.
Too many idiots. Feelings are good, but responsibility of feelings is what we need to have.
Hold on, Dicelo. What's a bitch-made society?
One that wants to place blame for their feelings upon the next individual.
Word.
You made me feel a way, therefore you should pay.
Doesn't everyone feel some sort of way about somebody else?
Yeah, but that's your responsibility to choose that. That's not my fault.
If you fell in love with someone, is that your responsibility? Or if you felt like that person screwed you over, is that your responsibility?
Yeah. Yeah. Can't be like, I'm offended because he made me feel away. That's your responsibility. Or you seem suspicious because you made me feel away. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like,
well, if like someone assaulted you and then I just called you a pussy for crying about it. Wouldn't that make you the bitch?
Definitely.
Good answer.
Most definitely. I mean,
We don't really.
we live in a threatening world, bro. Like, what do you think? You're just gonna walk around and nothing's gonna happen? You think you're gonna go out in your flip flops and not get your ass whooped?
Should I get my ass whooped in flip flops?
I think if you're wearing flip flops, bro, you should be
Don't knock
ready
it
for an
till you
ass whooping.
tried it. Don't knock it till you tried it, right?
You should have known you had it coming, bro.
Go out there and get that ass whooping. Yeah. Looking all floppy and flippy. Shit.
Looking all lazy and comfortable. I'd beat your ass for that.
See, I think you're making some good points. He was asking for it, right? Isn't that what they say about girls? She was asking for
Thought that's
it.
what we already.
If you're gonna
yeah, I
go
thought we
out
were
with
already
your
touching
titties
on that.
half cropped out on a platter and not expect me to get an hors d'oeuvre, I mean, this is false advertisement.
Well, okay, so say the girl's walking out, right? And you feel your feelings. You can't control your feelings. Is that her fault or your fault?
That's her fault. If you're gonna dress up like Mickey Mouse, if you're gonna dress up like Mickey Mouse and not expect me to call you Mickey Mouse, I mean, it's not my fault.
Yeah, it's kind of likened to like when those when I was in high school and these goth kids would put on this clown makeup and shit, right? And then they'd be just basically standing there looking all fucking completely out of order. And you look at them for a second, like you're trying to inspect, like, what the fuck is going on with all this makeup? They're like, what are you looking at? Well, I mean, you did this for me to do that, right? You
Yeah, if I'm
What do you
I'm
mean, what
dressed
am I
up like a
looking at?
fireman, walking around like a fireman, and you come up to me, tapping on my shoulder, telling me there's a fire, am I supposed to get offended?
Right, exactly.
If I'm
Yes, you
dressed like
better
an
get
officer
offended.
and you're coming up to me saying, "Sir, I have an issue," am I supposed to be offended? How dare you assume I'm an officer of the law?
Same with if you're dressed like a whore, right? Somebody comes up and says, hey, how much for your time?
Absolutely.
I mean, you dressed like a whore. I mean, don't get mad because they asked you.
Well, what if someone dresses like a cop and I have that impulse to beat them up because they look like a clown? Like, isn't the impression you
Here's a-
get kind of?
You check his ID and you make sure he's a cop. No.
If I show up to the Halloween party dressed like a piñata and you hit me with a stick, am I supposed to be offended?
Actually, yeah, I think so. Since you know damn well I'm only in costume.
All right, well, what if candy was falling out of my ass?
I would hit you with a stick again, depending on the type of candy.
Clean you up.
You're asking.
I would really get in there and get all that candy out.
You would eat a candy that's been in someone else's arse?
Yes, Grim would eat Dice Low out his ass. Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Of course. It depends on how good that candy is.
That sweet ass candy,
good,
bro.
good.
What do you mean?
It's got to be cinnamons or something, though. I'm not going for any chocolate.
Oh, cinnamon is
Why do
so
you
good,
limit
man.
yourself?
Those cinnamon hearts. Ooh.
Well, I mean, you know how they say don't knock it till you tried it. I'm knocking it. Got it?
Grim, you like fudgicles?
He's knocking it and then he's
Tried
trying
it.
it.
I've tried it. Yeah. It's like, is that piece of the Snickers or is this peanut from something else?
Isn't that the fun part? You never know.
Who cares?
Life's a gamble, bro.
Chew it
be
up
a
anyway.
peanut.
Yeah, so that's why the world is the way that it is.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Because of ass candy.
You're all a bunch of candy asses.
Ass candy.
As Steve would tell you, you guys are a bunch of candy asses.
You're gonna find that a lot of people are gonna start saying thank you when you say that. It's not gonna have the same ring to it. Agenda
It's already
2030 is right
happening.
around the corner.
Yeah, it's already happening. It's absorbed. They're already proud to have been damaged by vaccines. Like, oh, I'm on the autistic spectrum. I've got ADHD. I'm like it's a badge of fucking coolness. I've not got a touch of the autism.
Well, you know, it's
Slight
important to
touch.
be a minority. You have, you know, everybody wants to be a minority to some degree.
Yeah, you
Makes them
shouldn't
feel
use
special.
these things as a badge of honor or something. You should recognize you have a problem and work on it.
Well,
Don't expect the world to change just because you wave around some fucking diagnosis. You work on your problems.
Right. And then you got to look at the percentage of them that have been diagnosed over a period of 5-minute visits and wonder if they've really been actually diagnosed or if they've just been told and conditioned and their acceptance became the truth, made it become true to them. Look at the attention that the autistic people are getting, right? They get in arguments and start treating you like shit, and then it's like, no, you can't really say anything to him because, you know, he's autistic. They normalized it with the damn TV shows and shit, and it made it seem like they were all the smart ones.
well,
But
let me
it's
ask you this:
absolutely the opposite. People with brain damage are absolutely not the smart ones.
how easy is it to get diagnosed with some sort of level of autism?
Oh, you just have to be around the wrong teacher that'll send you to the school clinic, who sends you to the crooked doctor.
Was there any advantage
Psychiatrist.
to, you know, becoming like?
Oh, I would imagine you would be treated with as one of the protected individuals.
Like if
You are
I
now
really wanted to, I could go to a pharmacy and get a doctor to give me a prescription for any sort of drug that I wanted. I just have to say the right word.
Well, they incentivize it. They give they pay you. You get I think like a monthly check once you get, you know,
So who's
deemed as
really the
being.
fool? The fool that doesn't utilize all the potential that this system offers, or the guy that complains about it and says it's not fair? Because everyone, if they were really smart, would utilize, you know, maybe
Well,
there's an
that's why
advantage to being autistic.
I've always said that. Well, I don't know about autistic, but at least an
well, there's
illegal
not,
immigrant.
right?
Like I've always said,
It's
it
a
would
good
be
way for them to be
advantageous
able to take your gun rights away.
to ditch your citizenship, go to Mexico, and come back illegally. Then you'd just be completely like catered to.
Yeah,
Free
no shit, right?
college, free healthcare, free fucking food stamps, free business loans and grants. I mean, you get everything. Like, there's more incentive to ditch your citizenship and come back here illegally as a criminal than there is to be a legal citizen at this point.
Yeah, it's the same in
Yeah.
Europe. It's
And
crazy.
you wouldn't really care that it was becoming communistic here either, because where you're from, anything's better than what you just did. You know, like it's
Like you could sign up for the military, spend like a year in Afghanistan, and then make $1,500 a month for the rest of your life if you say you had trauma. Like, I feel like there's a lot of ways people could game the system for their own gain. And the people that aren't really benefiting it are the ones that don't know how to use it. At least that's what they say.
well, and then again, using it obligates you to certain things that are against your ideals or beliefs. So you don't benefit out of it's like sacrifice. You know you could benefit, yet you don't feed that wolf. Like I know I could make money off of a Pfizer vaccine in stocks, but I don't.
Yeah, I get that.
I-
Like,
you
if
see
I
what I
didn't have
mean?
if I didn't have a morality, if I didn't have my standard of morals, I feel like I could make a lot more money. Like, genuinely.
Right. That's where I'm coming from with that.
Yeah, I'm there too.
And the same goes for me doing things that are seemed like taboo to other people. And to me, there is nothing wrong with it. Like growing acres of weed. Right? To me, that's fucking perfectly normal and fine. But to some laws in places in other states, and that's absolutely illegal. And people carry a stigma with that, like it carries a they try to use it against me in these rooms all the time. You're a fucking pot farmer, I'm gonna listen to you. You know what I mean? That kind of shit. Like, well, you mean I'm a dad? I pay my kids' colleges. I got 2 mortgages. You mean you know what I mean? I'm so much more than just this fucking thing you thought I was. But, that stigma, all I could be is this dirty fucking pot farmer to some people.
Well, there was a guy we were memeing on earlier when he said, "We don't need labels. Why do I need a label?" And kind of goes hand in hand with what we're saying now. Like,
Right.
everyone wears many different hats, right? Play many different
Exactly.
roles.
For you to think of a label, for me, that's only describes one of my attributes, well, how's that encompass me? Of course it's insulting. Like they do to Jeremy, fucking janitor, blah, 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 never peeling into his mind and seeing he's so much more than a guy who does janitorial work.
Yeah.
Or Dimmock. Well, we don't just say Dimmock, you granddad. No, that's actually a good
Smart
one, isn't
person.
it? You old man. You old granddad. Hood granddad.
Hood granddad.
Peckerwood. How many Peckerwoods we got in here? One.
2.
It's 2 Peckerwoods. Rig. The rig's a Peckerwood. How many Jews we got in here?
Yeah, we do really need to solve this Jewish question. I don't know if anyone wants to, but we got to figure something out with it.
There's only one answer. There's only one solution.
The return
Become
of the
Jewish?
Messiah. Assimilate to the Borg. Shalom, Mashlum Chuf. Shmigrim.
Talking about Jews or Islam?
Chainiovet Beachvili.
This is why ether field theorists need to bring back the Glock.
Oh, please.
Release the Glocken.
I'm kind of happy with the way things are going. I think this is exactly what I expected.
Expected from what?
Like, say the Earth was ruled by Satan. Would it look like this? I think it would look something like this.
Well, it would also look like this if there wasn't any God.
Yeah, but there happens to be a situation, such as reality, that seems to be
godless.
Well, no.
I mean, like, what side of it are you looking at it from? The glass is half empty, right? Because on the other hand, when you're focusing on the beautiful and amazing things, it's harder to say that, isn't it? Oh,
No, I'm looking at the whole picture, not just at one side. I don't just look at good or bad. I look at everything.
And if you look at the whole picture, I mean, if you ever driven across, let's say, the United States, you know that it's only the small picture. It's only the little places that have the big cities in them. The rest of it is all beautiful open space.
Yeah, I'm looking at the whole universe, not just something on Earth.
Yeah, I think it's all beautiful. With some weird
Really?
stuff involved, but it's not all fucked up.
Right, so which is it? Is it all beautiful or not?
The majority of it is, yeah.
Okay. The majority. Well,
Absolutely.
the majority of the universe is,
And another thing is, how could I
not a
appreciate
place
the
where we
beautiful
can
if I didn't have
exist.
something to compare it to?
Yeah,
If
did
it's-
you hear what I said? In
Well, I
the
didn't mean
majority of
to,
the
'cause I was-
universe, we can't exist in.
Yeah, how could you know that? So my point is something I could know, and that's that I couldn't appreciate that beautifulness if I hadn't had something ugly to compare it to, right? So that's part of the beauty, and the beauty is having something to compare it to.
You need
So
a
to
beast.
appreciate the
No,
beauty.
it doesn't necessarily need to be ugly.
Well, how do you know? Haven't you ever seen how these little rich kids who are given everything don't appreciate
so
shit? They treat equipment
not listening.
badly. They wear out
can
their
have
shoes
beauty
immediately.
and
They never
ugliness,
wash them.
or it can be
Right, so they don't appreciate the beauty in those things, right? I just get another one.
You're not listening. You can have beauty and
I know.
ugliness, and it can be in between.
Well, again, I can't demonstrate that, but I can demonstrate my part of the argument. Right? I can't
What do you
demonstrate that
mean you
there's
can't
no.
demonstrate that? You're not aware that you don't necessarily need to find something ugly or beautiful?
What are you getting at, Ed? What does this mean? What are you talking about?
That he's putting up a false dichotomy with this ugly and beautiful thing. It can be anything.
What are you talking about? We're talking about to me. It's all subjective. You asked me what's beautiful or not about the world. So I assumed, obviously, you were talking about my subjective opinion. So for you to point it out is like saying, hey, dude, the sky's blue. It doesn't make any sense. You feel like you're being smart right now? I mean, that was the premise. This was from my opinion.
I think that was your premise, but not what we were actually talking about. So, but that's fine. Let's move on.
Well, if you're talking about beauty, aren't we talking about a subjective thing in the first place? So automatically, axiomatically, from any point of view, since beauty can, I think, would we all agree in here that beauty is not objective?
So we were talking about looking at the universe as a whole instead of just looking at one section of it, which is what you were doing.
I was just looking at the Earth.
How do you know anything about the universe, Ed, other than what you've been told?
Right. I was just looking at the Earth, things that I can have actually seen for myself, and gave an example about driving across the United States.
Have you been there, Ed?
So the universe to you is...
You took us to the universe from the country.
Have you been there, Ed?
The United
Have you
States
been
of
there?
America.
You been to the
Yeah,
universe?
you told me
There's
I
no
wasn't
universe.
listening.
There's only the world. There's only the Earth
He
and
told
the
me 3
heavens.
times I'm not listening yet. He fucking falsely premised my position
Yeah, because when I'm in the
3
middle
different
of
times.
a sentence, you keep interrupting. So
Where's this universe?
Maybe
you
it's your
speak of,
lag
Ed?
because I don't think you're actually in the middle of sentences while I'm talking already.
Well, he's in the computer's mode right now because he's in the computer.
What?
Right.
There's a little lag, Ed.
Oh, please.
Yeah. So when you keep interrupting me and then saying I'm interrupting you, I think you're lagging.
No, not really.
You're having computer technical difficulties, Ed.
Uh-huh.
So where's this universe, Ed?
What?
Where's this
So how'd you
universe
get
you
into the
speak of?
universe? I was literally from coast to coast in the USA is what I'm talking about. This emptiness. The small areas where all the cities are compared to the very large, vast areas where are full of land and empty space, mountains, lakes. I think the whole point of the conversation is if you're a cup half empty kind of guy or a cup half full kind of guy, you're going to have a different perception upon the beauty of the world, obviously, since it's subjective.
Yeah, and I already corrected that by saying I look at the whole picture, not just at one part of it.
Well,
I don't
everything
know
that
what
we
makes him think he's
associate with
correcting
beauty,
anything. Yeah.
Everything we associate with beauty comes from the incommensurability within the object following the Fibonacci sequence, this conjugate geometry that's expressed in all of nature.
1 is to phi is 1.
Thanks, Ken Wheeler.
Oh, there we go. Ed got it.
1 is to phi is to 1. Everyone
got
say
it.
it.
1 is the phi is the 1. There you go, bud. That's what it all boils down to. The self-symmetry within everything.
Within everything.
What a fake laugh. Weird.
The only thing it's not represented in is within some computer code. And I think this is why Ed gets so offended.
Interesting.
But there are algorithms built around the Fibonacci sequence. But I guess that would be Ed's mortal enemy. That's like his kryptonite.
Math is bullshit, bro. Numbers
Well,
are
I
bullshit.
could write something that figures out this sequence. But
Can you show me the number 3 anywhere, Ed?
Yeah, in the number 33, there's 2 of them.
Yeah, does it exist naturally?
By what, from what?
Thank you, Sin. I was going there too.
Yeah, I had to beat you to it.
Can you show me a 3 existing naturally on its own, Ed?
What do you mean?
Is there a 3 in your universe somewhere?
Yeah, in the minds of humans.
Oh,
So
okay.
a man-made construct, eh?
Oh,
And also when they write it down, or on the computer or paper.
Oh, so that makes it real, like Harry Potter.
Well, it points to something, so.
You got moded, Ed.
What?
You just got destroyed, bro.
Yeah.
No, it points to an ID, and IDs exist in the human mind. So.
Where are they? Oh, in the human mind.
Yeah.
Where's...
I said that.
Yeah, I know. I knew you would.
We all did,
But
Ed.
that, are you making up that amount though? Like if it's a value, interchangeable?
Yeah, that's part of the ID.
Right. So if I take, you say, show me a number 3, and I don't actually can't produce a number 3, but I can produce a quantity of 3, right?
Right, or you can produce something that points to the ID, the concept of the number 3, and what it means,
Right.
and the value.
So it's not a useless tool, but it doesn't dictate
what's
reality.
pointing to the ID in humans' minds.
So basically,
If 3s are in human minds,
right? It
where
can't
are
be the
human
first.
minds?
Right. Like what they're trying to say though is that it can't be the foundation of an idea. It can't be the number, right? The foundation has to be an actual quantity of a thing. So if you're using just math purely to prove a concept, then you're not proving the concept, because ideally you would need material quantity to prove the concept.
Right, that's part of the ID, that you can put a value to a set number of this.
Yeah, part of the idea, right? But if it's all you got is numbers, then you don't really have you have a valid concept.
It's in the minds
but
of
you don't really have. No, I said to them, you're talking about people who from a world from an axiom who need experimental physics. They don't. Theoretical physics does not trump experimental physics in their world. And as
We're
it shouldn't.
talking about the number 3. What the fuck are you going on about? Seriously.
No, I'm talking about. Well, I'm talking about the reason why we're talking about the number 3.
You're talking about something completely different.
I'm talking about the reason why we're talking about the number 3.
Yeah, we're talking about the number
why.
3. You're talking about something else.
Yeah, we're leading you up to something else. Okay, so just follow along.
You're
and
going
learn
off on a tangent.
What?
No, we're leading you up to break your heart.
No, you're being led to something much more enlightening, and that's what I'm trying to do for you right now. It's just kind of relax,
You're
dude.
going on a tangent. I don't care about it.
I can tell I'm hitting the spot because you're really throwing a lot of flack right
Ed,
now. So
we're gonna hack you one way or another and reprogram your hardware, Ed.
Wait, program the hardware or the software?
I think they mistake me for someone who's
You're
not
missing some
intelligent.
hardware. So
think
in
they
order to
think maybe there's-
reprogram the software,
yeah.
we have to input the hardware.
Yeah, there's that fake laugh again. All right. I think we broke him.
You think he was serious with that?
I think you're coping, Ed.
We have to input the hardware in the software? Are you what?
No.
Yeah,
I said we have to
analogous.
first give you the hardware so that we can upgrade your software. We can't upgrade your software until you have this piece of logic that you're missing from your componentry.
Oh, I see.
You can't really, with your operating system, take in this data without altering your operating system a bit.
Right. Well, I run on basically the same operating system as any other human, so you're kind of...
No, we have to
Well,
upgrade
you
your
don't.
hardware.
That's what I'm
because
trying
you're
to tell
heartless.
you. Right? You think that experimental physics does not trump
I
theoretical
didn't
physics.
talk about experimental physics. We were talking about the number threes.
Well, that's why
Going
we're
off
talking
on
about
your
the
dumb
numbers being
tangents.
concepts, right? Because numbers don't dictate the universe. Therefore,
Yeah, I don't care about your dumb science
mathematical
tangent.
based theories alone cannot prove anything to other than math. It can prove numbers, but it can't validate a concept to a flat earther or a person who comes from the axiom that experimental physics is necessary to prove or to gain enough confidence to agree with an idea or theory. So until you have that, this is what we're talking about. And the fact that you can't put that together
that's not
is
what we
revealing.
were talking about.
Well, yeah, it's ultimately where we were going with it.
Yeah, Ed, you're missing some things that are unperceivable. We're trying to help you.
Right.
It's your choice, man.
I also want to point out
If you want to
that-
stay obsolete on 2.0, Ed, that's fine, but we're all operating on 9.0 at this point.
9. Okay.
Go ahead, Sin. Sorry.
No, I wasn't going to take it anywhere important.
Well, Dicelo, you're running on Ken Windows, so it's not really helping anyone.
It's possible. All right, well, Flat Earth Data is in the house. He's got something to share. Go ahead, Flat Earth.
Never trust a Fed.
Never trust the Fed. Straight up.
All right, Ed, here's a question for you.
All right, let's hear it.
How would you determine that the Discover satellite is 1 million miles in altitude up? How would you determine that?
The Discovery satellite, you said.
The Discover satellite. It's
Discover
reported to be
satellite.
1 million miles up in altitude. How would you determine that?
Well, first I would look up what the Discover satellite is.
So Google it.
He would Google it. Sorry.
According to my Google calculations.
Is it written DSCOVR?
Just hand him the Google link.
That's for me to know, Ed, and you to find out.
Well, you asked me about it, so I need to know which one it is.
Well, it's a discovery that
You don't know
you'll
how
have
to spell
make.
discover?
Yeah, your search
Yeah, it's
engine's
called
obsolete
Discover,
too, Ed.
bro.
Yeah,
It's a discovery you'll have to come across on your own.
Right, so it's not a serious question then.
No,
What language is it
Hold on,
that you're speaking?
The question I'm asking you is pertaining to
Java.
how you know truth. And the first thing you said, well, I'm going to Google it. And I just want to know how you know these things.
Well, I said I need to know which satellite it specifically is, because this is the first time I'm hearing about it. And you're not willing to elaborate. Instead, you're all
I think he said it was called the Discovery satellite.
No, he
but
said
I don't know.
Discover.
Okay, the
I think you got a
Discover
short
satellite.
circuit, Ed. You keep
I bet
hearing
if
this
you
humming
Googled either
coming
one of
from you.
those two words with the word satellite at the end, you'll probably end up with it.
Yeah. So you don't even know how you could know.
Look in the chat. Fucking
Disco.
professors.
Oh, wow.
You mean like Professor Dave is a professor?
No, as in you trying to be smart.
Like Professor Dave, right?
No, like you.
But I don't even call myself a professor, though. Doesn't he, though?
I don't care what he calls himself. He's a communist,
But he's not,
so
is
he
he?
can fuck himself. Let's stick to the topic, please.
Well, high five to you. I knew we could find some common ground. Now continue.
Right, so I just asked, do you spell it DSCOVR? And you all laughed, but that is the one then.
Do you want me to
I
hold
don't
your
think that's
hand
what
the
I
whole
was
time
laughing
while we
at.
argue?
I wasn't laughing at you for that at all, I promise. Because spelling is like not something I laugh at people for. You know?
Well, sign a decline.
Hemingway couldn't spell his own fucking friends' names and shit. Like Hemingway. These guys are Einstein, I guess, was a pretty stupid speller. But then again, you know, a lot of smart people do spell badly because there's so many different ways to achieve the enunciation, and they're typed in
That's
to
just because
remember
English
things.
is
They just work
trash.
shit out. English is trash. Yeah.
It's like one of the least phonetic
C-
languages in existence.
God's English is one of the greatest
CH.
languages that we have.
It's a cool language, though. Now that I speak it
Or you mean you didn't before?
poorly. Oh yeah, remember? Remember when we was babies? See what I did there? I spoke it poorly again.
Okay, so
We
simple
was.
answer. What's
Remember
your
when we
problem
was babies?
You spake it poorly.
with the satellite?
Spake that shit.
Spake is actually a word. A word, I mean.
I spake it. Yeah, actually, what now? I'm sorry. We're done verbally.
Synclancer had a problem with this satellite, and I want to know what the problem
No, it
is.
says it's 1,000,000 miles away. How would you determine that?
Oh, that's easy. Google it.
Well, that wasn't even easy because he needed help on that.
Well, yeah, you would need to know how fast it's traveling, and then know for how long. And there you go. Next question.
It's actually easier than that, Ed. You would just need to know how long ago the satellite sent the packet or the information that you have received, and then you just divide by the speed of light.
Oh, the speed of light, huh?
I see.
Well,
Yeah,
if
I was trying to
personally-
use the minimum of requirements because I don't think we can connect with it.
Fair.
I personally don't think I could do it.
Yeah, if I was going to question it, I would try to figure out how to disprove that it's where they say it is.
I see.
Well, I'm still confused why someone would believe it, apart from them just hearing about it. And then
Well, because
accepting
they can connect with the thing, maybe.
it. That's the claim. I don't know how you would validate that other than just believing it.
Or just go up in a hot air balloon and then see if it still looks really high above you once you ray up there.
Well, I'm just curious because, like, for a long time, they didn't know how far the Earth's atmosphere actually extended. So, if you were to measure the speed of light in the atmosphere versus the vacuum of space, it's going to be totally different. So, how do they calculate how much of that light is traveling through an atmosphere versus the vacuum to determine the variables there within their calculations?
Yeah.
Or
Do you
can they?
think it matters if there's 200 miles of air or 250 miles of air compared to a 1,000,000 mile distance?
They say the Earth's atmosphere extends far past the moon. So, what are we actually saying
Can
here?
you just answer the question?
I'd
Yeah.
like
They
to,
don't mean
I'd
they
like
don't
to
mean a
address
thick
that a
ass
little bit.
atmosphere though. Yeah,
I'd like to
just
address that a little bit. There's like virtually no air, and basically your propagation is going to be the same as it is in a vacuum, or at least so close that it's insignificant. You don't have an atmosphere by the moon. You have relatively few particles per square centimeter.
Well, isn't your vector of
Says you.
this pathway of
Okay.
light going to be affected due to whether it's perpendicular from the surface or going parallel to it?
Not at the densities they're talking about. I don't think you could tell.
So you're saying gravity doesn't affect the pathway of
Oh,
light?
gravity? That's next to nothing on a tiny body
look, these things
like
that they're
ours.
calling bow shocks and stuff, these are actual different compressions of the plasma waves, not due to bow shock, but due to their electrical interactions, right? And so that's that in of itself needs to be properly understood. You know, it's the effects that light would have on that.
Do you
To
think
have a
that we
really
have any
in-depth
function
conversation.
as to the distance to the moon? Grim.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Sub
maybe a little bit.
centimeter.
Like, yeah, okay, there you go. I mean, I think maybe a little bit, like they, you know, they could be wrong the whole time, like by the measurement of the, you know, a particular uh, reflection or something from, you know, they could always be a few miles off.
Right. Okay. So let me ask
Yeah.
this. So you're talking about a few miles. So out of 238,000 miles, it's dead on balls accurate within a mile or two.
Yeah, I believe that.
All right. That's fine. Still good and far away.
Right. But I mean, that's me, right?
Hey, just
But as
random and
far as
off
like
topic.
further than that, though, I think that percentage of between you know 2 miles per 200,000 miles off becomes a much larger problem on these grandiose distances, right? Because now let's say that's 0.002%, but then
Right.
all of a sudden 0.002% becomes light years.
Right. No, I
You know?
agree. Now, I think for the argument that we have in this room, typically though, is the Earth a curve and is the Moon as far away as it is? Yes. Yes, it is. And yes, the solar system is pretty much as
But I'm not
described.
here to drive those points home. You know, that's your deal. I'm not here to talk about those points because that's just me trying to, you know, blah blah blah, push my own ideas so much. But these other things are not, you know what I mean? They're, I don't know, just more something I can approach with Globers who, you know what I mean, think that everything's already settled. Those are the people I have a problem with, or the people who think that it's all settled and that their way or the highway kind of bullshit,
Well,
you know?
it's settled to what precision? I mean, that's I think where the real
Even that
question is.
claim is ridiculous because you're starting from a point that you can't prove in the first place to give yourself that precision. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh no. I'm talking about like the distance to the moon. Yeah, settled to what
No, oh,
precision?
yeah.
We've got that. We've got the distance to Mars. We know how far away Mars is. If we have to go for one more second traveling at Mars velocities to get there, we're okay. We're not going to miss it.
Right.
Yeah, I can't say that we know where Alpha Centauri is to the inch, or I don't even have an idea of what their error bar is. You know, when they say that it's 4 light years to our nearest stellar companion, is that 4.1 plus or minus 1? I don't know what their claim is.
Moyak, does radiation affect light? Like if I shot light through radiation, what would happen?
Not that I know of.
It depends on the lattice structure. You need a particular type of matter there first, like a plasma.
Right.
A plasma with some different dusts in it and stuff that create plasma crystals, which is a new form of matter just recently discovered. There's lots of dust in space. This plasma crystals are the natural environment of space. They do interact in with light as matter does, giving that lattice structure, which gases do not do alone, right? So we know that it creates there's effects there that aren't well studied or known at this time, because this matter wasn't known until 2017. Right? They were in this, the Russian cosmonauts went out there fucking with the space environment and using nanodust. They sprinkled it into the environment, and all these different things happened. These big voids happened, and they say plasma is a scalable thing. So we're talking about things that are happening in this little laboratory setting, can happen in galactic scale. And they're showing this, we have that, that void, what's it called? The something void. There's a few of them in our universe that we look at. And there's like basically nothing going on inside of them. And the stars are sort of like pushed around to the edges of it. Well, it shows that system in operation in the bucket, and it shows like helixal patterns developing. It shows
I think that we have a solid measurement up to 1 AU. I mean, I don't think that we've got a whole lot of questions up to an AU. Anything that goes beyond that, I don't know.
I do. I have a problem with that, right? Hold on a second, because there's a lot of papers out here where people show them to me and say, well, this is us bouncing radar off the surface of the sun. And after further investigation, you realize they never reached the surface of the sun. The signals were always returned well away from the sun by denser regions of plasma.
Right.
They didn't realize this. And I'm talking about denser regions of plasma that you can see right through. Like out in corona.
It's bouncing off of the sun, but it's one of the layers of the sun. So
right, it's not.
So give or take,
right.
800,000 miles. Between the center and the coronasphere.
Oh, that's
and maybe
3
a little bit
million miles or so, and that's just a guesstimation, because we can't really know. Because people need to understand this. The theory of the sun says there's no surface to the sun. Right? It's a gaseous plasma with no liquid or solid surface.
There's a gradient.
Right, but I know, but we bounce radar, right, off of electrons, we know, from the ionosphere, and solid objects, right? To determine their actual distance, though, it needs to be solid objects.
But we're not trying to range the sun to
the depth of the ionosphere and to understand exactly what, but we don't get distances from radar off of the sun. That's what people try to give as an example.
I mean, like if you're gonna like bounce, go to Mars, and you wanted to bounce the distance of Earth, and you found out that instead of bouncing off the surface of the Earth, it bounced off the ionosphere. You know what? I'm going to call that the distance to Earth.
Okay, I feel that, right? I hear you. But when you set your parachute to open right above the surface of the planet, because you've bounced off the ionosphere, and you've opened your parachute now in free space.
They don't do that. They wait until.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm just giving a really silly example, a cartoon example of how it could be incorrectly,
right?
It could go wrong.
But I believe that they're what they do is they go there, and they the difference in the criticality, the angle and stuff for the distance. That
but it's got to make you wonder.
Pretty good, and there's final adjustments you make when you get close.
But Moyak.
Yeah.
They gotta if they're sending lasers to the moon, it's gotta go through the ionosphere, the magnetosphere,
the
plasma
magnetism doesn't affect light that much.
You don't think light?
But laser light,
laser
light ionizes the air around it. Magnetism most certainly does.
I'm going to disagree with that.
Plasma.
I don't know. I mean, a laser, by the time it gets to the ionosphere, you're not talking about.
Well, ionized air is a plasma, right? By definition, denotatively, ionized air is a gas, right? And ionized gas is plasma, right? So therefore, plasma.
Well,
plasma is definitely affected by magnetism.
Well, here's what the claim is. The claim from the Globers, at least, is that a laser can be shot to the moon and back. And they're trying to say that that laser isn't going to be affected by the ionosphere, magnetosphere, plasmasphere, any of that.
Well, look,
Okay,
it will
what
be.
what
It
what would
will be, but
exactly
not.
be affected?
Listen, it will be, but depending, because we know the variables in that, and it will be, but not to the point where they'd be off by any significant margin. That's what's the problem. Like I've already done
They
this
were
argument with them, and I can win the argument, but still be right. They're still right in a sense, right? But technically, I can win the argument. But there still will be a
all
real small refraction index, and there will be, some electromagnetic Faraday effect, I think, spiraling.
I mean, this is
And
like
all
when
of
I
the
look at somebody across the street.
one sec, man.
Yeah.
All of the predictions beneath our feet, digging that borehole in Russia, were all completely wrong. I have not much more faith that they're correct in the layers above than they were in the layers below when actually put to the test. And wasn't the Van Allen belt like not even known for a while? Like, who's to say there isn't another belt even stronger out there that's yet to be discovered?
Well, there is.
And
It's the
that
heliopause. There is. It's the heliopause, and the ibex found it. And what
so
it
there's
is
even more
are
factor.
energetically neutral atoms.
Is that between the moon and Earth?
No.
Yeah, you got to.
That's
That's what I was
that's the
talking about.
I'm sorry. That's the heliopause. That's three orbits of Pluto, past Pluto.
But that just goes to show there's even more things that it has to cross through than Sin Cleanser even named originally, and he already named like 3.
Yes, but now all of those 3, there are known things about the propagation of light. You could say that there's these subtle little nuanced factors that happen, yeah. But is that going to change the round trip delay of 238,000 miles by 1%, 10%? What you've got to come up with a method that would be changing it by an
And
appreciable
there is a
amount. It's
method.
not.
It's there.
I
No, there
mean,
is. There's it's
we may
called
not even know about what kind of layers the moon might have surrounding it. Does the moon have any sort of magnetic
it's called the
fields or?
plasma frequency, right? It's basically like if you're not sending a signal louder than the actual plasma signal that you're going to pass through, you know what I mean? Then you will either get a return
Sure,
noise.
like having to yell really loud at a party to someone right in front of you. You got to yell over
Right.
all the music and talking.
Right. That's kind of the same thing. And it's confusing though, because it's not just like that, because there's also this thing about electrons being all smashed together that also block radio waves, So in plasma waves, in a plasma system, there are different isolations. Like they create cells. That's why they call it plasma, because it separates itself into cells, right? And separates charge on its own and has this weird life of its own and wants to do shit. And that's why they call it plasma in the first place, because it resembles blood plasma.
One of the interesting things I heard when I was going through my cellular training, cell phone training, where they were talking about CDMA, code division multiple access. It was all the rage back in 3G. And they basically talked about how, like, if you're in a room full of people all talking English, and there's a kind of a high noise level, if somebody's speaking German, you can understand them better than
No, I understand that.
everybody else in the room. And the same thing kind of happens when we send a
But they have to
signal
be
off to the
speaking
moon.
loud enough.
When we send a signal off to the moon or to the sun, we put telemetry on it so that we can identify it. That's my signal that's coming back.
Right,
I got
but
a
that
question about plasma.
That doesn't mean that the signal ever actually made it to the surface of that area, right? Because of this different layers of plasma between you and this object that you don't see. You don't see these plasma, right? So it could be bouncing from anywhere between you and that object, and you wouldn't really
but at least as
know
far
how far that object. Well, you wouldn't really know if you didn't map out the plasma densities of the entire thing.
Well, no, it'd be at least. I mean,
You would only.
it's bouncing off early.
You got to remember these numbers. These numbers were acquired during a time when we hadn't mapped out the plasma densities, right? And these numbers haven't really changed, even though we have seen now that they're not bouncing off of that spot. They're bouncing off a spot well before that. I mean, this doesn't look good for the flat earthers. It looks worse for the flat earthers because the sun is even further away, in my theory.
Can you
right?
define before? Well before.
Well before the Parker Solar Probe.
No, can you define how far away is well
just before? Well, I mean, right in the early 50s and 40s.
Okay, good.
And we developed that we started saying with technology. That's when we started saying that agrees with our other findings, that through investigating Venus and stuff, that's how far the sun is. It was the 50s when they really said, okay, it's established now with radar technology that I think it was 1954 or something, or 51 or some shit.
You missed my question. How much shorter is the distance that radio wave is traveling because it's hitting one of those layers? Is it a million miles? Is it 10 million miles? Or is it like a few tens of thousands of miles?
Well, all I know right now, from my point of view, that it is wrong, and we don't know how wrong it is.
Well, because
the Parker Solar Probe didn't get quite a million miles away from the sun before it burnt up, right? And how do we know that was an actual million miles away from the sun before it burnt up? How do we know it didn't burn up well before that, and that we're assuming it was a million miles to the sun due to the measurements we were getting, which were again bouncing off of even more dense electrons before it got there? So it could be even further than that.
We have a confirmation from Venus. So right there,
Venus again has its own electromagnetic. Yeah, but Venus has an atmosphere, an ionosphere, and all of that as well, right? And Venus also has a magnetic field, and we don't know how far or how close that system is. It's Van Allen radio belt. Wait a minute, Venus also, I would imagine, right, being in the same system, also has a Van Allen belt around it that we haven't mapped out. We can claim it's not there because we don't see it, but I would imagine it does. That's what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, but
we can't really know using radar.
So what? 10,000 miles and 40 million miles is nothing.
Well, I'm not claiming 10,000 miles. I'm not saying any miles.
It's 100,000 miles. Still nothing.
I don't know that that's nothing, right? I don't know that it's 100,000 miles because I haven't again mapped out the electron densities. We wouldn't really know that.
So
we could only sit here and assume and hope and be safe. I'm okay with saying I'll wait for more data. I don't know why you're not. I'm okay with saying, hey, I can wait for more data before I come to a conclusion.
Well, I'm just trying to categorize the scale of the error that you think might be possible.
I hear you.
It's not on flat Earth.
I hear you both.
I only hear one person.
Isn't it weird that like all this other transmittance of frequency doesn't get stopped or bothered much by anything, but thought frequency gets stopped? Does that bother anybody?
Do what?
Thought frequency. Why is it stopped or bothered by anything? Why can't we pick up on it like a radio? Thought frequency from your mind. Yeah, radiated thought. Yeah, radiated frequency that radiates from you, right? Like you have heat that emits from you, right?
We don't have a decoder. We don't have a decoder.
To be fair, I knew you were going to say that. If that helps.
We don't have a decoder for that, so what are you saying that we can't do it? We don't have a method of doing it, and it's also exceedingly small numbers.
What do you mean we don't have a method to do it? I knew you were going to say that too. That means I'm doing it.
Decode the human mind? The radio waves?
I knew you were going to say that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if you get well enough connected with a person, no, Moyoc, seriously though. I think if you get well enough connected with a person, you can interpret it as that, being that you can predict what they need or what, you know what I mean, is their next move or something for them or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's probably good for relationships to get tuned into that, because it will seem definitely like your mind reader.
Yeah, but I don't think that's on a radio level. That may be, but I'd say.
But what if it is, right? What if, because we do, when we think, we are having there's chemical reactions, but even more than that, there are electronic reactions. Right?
Electrochemicals, yeah.
Right. And all chemical reactions are electrical fundamentally, right? So, I mean, even all of that can maybe be read and interpreted by the magnetic field of the human heart and then received into code from there to the brain. And it doesn't seem like one of the signals we'd normally get from vision or hearing because it's very quiet.
I think that we could probably, yeah, that might be something that could be replicated in lab tests, where you could like read all the right electrical signals coming out from the brain, putting it through a digital filter and sending it back, repeating it. I doubt you would, like, if you made a rock or an antenna, make those same things where you'd say, oh, you know what, I think that rock is about to say yes. Yeah. I don't
Right.
know if that could be done, but I would think you could replicate all the signals that are coming off the body pretty reliably.
Yeah, I mean, there's just it doesn't seem unfeasible that the humans, the more we got verbal, the less we relied on those other senses that we probably still have, actually.
Exactly. The
Some of
less
us,
we had to emit that frequency or have that charge exuded from us, and
yeah.
plus the the rubber soles in our shoes and shit like that.
And maybe
But
it
I
just
think the simple
atrophied.
reason, Demok, is we don't know how to do that. So
Maybe
Do
those
what?
glands, maybe those glands atrophy, right? Or that maybe it's something to do with the magnetic bacteria in our intestines that find their way
It
to our brains and
it
those
might be
places
some,
of navigation centers in our
it
brain.
might be something to do with the harp and the other shit and the magnetic field they put out and the net, like the thing the CIA calls the net that they put out. Like maybe that net, harbors our thoughts, so we can't transmit them to each other as well, and they're going to them. You never know what the fuck.
It's in the that net is called the internet. It's right there, right in front of us. We
Yeah,
forgot to
no. But I'm saying an interference that takes
I'm
your
kidding.
thought frequency. No, no. It is called the internet, but there's another one. It's the same as HARP and everything else. It's a different type of net, but it's the same principle. It's just a fucking band of a frequency everywhere. Yeah, it's just a net or a fucking fuzz or a frequency. So
That
anyway,
makes sense. Like a fucking white noise just to
yes,
destabilize
exactly.
long-term conceptual, idea, like being able to conceptualize things um, for a long period of time, complexities and stuff, and put them together without
Yes,
losing train of
exactly.
thought.
Because back in the
There's this
day,
weird white noise going on. I think when I
well,
smoke
back in
weed,
the
I
day, people
eliminate the
thought
white
that
noise.
right? I mean, they could. I mean, they hold a conversation, and the way they talked was like they were a fucking robot. Like, I don't know. It's just it's weird. It's like compared to today, and kids can't even hold a fucking sentence right. Compared to then, when they were like, oh, and then vision and do, and just go on for 20 hours like they were Shakespeare. Everybody was just Shakespeare. Get the fuck out. No, it's just weird.
Well, handwriting was an art form as well. The calligraphy and the things that I think it was more of a finesse and less of a dumbing down. They've spent more time on particular like uh precision
Maybe that
of things
strengthens.
instead.
Maybe
Like today we get listen, Jim, I got a point real quick. Today I think we take we feel like filled by quantities of information and stuff. But I think then they were more about the precision of how they received it and understood it. And so it was precision in their handwriting, precision in their speaking. I'm just saying it was
yeah, and
for people
it
like
was like
us,
a robot or a vending
who we
machine
ended
was
up
writing
spending
stuff.
time doing motorcycles and other shit all the time. We got really good at other stuff. But if we wouldn't have had all that, we would have been the kind of people who would have taken very much precision in our speaking, precision in because I take precision in everything I do basically, except for like, communication. That
Yeah, a
I'm
lot of
still
things are
really bad at. Yeah.
lost in
And I
translation.
admit it. Yeah. Yeah. Like I don't know when to give the floor and shit.
It's all right. When you got something good to say, you got something good to say, right? I mean,
Been
if
a
in
good
your
one in
mind
here today. Agreed. If it's in your mind, let it out.
I have the weirdest thoughts. Like, I always think I have fucking opposite thoughts for some reason. Like, the normal everyday thought of people like, well, let's do this and A, B, C, 1 + 2 +. I'm like 9, 28, 75, 30, B, Q, C. I don't give a fuck. Make my own pattern. I'll make my own pattern, literally.
Yeah, I feel that.
You have to, though. I mean, where did the other guys get their ideas if no one set anything forth for them? What they had to make their own pattern, right?
Mm-hmm. You play Call of Duty sometimes, or used to, Grandpa? Yeah, I know
Yes,
you
sir.
have to. And keep up with the kids and shit. That's the same thing. Like I find myself, I noticed. I didn't actually notice it so much. I was just doing it naturally. But my boy was like, I notice every time when you start running, everybody's running together in one direction. You just break off behind them and go a different way. And I'm always, I always do that. You just reminded me of that moment.
I do that too. And I'll go sit off to the side, and when they try to funnel from behind and get us, I'll get like so many kills.
Yeah. It never gets old. Matter of fact, I might play some of that right now.
Recently, I've been on the zombies, the older zombies. They're Rise and they're Totem. I just love those fucking stages, man. The Pack-a-Punch and shit.
Yeah. Shit, I think I've got about 30 more minutes to kill. I'm gonna play a game. I'll see you guys later.
Yep.
Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
Go, Brandon. There's a female in the midst.
But it is weird though, right?
Yeah, I'm usually here.
Yeah, there are a few females here.
You see, most females have like a cartoon character or a pony, and so it was.
Didn't you just hear Lori
Well-
imitate the voice of a girl?
Mine says Curiouser and Curiouser. So it is Alice in Wonderland. So it is kind of cartoony, but still.
There you go. Down the rabbit hole.
What do you guys think though? The idea of like you emitting a frequency or your thought or like whatever frequency a human has to have a type of frequency being emitted, and like why in the fuck doesn't anything pick up on that? Like why aren't TVs or radios or anything picking up on the thought frequency? Why isn't another person standing next to a person and picking up on that thought frequency? Something has to be like interfering with that
If you
pattern.
were around the corner, I would sense the Tasmanian devil is coming. Just going row, row, just picking up things, throwing them around.
But they do monitor brain activity, and it's only for best results that they apply a gel and like shave a part of your hair off, right? And like stick it on. But as long as they were willing for a less like clear signal, they could just hold those same pads an inch away from your skull. It's not like you aren't emitting signals.
Well, if a radio radio frequency at 4 watts, 10 watts, 1,000 watts, little minuscule amounts, can go out 238,000 miles, like this much more than the whole fucking Earth that we know, right, and beyond, and just keep going, and nothing blocks them, nothing's interfering. They just keep getting to do what they do, So there's a little bit of interference, right, supposedly, but the way they tell it, nothing stops it. So what's stopping the thought frequency?
Well, maybe we can pick up, but we're picking up on like every human and animal and plants waves all at once, and we don't know how to like pick one voice out of the crowd.
And guess what else we have to compete with now? That's why I was saying the government puts all the radio waves, the phone waves, the television waves, just whatever different kind of, and whatever low wave, high wave they fucking practice with that they don't tell us about, and any wave they come up with, just whatever. And they put all this shit out there. So yeah, I think it interferes with all that stuff. Like when if the pyramid was setting off a wave or a pattern, if it was made or built back then to be like a type of antenna, maybe it started the process.
think the pyramid's an antenna?
Yeah, I think all pyramids are antennas.
Antenna to
Focus.
space that doesn't exist?
Antenna to whatever.
Outer space?
Antenna on Earth, son. What the hell are you talking about?
An antenna or a beacon? I would
An
imagine
antenna.
an antenna for picking up, not sending
Both.
out.
Both. There's 3 of them. You got all of it. You got transmission.
69,
You got receiver.
give and receive.
That's what I'm talking about. Ball lives matter.
Maybe those pyramids are arranged like a 69 all across the desert there. They gotta look into that. Like Eddie Bravo said, look into it.
They're arranged to show you that the Earth is flat. All the pyramids, all the totem poles. I said this before, man, years ago. Everything back in the day, the ley lines, the Nazca, all that shit, they were trying to see what the planet was, and they know.
Ley lines.
They know it's flat. It's all flat. Totem poles and everything. The whole point to look at a face from an angle to see, like, to have faces stacked upon each other, to see what you see, like when something supposedly goes down bottom up and supposedly tilts away when nothing ever tilts, but goes like all this shit was made
There's a face
to
on
help
Mars.
you understand that it's a flat plane.
They got that big face on Mars.
Measurements, everything, the north to south, the east to west, the pyramids set up in different orientations, all that shit.
On Twitter right now.
So, can I ask you a question, D-Muck?
Sure.
You mentioned the Egyptian pyramids, at least I believe it was the Egyptian pyramids you were talking about being antennas and whatnot.
There's
what about
more
the other,
but yeah.
What about the other cultures' pyramids, such as the Mayan
Same shit.
or Aztec step pyramids?
Same thing. How do you know it's not the same culture of people? Just keep moving.
Because the architectural styles, the gods worshipped, the languages spoken and written, there's a whole lot of ways we know it's not the same people. I mean, why don't you tell me? Because you're better at this than I am.
Haven't you ever seen the handbags of the gods?
Some days I want to switch sides of this argument because I want to be on your side and not ever get called on anything I say.
Haven't you ever seen the handbags of the gods? I asked you.
No, I've never seen the handbags of the gods.
Oh,
What's that?
well, it's a engraving or an object in a painting all across the world in the same style across seemingly, reportedly unrelated, unconnected civilizations, ancient civilizations. Yet the same handbag shows up in almost all cultures, hieroglyphs or whatever you want to call them for different cultures.
Okay.
So that goes to D-Mock's point. He says, how do you know that these weren't just the same people moving around over time, building pyramids wherever they go? They do have similarities. You said there's different gods, but if all the gods have the same handbag, that shows linkage.
Except those aren't the same bags. Even in the few images I've pulled up, they're completely different shapes, different sizes, held differently, and are being carried by beings that look nothing alike. So, what's up with this? Some are round, some are square, some are...
You're so certain after like 2 seconds of Google image searching, that's where you find your truth?
Well, I'm saying these don't look the same. I would not say these are the same thing.
go ahead and be patient. Take your time. If you're interested, look into it some more and get back. But 2 seconds of Google Images, I'm not going to entertain a rebuttal based on that.
Right. This is why I want to switch sides, because I want to be on the side that never has to provide any information and it never gets challenged.
What are you looking for? What are you looking for, Kool-Aid?
What the hell does that mean?
Oh, hold on. I'm about to be muted.
Yeah, you're about to be muted unless you tell me the question that you asked.
I didn't ask a question.
Okay.
Don't mute anybody on this server. It's a free speech zone.
Being passive aggressive about Kool-Aid?
Yeah, what do
I
you guys
wasn't
even
being
talk about?
passive aggressive about anything. I was being fully aggressive.
No, that's passive aggressive when you say, I wish I could be like you guys and never get called out on my shit. So, like, what are you talking about?
I mean, your side never gets called out on the
Great,
crap
that's another
that they say.
generalization. Great, that's another generalization that has no meaning. Can you
Okay, would
specify?
you? Sure. You want an example?
Pretty sure that's just what I
Okay.
said right
Well,
now.
then here's my example. I asked for about 2 weeks what ether was. At one point I had 5 different flirts telling me 5 different answers simultaneously. None of which agree, none of which coalesce.
Right.
There is zero consistent evidence. You do have your talking points that are handed down by your cult leaders, but beyond that, there's nothing that actually.
Cult leaders. Okay. Well, let's just stop right there. Let's just stop right there real quick and say.
Well,
okay,
you wanted
statement
examples?
was-
Hold on.
You gave me an example.
Okay.
You gave me an example. Let's
Sorry,
stick with that one.
This isn't a conversation. You're right. Go ahead, Travis. Tell me, and then go ahead and mute me, because we all know where this is going to go. So go ahead.
Oh, you're begging for it today, aren't you?
Hey, look. Just because you can have these kinds of unhealthy conversations with other people doesn't mean that you can carry it over here. Listen very carefully. You said, I wish I could be like you guys and not get called out on my shit. So I asked you for an example, which you gave. So now I'm asking you not to go any farther. Let's just discuss what you just brought up with the ether, okay? So your point is that you wish that you could kind of like talk about your ideas on the ether, but not get challenged or called out on anything. Correct?
Not necessarily ether, but as an example, yeah.
My God.
I get called out if I misquote the distance by as much as a mile for something.
Okay,
but
listen,
I can have 5 different definitions of one word that are mutually exclusive, and that's fine.
God.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know why it's fine? Yeah. You know
Because
why
it's a made up
fine?
thing.
Yeah, there's no consensus. There is no physical science on it. So yeah, we have different ideas. Right, yeah?
Yeah,
We're
it's made
okay
up.
with that. Yeah, so is the shit that you believe. It's just a consensus makes you think that it's been justified, verified, and adequately represented. Okay, so let's not get back on that. But listen, so when you were asking someone about ether, say, hey guys, what do you guys think about ether? And you got 5 different suggestions, right?
Mutually exclusive suggestions.
So you have just as much power at that moment to call people out on their shit. So did you take that opportunity?
Yeah. Yes, I did. You muted me. You
Oh my
muted
God.
me.
Oh my God. No.
Because you knew that ether's your baby, and you knew that where my conversation was going, and the fact that you didn't. I'm sorry. You're just going to talk over me now? Cool. Go ahead. This is such great. Yeah.
No, go ahead. Finish your thought. I don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead. Say it.
Well, this is great mod behavior here.
Okay, look. Okay, look. So you said that I muted you.
Yes,
Any
you
reason?
did.
Yeah, great. Did I give any reason as to why? Did I send you a warning or anything like that?
No, actually, that time you did not. The only
Okay.
out of the numerous times you have muted me, I only once have received a reasonable explanation, and that is when you gave me a formal warning, and then the reason was arguing. That was literally the reason you gave me, Travis.
Okay, well, most likely I don't give out those warnings very often is because I'm driving. So it very well could have just been an adequate opportunity for me to be more specific. But can you think of, because I really don't just mute because, oh, I'm scared Kool-Aid is going to say something about my...
You mute me about every day, dude.
Okay, great. Since I don't mute for no reason, what reason can you think of that I might have muted you in this discussion on Ether?
Because you knew that the line of questioning I was going down, and the fact that I was getting 5 different answers, including ones that didn't agree with the ones you were saying, and I was pointing that out. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't say anything about the Ether. What are you talking about?
You don't ever talk about Ether?
No.
Okay.
So are you thinking about somebody else? Who do you think you're talking to right now?
Ether band boy doesn't talk about Ether, right?
Yeah,
Right.
I don't talk about I don't talk
And
about
you're always
okay,
honest
hold on.
too, right?
Hold on now. I don't talk about the luminiferous ether, gentlemen, okay? If you know anything about my term, you know that the ether band simply refers to atmospheric refraction. So if you want to talk about what I say about the ether, it has to be limited to specifically atmospheric refraction, gentlemen. So no, I didn't mute you because I'm scared of you by any means at all, Kool-Aid. Nothing
That's
you
one
did.
definition. But there, like I said, in that conversation, there was 4 other definitions. And
Okay,
when I pointed that out, you got upset and muted me. Why did
I get upset?
Because there is no consistency, and I was calling you out. I was calling out the flirt community of having no consistent definitions for the words that they made up.
Uh-huh. Okay, great. Yeah, so I'll just let you know right now, I will never
That
mute
I'm going to
you
mute. Mm-hmm.
No. Uh-huh. No. I will never mute you because I'm afraid of you. Okay? That will never be an event as to why I mute you.
Yeah, you'll make up a better excuse.
Oh, okay. All right, whatever, dude.
Well, Kool-Aid, what's your point to complain about Travis? That was
I know, right?
No.
Your only point.
No, my point is, as soon as I unmuted, so did he, because he likes the power he has over me, and he's attempting to silence me on the issue because, well, that seems to be the behavior.
No, you made a statement that I asked for clarification on. So it wasn't just because you got unmuted, I just jumped in and said, I'm going to fight with Kool-Aid right now. You made a statement, and I asked you to explain your statement. That's all. It's not that difficult.
And I did. You are still arguing with it because you don't like the fact that I'm calling the fact out that on one side of this community there's accountability and verifiability, and on the other side everybody is allowed to say whatever the hell they want. And I think it's a honky tonk thing, and I would like to join the other side of this argument simply so I don't have to ever have any evidence. I don't have to have any. I don't have to have any proof. I don't even have to have a definition for the words I say.
Okay.
I don't remember too.
Yeah, we don't want you on our side, actually, Kool-Aid. At least I don't. So I might speak.
Right, and you can just say the other side has nothing but rhetoric, and then
hello, Ed.
When it's pointed back at you, you can just mute them.
Oh man, you guys are such children.
Hello, Travis.
Hey, what's going on? My friends are all here.
Oh, wow.
Wow, all 3 of you.
It's princess time.
I know, right?
Well, did
Travis,
hold on.
We're missing a Shang-Chi.
Yeah, we're all dancing around the princess, Travis.
Mm-hmm.
Did Travis mute anybody today?
Not yet. Nope.
Yeah, so you guys are talking about some shit that's completely irrelevant to now.
No, that's fair. I will take that criticism, and I will shut up. Travis, you have not done anything today, and I apologize for inciting that you have. That was
Because if I were Travis, I would have muted
that
all
was
of you guys
something
just for complaining.
that was something I was wrong about, and I will go ahead and own that because I have to be honest and I have to say the truth. And when I'm wrong about something, I have to admit it. Which is why I'm thinking about switching sides.
Were you wrong? Were you wrong when I said that they were using tiny glass balls?
Tiny. What? I'm sorry, I don't know what you're referring to.
So remember, I told you they were going to put silicon on the tops of the ice caps there, and to prevent melting with tiny little glass balls. And you said, no, they're not. They're not glass.
Yeah, silicone is in glass.
Yeah. So I showed you the article. It's literally glass balls.
Right. And when we look deeper into it, we figured out they aren't made of glass. They're actually made of a synthetic plastic, and not what the BuzzFeed article said.
So they referenced tiny glass balls because it's not?
Because it was an article written by BuzzFeed for laymen, and they didn't use the proper nomenclature, which is a confusing term that most people don't understand.
So what's glass made out of?
Okay. Cool.
What's glass made of?
Yeah, Kool-Aid, answer the question, bro.
It doesn't matter.
Sand. Silicon.
Sand made of silicon, right?
Silicon.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Doesn't change the fact the article is still from BuzzFeed and not
Learn something new every day.
correct.
You probably want to go read it again, dude. It says silicon glass balls.
Yeah. And that was also a proposal that was, what, if I remember correctly, I'm trying to remember back to that argument.
Do you correct yourself
10
when you're wrong?
10 years ago.
Do you correct yourself when you're wrong? Apparently you don't.
Yes.
Silicon is sand, which is made out of glass, which is
Right.
glass
And it was
balls are-
made of silica, not silicon.
Okay, bud.
Yeah, okay, sure, whatever.
Okay. What's up?
He apparently doesn't correct himself when he's wrong.
Still not wrong.
You
It was a
should go read
proposal.
a little bit more, bud.
It was
Again,
dude, I've read your BuzzFeed article.
It's
It
not
was a
just
proposal.
If
It
you're
never
relying on
happened.
your Buzz- if
It
you're
never
relying on
ha-
BuzzFeed- if you're relying
I'm
on your
relying on the
BuzzFeed-
article you posted.
Yeah, you didn't read it then. Try again, bud.
Okay. So how's that flat Earth map coming?
All your maps you have are flat numbnuts.
No, they're not. But good try.
Not? They're
No.
not? Oh,
Nope.
they don't? They have drop in them, do they? They have curvature in
Well,
them?
any surface you look at from the top is going to look flat.
Is it now?
Yes.
Is it because it's actually flat, or is it because it's curved? Which is it?
Well, if you cut out a 1 inch by 1 inch square out of a very large beach ball,
so it's flat then?
Of course it's going to look flat.
Oh, so the 1 inch by 1 inch isn't flat then?
Of course it's going to look flat.
Okay, make up your mind, bro. It's either flat or it's not. What is it?
It's flat. Yes.
It's gonna look flat. It's not flat itself. You just don't see the
So
small
the
curve.
horizontal base of Earth is flat, and every horizontal is parallel to the plane across
Incorrect.
the plane. That's what we observe in reality.
No, that's what you make up.
Yes, FED beach balls are flat.
Are they?
That's what you seem to implicate.
Well, I didn't say that. That just came out of your mouth, right?
Okay, well then, beach
I
balls
said
aren't
if you
flat.
if you cut out a 1 inch by 1 inch square of a beach ball,
so it's flat, right?
Yeah, that 1 inch by 1 inch square is gonna be
So if
flat.
it's flat
Yes,
everywhere
I
you're
agree.
going, so it's flat
Yes,
everywhere
we
you're going,
agree.
when does it curve?
Oh.
If you're putting all these little flat pieces together, when is it going to curve?
Yep. Yep.
Because all those pieces are curved. They just look flat.
Very, very
There's
slightly.
a difference between being flat and looking flat.
Is there now?
I had a little video that I want to post real quick. Maybe I give you an idea what we're talking about.
You're talking about a 1 inch piece of flat material and saying that it's not flat, but in reality it's flat, and you're actually using the small scale size to say
No,
it's
no, no,
flat.
no, no. It looks
Nice try.
flat. You're mixing things again.
Oh,
I just
it looks
corrected
flat.
you. It just
No, it
looks
looks
flat.
Right, it looks flat, but you're the one using the example of flat, right? on
No,
a
this
beach ball?
this started when you said all maps are flat.
Yeah, they only have distance and elevation profile information, so.
That's great. But does that mean the Earth is flat? Because you said all maps are flat. Is that where you're?
Earths are round.
Is that where you're
So
going with that?
again, all maps are flat, is what I said. He asked me where the
Is that where
flat Earth maps
was
are.
that
I
where
said all
you?
maps are flat. He goes, no, they're not. I said, oh, really now? And then
Was
you brought up
that
the 1
where
inch
you
by
were
1 inch.
going with that? Were
At
you
the end of the
going
day,
with
dude,
because
there's no
all
curvature.
maps are
There's
flat, therefore the Earth is
there's
flat?
zero curvature. All you can contend with
All
is
paintings
the
are
fact
flat.
that
Does it mean whatever's
all
painted on the
you
painting
would
is
you
flat?
need to contend
Flatter
with
data?
reality.
Is that what it means, flatter data? Everything
All
that's painted on a
horizontal.
painting is flat, flatter data? Yes or no?
All horizontal.
Yeah, you're not answering the question.
Parallel to
You're
the
done.
plane. All horizontal is parallel to the plane. That's evident of a flat Earth.
Hey,
How we measure
let's make
elevation,
sure that
how we
we
measure elevation and
let's
slope is from the horizontal base.
yeah. Let's
Without
just
the
real quick,
horizontal
please.
base.
Just real. Can you not hear me? So let's please make sure that we just let each other finish, and please be as succinct as possible. Let's not talk over each other because I couldn't hear anything of Ed or FED. Okay.
All right. Well, then I'll repeat my question. Flatter data. Is everything that's painted on a painting automatically flat, whatever that painting is supposed to represent?
Are you building an analogy that's pretty fallacious towards
Well,
what my
you
statement
try
was?
to say all
Are you
maps are
trying to
flat,
say that we
therefore the
use
Earth is
paintings
flat.
as-
So
are you-
I'm
are you
asking
trying to
you,
say we're using
are
paintings
things
as
that
maps
are
now?
painted on a painting
Are you saying we're using
just
paintings
flat
as maps
in
now?
reality all of a sudden?
Maps provide you two very critical
Flat Earth
parts of
data.
information.
Flat Earth data. Let's not do this. Just answer his question and then have him respond back.
Yeah. You're obviously assuming that paintings are maps then, right? With your questioning? Because there's two impertinent points of information you need and why maps are important. It's because they have the distance where you want to travel.
I asked about paintings.
And they have the elevation profiles of the land masses that you're going to travel around. So that information is which matches reality. So all maps match present reality. There's no dip, no drop, no curvature, just distance and elevation profile information.
Right. So I asked you about paintings. Are things that are represented in a painting automatically
Do you think
flat?
paintings are
Because
maps?
I'm asking you about paintings because you said, well, it's a flat
We're
map,
talking
therefore
about
flat
maps.
Earth.
Why are we talking about paintings? We're talking
Well,
about maps.
I'm actually
Do you think
explaining that,
paintings
but
are
you
maps?
keep interrupting.
Do you think paintings are maps?
I'm trying to explain, and you keep
Okay,
interrupting.
okay, hold on. Let me jump in. Okay, so Ed, it sounded to me like you were just repeating yourself. So if you are going to explain, try to let us know why you're asking your question, because I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that. Please let me finish. Right. So flat Earth data's point.
Just for the record, that's what I was just doing right now, right? I was just clearing the way for you, and then you cleared the way so that you could tell me to clear the way for you, but I just cleared. Are we clear? Okay, go, Ed, go.
All right, let's be clear-minded about this. Listen, flat Earth data. You said maps are flat, therefore the Earth is flat. But what the thing on the map represents is not necessarily supposed to be flat because there's elevation differences, yada yada. So why do you say that if things on a painting obviously are not automatically flat just because they're painted?
Does anybody want to sum up that retarded question for me?
Yeah, that's a nice way of running away.
No. I'll jump in. Does anybody from Ed's side want to help clarify that cluster of spaghetti? Like
Mom spaghetti?
Ed, I don't understand how you clarified anything.
Yeah, that's fine. You often say that when I corner you guys. That's okay.
I only heard half the conversation, and I know whatever you're saying about paintings is not even analogous because a map has a key, and that's what separates just from something visual from, a map.
Yeah,
you have a
right.
key,
But
a
then why is
legend.
flat Earth data saying the Earth is flat because maps are flat?
Didn't you not ask him for a map?
Data.
Didn't you ask him for a map?
No, that's what he's saying. Basically, that's what he's saying. Because the maps are flat, therefore the Earth is flat.
No, what I said is that it matches observed reality, which is there's no dip, no drop, no curvature. What a map does is
And what
represent
map?
distance.
Okay,
What a map
what
does
map?
is represents. What a map does is
What map
represents
ever
distance.
says, "Hey,
What
there's
a
this
map
much
does
curvature"?
is represents distance and elevation profile information. Why would you need a map if you're interested in distance and elevation profile information? There's only one reason why you would do that is because you're navigating the Earth. When you navigate the Earth, you don't have to navigate a ball. You navigate in straight lines and angles. That's how you navigate the plane Earth that we use.
Never presented that we said, "Hey, this map shows curvature."
So we use a map that requires straight lines and angles to navigate. It matches my observed reality. There's no dip, no drop, no curvature. There is elevation profile information based on a horizontal plane, a horizontal that is
Again,
parallel
let me
to the
ask you a
plane,
very simple question again.
which is evident in
If
all
I
maps because you have
hold up,
elevation
okay,
information.
all right, I'm gonna respond. If I cut out a 1 inch by 1 inch square of a really big basketball, or not basketball, a really big beach ball, is that gonna appear flat?
Yeah, okay, so
If
again,
I'm
bud,
looking
so
at
if you're
it,
going to use that as an argument, then are you telling me that a 6-foot person on that 1 by 1 inch square in your example can measure dip, drop, curvature?
that's not an answer. Is it going to
I'm
appear
sorry.
flat if I look
I'm
at
sorry.
that?
If you're going
that
to
1 inch by
use
Hold
that
on,
argument, if you're going to
let me clarify before
compartmentalize
you
that statement
call it a monolith
into a
again.
specific request to require me to answer a specific way, I will then come back to you and say, sir, if you're going to use that
No,
1
you're
inch
just
by
going to come
1
back and
inch
ask me another
as a
question.
representation of flat on a large ball,
FBD,
are
let
you
me
saying that
jump in real quick. Hey, B-ball, when you talk about your 1 inch by 1 inch, are you allowing it to keep its shape as a ball, or are you pressing it down on the surface of the table to be flat? I just am asking for clarity.
It's on such a small scale, you're not going to notice the curve.
That wasn't the
Okay,
answer to the
so
question.
again, you're allowed. Okay, so again, you're cutting out a section of beach ball and keeping it in its sphericity, its shape.
You are not going to see that much curve. That's the point. And especially if you're taking a picture of it from above.
Okay, hold on, real quick, because if I cut out a piece of beach ball and let it keep its shape, I'm gonna be able to tell it's curved.
No, you're not.
Keep going, buddy. Dig a hole bigger.
No, you're
Hey,
not. You're not
so
gonna be able to. You're not gonna
what?
be able to tell.
Can you answer this? Once I
And
cut this beach
also,
ball
if
open, it's
we're
inflated.
representing, let's represent something as big as the Earth, and we cut out a 1 mile by 1 mile square, right? How much curvature do you think you're gonna see in something as big as the Earth, and in a 1 mile by 1 mile square? Probably not much, right?
8 inches.
Oh, we get the clarification. Okay, so we had an Earth shape.
And especially, hold on, especially if I'm taking a picture from above. Now that's the map. When you're taking a picture from above, are you gonna expect to see any curvature while taking a picture from above? We're talking
Okay.
about maps here.
Okay. Let's bring it back to where the discussion started. Someone said, "Yeah, where's your flat Earth map?" Let's bring it back to that because this is off in the weeds, right?
That's exactly
Yeah.
right. And I said all maps are flat maps of the Earth,
Yep, that's
representing distance and elevation that matches my present reality. You went
That's
off into some
great.
other world and said, "Hey, man, I'm going to use this analogy here of a 1 inch by 1 inch square to represent flat on a curved surface." So what you're trying to say, it's flat. We can't detect curvature, so therefore it's curvature, but it's
No one
really
uses
flat.
maps.
Your story, dude, doesn't match because I'll tell you this: this is what you don't account for. And all of your debates and all of your understanding of what you're visualizing, you do not understand optics at all, one bit.
Why does that even matter though? Like, why does it care what it looks like, what it feels like?
The derived apparent size of the Earth is based on optics.
No, I don't
That's
care about
not-
that. I want measurement. I want measurement of curvature. That's all I care. I don't care what it looks like, what it appears to look like. I just want to know who measured it and how they measured it.
Yeah,
The U.S.
sticks and
Navy does it
shadows,
all the
buddy.
time.
Sticks and shadows.
Yeah, the U.S. Navy measures curvature all the time.
Oh yeah, where?
Bethesda, Maryland.
Yeah, so they measure
Where?
curvature, do they? So hold on. So if they're measuring curvature,
This is really boring, guys. And
Yeah, I know because you can't. You don't have an answer for it, right?
Okay, so then don't talk, Kool-Aid. Then be quiet and let other people talk.
We can
I
go into
didn't-
the whole geometric surveying and all that stuff because it's been measured. I mean, come on.
And I apologize. I didn't actually realize my mic was open. I thought I was talking into a silenced mic. I apologize on that one.
You talked to no one for it, on intentionally. You thought you were muted, and you still had a retort, and you said it to no one.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you ever watch football?
It gets funner and funner, doesn't it?
No.
Whatever,
Do you ever watch sports?
Yeah. So
Do you
you were
talk-
being
you
were
talk
being
to
an
the TV when you watch
armchair-
sports?
You were being an armchair debater. Is that what it is then?
Backseat driver.
Armchair debater. Yeah, you tell them, guys. Oh wait, I thought my mic was muted.
No, I said this is really boring. It's there, it's done all the time, but it's boring. Can we move on to something? How about some proof from the flat Earth side, or some evidence even?
Okay.
Yeah, I've got evidence. Yeah.
Cool.
There's lots of evidence if you want to look at the apparent size of the Earth and how you interpret what you see optically. There's
I
evidence
don't care
to
about
suggest-
optics.
Yeah, exactly. So there's evidence to suggest that what you've been taught to ignore would open a paradox of thought for you if you were taught correctly. See, that's the
There's
issue
so many.
with it. It's
There's
creating
so
that
many
paradox.
more. There's so
To create that paradox to enlighten the person has to go through the paradox to actually determine which is correct. And the way you have to do that, you have to be open to understanding things. And if you're going to look at the horizon and tell me that you're going to deduce an apparent size of the Earth from the horizon from a tiny little observer, I'm going to call bullshit on it. And then I can back it up. And then there's an observation that you can do yourself, regardless of the black swan, with your personal optics, your human vision, and a camera to show you the difference between it and how you can devise two different measurements from those optics based on the limitation of the angle to them. So when you actually understand that, maybe you might look at the world you live in a little differently and how they interpret what the sun is doing.
Right. And according to that theory, the distance across Lake Michigan to Chicago would vary every day. Does
Yeah,
that distance
again,
change in real life?
Wait,
Hold on, no,
wait, wait.
hold on, hold on.
Wait,
Answer my
distance
question.
change.
Wait, answer my question. Does that
Why would the
distance
distance
change?
change?
No.
Why would the distance change?
Oh,
Why would you think the distance would change?
because
Yeah.
what you can see and the amount,
First of all, let's be
visible.
specific. What distance are you talking? No. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Do you mean the physical distance from, say, Michigan City to Chicago? That physical distance changes?
Yeah.
Is that what you're
Does
saying?
it?
Changes?
That's what I was.
The
That was the
physical
question.
distance?
That was the
The
question.
physical distance? No.
You
No.
can
Physical
scream,
distance does not
or
change.
you can
You
act like
silly
an
person.
adult.
I'm
Okay,
not
so
screaming. I'm
it
not
doesn't.
screaming.
It doesn't change.
That's
so
right.
obviously, what we're seeing that does change is less than accurate. So why would I give a shit what I'm seeing if I'm looking for accuracy?
No, every single time you look out, every single day, every single hour, it is 100% accurate at that moment. Absolutely.
But then it changes the next moment. So therefore, the distance has changed. But you just told me the distance doesn't change. So which one is it, Travis? Is the distance from what is it, Michigan City to Chicago changing, or is it a state and steady distance?
It is a steady, stable distance physically. I'm
Okay.
not sure why you're still stuck here, Kool-Aid.
So why would I care what it looks like if what
I don't
what
know.
it's
You're the
showing
one
me
that
it
brought
looks
this
like?
up. You're the
No,
one that brought this up, man.
no, I'm not.
Who brought it up? Who brought up seeing Chicago right now? Who did it?
Okay, you're right. I put a name to the place. That's literally what you guys were talking about. Is how far I can see, and my response is I don't care how far I can see. I care about the accurate distances. And then to give it a place that we all knew about, I brought it to Chicago skyline. That's what happened.
Okay, and
Would you prefer I bring it to Black Swan? I can do that too. It's the same thing. It's a place to start the conversation where we can all be on the same page.
Keep talking. You done? Okay. So, yeah, no, the physical distance doesn't change. Now, what you got now? Go.
Okay. What I would do next is I would throw out optical measurements. I would say these can be affected by other things. I would then look at
what other things?
Refraction, crap in the air, whether or not what the weather's doing. I don't know. If there was 1,000 birds that it decided to attack,
Great.
There's a ton of things that could affect what I can see.
I have a question real quick. I have a question then. So then when you see half of a shipping freighter beyond the horizon, you're going to throw that out and not count that as demonstrating curvature?
Yes, I personally think that's not a very conclusive test.
Okay, fair enough.
You've heard me talk a lot about boats. Have you ever once heard me talk about the boat going over a horizon? No, because it's a bullshit test.
Hold on.
Are you debunking El Baruni then?
I wouldn't say I'm debunking El Baruni, but I will go on the record as saying that is not the way that I think would be the most accurate. And if he was able to do it, bully to him. But we have better ways to do it now.
Do you understand just with the 60 by 60 by 24, you can deduce the apparent circumference of the Earth with the time structure that we have, without even looking at the surface of the Earth, just by the sun movement, right? Do you understand that?
I have 60 by 60 by 24. I'm unfamiliar with that. I don't know what that is.
You're familiar with it, but you don't know what it is? What? I'm sorry?
No, I'm unfamiliar with it. I don't know what it is.
That's just time. 60 seconds by 60 minutes by 24 hours a day.
Okay. Sorry.
So just with that time structure, you can deduce the apparent circumference of the Earth by the sun movement.
without even thinking it's a ball or whatever it is, just from the sun movement alone. All these measurements are directly from the movement of the sun. Everything, all the models come from the movement of the sun, right? You understand that?
I don't know that matters.
Oh, that's huge. You have to understand all
Why-
the primitives.
why do I-
You have to understand the primitives before you can understand the model that you're in, right? Because the whole point is getting you to choose. Once you enter the paradox, you still have a choice. Now, some people like to be in a limbo or whatever you call it, purgatory, if you will. I don't care. It's a realm. Doesn't really matter either or. It's indifferent, right? Then there's
Right.
the people who got to know. The point is the horizon is the paradox because it's exactly how you look at it. Is it a sphere, or is it due to elements in the atmosphere causing these optical illusions?
So we've
point
got
is
back.
you're not
We've
taught about
gone
these-
back.
Not taught-
We've
you're
gone
not taught
back
about these
to.
optical illusions. Listen, you're not taught about these optical illusions. You're just taught it's a ball. That's it. Understand? If you're taught what you're looking at is an optical illusion, you would enter in a paradox, because then you would have to go, okay, well, this isn't the edge of the ball that things are passing down, because I'm just a tiny little person. That isn't the edge over there. Boats aren't going over the edge. Nothing's passing down at that point. So it is optical. But you're not taught that. You're taught shit is actually passing down that point.
So once again, you've gone to long distance optics, which I have said are bullshit. I have disagreed with the Globers saying this is the best way to do it. I think there's better ways to do it. I think the tangible measurements of distances is a much better way to do it than an optical device. So please stop going back to that same tired and boring thing.
You don't understand the position. Okay, so listen.
Okay, explain to me about long distance optics
The device
again.
circumference of the Earth can come from various presuppositions, whether it's sticks and shadows, or whether it's the timing of the sun, or whether or not you claim you're measuring an angle to what you call a curve of the Earth or the edge of the ball, and you measure the distance to it and calculate the size of the Earth from it. So there's multiple ways to interpret what we see as far as the patterns that we're trying to quantify. The sun itself moves in a 24-hour pattern and apparently travels at roughly 1,000 miles an hour. From just that, this is just basic stuff, we should say layman, if you will. Just from that alone, you can deduce the apparent circumference, but that still doesn't tell you the size of the Earth. It just tells you the path of the sun. So when you are analyzing that information, you can look at the path of the sun mapping out the shape of the Earth, but in reality, it's how you perceive that information.
All right, Fed.
So have you
I'm going to hold on. Let me pause you right there. Once again, you went back to what you can see. Please stop going to that. It's boring. It's all that's talked about. I'm talking
what we
measured.
See, that's reality. Do you see the Earth spin or do you see the sun move? What do you see in reality?
I am talking about measured distances. Measured.
Sure.
Not looking at the horizon, not
Do you know
looking
how
at
miles
anything,
came to be? Do you know how
measuring.
miles came to be?
I'm
Do
sorry.
you know how miles came to be?
I waited for you to finish. Please do the same to me, okay? Well, let's try to have an adult conversation. I know it will be a novel thing, but let's try it.
Yeah. Try again.
Measured distances. That's it. Don't look at the horizon. Don't look at the sun. Don't look at things like that. Let's talk about measured distances. As far as what unit you want to call them, personally, I prefer to work in nautical miles, but I'll work in whatever unit you want. If you want to measure them in unicorn farts and you can give me a distinct and definitive definition for what the length of a unicorn fart is, let's work in unicorn farts. Go.
Yeah. So if you want to talk about
Hey, wait a minute. Unicorns don't fart.
You're going to use water or air. Now, water and air have, their own variables, let alone land, whether it's a curved, winding road or a hilly road, or say wavy ocean or a stormy sea. You're not going to get accurate distances due to those. I shouldn't say accurate distance. That's not true. What I mean is the distance will vary based on,
Right.
what method.
We're
I guess,
talking.
you're
We're
counting
talking
and
about accurate
what
distances. That's what we're talking about, Fed. Please respond to
Sure.
that.
accurate distances in the ocean when you have a variable like weather and storm. Back in the day, probably quite difficult to keep accurate distances. Nowadays, because of the advent of GPS, it's probably a little less effort in calculating since you have a computer do your work. So if you want to go to that avenue, yeah, you have computers working for you now. So it's not really much thought involved other than maybe how to operate the computer and the basic understanding of it. But for the most part, when you navigate and created distances in the past, they were never accurate due to the element and the environment that you're subjected to, whether you're in an aircraft or whether you're in an ocean. You'd be off. That's why you would have to every hour triangulate your position to get the best distance or what do you call it, dead reckoning that you've traveled, right?
Not what dead reckoning is.
Dead reckoning is measuring your path of time from one fixed point to another, and that's what you do. So that's what dead reckoning is. It's a straight path.
Anyway.
That's what it is.
We're not going to get red herring into that. It's fine. Well, let's move on.
No, hold on.
He doesn't even know. He doesn't
is
even
it
know
correct?
Dead Reckoning. This guy, and he's a boat guy, by the way. I questioned him about Dead Reckoning last time. He didn't
Kool-Aid.
know. So Kool-Aid doesn't. You're a boat guy. So why don't you tell me about?
Wait,
why don't you
hold
tell
on,
me a little
Fed.
bit about Dead Reckoning and navigating, dude?
Fed, hold on real quick. Kool-Aid, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, so when he mentioned Dead Reckoning, you said you don't know anything about Dead Reckoning, and then he explained what he thought, and then you just hand-wave dismissed it. So can you critique his?
No.
You can't. So he's correct then.
Yeah. Sure. Whatever. It's really
Okay.
fucking boring. I'm not going into it.
Oh yeah. See, to me, that's a dishonest conversation right there because you.
No, if you
called
want to
him
have a
out.
dishonest
Hold on.
conversation, I'll go back on mute and you guys can talk
Hold
more.
on. No. Hold on. Listen. Everybody else can judge. We can leave it here for just a second, but here it is. You called him out on his bullshit. He responded to you, and you said, "Yeah, whatever, dude."
Right. He actually hasn't responded to me yet, and that's what I was really hoping we could get back to.
No.
So his response to me about the hold on, no, my turn. He responded to me with
It's not your turn, Kool-Aid. It's not your turn. His response was specifically to your telling him he didn't know what Dead Reckoning was. So he responded.
Okay, so what? He responded with he knew what it was. So what? Let's move on.
No, I want now confirmation or disavowal as to whether or not he was correct.
Yes, he knew what Dead Reckoning was. Got it. Great. Move on.
Yep, sure.
Okay.
He was perfectly right, and he should write the next book on it. Now, can we get back to the fact that the answer to my question? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can get back to it as long as you behave yourself and not act like a spurned woman right now, okay? There's no reason to make these snide comments. None.
Okay, so the answer to my question of the known distances are relatively short distances that are, I believe, not in dispute. His answer was, we don't actually know distances, or we didn't actually know distances in the past, but maybe GPS lets us know distances now.
I said that when it comes to navigation, the seas and the air, there are elements involved, particularly wind and weather, that will throw your course off. Therefore, you won't get true distances. Do you understand? Now, I said now with the advent of GPS, that's alleviated from having to recalculate your position using Dead Reckoning as one process to find out your point on the map, which you had to do quite frequently back in the day. To keep your position because of the conditions of wind changes, sea height, and so forth. So yeah, you weren't able to get down to the nitty-gritty of the exact measurement. It was my statement. Nowadays, with the advent of computers, yeah, that's changed. Now, if you want to say that these distances matter, can you show me a flat Earth map? Because as far as I know, the only maps that I have access to are compartmentalized flat Earth maps of distance and elevation profiles that you can navigate in small sections. If you have one of Earth entirely together, and you can show me those distances or that they don't fit or whatever it is, then you can present that argument. But until then, you're trying to present a model that I don't have for you to present.
Right. Which so now we've got back to the beginning and my very first question of where is a flat Earth map?
They are all flat Earth maps. Or you're looking for a complete entire Earth map? That's different. But
I'm looking for a map with accurate
You don't
distances.
navigate with those kind of fucking maps, dude.
I navigate with the NOAA maps.
You're looking at a toy model map is what you want, right? So the end of the day, we don't have a toy model map. We haven't taken plane coordinates and put them into spherical coordinates, right? We didn't take them and convert them to anything. We are presented the model and information we're presented with. We have to go through that information to find out what's true or false. What's true is that the information is done on an extended plane. What's false?
Well, who gets to determine what's true and false?
The cartoon images that were presented in a 3D model
who makes
as
that
reality.
determination?
That's false.
Who makes the determination between true and false?
FED does.
Who makes the determination? Well, that would be up to the individual's ability and aptitude for research and maybe a disposition for, I don't know, questioning corrupt governments, corrupt military, maybe a disposition where you don't have to believe everything because some authority figure told you, and then maybe have a sense of a heightened sense of awareness when people fight against something so ridiculous like flat Earth. And you wonder why. And then you come here and listen to the rhetoric and you go, oh, there's something bigger at play here.
No, it's just a bunch of conspiracy theorists who've been.
Yeah. Let's not go off on that. You had a good question, B-Ball, right? You had a good question. Who determines? That's why recently I've been putting us all in this make-believe boardroom discussion where we are all sitting around the circle, the round table, having a discussion about science. So we are the ones who determine what is true and what is false in terms of reality.
Yeah, but that's
Well, that's what I did say, Travis.
Okay.
I said it's ultimately up to the individual. And if you say that this channel is nothing about a conspiracy, but yet you're here, well, then that makes you an anti-conspiracy theorist. Like there's a flat earther and anti-flat earther, so conspiracy and anti-conspiracy theorist. Like the antithesis to everything that's being presented here is obviously intentional, because it's meant to teach. It's meant to teach debate. It's meant to teach critical thinking, and it's meant to teach what it's like to be uncomfortable. Because I think a lot of people have not been uncomfortable for a long time.
I don't call myself an anti-flat earther. When people ask about this hobby of mine, what I'll tell them is I'm a member of the flat Earth community, or I'm engaged in the flat Earth community. I don't